Chapter 1. Spider-Man and the Female Deadpool. Greetings, my dear friend. Why are you still slumbering? Awakened from his deep slumber by a familiar voice, Qian Zhilong sat up in bed, gazing at Spider-Man perched on his windowsill. Although this peculiar scenario had unfolded for over a month, the sensation of awakening to find Spider-Man at his window remained astonishing each time. As the hero of this city, shouldn't you be out protecting the populace rather than squatting at my window to say hello? Spider-Man entered the room, explaining, I simply came to indulge in the breakfast you prepare for me. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong descended from his bed and inquired, What would you like to eat today? I crave jianbing guozi. To be truthful, hearing Spider-Man express a desire for jianbing guozi never ceased to evoke a sense of wonder, no matter how many times it occurred. 4 months prior, Qian Zhilong had inexplicably found himself transported into this superhero realm. Upon his arrival, he encountered a robbery utterly bewildered by his new surroundings. He was rescued by Spider-Man, who was patrolling the area. When Qian Zhilong first laid eyes on Spider-Man, he could scarcely believe the reality of it all. Yet, as he witnessed the web-slinger shoot webs from his wrist and swing gracefully before him, he was compelled to accept that this was indeed the genuine Spider-Man. Watching Spider-Man disappear into the distance, Qian Zhilong finally grasped that he had traversed into a world filled with superheroes. The realization ignited a thrill within him, as he envisioned himself as a potential superhero. However, after a month in this realm, he discovered that aside from adapting to his identity, nothing else had changed. Not only did he lack superpowers, but he also found himself devoid of any system. Most dishearteningly, Qian Zhilong realized he was merely a bystander in this world. The epic battles between superheroes and villains, along with the collateral damage endured by innocent bystanders, had no bearing on his existence as a mere pedestrian. He consistently managed to miss every confrontation, learning of the altercations only through news reports or newspapers detailing which hero clashed with which villain in the ensuing chaos. Even when he wished to join the fray, traffic and various uncontrollable circumstances invariably caused him to miss the action. Qian, do you have work today? Spider-Man, reclining on the sofa while engaged in a video game, inquired, I shall not go. The inheritance and compensation left to me by my parents suffice to ensure my comfort for a lifetime. What about you? After eradicating criminals, you still have to work. Your day truly is arduous. Spider-Man tossed the controller aside, lamenting, What can I do? With great power comes great responsibility. I must fulfill my role as the guardian of this city. Hearing Spider-Man's words, Qian Zhilong shook his head in resignation. How about this? You assist me with tidying up each day, and in return, I shall provide you with an additional salary, making your burden a bit lighter. Regarding the idea of hiring Spider-Man to do some cleaning, Qian Zhilong had long contemplated this notion that in this world, Spider-Man was yet to meet Iron Man and had not earned his recognition. He was merely an ordinary boy in the neighborhood, desperately in need of money at this moment. Really? Can I truly come over to assist with the cleaning? Of course, I'll pay you $50 for an hour of work. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man leaped with excitement, adhering to the ceiling. Oh yeah, Qian, you are indeed a marvelous friend. Qian Zhilong smiled. Since you had declared us good friends, I must lend you a hand. As he spoke, he prepared 2 freshly made jianbing guozi, wrapping them in hot dog paper and setting them aside. Come over and have a bite, little spider. Spider-Man, perched atop the roof, aimed his web at one of the jianbing guozi, shooting a strand and pulling it back. He eagerly unwrapped it and pulled down his mask just enough to take a big bite, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Seeing Spider-Man sprawled out on the rooftop, Qian Zhilong shook his head. Come down and sit properly to eat. There's another one for you to consider as lunch. The little spider, not one to be polite, shot another web to bring the remaining jianbing guozi into his backpack. Swiftly, he devoured the first one, wiped his mouth, adjusted his mask, and said goodbye, Qian. Goodbye. With that, Spider-Man shot a web out the window and soared away. As Qian Zhilong watched the departing figure of Spider-Man, a smile crept onto his lips. The thought of having Spider-Man clean his room felt surreal. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qian Zhilong was about to return to bed for a bit longer, another knock echoed from the door. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 7 in the morning. It was likely someone from downstairs. Hey, darling, I'm here for breakfast. Upon hearing that cheeky voice, Qian Zhilong shook his head in resignation and opened the door. Standing before him was a strikingly attractive woman clad in a red and black outfit, Lady Deadpool. Upon seeing the door open, she enveloped Qian Zhilong in a warm embrace. Did you miss me, darling? As she leaned in for a kiss, Qian Zhilong quickly pushed her face away with his hand. What do you want to eat today? Just tell me. Both Lady Deadpool and Spider-Man shared the same penchant for breakfast visits at this hour. However, unlike Spider-Man, Lady Deadpool was far less predictable. usually gracing him with her presence only once or twice a week. Releasing her hold on Qian Zhilong, she declared, "Today, I crave guabao ro." The moment she uttered those 3 words, it struck him as peculiar. Yet considering that Spider-Man had just indulged in jianbing guozi, it was not entirely outside the realm of acceptability. "All right, come in and make yourself comfortable." Once inside, Lady Deadpool surveyed her surroundings and inhaled the air. "Spider-Man has been here. He just left," Qian Zhilong replied, gesturing toward the open window. The female Deadpool gazed at the open window, playfully mimicking Spider-Man's signature web-slinging gesture, before plopping down onto the sofa, gracefully crossing her elongated legs atop the coffee table. She then seized a nearby game controller, immersing herself in the unfinished game that Spider-Man had left behind. Qian Zhilong could only shake his head in resignation at this scene, unable to utter a word, for he was merely an ordinary individual, and he could not afford to offend either of the two in his presence. The as she played, the female Deadpool's chatter was incessant, oscillating between munching on snacks and engaging in casual conversation, pouring forth all her thoughts, both those she wished to express, and those she did not. On to Qian Zhilong, he had long since grown accustomed to her exuberant demeanor. Chapter 2. Distinctive Superheroes and Supervillains. Darling, do you have time to accompany me tonight? Let us go out and revel together. Faced with the invitation from the female Deadpool, Qian Zhilong could only shake his head in resignation. "Going out with you might lead to my untimely demise. Unlike you, I lack regenerative abilities. It is far safer for me to remain at home." This was indeed a fact. The female Deadpool was no ordinary individual. Ever since he became her neighbor, she had encountered assassination attempts or vengeful adversaries over 100 times in merely 2 months, averaging more than 50 incidents each month. Venturing out with her was akin to courting death. Moreover, the female Deadpool was even more unhinged than her male counterpart. Once embroiled in battle, she showed little regard for those around her, making it more likely that he would succumb to her chaos rather than her foes. "Sweetheart, don't be so heartless. How about you come over to my place tonight? I've prepared your favorite guabao ro, and there's also the spicy chicken you adore." This topic could not be allowed to continue, so Qian Zhilong promptly raised his voice to intervene. He held no interest in the tumultuous personal lives of superheroes or supervillains. Whether they be virtuous heroines or nefarious villains, their lives were far too chaotic to be articulated in words. Nevertheless, the female Deadpool before him did not exhibit such proclivities. Yet Qian Zhilong wished to maintain a respectful distance. Sometimes, as friendships evolve, crossing certain boundaries could lead to complications that transcended mere camaraderie. As delectable dishes were placed upon the table, the female Deadpool discarded her controller and performed a front flip, landing directly at the dining table. Eagerly reaching for the guabao ro, Qian Zhilong, with a sigh, handed her a fork. "Remember, when dining at my place, utensils are a must." The female Deadpool accepted the fork but set it aside, revealing the lower half of her face as she devoured the guabao ro in one bite, slumping back in her chair with an expression of sheer delight. "Sweetheart, your culinary skills are exceptional." Qian Zhilong chuckled softly, pouring himself a cup of sweetened hot milk as he sat opposite her. "Who troubled you last night? Or whom did you offend this time?" "It was the Joker's gang. I deal with them on sight, so retaliation is to be expected." Upon hearing it was the Joker's associates, Qian Zhilong felt unsurprised. The building in which he resided was under the protection of Iron Man, and in this vicinity, only the Joker's gang was unafraid of his presence. Although the Joker never frequented this area, he had an inexplicable fondness for it, the reasons for which remained a mystery to Qian Zhilong. The world was indeed chaotic, with many elements diverging from the narratives depicted in comic books, films, and television shows. Thus, Qian Zhilong could not rely on his preconceived notions of the Joker to gauge the reality of this world's version. The Joker here was understated yet utterly deranged. His low profile was due to his penchant for orchestrating grand schemes without ever personally appearing, yet each endeavor he undertook was fraught with turmoil. One incident remained vividly etched in Qian Zhilong's memory, occurring shortly after he had crossed over and moved into this apartment. This apartment complex is under the vigilant security of Stark Industries, renowned for its unparalleled safety measures and protective features that surpass those of any other residence. The majority of its inhabitants are individuals of considerable repute, and my presence here is largely attributed to the influence of my parents in this world. On the very day I moved in, the Joker orchestrated a monumental act by utterly demolishing the Batcave, leaving Batman gravely injured. Had Superman not arrived in the nick of time, the Joker would have succeeded in eliminating Batman entirely. That night, the Joker donned Batman's attire and wreaked havoc throughout New York City, indiscriminately destroying everything in his path. Upon seeing the Joker's garb on the news, Qian Zhilong immediately recalled the chaotic counterpart from a parallel universe. Observing the actions of this world's Joker, he began to delve into an initial understanding of the superhero realm he had traversed into. discovering that the configurations here differed significantly from those he had previously encountered. Some distinctions were particularly pronounced, especially considering that this universe not only housed Superman and Batman but also an abundance of mutants. Interestingly, certain prominent mutants were engaged in unexpected professions. For instance, Professor X operated a fortune-telling parlor in Chinatown, where he adeptly provided readings in fluent Mandarin. Magneto had transformed into a social media sensation, captivating audiences with his mesmerizing steel-manipulating magic acts, amassing over 50 million followers online. Wolverine, akin to Magneto, was also a social media influencer, renowned in the fitness community for promoting protein powders, weight loss meals, and various supplements, leading a lavish lifestyle surrounded by countless admirers. As Qian Zhilong explored the realm of internet-famous heroes and villains, he encountered a plethora of characters, including Iron Man, who generously distributed cash in short videos, and the Hulk, competing fiercely with Wolverine in the fitness influencer arena. There was also the devoted husband, Jean Bing, preparing heartfelt breakfast for his wife and sending his son off to school, alongside Dr. Octopus, who educated the public on marine science from the depths of the ocean. These superheroes and villains engaged in pursuits that starkly contrasted with their identities. Of course, among those enamored with social media fame, there were also individuals intent on world domination and urban destruction. Soon enough, the female Deadpool devoured a plate of sweet and sour pork and spicy chicken, stretching with delight before blowing a kiss to Qian Zhilong and departing. After resolving the last troublesome matter, Qian Zhilong tidied up the dishes and reclined back on his bed. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the familiar sounds of gunfire, explosions, and vexatious shouts echoed outside. With an air of serenity, he donned an eye mask and earplugs, adjusting into a comfortable sleeping position, choosing to disregard the chaos. Such incidents of gunfights and brawls were commonplace in the streets, and he had encountered them numerous times. The culprits were invariably associated with either the Joker's gang, the Penguin's minions, or the Brotherhood of Mutants, none of whom were key figures he recognized, merely a cadre of underlings. Qian Zhilong felt no inclination to engage with them. Had they been true supervillains, he might have considered joining the fray for the excitement. However, my constitution is rather unique, and I seldom encounter those truly nefarious villains or witness grand-scale warfare. The sporadic gunfights that occur on the streets are merely a commonplace occurrence in this beautiful nation. They belong to a certain cultural milieu that requires no undue concern. I shall sleep when it is time to sleep and eat when it is time to eat. For my building is unlikely to be targeted. Even in the event of an attack, Stark Industries would provide ample protection. Chapter 3. Watching superhero live streams. By the time Qian Zhilong awoke, it was already dusk. After a brief refreshment, he settled onto the sofa, grasping the controller to continue his gaming. In a realm teeming with superheroes and supervillains, he found himself at a loss regarding what to do. Any venture bore its inherent risks. Although he seldom faced formidable villains, the minions under their command were a perilous presence. Eliminating them would invite retaliation from notorious adversaries, while refraining from such actions would leave him vulnerable to threats. Fortunately, since his arrival in this world, the original owner's parents had bequeathed him a considerable fortune, sufficient for his indulgence. "Hey, Qian, I'm here to tidy up," came a voice. "The cleaning supplies are in the bathroom. You know where they are." Without turning his head, Qian Zhilong entrusted the task entirely to Spider-Man. Clad in his costume, Spider-Man donned shoe covers and an apron, embarking on a meticulous cleaning of every corner of the room. Given Qian's own penchant for cleanliness, the space was not excessively dirty, save for the kitchen, which bore a few footprints left by the female Deadpool that morning. Utilizing his Spider-Man identity, the cleaning process was swift, in less than 20 minutes. The entire room had been thoroughly attended to. After returning all tools to their rightful places, Spider-Man sat beside Qian Zhilong. From a nearby drawer, Qian retrieved a $100 bill and handed it to Spider-Man. "This is your payment for today." Upon noticing an extra $50, Spider-Man immediately reached for his backpack. Yet, Qian, observing his movement, swiftly intervened. "That's your payment for 2 days." Spider-Man graciously accepted. "Thanks, Qian." After expressing his gratitude, he did not linger, departing through the window to take on his next job. Watching the industrious Spider-Man, Qian Zhilong felt he had struck a remarkable bargain by hiring a superhero for merely $50 to tidy his room. In a world inundated with superheroes and supervillains, survival necessitated a particular skill. Lacking such a talent, one could only resort to odd jobs to make ends meet. After playing a couple of games and finding them rather uninteresting, Qian Zhilong cast aside the controller and picked up his phone to peruse short videos. I recently browsed through a couple of short videos and found that the content produced by creators abroad lacks significance. In comparison to the short videos crafted by domestic creators prior to my arrival in this world, the disparity in quality is striking. However, the battle videos featuring superheroes and supervillains are quite entertaining, garnering substantial likes and followers. As I continued to scroll, I stumbled upon a live stream of Doctor Strange performing surgery. In this realm, Doctor Strange remains a renowned physician. Although he is known as Doctor Strange, he continues his noble work of saving lives, and due to his superhero status, many of his surgeries are offered free of charge, thereby contributing to philanthropic endeavors. Most notably, this version of Doctor Strange has not only mastered the Time Stone, but has also restored his once-disabled hands to a flawless state. After undergoing special training, his hands now surpass their condition prior to paralysis. After watching for a while, I sent a few GIFs in Doctor Strange's livestream before moving on. As I scrolled further, I soon encountered a live stream of the Hulk wreaking havoc on tanks and planes in an open field. The Hulk was indiscriminately smashing these objects. After venting his frustrations, he jumped in front of the camera, grabbed a canister of protein powder from one side and an energy drink from the other, mixed them together, and gulped it all down before roaring into the lens. Astonishingly, this live stream attracted 50,000 viewers. I found it difficult to engage with this fitness culture, and thus simply glanced at it before continuing my scroll. Further down, I came across a live stream featuring Kingpin as one of the notorious villains. Kingpin was surprisingly instructing viewers on how to prepare a nutritious and sumptuous dinner for their wives and children. To be honest, I found it rather unsettling to see this side of Kingpin. Nevertheless, I decided to offer him a token of appreciation, albeit a meager amount that would hardly register for someone of his wealth. Continuing my exploration, I encountered videos depicting battles between various superheroes and supervillains from other cities, detailing the destruction of buildings, arrests, and victories. Such short videos seem to proliferate daily. Even after 4 months in this new reality, I still feel as though I am dreaming. Scrolling further, I discovered Aquaman's live stream, which proved to be quite amusing. In this world, Atlantis has become a renowned tourist destination, and Aquaman, as its ruler, not only serves as king but also as a tour guide, frequently narrating the history of Atlantis and introducing its culinary delights. The idea of visiting Atlantis has long intrigued me. It was unattainable in my previous world, but here, the opportunity exists. However, securing a ticket to Atlantis is exceedingly difficult. Even with a luxury package, I would need to wait 2 years in line for a chance to visit. The luxurious package had cost Qian Zhilong over $5 million. If this sum had been available prior to his journey through time, it would have represented a substantial fortune. However, for his current self, it was merely a trifling amount. As he scrolled further down, he encountered a live broadcast featuring the Flash, who was competing with Quicksilver to fulfill the conditions set forth by a fortunate fan, each vying to see who would accomplish it first. Continuing his exploration, he stumbled upon several female superheroes, including Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman. Among them, Captain Marvel's live stream attracted the largest audience, typically boasting hundreds of thousands of viewers, as it offered a journey through the cosmos, showcasing various alien races. The means by which Captain Marvel conducted her broadcasts remained a mystery. Qian Zhilong was astonished to discover that in this world, numerous superheroes were generating income through live streaming, a phenomenon that was quite extraordinary. Frankly speaking, among all the streams, he found Captain Marvel's to be the most captivating, as it presented an abundance of bizarre and wondrous sights. Chapter 4. Symbiosis. After scrolling through short videos for a while and finding them rather uninteresting, Qian Zhilong ultimately settled on a stream where Poison Ivy was discussing plants. In this world, the existence of superheroes meant that many relatively weaker villains were compelled to rely on live streaming for their livelihood, as they stood no chance against these formidable heroes. They could be effortlessly subdued before they even had a chance to engage. Poison Ivy served as a prime example of this phenomenon. Were her powers even slightly greater, she would not find herself resorting to selling plants for survival. Nevertheless, the flora she offered was quite impressive, having been genetically enhanced by her to exhibit superior resilience and adaptability. Qian Zhilong purchased some seeds from Poison Ivy, which, once planted, required merely watering without the need for fertilizers, thus alleviating considerable hassle. To his surprise, although he acquired these seeds from Poison Ivy, the collaborating entity was Stark Industries. In this world, Stark Industries had a vast reach, encompassing every conceivable industry, leaving no sector untouched by its influence. However, the primary focus of Stark Industries remained technological products, with other sectors being secondary. The following morning, Qian Zhilong enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. The tranquility of the morning was remarkable, devoid of disturbances from Spider-Man or the female Deadpool, rendering the entire morning exceedingly serene. He awoke near noon, feeling utterly refreshed. What was happening today? Why had neither of those two shown up? Generally speaking, it was understandable if others were absent, but Spider-Man was known for his almost daily morning visits. And even if he did not come, he would usually inform Qian Zhilong in advance. Yet today, there was no sign of either. Realizing something was amiss, Qian Zhilong swiftly grabbed his phone to check the news. Soon, he found that reports regarding the Texas superhero battle against aliens dominated the top 10 trending topics. Upon opening a particular post, One could discern the silhouettes of Spider-Man and Superman, while further down, Iron Man and Batman could also be seen. The preceding posts merely showcased various superheroes striking poses, devoid of any practical value. It was not until the sixth trending topic that an extraterrestrial being was revealed. From its appearance, Qian Zhilong immediately recognized it as a symbiote. However, most of these symbiotes were unfamiliar to him, unlike the ones he knew. As he continued scrolling, he finally encountered a familiar symbiote, Venom, at the last trending entry. Venom's depiction starkly contrasted with that of the other symbiotes, while they were engaged in combat with superheroes. Venom occupied a small corner, not in battle but retreating. This was, however, quite reasonable, for Venom, being a symbiote, possessed relatively lesser abilities compared to the others. Moreover, as Venom had only just arrived on Earth, he was in his most primitive form, indicating a lack of remarkable powers. Faced with such formidable superheroes, Venom's choice to flee was entirely justifiable. Nonetheless, Qian Zhilong realized that this had little bearing on him, as his unique physical constitution rendered him unlikely to encounter such entities. Now free from the disturbances brought by the two, he could indulge in culinary creations of his own desire. Before his transference, Qian Zhilong had been the head chef at a hotel, with a passion for developing new dishes. In addition to innovating culinary delights, he also devoted time to researching traditional snacks and regional specialties, making him a master of various local cuisines. Initially upon his arrival, he could still prepare meals he relished, particularly since he found Western cuisine somewhat challenging to adapt to. After meeting Spider-Man, his breakfast routine became fixed, consisting of either hand-grabbed pancakes or jianbingguzi. Once he befriended the female Deadpool, his culinary creations leaned towards the flavors of sweet, sour, and spicy. Today, unencumbered by the two, and with an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator, Qian Zhilong decided to prepare a tomato-braised beef brisket. As he immersed himself in the joy of cooking, a dark entity stealthily crept through the window and hid in the corner. Oblivious to this intrusion, Qian Zhilong was fully absorbed in the culinary process. After placing the beef brisket on the stove to simmer, he settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, where news reports began to unfold about various superheroes battling unknown creatures. Observing the symbiotes being overwhelmed by Superman, Qian Zhilong couldn't help but shake his head. These symbiotes were courting disaster by challenging Superman, who was none other than the great Superman, a deity of Earth. Furthermore, this Superman had undergone multiple enhancements. Even kryptonite could barely inflict fatal harm on him, serving merely to delay the inevitable. It was a pity that these symbiotes, upon their arrival on Earth, were destined to be vanquished, leaving one to wonder about the fate of the fleeing Venom. In the shadowy recesses, Venom, upon hearing someone utter his name, immediately reacted. This acknowledgement signified a profound compatibility with the individual before him, stirring a sense of excitement within Venom. However, he refrained from making any hasty moves, instead lurking in the corner, seeking the opportune moment to act. Having arrived on Earth, Venom's intent was straightforward, to find a host with whom he could resonate. Ideally one possessing considerable strength, thereby enhancing his own powers. A mere ordinary human would contribute nothing to his growth. Due to the superhero battles, the news only showcased the most sensational highlights, making it difficult to access the full narratives. The news was rather dull, lacking the thrill of a movie. At least films depicted the entire confrontation between superheroes and supervillains, offering a more exhilarating experience. Venom had anticipated that arriving in this world would allow him to experience the excitement of watching such battles firsthand, but reality proved to be less enchanting than he envisioned. Feeling bored by the subsequent summaries, Qian Zhilong switched off the television and ventured into the kitchen. At that moment, the beef brisket in the pressure cooker was perfectly tender. Releasing the steam, he removed the lid, and the enticing aroma of tomato-braised beef wafted towards him, igniting a ravenous appetite. He transferred the braised beef into a clay pot for further simmering, then served himself a bowl of rice, placing the pot on the dining table to savor a spoonful of the soup. Delicious. Chapter 5. Venom's culinary craving. The aroma of the tomato-braised beef was utterly irresistible, inciting a primal hunger within the lurking Venom. Particularly captivated by Qian Zhilong's expression of sheer enjoyment, Venom could no longer suppress his voracious appetite. Unable to withstand the tantalizing scent any longer, he sprang forth from his hiding place, landing on the table, startled by the sudden appearance of the black viscous substance. Qian Zhilong exclaimed, "What the hell? You nearly scared me to death." However, upon recognizing the entity before him as the symbiote Venom, he fell silent. Among all symbiotes, Venom's distinctive black hue made his identity unmistakable. Initially, Qian Zhilong thought that Venom's sudden emergence spelled his doom, yet the symbiote did not launch an attack. Instead, he fixated on the pot of tomato-braised beef. This unexpected action left Qian Zhilong momentarily bewildered. Having seen numerous comics, movies, and various spin-offs, he had never encountered the notion that Venom had a penchant for tomato-braised beef. However, Upon reflection, it made a certain sense, after all. No one in those adaptations had ever suggested preparing Chinese cuisine for Venom. If he were to be served a delightful Chinese meal and develop a taste for it, perhaps he would not need to consume humans daily, only doing so when necessary, thus alleviating a considerable burden. Venom extended its tendrils, tentatively seeking to savor the tomato-braised beef. However, the dish, fresh from the pot, retained a considerable heat, which posed a perilous threat to Venom, a symbiote particularly vulnerable to elevated temperatures. Even though the dish's heat was not excessively high, it remained something Venom abhorred. Recognizing Venom's lack of aggression, Qian Zhilong understood that escape was futile. In his ordinary human form, any attempt to flee would provoke an immediate attack from the symbiote. If they were symbiotically linked, it might be manageable. But without such a bond, his demise was inevitable. Seeking aid from Spider-Man or Deadpool seemed unrealistic, as both were currently preoccupied with battling other symbiotes. How Venom had arrived here was a mystery, possibly influenced by the whims of fate or some narrative force, allowing an inconspicuous bystander like him to encounter the genuine Venom. Yet, contemplating the prospect of a genuine symbiotic bond with Venom filled him with excitement. While Venom was influenced by the psyche of its host, Qian Zhilong believed that, with his abilities, even if Venom was not inherently virtuous, it would not descend into malevolence either. Do you wish to taste this? If so, I can attempt to lower its temperature, making it easier for you to enjoy, he suggested. Upon uttering these words, Venom's exploratory tendril responded, albeit silently. Given that it presently existed as a mass of liquid, devoid of any facial expression. However, its retraction seemed to indicate an acceptance of his proposal. I shall serve some for you, and after cooling it down, you may indulge. Noticing that Venom remained still for quite some time, Qian Zhilong cautiously approached. Retrieving a clean bowl to ladle some of the dish, he then fetched ice from the refrigerator, pouring it into a large basin before placing the bowl of tomato-braised beef within, hastening its cooling process. As Qian Zhilong worked on lowering the temperature, Venom leaped silently beside him, startling him momentarily. Just a moment longer. Once it cools down, you will be able to eat, he reassured, adding, it should not be too cold, as an overly low temperature would alter its flavor entirely. To truly appreciate the dish, the temperature should not dip too low. Qian Zhilong endeavored to articulate his thoughts clearly, hoping the liquid entity would grasp his meaning. Observing Venom's continued presence indicated a lack of dissent. While cooling the dish, he also stirred the tomato-braised beef with chopsticks, hastening its descent in temperature, as he was uncertain of Venom's patience. If it grew impatient, an attack would be inevitable, rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, the ice cubes were effective in cooling the dish rapidly. Once he deemed the temperature appropriate, Qian Zhilong dipped a spoonful of broth and tasted it. The temperature of the entire bowl now ranged between 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, a level he hoped would be acceptable to Venom. How is the temperature now? If it's still not suitable, I can lower it further, Qian Zhilong remarked as he placed the bowl of tomato-braised beef before Venom. Venom extended its tendrils once more, this time, due to the significantly lowered temperature. Its appendages plunged directly into the bowl, swiftly absorbing the entire dish. Upon consuming the bowl of tomato-braised beef, Venom's form erupted like a firework, unfurling countless tendrils in a momentary display, though they soon returned to their original state. Fortunately, the extent of this expansion was not vast, and Qian Zhilong remained unscathed. Observing Venom's reaction, he found himself uncertain whether it signified pleasure or displeasure. Venom extended two tendrils, one pointing towards the pot of tomato-braised beef on the table, and the other towards the empty bowl. Understanding Venom's intent immediately, Qian Zhilong responded, "All right, I shall prepare more for you." He proceeded to lower the temperature of the remaining dish, and with each adjustment, Venom eagerly devoured the contents until the entire pot was consumed. Satiated, Venom retreated to the shadows once more. Noticing Venom's reluctance to move, Qian Zhilong surmised that it likely wished to stay and continue feasting. He realized that forcing it away might provoke an attack, and he deemed it wiser to observe rather than confront the unknown danger. After all, Spider-Man was likely to arrive the next day, and with his spider sense, Venom would undoubtedly be detected. Being discovered by Spider-Man would yield a significantly different outcome than revealing himself, and Qian Zhilong preferred not to take that risk. Having finished his bowl of rice, Qian Zhilong refrained from sleeping, opting instead to sit on the sofa and engage in video games. Unsure whether Venom might attack him, he opened an array of snacks beside him, ensuring he remained alert. Should Venom choose to strike, at least he would have a chance to escape, rather than lying in bed awaiting his fate. Chapter 6. Venom is a cat soon. Qian Zhilong recalled certain characteristics associated with Venom, pondering whether this incarnation adhered to those traits. Logically, without a host, Venom could consume food but lacked the ability to digest it, implying that the bowl of tomato-braised beef would soon be regurgitated. The mere thought of such an eventuality prompted him to glance towards the corner, hoping to avert that scenario, as cleaning up after such an occurrence would be exceedingly troublesome. Upon relocating to this new residence, Qian Zhilong had ensured that all carpets were removed, opting instead for tiled flooring. The decision to use tiles stemmed from the tendency of foreigners to enter with their shoes on. For convenience and maintenance, he selected tiles, making cleanup significantly easier. The most significant point is that those who come to my home are superheroes, and as an ordinary person, it is impossible for me to lecture them. Rather than provoke their wrath, it is better to find ways to transform myself. For lecturing superheroes is akin to courting death. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of snacks once again captured Venom's attention, prompting him to spring forth from his corner. This time, Su Tian clearly observed that Venom had taken on the form of a creature reminiscent of a feline. However, this appearance was short-lived, as Venom swiftly reverted to his original gooey state, voraciously consuming every packet of snacks with his tendrils. These treats had been purchased by Qian Zhilong at a Chinese supermarket, and although they were not inexpensive, such expenses were trivial for him at present. The monthly interest accumulated in his bank account afforded him the luxury of unlimited purchases of domestic snacks. In fact, Qian Zhilong had previously attempted to sample some foreign snacks, yet the majority of their flavors were utterly unpalatable to him. Ultimately, he returned to the Chinese supermarket to acquire snacks produced in his homeland, which provided a modicum of comfort to his wandering heart. After traversing into this world, Qian Zhilong had contemplated returning to his homeland by airplane or ship, yet he lacked the means to do so. Being in a realm dominated by superheroes, his own country imposed numerous restrictions on him as a foreigner. Not only were there limitations from his homeland, but even the Americans imposed various constraints on the entry and exit of ordinary citizens. Consequently, he found himself resigned to remain in this unfamiliar land. As Qian Zhilong was lost in thought, he observed that Venom truly possessed an insatiable appetite. Within 2 minutes, he had devoured over 30 packets of snacks, and it was evident that he was not yet satisfied, as he repeatedly gestured toward a packet of spicy strips. Understanding Venom's intention, Qian Zhilong replied, "Don't worry, I shall fetch you some spicy morsels and a selection of nuts." With that, he set aside his game controller and ventured to his snack stash, returning with a large assortment of treats and presenting them before Venom. "Choose whatever you desire." The assortment Qian Zhilong tossed was eclectic, encompassing nearly all varieties of snacks from his homeland. Venom wasted no time. Upon receiving the snacks, he eagerly tore into them, voraciously consuming them while discarding the wrappers of those he disliked to the side, delicately setting aside the ones he favored. Through Venom's actions, Qian Zhilong could discern his preferences. In this world, Venom favored spicy, sweet, and nutty snacks, with chocolate being his ultimate delight. As Venom continued to indulge, his rate of consumption gradually slowed, and his movements began to languish. Noticing this change, Qian Zhilong surmised that Venom had reached satiety. As Venom finished his feast, the puddle of goo transformed into a sleek black cat. The sight of this feline led Qian Zhilong to deduce that Venom's ability to digest food was reliant upon this very black cat. The black cat before him lay soundly asleep, and Qian Zhilong lacked the courage to disturb its rest. Who could predict whether the symbiote would suddenly erupt and engulf him? That would indeed pose a significant predicament. With a constant threat looming nearby, Qian Zhilong dared not take a moment to rest, resorting instead to playing games. Though such an endeavor seemed rather superfluous, if the symbiote truly decided to strike, his abilities as an ordinary person offered no means of resistance. Even fleeing would be futile. Having contemplated this, Qian Zhilong resolved to cast aside his game controller and recline upon his bed, choosing not to prolong his encounter with the symbiote. Initially, as he lay there, a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind, but as fatigue overwhelmed him, he dismissed his worries. Upon awakening, the sun shone brightly, and the anticipated attack from the symbiote had not materialized. It seemed indifferent to his presence. Just as Qian Zhilong believed, he had narrowly escaped danger. The black cat leaped onto his bed, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Get off my bed, you filthy creature." Upon hearing this, the cat paused momentarily but soon understood his sentiment, promptly jumping down and making its way to the bathroom. Intrigued by the cat's intentions, Qian Zhilong followed closely behind. Witnessing the feline hop into the bathtub, to his astonishment, he realized the symbiote was aware of the necessity of bathing. "If you wish to wash, allow me to assist you," he declared, turning on the shower. The black cat obediently positioned itself beneath the water, which cascaded down upon it, revealing a stream of dark liquid flowing from its body. This substance was not the symbiote's venom. Rather, it was simply the result of the cat's uncleanliness. Lacking pet-specific shampoo, Qian Zhilong utilized his regular body wash to give the cat a thorough cleansing, continuing until the water ran clear, at which point he nodded in satisfaction. "Now, that is much better." He then lifted the black cat from the tub and retrieved his hairdryer, preparing to dry its fur. As he dried the cat, Qian Zhilong felt a peculiar sensation coursing through him with each stroke, though he understood this reaction stemmed not from the cat itself, but from the symbiote residing within it. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, considering it a positive sign. At the very least, the symbiote bore him no ill will. Chapter 7. The question of coexistence. As Qian Zhilong emerged from the bathroom with the cat in his arms, he noticed the feline's fur bristling with alarm. Observing its reaction, he turned his gaze to the sofa and, indeed, spotted Spider-Man engrossed in a game. "Hey, Qian, I'm here for breakfast," Spider-Man announced. His costume bore signs of wear. Yet it was evident he had tended to it. The damage appeared to be from battles yet to be mended. Qian Zhilong gently set the cat down. "Considering the hardships you've endured, today I shall treat you to some extra egg and sausage. Qian, you are truly a splendid friend." Due to Venom sensing the imminent threat posed by Spider-Man, he refrained from approaching. However, it astonished Qian Zhilong that Spider-Man's spider sense failed to detect Venom's danger. According to the narrative's premise, Spider-Man's spider sense is remarkably acute. Even the slightest hint of potential peril would trigger a response. Yet, at this moment, Spider-Man exhibited no reaction whatsoever and merely cast a cursory glance at Black Cat, oblivious to any looming danger. It is also conceivable that Spider-Man was indeed aware of Venom's presence but chose to remain unresponsive for the sake of caution. Nonetheless, based on Qian Zhilong's understanding of this world as Spider-Man, he is not one to dither. In this realm, Spider-Man adheres to no principle of non-lethality. Any adversary confirmed to be guilty is swiftly eradicated without the notion of mercy. Consequently, Qian Zhilong harbors a modicum of apprehension towards this version of Spider-Man. In line with the original tale's framework, offending this Spider-Man would typically bear little consequence. However, circumstances here differ, compelling Qian Zhilong to fulfill the other's request as best as he can. Fortunately, this Spider-Man has neither succumbed to darkness nor been possessed by Venom. As long as one is not a criminal, he refrains from striking. Sensing the danger posed by Spider-Man, Venom retreated into another room and did not emerge. Spider-Man remained engrossed in his game until Qian Zhilong completed preparing the pancakes, at which point he set the controller aside and sat down at the dining table to eat. "Qian, when did you acquire a cat?" Qian Zhilong glanced toward the room where Venom had fled. "I stumbled upon it unintentionally, as I live alone and felt rather bored. I decided to adopt it. Did you sense something amiss?" Spider-Man surveyed the room. "Nothing appears out of the ordinary. If this cat were indeed peculiar, my spider sense would have detected it immediately. By the way, how did the battle unfold?" Qian Zhilong broached this topic to divert Spider-Man's focus away from Venom. "Those unidentified extraterrestrial entities have been successfully apprehended and are currently detained for research. However, I must admit, this is the first time I have encountered such formidable creatures. They can parasitize humans, merging with them entirely. Fortunately, we discovered them in time, preventing them from infiltrating the populace. Had they mingled with the crowd, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, Iron Man identified their critical weakness and utilized sound waves to vanquish them, leading to their capture." Qian Zhilong was somewhat taken aback by Spider-Man's revelation, astonished that Iron Man had swiftly discerned the vulnerabilities of these symbiotes. Logically, such newly emerged supervillains would easily overpower superheroes, who would subsequently learn from their failures to identify the adversary's weaknesses and ultimately turn the tide in their favor. However, reality is ultimately not akin to a film. Once weaknesses are discerned, an immediate and decisive attack will ensue to subdue the opponent, which is in line with the ethos of superheroes. After savoring his pancake, Spider-Man proceeded towards the bathroom. Observing this, Qian Zhilong waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to clean today. You've just returned from a fierce battle. Take the time to rest well before coming back." At that moment, Spider-Man also felt a degree of fatigue, as engaging a formidable adversary is undoubtedly exhausting. "Then I shall take my leave," Spider-Man declared, leaping gracefully onto the windowsill. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." As he watched Spider-Man's receding figure, Qian Zhilong turned his attention to the room where Venom had concealed himself. "He has departed. You may come out now," he announced. With that, Black Cat emerged from the room. "Do you know him?" A deep voice emanated from Black Cat, and upon hearing it, Qian Zhilong recognized it as Venom's voice. "Of course, we are friends." Venom, controlling Black Cat, leapt onto the balcony, perching himself beside Qian Zhilong. "Since you are friends with him, why did you not disclose my presence? Given that you have not harmed me, and I sense no malice from you, I saw no need to inform him of your existence." In truth, Qian Zhilong harbored his own selfish motives. Existing as an ordinary person in a world brimming with superheroes would be exceedingly dull. With the emergence of this opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away, even if it involved a degree of risk. "Do you wish to merge with me? Through our fusion, you shall gain immense power, liberating you from the fears of injury or death. As long as I exist, you shall attain immortality." Qian Zhilong understood that much of what Venom claimed held a semblance of truth, though the notion of immortality seemed absent from the established lore. Isn't immortality a bit of an exaggeration? I do not exaggerate. The path to immortality is quite straightforward. By utilizing my ability to consume younger lives, I can transfer their vitality to you, thereby preserving your youth indefinitely. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong realized that this interpretation of Venom diverged significantly from his prior understanding. Is it possible that Venom in this world is not what I thought? Allow me to ponder this further. We shall reconvene after some time. Very well, I shall grant you time for contemplation. However, should you choose not to decide, I will seek another host, as this cat's body cannot endure for long. Qian Zhilong was acutely aware of this fact. After all, a symbiote has specific requirements for its host. A compatible match is essential for enduring coexistence. Otherwise, while parasitism is feasible, it cannot persist. The fact that Venom has managed to endure within this cat for such an extended period indicates a certain level of symbiotic relationship. Or else the cat would have perished long ago. The notion that this cat is nearing its limit likely correlates with Venom's own physical condition. After all, such a hefty mass confined within such a diminutive frame inevitably places a tremendous burden on the feline. When this weight becomes unbearable, the cat will naturally meet its demise. Chapter 8. The other side of Venom, what would you like to eat? Inquiring thus, Qian Zhilong instinctively caressed the head of the black cat. He had anticipated that Venom might express discontent. However, perhaps due to the symbiotic bond, the entity residing within the cat seemed to relish the sensation, even appearing to enjoy it. I too desire those rolled delicacies from earlier. They appeared quite delectable. While savoring Qian Zhilong's affectionate strokes, Venom voiced its culinary wish. Amused by this request, Qian Zhilong found it surprising that this alien entity had a penchant for jianbingguzi. All right, your request is not excessive. I can accommodate you. Understanding Venom's appetite well, Qian Zhilong prepared 10 jianbingguzi and placed them before the creature. Venom, unceremoniously, transformed into its cat form, opening its vast maw to consume half of the offerings in a single gulp, visibly reveling in the experience. In no time, the 10 jianbingguzi were devoured in mere bites. Now I comprehend why that accursed spider relished these. They truly are delightful. As Qian Zhilong tidied the plates, he remarked, I'm glad you enjoy it. In truth, there exists a multitude of delicious dishes. Just express your desires, and I shall procure them for you, though those dishes do not include human heads. Venom reverted to its original feline form, licking its paw. How did you know I fancied human heads? I find nothing peculiar in that, for I am not of this world. Qian Zhilong had no intention of concealing this truth. If he truly chose to coexist with Venom, the entity would undoubtedly be privy to his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Venom halted its grooming. Could it be that you two are an extraterrestrial? Qian Zhilong chuckled wryly. Do you believe I am an alien? If I truly were, could I lead such a life? Some matters require no extensive explanation. However, I am quite aware of your capabilities. Once we establish our symbiosis, certain secrets will naturally be unveiled to you. Venom offered no response, recognizing the validity of Qian Zhilong's words. Feeling somewhat bored in the afternoon, Qian Zhilong decided to take a stroll, leaving Venom safely at home, as it was prudent for such a symbiotic entity to remain within familiar confines. Just a few steps onto the street, he heard gunfire in the distance. Realizing the danger, he promptly ducked into a nearby store. Moments later, a modified sports car belonging to the clown gang sped past, closely followed by several police vehicles. The surrounding populace exhibited little reaction. Such occurrences were commonplace. Despite this area being under the jurisdiction of Stark Industries, the clown gang infiltrated every corner. Shortly after the police cars passed, a heavily armored vehicle, entirely black and unmistakably the Batmobile, followed suit. However, the individual seated in the vehicle is most likely not Batman, but rather Robin. This is because Batman seldom operates during daylight hours. It is Robin who assumes the responsibility of ensuring safety during the day. Yet, this world's Robin is significantly more formidable than the Robin depicted in the original tales. Not only is he a special forces operative, but he has also undergone enhancements akin to those of Captain America, albeit without attaining the same level of strength. Remarkably, this version of Robin, relying solely on his inherent abilities rather than high-tech equipment, surpasses even Batman when clad in his full array of gear. The primary reason this exceptionally strong Robin chooses to accompany Batman is his unwavering admiration for him, which has led to the current circumstances. Robin oversees the safety of the city by day, while Batman is tasked with safeguarding it by night. Once these individuals depart, everything around them returns to its previous state. People resume their daily activities, untouched by the sudden interruption. Qian Zhilong also ventured to a nearby shopping mall to procure necessary items. Recently, he had been accompanied by Venom, whose appetite required him to prepare more sustenance than usual. After selecting 6 shopping carts filled with goods, he contacted the apartment shopping staff to arrange for the items to be delivered directly. Qian Zhilong intended to visit the nearby Huain supermarket for another round of shopping, as the offerings there were truly what he needed. Old Wang, do you have any marinated products today? Qian Zhilong inquired upon entering. A middle-aged man rose from behind the counter. Today, I happen to have marinated pig's head and trotters, but there isn't much. Whatever little you have, I'll take it all. Qian Zhilong replied. Old Wang, taken aback, asked, are you expecting guests today? Why the sudden bulk purchase? Qian Zhilong waved his hand dismissively. No one is coming. I simply wish to relax at home without venturing out, so I thought it wise to stock up. Do you have crispy roast duck? We do. Just freshly made, for in total. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Zhilong requested, please give me 3, no need to slice them. I'll gnaw on them as they are. At that moment, the proprietress descended from upstairs. Xiaolong, is that you? Qian Zhilong smiled and nodded. Boss lady, didn't you prepare any delicious stir-fried dishes today? The proprietress also runs a Chinese restaurant across the street, renowned for her exceptional Sichuan cuisine, which is quite delectable. I made some northeastern dishes today. If you wish to try, I can package some for you. Qian Zhilong gestured politely. No need for that. I recently cooked myself. Just let me know when you make mapo tofu next time. After collecting his packaged items and settling the bill, Qian Zhilong returned to his residence. Meanwhile, the purchases from the supermarket had already been delivered home, and Venom had opened several food items, leaving little behind. Qian Zhilong did not comment on Venom's actions and placed the roast duck and marinated products aside. Give this flavor a try, he urged. Venom, lying on the floor and feeling somewhat stuffed, replied, I don't want to eat anything right now. I'll wait until this settles. To be candid, encountering Venom in such a manner is indeed quite rare. After all, in both comics and films, Venom does not exhibit such behavior. Witnessing this scene is genuinely novel. What are your intentions regarding your kind? Will you rescue them or disregard their plight? Upon hearing this query from Qian Zhilong, Venom immediately sat up. They are of no concern to me. I have no desire to intervene. Let them fend for themselves. Realizing Venom's response, Qian Zhilong recognized that this being seems to lack emotional depth, perceiving its kind merely as counterparts without any additional sentiment. Chapter 9. Batman and the Joker, do you think I am particularly heartless? Faced with Venom's sudden inquiry, Qian Zhilong was momentarily taken aback. In truth, I am not surprised by your demeanor. Much like the interactions among humans, we lack significant empathetic abilities towards those not of our own kind. For instance, as an individual of Asian descent surrounded by Caucasians, aside from those with whom I share a bond, I am indifferent to the lives and deaths of other white individuals. Moreover, given the racial discrimination I face as an Asian, I harbor no fondness for them, and their existence is of little consequence to me. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's bluntness, Venom leapt onto the table. It appears we share a similar disposition. Qian Zhilong reached out to stroke Venom's head. Perhaps so. We are likely quite alike. That evening, Qian Zhilong deliberately prepared an abundance of food, anticipating that Lady Deadpool might come knocking. Several days had passed, and given her character, her first action upon returning would undoubtedly be to seek him out. However, as midnight approached, Lady Deadpool had yet to appear, and Venom had devoured all the remaining food. Can you really digest all that food in a day? Venom licked its feline paw. In truth, my consumption is not merely for sustenance, but to sustain this body. As I previously mentioned, this form is on the verge of collapse. To prolong the existence of this cat, I must exert considerable effort to repair this body. In the process of restoration, I expend energy, which must be replenished through food. Thus, I must consume a substantial amount to meet my own needs and to restore the energy expended in maintaining this form. If you were to choose to coexist with me now, I would not face such complications. Qian Zhilong hesitated. Let me contemplate this further. I shall refrain from making such a choice unless absolutely necessary. Venom gazed at Qian Zhilong. Do you not wish to experience the thrill of scaling walls? Do you not desire the formidable strength that accompanies transformation? Should you choose to merge with me now, such powers would be effortlessly yours. Beyond these abilities, I can cure all your ailments, restoring you to your optimal health. So, what say you? Will you consider merging with me? To speak candidly, the descriptions provided by Venom stirred a sense of intrigue within Qian Zhilong. After all, the abilities of Venom would allow him to effortlessly attain such power. As a well-known supervillain, despite being a mere character in a narrative, the prospect of an ordinary individual like himself possessing these capabilities was already quite remarkable. If these abilities were all that he had to offer, it would hardly captivate my interest. What I truly seek is something that dazzles and captivates me. Perhaps then I would consider merging with you in the next moment. Qian Zhilong was eager to discern whether Venom possessed additional abilities, for if so, it would be exceedingly fascinating. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, Venom instantly perked up and assumed a battle stance. Its tail transformed into a long whip adorned with sharp blades. The feline claws enlarged into lethal talons, and a row of spines erupted from its back, while its teeth became sharper and more menacing. What do you think? Does this state entice you? Venom continued, moreover, my body can manifest various weapons. However, the items I can conjure are limited by your imagination. The weapons can take on countless forms, and even my appearance can be altered according to your desires. Witnessing these transformations, Qian Zhilong realized that this version of Venom was entirely different from the one depicted in comics and films. This Venom was evidently not just a mere symbiote. Rather than a simple entity, it resembled a chaotic force of dark energy. Having enjoyed the character of Riot in the Venom film, Qian Zhilong found it to be remarkably formidable compared to Venom. Particularly, Riot's techniques were exceedingly impressive, especially the ability to plunge its hands into the ground and summon spikes in all directions or in specified directions. This capability alone was something Qian Zhilong found irresistible due to its large-scale assault potential. Just as Qian Zhilong felt himself becoming intrigued, a dark object suddenly flew past him, embedding itself into the adjacent wall. Venom, startled by this unexpected attack, quickly reverted to its previous form. Understanding the need to avoid complicating matters for the person it had chosen, Venom transformed back into a cat and hid beneath the table. Observing Venom's actions, Qian Zhilong could not help but furrow his brow. "You are a symbiote. Must you be so timid?" Venom poked its head out. "I am merely protecting you. Confirm who the intruder is first." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong stepped forward and immediately recognized the object as a batarang used by Batman. However, he was puzzled as to how Batman's throwing knife had found its way into his home. Peering out the window, he caught sight of a manic figure standing on the opposite building, laughing maniacally. "Batman, what can you do to me? I am still here, unharmed and standing before you." The raucous laughter and audacious proclamations, coupled with the unmistakable green hair, clearly indicated the presence of the Joker. As the Joker finally dares to confront Batman, it becomes evident that in this realm teeming with superheroes, attempting to contend with others poses a considerable challenge. Only Batman presents a relatively simpler target. "Joker, I am determined to return you to the asylum. You must pay for your transgressions." The proximity of the two buildings allows Qian Zhilong to overhear their exchange to some extent. Observing Batman's rhetoric, he shakes his head in resignation. This wretched fiend known as the Joker should simply be dealt with once and for all. Repeatedly consigning him to the asylum is a sheer waste of time. Venom leaps onto the windowsill, gazing at the opposing rooftop. "If you share such sentiments, by merging with me, you could enact your desires and swiftly eliminate this Joker you speak of. For an ordinary individual, my capabilities would suffice in a single bite. However, with someone like him, I find myself somewhat nauseated." Upon hearing Venom's remarks, Qian Zhilong's expression grows complex. Never mind. The Joker and Batman share a tumultuous bond of love and hatred, and it is unnecessary to intrude upon their dynamic. Chapter 10. A minor skirmish. You humans are indeed peculiar. If you detest each other so profoundly, why not simply eliminate your adversary? A swift act could resolve everything. Particularly regarding the Joker, it seems he relishes this relentless pursuit. Is there something amiss in his mind? Watching the Joker's retreating figure, Qian Zhilong chuckles softly. Perhaps you are right. If he were sane, he would not be called the Joker. The Joker in this world is excessively deranged, entirely divergent from the notions he had previously encountered and the established narratives. The Joker harbors an intense obsession with Batman. He does not wish to annihilate him, but rather to torment him eternally, aiming to become a haunting specter in Batman's psyche. However, regarding the Joker frequently being referred to as Batman's shadow, Zhilong is uncertain. It seems that in every confrontation, Batman refrains from killing him, merely confining him to the asylum. Whenever the Joker escapes and seeks vengeance, he never truly seeks Batman's demise, opting instead to subject him to a myriad of sufferings repeatedly. Qian Zhilong finds little interest in their battles. One is a madman, and the other, an ordinary man equipped with high-tech gadgets, rendering their conflicts rather unremarkable. Were Batman to be replaced by Superman, the excitement would undoubtedly amplify. Superman lacks Batman's indecisiveness. Should the Joker provoke him, his fate would be sealed. This world as Superman bears a resemblance to the character of the people from his homeland, but this characterization pertains solely to their decisiveness in matters of conflict, differing greatly in other respects. Had this Superman embodied the same traits as his compatriots, few would be capable of contending with him. While Qian Zhilong and Venom perch by the window, observing the spectacle below, a multitude of police cars congregates at the base of the building. Yet, the officers do not rush in. They defer to Batman to manage the situation. What a dull affair. It is far more entertaining to indulge in food. Qian Zhilong also believed that Venom was not wrong, so he closed the window and activated the soundproof mode, continuing to indulge in his game. However, he decided to keep the bat-shaped shuriken on the wall, as it was a genuine artifact from Batman, whether as a collectible or for sale to enthusiasts of superhero memorabilia. It held great value. Qian Zhilong distinctly remembered an auction that took place online 2 months after his arrival in this world. The centerpiece of that auction was the intimate garments of Wonder Woman, which astonishingly fetched a staggering price of $20 million. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that this was not the first instance of such occurrences. Numerous female superheroes and villains, especially those of striking appearance, had taken to auctioning their worn and unwashed battle attire or undergarments, with each auction yielding significant sums. Many female superheroes with limited income relied on this method to amass considerable wealth. Before long, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from outside. signaling the arrival of members from the Joker's gang to support their leader. Typically, confrontations between the Joker and Batman unfolded in this manner. The police would arrive first. And just as Batman and the Joker were set to clash, the Joker's gang would descend to eliminate the police below. Such conflicts invariably resulted in numerous casualties on both sides. At times, Qian Zhilong questioned Batman's sanity. As Venom had remarked, individuals like the Joker should simply be eliminated rather than confined to a psychiatric facility. While this trope is commonplace in films and comics, after all, the Joker is Batman's arch-nemesis. Applying it to the real world seemed rather illogical. Venom, why not take this opportunity to devour a few heads? In this chaos, I believe you could reap substantial rewards. Venom, who had been resting nearby, found the suggestion appealing and promptly leaped onto the windowsill, signaling Qian Zhilong to open the window. Without hesitation, Qian Zhilong complied, peering down below. As for the police, let them be. They are at least maintaining order. As for the Joker's gang, you may feast upon them as you wish. No one will hinder you. With that, Venom leaped from the upper floor into the fray, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil to voraciously consume the heads of the Joker's henchmen. Due to the darkness and the surrounding chaos, no one noticed Venom's actions. However, the ensuing battle soon attracted Spider-Man's attention. He approached from a distance, assisting the police in subduing the members of the Joker's gang, his webbing skillfully ensnaring their faces. Spider-Man had previously expressed a deep disdain for the Joker's gang. As long as one is a member of the Joker's gang, Spider-Man will spare no one, leaving no survivors in his wake. With swift precision, he unleashed his webbing directly onto the faces of the gang members, the strands gradually infiltrating their nasal passages with each breath, obstructing their airways and ensuring their demise in the most excruciating manner. This was precisely why Qian Zhilong could not associate this Spider-Man with the one he had encountered in his original world. Though this world's Spider-Man also bore the guise of the friendly neighborhood hero, his bloodlust was undeniably severe. With Spider-Man's involvement, the Joker's gang quickly fell into disarray. Upon witnessing Spider-Man's arrival, Venom ceased his feast and swiftly retreated through the balcony staircase back into the house. How was that for a satisfying meal? Venom inquired, extending his tongue to languidly swirl around his mouth. Though I only consumed a dozen or so, it suffices. For Venom, this was a noteworthy haul. Having devoured the heads of numerous Joker gang members, an energy source ample enough to sustain him for an extended period and to prolong the life of this feline form. Do you think Spider-Man will swing by for a meal after battling the gang? Qian Zhilong glanced at the time, estimating, probably not. He recognized Spider-Man as a character who understood boundaries, typically refraining from intruding too late into his territory. From his vantage point above, the Joker, observing Spider-Man's entrance and the decline of his gang, leaped from the building, calling out to Batman, "We'll play again next time." As he spoke, a foldable jetpack materialized on his back, allowing him to soar away into the distance. Spider-Man approached Batman. "I'm going after him." Batman raised a hand to halt him. "No need. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 11. The Tool. Star-Lord. Spider-Man, seeing Batman's reluctance to involve him further, refrained from any further actions and shot a web in the opposite direction, departing the area. Batman, watching the Joker's retreating figure, vowed, "Next time, I shall bring you to justice." Meanwhile, the clash with the Joker's gang had resulted in over 30 casualties among the police. After descending from the building, Batman expressed his condolences to the injured and provided substantial compensation. He was acutely aware of the collateral damage his fight had inflicted upon innocent individuals, and thus felt compelled to offer reparations. A police officer approached Batman, stating, "Mr. Batman, we hope that next time you engage with that madman, you will keep as far away from this area as possible. This is, after all, under Stark Industries' jurisdiction, and should another confrontation arise here, we will have to notify Mr. Stark." Batman said little in response and proceeded to his vehicle, driving away. As he departed, the officer, filled with disdain, raised a middle finger towards the Batmobile. For these officers, their desire was simple: to live peacefully without being drawn into the tumult of battles between superheroes and supervillains. However, at times, these individuals appear in bustling urban areas, and they are compelled to take action. It is their duty as law enforcement officers. In a conference room located within an opulent building in downtown New York City, several superheroes have gathered, led by Superman, flanked by Batman and Wonder Woman. In addition to these three core members, others present include Shazam, Iron Man, and Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord reclines in his chair, inquiring, "What brings you to summon me? We are not exactly acquainted, and I have not impeded your operations. We have been like water and oil. Are you seeking to apprehend someone?" The question piques the curiosity of the others. While the surrounding superheroes have had varying degrees of interaction, Star-Lord's sudden appearance leaves them uncertain about Superman's intentions. "Star-Lord, the primary reason I have brought you here is to entrust you with the security of the Earth's periphery." Star-Lord scoffs at this, retorting, "That responsibility should fall to Captain Marvel. It is not mine. However, if the compensation is substantial enough, I might consider it." Given that Star-Lord does not quite fit the mold of a typical superhero, he is open to the idea of undertaking a task, provided the financial reward is adequate. Otherwise, he sees no reason to engage. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged in this regard. I have invited Batman and Iron Man to discuss your remuneration. Upon hearing the names of these two influential figures, Star-Lord perks up, promptly sitting upright. With such wealthy patrons involved, he is confident the compensation will be considerable. Without a word, Batman tosses a card onto the table, stating, "I believe the funds on this card will suffice." Star-Lord, without hesitation, takes the card, declaring, "This serves as a deposit. I will return for the remainder upon the completion of our task." With that, Star-Lord rises to depart, prompting all eyes to turn to Superman as they watch him leave. "Superman, you owe me an explanation. Why did you choose Star-Lord? We have so many superheroes at our disposal. Why him?" Superman scans the room to ensure there are no concerns before reclaiming his seat. "You are all aware of the symbiotes we faced recently, correct?" At the mention of symbiotes, the atmosphere grows tense, as they recall the formidable nature of these entities and the necessity of identifying their weaknesses to subdue them. "What do symbiotes have to do with this?" Shazam asks, puzzled. The terrifying aspect of symbiotes is their ability to not only coexist, but also to harness the powers of their hosts. If we were to send other superheroes, the risk of them being overtaken by a symbiote poses a significant threat. In contrast, an ordinary individual like Star-Lord, even if symbiotically bonded, would present minimal danger to us, making him the most suitable choice. Upon hearing this explanation from Superman, the assembled heroes quickly grasped the rationale behind the decision. Indeed, if those symbiotes were to coexist with their hosts, not only would their physical forms become significantly more formidable, but they would also be able to harness their innate powers. However, if they were to attach themselves to ordinary individuals, one would merely need to focus on confronting the symbiotes. The primary reason I have summoned you all here is that each of you is responsible for a cadre of superheroes. As for the rest, it is not yet prudent to disclose it to them. This matter should remain confidential. The fewer who are aware, the better. Especially you, Shazam. Mind your tongue. If Star-Lord learns of this, we will have no one else to rely upon." Shazam promptly gestured for silence, reassuring Superman. "Regarding compensation, I must trouble you both." Iron Man waved his hand dismissively, stating that money held little value for him. However, relying solely on Star-Lord and his team is not a sustainable strategy. We must devise alternative methods to deal with the symbiotes. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before Star-Lord becomes aware. I understand this all too well, yet currently, we lack viable strategies to maintain our secrecy from the judgment of others. Superman also noted that certain symbiotes exhibited a fear of sound, others a fear of flames, and some were affected by both, while there were those that showed no fear of either. In the face of such entities, we lack absolute certainty and cannot take action. Just when the superheroes were at a loss, Black Widow entered, stating, "After a recent investigation, we discovered that one of the symbiotes has escaped and is likely mingling among the crowd. We must find a way to locate it swiftly." Upon hearing this, all the superheroes present were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the threat posed by symbiotes. Now that one had escaped, it was imperative to locate it without delay. They quickly relayed the message to all superheroes within their jurisdiction, urging them to exert every effort to find the fleeing symbiote. Simultaneously, all superheroes received this crucial information, prompting many idle ones to spring into action, searching the vicinity for the symbiote. These superheroes were now well aware of the menace that symbiotes represented, and thus they dared not let their guard down, fearing that they too might be overtaken and controlled by a symbiote. If that were to happen, not only would they be implicated, but they would also become adversaries to all superheroes. Chapter 12. A sudden desire for strength. "Qian, you should wake up. I am hungry." The slumbering Qian Zhilong was roused by Venom, who was crouching beside his pillow. This action, while seemingly harmonious, would be less so if Venom did not inhabit the feline. After rising and stretching, Qian Zhilong inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "I crave the barbecue from last night." Venom was forthright about his desires, and Zhilong had grown accustomed to this candidness, as Spider-Man and Deadpool were similarly direct. Venom's craving for barbecue stemmed from a request made by Deadpool during the early hours of the morning. In the dead of night, the trio, 2 beings and 1 cat, sat atop the rooftop, enjoying barbecue while engaging in conversation. Within the discourse of the female Deadpool, Qian Zhilong gleaned a plethora of significant intelligence, the most pivotal of which revealed that all superheroes are currently in pursuit of Venom's whereabouts. This intelligence was disseminated by Superman himself. Upon hearing that it was the formidable Superman who released this information, Qian Zhilong felt a twinge of disquiet. Superman occupies a position akin to the supreme commander among superheroes in this realm. His directives are invariably executed by all superheroes, a testament to the respect they accord him. Had this information been relayed by Batman or Iron Man, it may have been more manageable. However, with Superman's involvement, It unequivocally means that venom must remain concealed for the foreseeable future. Any emergence would likely result in certain demise. Although venom in this universe is evidently not a mere pushover, the prospect of confronting a multitude of superheroes is daunting, no matter how formidable Venom may be. He cannot possibly triumph over them all. To safeguard both himself and Venom, Qian Zhilong concluded that it would be prudent for Venom to remain sequestered at home, avoiding encounters with outsiders and minimizing exposure. Primarily, Qian Zhilong harbored concerns for his own safety, apprehensive of becoming inadvertently ensnared in the unfolding chaos. He began to realize that certain matters might not be as straightforward as he once presumed. Despite being a mere bystander, numerous events were now entangled with his existence. Venom, in particular, was the one most affected, as their newfound symbiotic connection implied that he would inevitably share a life with Venom. Once they bonded symbiotically, returning to a semblance of normalcy would be entirely unattainable. Rather than oppose the superheroes, he contemplated the notion of embracing a covert existence alongside Venom, becoming a hidden superhero to combat the nefarious villains. Much like Venom's recent consumption of a member of the Joker's gang, he envisioned the possibility of devouring other villainous henchmen, thereby providing sustenance for Venom while indulging in the thrill of heroism. However, this plan hinged on the crucial condition of avoiding direct confrontation with the supervillains. The world's narrative structure mirrors that of comics and cinematic adaptations, where each supervillain has a corresponding superhero. Should he take matters into his own hands and eliminate these villains, he would undoubtedly draw attention to himself, making escape impossible and potentially transforming into the new supervillain in the eyes of the superheroes. From Superman's recent proclamations, it is evident that all symbiotes are now deemed adversaries. Previously, Qian Zhilong had no aspirations of becoming a superhero, notions of transformation, whether through mutation for the impoverished or technology for the affluent, were fleeting thoughts. Yet, it now appeared imperative for him to bolster his own capabilities. Nonetheless, enhancing oneself requires a certain fortuity, for not everyone can metamorphose into a superhero through mere mutation. There exists a probability of failure, and should he falter, his very life could be forfeit. If given the choice, Qian Zhilong would prefer to embody the Ghost Rider, for the Ghost Rider is undeniably striking. With his flaming skull and vehicles that ignite in flames upon contact, an embodiment of the spectacular effects that every man dreams of. In this world, the Ghost Rider seems to embody the essence of a motorcycle youth, yet he has not been seen in any grand battles. Contemplating this, Qian Zhilong shook his head and resumed his concentration on grilling skewers. Once they were nearly done, he placed the cooked skewers before Venom, saying, "Here, eat. You mentioned that if I wish to strengthen myself, and you are to coexist with me, wouldn't your power also improve?" Venom, pausing in his enjoyment of the skewers, replied, "Certainly. If you acquire greater abilities and have my support, your strength will multiply. However, you are merely an ordinary human, and I cannot fathom any means by which your power could be significantly enhanced in a short span." Venom's words indeed reminded Qian Zhilong of the multitude of superheroes and supervillains in existence. Many methods that could transform one into a superhero or supervillain are heavily restricted. For instance, to become the Hulk, the simplest approach would be to inject or consume his blood, yet the risks are formidable, albeit the rewards are immense. Should one succeed, they would attain powers akin to the Hulk's. However, while the Hulk amasses substantial wealth through public appearances, he is also under constant scrutiny. All around him are members of the Avengers, and Hulk's blood is under strict control, rendering it inaccessible. Moreover, as an ordinary person, the chance of interacting with any member of the Avengers is virtually non-existent. The only potential contact would be with Doctor Strange, though he is a member of the Avengers. Doctor Strange operates independently of their restrictions and can act according to his own will. The prospect of learning from Doctor Strange seems improbable, as Qian Zhilong lacks the requisite talent to grasp such knowledge. You need not entertain other thoughts. If you seek to grow stronger, you must rely on me. Our symbiotic relationship allows us to share a portion of abilities, but only if other symbiotes are devoured. This is the simplest and most attainable method for you to gain strength, Venom asserted. Hearing Venom's declaration, Qian Zhilong felt a tinge of disbelief, as he had never encountered such a concept before. Could every symbiote possess this capability? Venom shook his head. Not at all. This ability is unique to me. Other symbiotes lack such power. With Venom's words, Qian Zhilong's desire to bond with him deepened. How can one resist such temptation? Do you not wish to coexist with me? After all, with you within me, my life will surely be transformed from what it once was. Let me relish the solitude for a while longer before we proceed. Venom, upon hearing Qian Zhilong's sentiments, chose not to elaborate further and continued to enjoy his skewers. Chapter 13, Thor vs. the Hulk. Hey, Qian. Why are you up so early today? Venom queried after finishing his skewers, as Spider-Man appeared once more at the familiar windowsill. Having indulged in drinks with Deadpool the previous night, Qian Zhilong felt a slight headache and had risen earlier than usual. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man leaped into the room, exclaiming, It seems Deadpool has shared everything with you, hasn't he? Qian Zhilong nodded and picked up a nearby coffee pot, pouring a cup for Spider-Man. He did mention that Superman issued a command for all superheroes to capture the symbiotes. However, I believe that once this command was given, finding them will not be an easy task. I suspect that those nefarious villains are even more eager to acquire these symbiotes to gain greater power to oppose you superheroes. Spider-Man took a sip of his coffee. I had considered that as well, and I responded accordingly, but there has been no reply from above. Given Superman's capabilities, it seems implausible that he wouldn't have foreseen this. Even if he did not, Batman and Iron Man would certainly have. As Spider-Man finished his coffee, Qian Zhilong refilled his cup. Instead of worrying about others, perhaps you should focus on your own safety. I've heard that the symbiotes possess considerable strength, so exercise caution. If you encounter them and find yourself unable to fight back, it's best to flee. I dread the day I might find an unfamiliar entity lurking at my window. Haha, Qian, you do have a knack for humor. Rest assured, I will not become one with it, Spider-Man replied, unaware that in another parallel universe, he had indeed been bonded with Venom, who had inherited his abilities. Would you still like to have the pancake roll? Qian Zhilong inquired. Noticing Spider-Man eyeing the skewers on the table, I wish to try that new delicacy, Spider-Man responded. It takes a bit longer to prepare. If you have no pressing matters, I can grill it for you. If you're in a hurry, you can come back for it in the evening. I'm not in a hurry. He was about to say when a tremendous explosion outside interrupted him. Realizing the imminent danger, Spider-Man discarded his coffee cup and shot a web out the window. I will return for dinner, he declared. Qian Zhilong was already accustomed to such sudden events. Having lived in a world teeming with superheroes and villains where the absence of chaos would be the anomaly. As he watched Spider-Man's retreating figure, he stood by the window and observed a few blocks away, where thick smoke billowed ominously. Within the haze, a colossal figure wreaked havoc on everything around it. As the smoke began to dissipate, it became apparent that the Hulk was gripping something and slamming it into the ground with force. Before the Hulk could strike several more blows, a hammer soared through the air, striking him squarely in the face. Accompanying the impact of the hammer was a bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, striking the Hulk directly. The immense electrical surge nearly rendered the Hulk unconscious. And in that fleeting moment of incapacitation, he released his grip. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted from the Hulk's hand, soaring into the sky to catch the hammer. How dare you, mortal, lay a hand upon me, the god of thunder, thundered Thor, hovering in the air, hammer in hand, pointing at the Hulk, who had returned to his normal state. The revived Hulk roared at Thor in fury, seizing an object beside him and hurling it towards the god of thunder. In response to the objects hurled by the Hulk, Thor disdainfully evaded them with ease, rendering them utterly ineffective. Observing his initial attempt to strike Thor fail, the Hulk proceeded to launch dozens of items, some engulfed in flames and others tainted with chemical residues. The recent battle had resulted in the destruction of a biological research facility, causing a vast array of chemical agents to spill forth. Grabbing these remnants, the Hulk aimed them at Thor. Faced with such a relentless barrage, Thor transformed into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly dodging the onslaught. However, this assault incited Thor's wrath to a boiling point. Lifting his hammer once more, he directed it towards the Hulk, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, several strands of web shot forth from the distance, ensnaring the Hulk and pulling him away from the impending strike of lightning. As the lightning struck, a deafening explosion erupted, leveling the biological research center and obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. Grateful for Spider-Man's timely intervention, the Hulk acknowledged him with a nod. Despite his formidable persona, the Hulk retained a modicum of rationality, recognizing his friends and allies. He understood that engaging the Hulk directly was futile. No one stood a chance against him. Spider-Man was acutely aware that once Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, he could only refer to him as the Hulk, as they were entirely different entities. This wisdom had been imparted to him by Black Widow. The Hulk gazed at Thor, suspended in the air, realizing that had Spider-Man not intervened, the lightning would have struck him directly, potentially leaving him gravely injured, regardless of his strength. Meanwhile, at the Justice League headquarters, Superman witnessed this unfolding spectacle. Has anyone encountered this superhero? He inquired, met with a chorus of negative responses from the assembled heroes. It seemed this superhero possessed considerable power. Shazam, come with me. Superman commanded, sensing the necessity of his direct involvement. The individual in the sky, wielding merely a hammer to command lightning, was undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly not even of this earth. Tony, please gather information on this individual to ascertain whether he is indeed from Earth, Superman instructed. Tony Stark gestured in acknowledgement and began scanning Thor's facial data in search of relevant information, yet after thorough examination, he found no records pertaining to Thor. At that moment, Superman, accompanied by Shazam, hastened towards the site of the confrontation between Thor and the Hulk. Hey, hold on. Let us not act rashly. You up there. You don't seem to be a villain. Can't we discuss this amicably? Spider-Man suggested. Thor, looking down from his lofty position, retorted. There is nothing to discuss with a mere mortal like you. Chapter 14. The superhero to the rescue in the wake of the thunderous blow dealt by the Hulk. Thor found himself engulfed in a tempest of fury, resolute in his intent to vanquish the green behemoth before him. Initially, Thor's sole focus was on this monstrous adversary. However, just as he was poised for triumph, an unexpected figure clad in crimson emerged, complicating his mission with dual targets. He must now eliminate both the Hulk and Spider-Man simultaneously. Spider-Man's spider sense tingled, acutely attuned to the palpable malice emanating from Thor. It was clear to him that he, too, was in the line of fire. Since you intervened to save him, you shall share his fate, Thor declared, swinging his hammer with increasing velocity, summoning a gathering storm of lightning. The once clear skies darkened ominously, as electric arcs danced like serpents within the clouds, coiling and twisting in a magnificent display. Realizing the imminent danger, Spider-Man shouted to the Hulk, "Run!" The Hulk, no fool himself, had sensed the disparity in their powers during his previous encounter with Thor. Despite unleashing his full strength, he had barely scratched Thor, while the thunderous energy had left him reeling and nearly lifeless. Instinctively, upon hearing Spider-Man's warning, the Hulk prepared to flee. However, before he could take a step, a bolt of lightning descended, targeting his position with deadly precision. Reacting swiftly, the Hulk retreated a few paces, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Meanwhile, Thor recognized that he could not allow the Hulk to escape. With fierce determination, he hurled his whirling hammer directly at the green giant, accompanied by a tempest of lightning that surged forth in pursuit. Realizing the futility of escape, the Hulk stood his ground. Spider-Man, determined to save his ally, readied his web shooters to ensnare the Hulk and pull him to safety. Yet, at the moment he unleashed his web, two bolts of lightning streaked toward the strands, vaporizing them in an instant. Spider-Man understood that Thor would not afford him even the slightest opportunity to rescue the Hulk. As the hammer neared its target, a figure suddenly materialized in front of the Hulk, catching Thor's weapon with remarkable dexterity. Although the hammer was intercepted, the accompanying lightning struck the figure with unrelenting force. A colossal explosion ensued, enveloping the vicinity in a shroud of smoke, while a faint smile crept onto Thor's lips as he attempted to summon his hammer back. Yet, despite several attempts, it remained stubbornly out of reach. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Thor's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the dissipating smoke. Gradually, as the haze lifted, the silhouette of Superman emerged, gripping Thor's hammer firmly, having shielded the Hulk from the onslaught of energy. "Are you all right, Hulk?" Superman inquired, his voice laced with concern. The Hulk shook his head and patted his chest, indicating that he had not sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, witnessing Superman's arrival, felt a sense of relief. As long as Superman was present, the airborne adversary posed no threat. "Who exactly are you? How is it that you can lift the hammer of the God of Thunder?" This was the first time Thor had encountered someone capable of wielding his enchanted hammer, igniting his curiosity towards Superman. Superman gazed at the hammer, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. To him, it was merely a hammer, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. "I believe there might be a misunderstanding between us. My friend here tends to be a bit impulsive and hot-headed at times. If you are willing to engage in a constructive conversation, we would like to extend our apologies. If not, we have other means to facilitate a dialogue." Thor was not one to act rashly. The fact that his hammer could be easily grasped by Superman and could not be summoned back signified that Superman's power either matched or exceeded his own. Faced with such an opponent, Thor preferred not to escalate the situation. Just as Thor was preparing to converse with Superman, another figure soared into view. This newcomer did not approach Superman but rather halted beside Thor, sizing him up. "Your outfit is really cool. I absolutely love it. Especially that hammer of yours. Gathering so much lightning earlier was simply awesome. Could I borrow it for a bit? I'm curious to see if I can summon as much lightning myself." Shazam, whose true essence was that of a child, possessed an insatiable curiosity for all things wondrous. Thor found Shazam's chatter quite irksome, yet he noted that both he and the figure on the ground seemed to share similar powers. "Shazam, come down." Superman, eager to maintain the fragile calm that had just been established, felt compelled to intervene. Upon hearing Superman's command, Shazam promptly returned to his side. Turning to the Hulk, Shazam inquired, "How are you doing, big guy? Are you injured?" The Hulk once again patted his chest, affirming his well-being, relieved to see that the Hulk was unharmed. Shazam eagerly asked, "What is it like to be struck by lightning? Each time I transform, I get hit by lightning, but I feel nothing. Please tell me, is it fun? Is your whole body tingling?" Superman, hearing Shazam's questions, could only shake his head in exasperation. "Shazam, we need to address the current situation. We can discuss other matters later." The Hulk, confused by Shazam's inquiry, was fortunate that Superman intervened, thus alleviating his embarrassment. "My friend acted impulsively earlier. Now we can engage in a proper conversation." Noticing the absence of hostility, Thor slowly descended from the air. Superman stepped forward to introduce himself. I am one of the leaders of the Justice League. This is Shazam, a member of our alliance. Hello. After Superman finished his introduction, Shazam promptly greeted Thor. The individual beside me is one of the guardians of the city, Spider-Man, and the one behind him, whom you nearly killed, is the Hulk. A member of the Avengers. We bear no ill will and are uncertain about what transpired earlier. We hope you can elucidate the entire matter for us. Chapter 15. Thor and Loki. Thor glanced at the hammer in Superman's hand, and Superman immediately understood Thor's intent, handing the hammer to him. Thor took the hammer, spun it once in his grasp, and then secured it. My companion and I merely crossed paths. He seemed to harbor animosity towards me and launched an attack without provocation. I merely retaliated in self-defense. As the Norse god of thunder, I cannot endure such humiliation, which led to our recent skirmish. You are Thor. You are Loki. Shazam exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he approached Thor, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I always believed you were mere characters from myth. I never imagined you truly existed. If you exist, does that imply that the gods, like Zeus, are real as well? Observing Shazam's eager expression, Thor silently nodded. Seeing Thor's gesture, Shazam soared into the air. I knew they were real. I have always believed in their existence, and now my conviction has been validated. Watching Shazam flit about in the sky, Superman understood that for a child, encountering figures from mythology would naturally elicit such exuberance. I never anticipated that you, as figures from human mythology, would actually exist. Previously, I thought you must have been fabricated by humanity, but with your existence, it seems likely that you are also beings from other worlds. Thor nodded. Indeed, we are, in fact, extraterrestrial beings. He did not refute Superman's assertion. For to the people of Earth, they were indeed mythical figures, yet they were acutely aware of their true nature as aliens. Can you explain why you have come to Earth? By all accounts, humanity no longer worships gods, but places its faith in technology. Thus, you must seem non-existent to the average person. If you are here in search of someone, please inform us. Perhaps we could assist you. Thor found Superman's reasoning quite sensible. He had been searching for many days on Earth, yielding no results and having clashed with the Green Giant. Furthermore, there was dialogue with Superman. It was evident that many others like them existed on Earth. Should further conflicts arise, they might not be as manageable as this one had been. My primary purpose in coming here is to find my brother, Loki. What? Loki? Upon hearing Thor utter the name Loki, Shazam promptly soared back to his side. Inquiring, are you referring to the god of mischief, Loki? Thor, now accustomed to Shazam's dramatic demeanor, recognized his keen interest in Norse mythology. Indeed, you are correct. It is the god of mischief, Loki. My brother not only embodies trickery but also possesses formidable skills in deception. If he wishes to remain hidden, locating him can prove exceedingly difficult. He can seamlessly integrate into earthly life, adopting various identities to conceal his true nature. Although Superman was not well versed in Norse mythology, he noted Shazam's knowledge and felt confident that with Shazam's assistance, finding Loki would not be a formidable challenge. Rest assured, we have our methods. We shall certainly locate your brother. However, during this time, I would prefer that you reside at the headquarters of the Justice League to avoid any unnecessary complications. Thor did not oppose Superman's request. I can return with you, but you must not restrict my freedom. Superman nodded. Of course, we shall not curtail your liberties. As long as you refrain from clashing with other superheroes or supervillains, you are free to roam the city. Having resolved matters with Thor, Superman turned to Spider-Man, asking, Are you all right, little Spider? Do not worry, I am fine, Spider-Man assured. Confirming that both were unharmed, Superman led Thor back to the Justice League's headquarters, while Shazam took charge of the Hulk and Spider-Man. After the earlier battle, the Hulk reverted to Dr. Banner, exclaiming, That was terrifying. I thought I was done for. Shazam approached Dr. Banner, reassuring him, Rest easy. With the Hulk's strength, despite the ominous lightning, I am confident it would not inflict fatal harm. Spider-Man, seeing no further reason to linger, stated, I shall take my leave now, and shot a web towards the distance before departing. Shazam embraced Dr. Banner and soared away. Meanwhile, at home, Qian Zhilong happened upon a news report and was taken aback upon seeing Thor appear in the sky. Since arriving in this world, Qian Zhilong had discerned that the roster of superheroes was not as extensive, with Thor being a notable absence until now. His appearance signified that Loki would soon follow. Contemplating Loki's potential actions, Qian Zhilong felt a headache coming on, though he recognized that these matters were not directly his concern. He understood that with Loki's character, amidst a landscape rife with various supervillains, he would undoubtedly engage in antics befitting his mischievous nature. Otherwise, he would not bear the moniker of the god of mischief. That fellow possesses considerable abilities. Should we manage to recruit him, it would be immensely beneficial, Venom remarked. Qian Zhilong stared at him in disbelief. What are you thinking? He is Thor. Though merely an extraterrestrial, his powers are far beyond my capacity to contend with. Not only I, but even you would likely find him insurmountable. Rather than dwelling on the impractical, it would be far more enticing to emulate Spider-Man and seek out a mutated spider to bestow upon me its bite. Perchance I might acquire the abilities of the web-slinger. Meanwhile, in a desolate amusement park on the outskirts, Loki found himself seated face to face with the Joker. Upon entering this world, Loki was immediately captivated by the Joker, for their personalities bore striking resemblance, and he greatly admired the Joker's character. Thus, Loki envisioned the Joker as his earthly emissary. Such a being as the Joker was irreplaceable in Loki's eyes. What say you? If you submit to me, you shall inherit my powers. As an ordinary man, once endowed with divine abilities, your former adversary shall pose no threat. And you will be free to act as you wish, beyond the grasp of any and all who might seek to unmask you. Chapter 16. Loki's mask. The Joker regarded Loki with a blank expression, and the two held each other's gaze. Suddenly, the Joker sprang to his feet. Slamming his hands on the table, his eyes locked onto Loki's as a manic grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. You want me to submit to you? How utterly preposterous. Upon uttering these words, the Joker turned to his fellow members of the clown gang, who erupted into laughter at the absurdity of his question. In the face of their derision, Loki remained unfazed, reclining comfortably in his chair, observing the Joker, who appeared to laugh maniacally. After a spell of laughter, the Joker composed himself, drawing a handgun from his waist and pressing it against Loki's temple. Do you still dare to suggest I submit to you? Loki's lips curled into a slight smile. I am still willing to offer. Bang. Before Loki could finish his sentence, the Joker pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, Loki's head was pierced by the bullet. The Joker holstered his weapon, straightening his attire, particularly his tie. Now, do you still wish for my submission? At this moment, the onlookers realized that the individual the Joker had just shot was merely a member of the clown gang, while Loki gradually emerged from the ranks of the fallen. This revelation left everyone in a state of shock. They had witnessed the Joker shoot through Loki's head, yet here he stood among them. Even the Joker was taken aback by the spectacle. However, the Joker quickly drew his gun again, aiming it at Loki and pulling the trigger, resulting in yet another bullet penetrating Loki's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, as the crowd gathered their wits, they found that the lifeless body on the ground was still that of a clown gang member, while Loki had taken the seat formerly occupied by the Joker. I must admit, I find your temperament quite appealing, but you must understand that attempting to slay a deity such as myself with mere mortal means is utterly futile. After uttering these words, Loki's appearance underwent a sudden transformation, becoming an exact replica of the Joker. Right down to the weapon in his hand and the dirt and visible imperfections adorning his form. Loki rose and approached the Joker, standing face to face. It was anticipated that the Joker would be filled with fear. However, he maintained his classic grin, finding Loki to be exceedingly intriguing, a sentiment reciprocated by Loki. Had it been anyone else, they would have been rendered speechless by terror, yet the Joker gazed at Loki with sheer excitement, devoid of any hint of fear. Aha. This is utterly fascinating. I am absolutely enamored by your ability. You just mentioned that if I were to submit to you, I could acquire powers akin to yours. Loki transformed back into his original form and took a seat, of course, but the abilities you gain will not encompass the entirety of my powers. To attain my full capabilities, you must become my devoted follower and serve me faithfully. However, we are similar beings. I trust you will not do so. Therefore, your acquired powers will only last for a limited duration. Nevertheless, for you, that span should suffice. With your style and flair, even within that brief time frame, you will undoubtedly accomplish feats that will astonish everyone. The Joker acknowledged Loki's words as truth. He indeed possessed such potential. Then I shall first test your abilities before deciding whether to submit. Loki smiled and presented a mask. This mask grants you 3 transformation opportunities. Simply don it and envision whom you wish to become, but do not squander this chance, as it is limited to 3 uses. Upon finishing his words, Loki vanished from his position. The Joker picked up the mask from the table, and a sinister smile began to spread across his face. As his smile widened, it grew increasingly menacing. Holding the mask, the Joker gazed out into the night, immediately identifying his first target. Meanwhile, Thor, returning to the Justice League headquarters alongside Superman, sat in the hall under the watchful eyes of numerous superheroes. Although Superman had not restricted Thor's movements, he nonetheless instructed the other heroes to keep an eye on him to prevent any untoward actions. Wonder Woman turned to Thor. Are you certain he won't suddenly turn against us? Superman reassured her. Rest assured, he is, after all, the god of thunder from Norse mythology. I doubt he would act in such a manner. Primarily, he has come to Earth in search of his brother, and once he finds him, I believe he will depart swiftly. However, should someone like Thor remain on Earth as a superhero, many would undoubtedly benefit from his assistance. Yet, we cannot compel him. Being an extraterrestrial, we have no authority to intervene excessively. Thor observed the peculiar individuals surrounding him, recognizing that they must possess certain abilities. He had previously heard from his father, Odin, that many individuals with extraordinary powers had emerged on Earth. Some had turned to villainy, while others had become heroes dedicated to saving the people. The place where I currently find myself seems to be a gathering of heroes, surrounded by individuals who are regarded as such on Earth. However, observing these people, there feels no sense of threat from them, as their presence does not evoke the overwhelming pressure that Superman does. Could you grant me an autograph, and perhaps a photograph? Just as the tension in the atmosphere was palpable, Shazam swooped in with paper, a pen, and his phone. The sudden arrival of Shazam dissipated the previously tense ambience entirely. Thor looked at the eagerly expectant Shazam and replied, "Of course, I can provide an autograph, but I believe a photograph is unnecessary. After all, even if you were to show others that you have a picture with me, claiming I am Thor, the Norse god of thunder, they likely would not believe you." Shazam, brimming with excitement, retorted, "I have no desire to share this with anyone else. The mere fact that I can have a photograph with Thor is all that matters to me. Whether others believe it or not is of no consequence." Given Shazam's enthusiasm, Thor took the paper and pen, signed it, and then posed for a photo with Shazam. Feeling satisfied with his appearance in the photograph, Shazam transformed back into his youthful form and took another picture with Thor. Chapter 17. The Joker transforms. My dear, today I crave something different. The tomato braised beef you prepared the other day was delightful. I would love to taste it again. The female Deadpool leaned over the dining table, one hand drawing circles, her gaze fixed intently on Qian Zhilong, who was busy in the kitchen. "If you desire that dish, you must be patient. Preparing the beef to perfection requires a considerable amount of time. If you cannot wait, then it would be best to choose another option." The female Deadpool shifted her posture, resting her chin on her hands. "I have ample time, and can certainly wait. Since you can wait, I shall prepare it for you." With that, Qian Zhilong retrieved the ingredients from the refrigerator and began to cook the tomato braised beef according to her request. He had made this dish several times at home, and on one occasion, the female Deadpool had come to visit and witnessed him preparing it. Yet, she had not ordered it then, nor had she mentioned it afterward. He had assumed she had forgotten, not realizing it had lingered in her thoughts. "My dear, would you like to become my assistant and help me handle some urgent matters?" Qian Zhilong quickly raised his hand to stop her. "No, let us refrain from that, for the same reasons as last time. I do not wish to be killed by your enemies or be used as a shield. If you require assistance, seek someone else." However, he continued, "there is someone I believe would be quite suitable for you. Having him around should pose no issues." The female Deadpool, intrigued by Qian Zhilong's words, asked, "Who is this individual? Do I know him?" "His name is the Goddess of Fortune. He has exceptional luck. He can ensure he evades any unforeseen circumstances, and having him by your side would likely be beneficial. Furthermore, his presence might even assist you with some financial matters." Upon hearing this, the female Deadpool immediately expressed her interest. "What is his name?" "I'm uncertain of his name. However, you need only seek out the mutant known as Domino, the Goddess of Luck, and I believe you shall find him swiftly." In truth, Qian Zhilong was also unsure whether the Goddess of Luck, Domino, truly existed in this world. Nonetheless, the female Deadpool had ample time, and given her abilities, locating an individual was hardly a formidable challenge. As Qian Zhilong prepared a sumptuous tomato and beef stew for Deadpool, the sound of sirens and gunfire echoed from outside once more. Upon hearing these sounds, the female Deadpool became particularly exhilarated and rushed to the window to gaze below. In the distance, several blocks were shrouded in smoke, suggesting that another battle had erupted. Such altercations typically occurred 2 or 3 times a week, and the female Deadpool did not wish to miss this splendid opportunity, thus she took her leave without hesitation. Qian Zhilong paid her departure little mind, as it was a routine occurrence. She arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet he still had his own tasks to attend to. Once the female Deadpool had left, Venom leapt onto the dining table, exclaiming, "This fellow is truly intriguing. I am tempted to take a bite out of his head." Qian Zhilong did not oppose Venom's sentiment, considering Deadpool's remarkable regenerative abilities. Even if his head were to be bitten off, it would likely grow back. You'd best refrain from such thoughts, as he is too close to us. Should he become aware, it could lead to complications. Qian Zhilong was keen to avoid any troubles, even if Venom felt inclined to act against those nearby. "Rest assured, I merely speak in jest. I would never lay a hand on him. I just find his scent rather unpleasant." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong reflected on his time spent with the female Deadpool. He had not detected any foul odor. It was possible that Venom's sense of smell was exceedingly acute, akin to that of a dog, enabling him to perceive aromas undetectable to humans. This time, Qian Zhilong had prepared an ample portion of tomato and beef stew, as Venom also relished this dish. Once completed, he set aside a bowl for Venom, instructing, "This is yours. Do not touch what remains in the pot." Venom approached the table, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not disturb his portion." The serving prepared for Venom had been cooled with ice cubes, rendering it not too hot. Venom savored the bowl of tomato and beef stew, while Qian Zhilong retrieved his phone to check for any noteworthy news. Soon, he stumbled upon a live broadcast featuring the distant street. However, upon viewing the content, Qian Zhilong was taken aback. It appeared that the Hulk was robbing a bank. Yet, he quickly discerned something amiss about this Hulk, as the creature typically bore a countenance of rage, whereas this version wore an exaggerated smile, reminiscent of a jester. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments on the screen continued to refresh with a myriad of content. He is certainly not the Hulk. I have just emerged from the Hulk's livestream, where he is currently wreaking havoc in the desert upon a tank. You were correct. I too have just left the Hulk's livestream. And this individual is unequivocally not the Hulk. Look at his smile. I too feel he is not the Hulk. The audience in the live stream displays a certain astuteness, as the grin upon the Hulk's face is exceedingly bizarre and does not align with his usual persona, especially since the Hulk is currently broadcasting live. Everyone is speculating about who this imposter might be. I recognize that smile. It seems familiar, as if I have seen it before. Judging by his grin, he resembles a clown. When one person revealed the true identity of the clown, the consensus emerged that the figure robbing the bank while masquerading as the Hulk is indeed a transformation of the clown. Qian Zhilong, upon witnessing this scene, could surmise that only one individual possesses the capability to transform the clown in such a manner, and that individual is Loki. Meanwhile, this event is being broadcast in the Justice League's hall, and upon seeing this scene, there could no longer remain seated and promptly rose. This individual is wielding Loki's props. Upon hearing this, all the superheroes present immediately understood that not only is this person not the Hulk, but he is also utilizing the tricks of Loki, the god of mischief. However, Batman, the arch-nemesis of the clown for many years, deduced through that smile that the individual is indeed the clown. While Batman may misidentify others, he can never forget the clown's grin. To his surprise, the props provided by the gods are so potent that they can endow an ordinary person with the Hulk's strength. Thor remarked during the broadcast that the mask's effects are not long-lasting. It is merely a childhood toy of Loki's, and the transformation typically occurs only at night. Once night falls, the transformed individual reverts to their former self. Chapter 18, The Hulk vs. the Hulk. Upon hearing Thor's words, many superheroes present were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Many harbored psychological shadows regarding the Hulk's strength. When they first encountered him, they believed there was little threat. But once they engaged in battle, they realized the stark difference in power. The Hulk's strength is unmatched by ordinary superheroes, especially when the Hulk becomes utterly enraged. The force he unleashes is astounding. This is the primary reason why most superheroes, who are inferior in strength to the Hulk, prefer to avoid direct confrontation with him. In addition to his terrifying strength, the Hulk's regenerative abilities are unparalleled. When the Hulk enters a state of rage, not only does his strength increase, but his healing rate accelerates as well. This results in prolonged battles against the Hulk being exceedingly disadvantageous, yet it remains unlikely to resolve matters swiftly with him. Once, numerous superheroes with the ability to exert control attempted to pacify the Hulk, yet this approach proved utterly ineffective. Even when under restraint, the Hulk, in his fury, unleashed devastation upon his surroundings, rendering any such efforts futile. The most alarming consequence arose post-control. Upon regaining awareness of his manipulation, the Hulk's rage would only escalate, and the magnitude of his fury would surpass its previous intensity. The last instance of such folly was perpetrated by the Professor, resulting in the demise of several mutants at the hands of the Hulk during that confrontation. Had Superman not intervened in time, the Professor may not have survived. Thus, despite the awareness that this Hulk was not the genuine article, the pervasive fear within the hearts of those present prevented any rash actions. At that moment, the Joker, transformed into the Hulk, reveled in his newfound persona, erupting into maniacal laughter. Haha, how exhilarating. The sensation of possessing such power is simply divine. As these thoughts coursed through him, the Joker found himself involuntarily dancing. This spectacle left the surrounding police officers in stunned silence, for they were all too familiar with the true nature of the Hulk. They had not anticipated such behavior from him on this day, which was utterly perplexing. The Hulk had always been a vessel of unrestrained rage, wreaking havoc around him. However, today, his intentions were singularly focused on robbing the bank and plundering its treasures. Witnessing this scene led many officers to suspect that this Hulk might not be the real deal. The sight of the Hulk dancing further solidified their suspicions. It was abundantly clear that this was not the authentic Hulk. Despite their realization, the ingrained fear of the Hulk deterred the officers from taking action. Meanwhile, the genuine Hulk, broadcasting live from the desert, became aware of these developments through his assistant's warnings. He caught sight of the imposter committing robbery in the bank via a large screen, and his initial excitement was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of uncontrollable rage. The staff and assistants around him, sensing the imminent fury, quickly dispersed to avoid becoming collateral damage. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk propelled himself into the air, leaping towards the direction of the Joker. The assistant promptly informed the Justice League of the unfolding events. Upon receiving this information, Superman did not hesitate. A confrontation between the true Hulk and the false one was inevitable, though uncertain of the extent of power the imposter wielded. The potential for widespread destruction in their clash was undeniable. Especially concerning was the genuine Hulk, who, once engaged in battle, would abandon all rationality. It was imperative to intervene promptly in the face of such a menace. "Batman, I leave this to you. I must head to the scene," he declared. "I recently received news that the Hulk is heading towards the Joker. If the two were to collide, the consequences would be all too evident." Upon hearing this, all the superheroes present were taken aback, except for Thor, who stood up and declared, "I will accompany you." It appeared that the Green Giant harbored a certain trepidation towards Lightning. "Now that I know he is one of your members, I shall refrain from lethal force. Instead, I will strive to incapacitate him temporarily with a jolt of electricity." Superman found Thor's reasoning quite sound. "Very well, then you shall accompany me." With that, the two ascended into the air, making their way directly to Chicago, where the Joker awaited. Meanwhile, Shazam, who was airborne, witnessed this unfolding scene and, without seeking permission from anyone, followed closely behind Superman and Thor. Superman was aware of Shazam's stealthy pursuit but made no effort to deter him. Shazam possessed considerable power and could be instrumental in executing urgent matters. "Joker, we have thoroughly plundered the bank. It is now time for us to depart." The dancing Joker was abruptly interrupted by the shout of a minion, and in his displeasure, he turned and delivered a powerful kick that sent the hapless minion flying several meters away, resulting in instant demise. "Remember, I am the Hulk now, not some mere clown." His furious roar reverberated as he struck the ground with tremendous force. This display not only intimidated the surrounding police, but also startled the members of the Joker's gang. It dawned upon them that prior to their operation, each had donned a mask of the Hulk. They were now members of the Hulk, not the Joker's crew. Although witnessing the death of their comrade, the Joker's gang showed no reaction. Most of them were extremists or mentally unstable individuals, indifferent to the life or death of their fellows, regardless of whether the perpetrator was their own Joker. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power, the Joker was eager to rob another bank. Just as he prepared to lead his cohorts to their next target, a green figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The police, the Joker's gang members, and the Joker himself recognized that the true Hulk had arrived. Upon landing, the Hulk unleashed a deafening roar directed at the Joker, dispersing the surrounding dust and revealing his furious countenance. Without affording anyone a moment to react, he leapt in front of the Joker and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Transformed into the Hulk, the Joker was sent reeling several dozen meters away, with nearby structures also affected by the force of the blow. Chapter 19. A successful symbiosis. Despite the Joker's transformation into the Hulk, his strength remained inadequate. He collapsed to the ground after that crushing blow. The members of the Joker's gang, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly terrified, discarding their bags of money and scattering in a frenzy to escape. The Hulk harbors a profound disdain for those who mimic him in malevolent deeds. Faced with the members of the Joker's gang, he shows no semblance of mercy, hurling nearby debris at them, resulting in the immediate demise of those struck. This scene unfolds before the eyes of the police, who, having had their fill of these miscreants, refrain from intervening. The prospect of the Hulk eliminating them saves them considerable trouble. Meanwhile, the Joker, who had just regained consciousness after being struck by the Hulk, finds himself face to face with Loki, who hovers before him. "Your transformation has barely inherited a fraction of the Hulk's strength," Loki warns. "I advise you to flee now. Continuing this battle will surely lead to your demise." Loki intervenes, not wishing to see a promising candidate he has just discovered extinguished so swiftly. The Joker, recognizing the chasm between their powers after the Hulk's blow, instinctively reaches for his mask in a desperate attempt to remove it. However, the night is still ongoing, rendering the mask resistant to his efforts. "Help me take off this mask," the Joker shouts at the floating Loki. Loki, with an expression of resignation, replies, "Once donned at night, this mask cannot be removed, not even by me. You must rely on yourself to escape this conflict." With that, Loki dissipates into a cloud of smoke. Enraged by Loki's disappearance, the Joker curses under his breath. Straining to rise, he attempts to flee, but it is too late. The Hulk has dispatched all the masked members of his gang and now stands before the Joker once more. Confronted by this green behemoth, the Joker finally feels a flicker of fear, acutely aware that the Hulk is not akin to Batman. While Batman might show him some leniency, the Hulk will not. The Hulk roars in fury at the sight of the imposter before him. The Joker instinctively covers his ears, but to no avail, blood begins to seep from them, and his vision blurs. After the thunderous roar, the Hulk raises his colossal fist once more, aiming a punch directly at the Joker's face. The Joker braces himself for another blow, feeling as though his face might shatter and his head explode. Just as he prepares to retaliate, a figure intervenes. blocking the Hulk's path. That's enough, Hulk. Another punch will wreak havoc on the surroundings. Fortunately, Superman arrives just in time to halt the Hulk's rampage. The Hulk's earlier roar and powerful strike have already wrought considerable destruction upon the nearby structures. Given that this is the heart of Chicago, Superman cannot allow further devastation. It would not only damage the surrounding buildings but also tarnish the reputation of these superheroes amidst public scrutiny. Although the Hulk was filled with fury, he quickly regained his composure upon the appearance of Superman before him. The Hulk was acutely aware that he was no match for Superman, and with the Man of Steel intervening, there was no need for him to persist any further. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong and Venom, watching the live broadcast from home, lost all interest upon seeing Superman's arrival. This was it. With Superman here, the battle was over. What a disappointment. If only he had arrived a bit later. I truly wish to witness the Hulk delivering a severe beating to the Joker. As Venom munched on chips, he remarked, "If you desire to thrash the Joker so fervently, then possessing such power would allow you to do so yourself." Qian Zhilong waved his hand dismissively. Forget about the Joker. Engaging with him is utterly lackluster. Although he is mad and surrounded by numerous followers, he remains an ordinary man. There is no thrill in defeating him. Having said this, Qian Zhilong rose to pour himself a glass of cola, downing it in one gulp, before resuming his gaming. Thus, the live broadcast came to an end, as there was no further interest in continuing. Knock, knock, knock. With the familiar sound of knocking, Qian Guangdong immediately recognized that it was that female Deadpool again. Here she comes. Just as Qian Zhilong reached the door, Venom, who was munching on chips, suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly turned to Qian Zhilong. "Do not open the door." However, as Venom shouted this warning, Qian Zhilong had already turned the doorknob, and in that instant, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside. Caught off guard, Qian Zhilong was knocked to the ground by the sheer force. In an instant, several men in black rushed into the room and fired several shots at the fallen Qian Zhilong. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, disbelief filled Qian Zhilong's eyes. Venom quickly darted toward the assailants, but alas, he was a moment too late. Seeing this scene filled Venom with immense rage, and he instantly transformed into Venom Cat, morphing his tail into several steel spikes that lunged toward the assailants. The transformation was so swift that the men in black had no time to react, and they were pierced through by the tail conjured by Venom. After dispatching the attackers, Venom did not seek Qian Zhilong's consent and immediately detached from his feline form, merging into Qian Zhilong's body. Once Venom successfully integrated into Qian Zhilong, the pain that had plagued him moments before began to dissipate. The bullets within his body were expelled by Venom, and his wounds healed rapidly. While having witnessed Venom's restorative abilities in the movies, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. After completely mending Qian Zhilong's injuries, Venom emerged with a head, stating, "I have fully healed your wounds. There is no need for concern. It appears you have been caught in the crossfire of female Deadpool's affairs. They likely sought revenge against her, but instead found you. When Deadpool returns, you should demand compensation from her." Qian Zhilong examined the wounds on his body, and indeed, no scars remained. Were it not for the bloodstains on his clothes and the bullet lying on the ground, he would have doubted the authenticity of the events that transpired. He never anticipated that he would forge a symbiotic relationship with Venom in such an extraordinary manner. Chapter 20. Substantial compensation and insurance. Now that we are one, would you care to explore the powers you have just acquired? Qian Zhilong surveyed the corpses strewn about the floor. Let us discuss that later. First, we must tidy up this scene. I certainly do not wish to have such remnants lingering in my abode. However, before attending to that, Qian Zhilong returned to his room to retrieve a fresh set of clothes. He then proceeded to the bathroom to cleanse the blood from his body, discarding the blood-soaked garments into the trash, and adorned himself in a completely new outfit. As he exited the bathroom, Qian Zhilong was astonished to find that the black cat, now free from Venom's influence, had not perished, but was instead sniffing around the nearby corpses. Observing this, Qian Zhilong felt puzzled. Logically, should you not have died upon separating from it? Certainly not. Had I not consumed those several human heads earlier, detaching from this cat would have sealed its fate. However, after devouring those craniums, the nutrients allowed me to nearly restore this cat's body. Although I have now severed my connection, it can continue to live, though its lifespan remains uncertain. Upon hearing Venom's explanation, Qian Zhilong approached and cradled the cat. Despite lacking Venom's control, the feline remained docile, lazily reclining in Qian Zhilong's embrace, relishing his caresses. At that moment, a group of Stark Industries doctors and security personnel rushed in. The leader approached Qian Zhilong, inquiring, "Mr. Qian, are you unhurt?" Qian Zhilong felt a surge of dissatisfaction at their delayed arrival. Had it not been for Venom, he would surely have met his demise. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his grievances. "Had you arrived any later, I would likely have perished." Gazing at the bodies on the ground, the leader instructed his team to handle the remains. "Mr. Qian, this was our oversight. and we sincerely apologize for the distress caused. We will provide substantial compensation for this error and seek your forgiveness. Moreover, your parents have acquired a life emergency insurance policy at Stark Apartments specifically for you. With this insurance, you will benefit from Stark Industries' most advanced medical technology, as long as your head remains intact. Even if any part of your body suffers severe damage or is utterly destroyed, our technology can restore it completely. Qian Zhilong was well aware of the significant compensation offered by Stark Industries, which would undoubtedly amount to millions. However, he was unaware of the insurance mentioned by the leader, as no relevant memories surfaced in the original host's recollections. Soon, the team cleared the room of all remnants, and upon confirming that everything was in order, the leader directly allocated 50 million as compensation for the incident. Upon witnessing the arrival of 50 million, Qian Zhilong could hardly believe the generosity exhibited by Stark Industries. Mr. Qian, if you find this compensation satisfactory, kindly provide a favorable review during the follow-up visit. Faced with such a substantial sum, any lingering anger that Qian Zhilong had felt moments ago dissipated, overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of the money. After all, he had emerged unscathed, even had he perished. As the earlier individual had mentioned regarding insurance, he would have been able to return. Rest assured, I am quite pleased with your handling of this matter and will certainly provide a positive evaluation. Once everyone departed, Venom re-emerged. Does this monetary gift simply suffice to dismiss you? Qian Zhilong held his phone. I trust you have little concept of wealth. This sum is sufficient for you to indulge in all your culinary desires. It dawned on him that the money given could procure an abundance of goods. Meanwhile, Superman, having rushed to the scene, intervened to calm the Hulk, leaving the Joker for himself and Thor to manage. Thor, is there truly no way to remove this mask from the Joker? Thor regarded the Joker before him. There exists one method to remove it, by using my hammer to obliterate the mask. However, this approach would likely result in the wearer's demise as well. Superman scrutinized the Joker. His fate is inconsequential. My sole concern is ensuring the safety of the surrounding civilians. Aware of Thor's stance and the Joker's notorious character, Thor wasted no time, raising his hammer to summon lightning. This scene utterly petrified the Joker. While he might have survived in Batman's presence, before Superman, he stood no chance. Superman was far from the indecisive nature of Batman. Moreover, the recent surge of terror instigated by the Joker had eroded Superman's patience. Yet, given Batman's ongoing battle with the Joker, Superman refrained from further comment, seizing this opportunity to eliminate the Joker once and for all. Thor continuously gathered lightning, for this mask was one of his brother's sacred artifacts. Despite being one of Loki's many, its destruction necessitated immense energy. Once the energy coalesced within Thor's hammer, he struck the Joker's visage with a mighty blow. As the hammer descended, a tremendous bolt of lightning followed, racing towards the Joker's face. Just when the Joker believed his end was imminent, he suddenly found himself back in the abandoned amusement park. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, but soon recognized his location, a classic grin returning to his face. You have been incredibly fortunate to activate the protective mechanism of this mask. This mechanism is effective solely against Thor. You were fortunate this time. Had it been another superhero, your demise would have been assured. I hope that in your future endeavors, you refrain from challenging opponents you cannot confidently overcome. After Loki's departure, he vanished into thin air, while the Joker remained unfazed, feeling fortunate merely to be alive. Following the descent of Thor's hammer, the god of thunder sensed something amiss. Gazing upon the desolate surroundings, he recalled the protective mechanism associated with the mask. This mask had previously been employed by my brother to tease me, and each time, I would leave him nearly incapacitated. Eventually, he had installed a protective feature. Whenever I attempted to strike him, the mask would transport him to his safe location, namely, the place where the mask last appeared. It seemed my negligence had allowed him to escape. Chapter 21. Enormous expenditure. Superman, observing the scene before him, gently placed a hand on Thor's shoulder and reassured him. It's all right. This fellow has escaped more than once or twice. On a brighter note, we can now ascertain that your brother is likely with the Joker. Once we locate the Joker, we should be able to discern your brother's whereabouts. I will assign personnel to monitor the Joker's movements closely, and should your brother appear nearby, I will inform you at once. After sharing these words, Superman began assisting in the clearing of the surrounding debris. The large structures, if left to ordinary humans, would necessitate the use of heavy machinery. However, with Superman's presence, the task became considerably more manageable. He effortlessly lifted the massive rubble and set it aside. The Hulk, aware that the chaos was a result of his actions, also began to help with the cleanup. Meanwhile, Shazam, witnessing the unfolding scene from above, turned to leave. Yet, before he could depart, Superman called out to him. Reluctantly, Shazam descended from the sky to lend his aid in clearing the area. This was a principle long upheld by the Justice League and all preceding superheroes, particularly those endowed with great strength. Any destruction caused to the surroundings during battle must be addressed. Their confrontations invariably resulted in considerable damage. And if the Justice League failed to take responsibility, public discontent would surely arise. As superheroes, their reliance on public support was paramount. Should the populace withdraw their backing, they would become far more detestable than any supervillain. After all, many of these supervillains were merely enhanced ordinary individuals, some even entirely mundane. Their capacity for destruction paled in comparison to the likes of the Hulk and Superman. The formidable superheroes, with each engagement, often wreaked havoc across several city blocks. In severe instances, entire neighborhoods could be reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the Justice League was well-funded, not only due to Batman's wealth, but also because Superman frequently ventured to other planets in search of gold and other valuable minerals to return to Earth and convert into resources. Captain Marvel also participated in this endeavor, ensuring the Justice League's smooth operation. Do you assist in cleanup after every battle? Thor, recognizing the considerable damage he had just caused, chose not to depart but to join in the restoration efforts. This had become the norm after nearly every confrontation. You have witnessed the devastation surrounding us. The Green Giant has obliterated everything with a single blow. In light of the chaos wrought by our superheroes, we must take responsibility for the cleanup and restoration. Thor found this entirely reasonable. In Asgard, it is customary that if they cause damage to the structures of others during battle, they are also accountable for the repairs and compensation. Thor distinctly recalls the first occasion he wielded Mjolnir, when his excitement led him to lose control, unleashing a storm that demolished a tavern. As a result, Odin delivered a stern reprimand. And Thor not only compensated the tavern with a substantial sum but also toiled for a month to assist in its reconstruction. This incident became a source of prolonged ridicule from Loki. "Sweetheart, I'm back for dinner." Upon hearing the voice of the female Deadpool, Qian Zhilong rose to reheat the now-cold tomato-braised beef and opened the door. The moment he swung the door open, the female Deadpool lunged into his embrace. Qian Zhilong turned his head, a look of disdain on his face, and pushed her away. "Do not employ such tactics on me. Simply sit down and eat. After dinner, you shall rest." "Why are you back so soon? By all accounts, with your disposition, even in Superman's presence, you should have been out there stirring up trouble." The female Deadpool slumped into a chair. Superman, Shazam, the Green Giant, and that Thor were all present. What could I possibly do? I thought I might seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to pilfer some funds from the Joker's crew, but the police were far too swift, leaving me without any chance to act. Compared to that, indulging in delicious food is far more worthwhile. After relishing the tomato-braised beef, the female Deadpool returned home to rest, while Qian Zhilong, ensuring no one else was around, contemplated testing the effects of his newfound symbiotic powers. Unable to leave the confines of the room, he conjured an appearance reminiscent of Venom. His form was nearly indistinguishable from that depicted in films. Yet the unique distinction lay in his ability to manifest various weapons from his arms, a capability absent in cinematic portrayals of Venom. Most notably, he experienced no discomfort upon transforming. Although enveloped by Venom, it felt akin to donning a garment. Can I freely change weapons at will? According to the lore, while Venom shares a symbiotic bond with its host, the combat is predominantly governed by Venom's will. Venom dictates the manner of combat, with the host acting more as a core, exerting minimal influence during battle. Certainly, but due to the limitations of your body, you cannot fully assume this state while utilizing its powers. Doing so would be excessively taxing on your physique. You may alter either your arms or legs as needed, but refrain from attempting further transformations, as it would not be beneficial for you, unless you can find other symbiotes for me to consume and transform your body. It is only through the alteration of your physique that I can completely envelop you. Otherwise, relying solely on your own strength will only allow me to maintain the state I previously described. After uttering these words, Venom receded, allowing Qian Zhilong to familiarize himself with the abilities he possessed. Without hesitation, Qian Zhilong transformed his right arm into a chain blade, capable of being wielded freely in the air, and then he fashioned his left hand into a large sword. However, to wield the sword, he had to cease the movements of the chain blade. Otherwise, controlling the power of his right arm became exceedingly difficult. Yet, after only a few swings of the sword, Qian Zhilong distinctly felt an onset of fatigue. As this weariness intensified, the large sword he had conjured began to diminish gradually, ultimately reverting to his original arm. The chain blade followed suit, shortening incrementally before returning to its former state. Such rapid depletion seemed excessive, if faced with a more formidable adversary. Wouldn't I find myself at a disadvantage after only a few exchanges? Chapter 22. Journey to New York. I previously mentioned that your body is far too frail. To harness my strength, transformation is essential. Once transformed, you will not only be able to access my power without my assistance, but will also wield it at your discretion. The most suitable transformation for you now pertains to enhancing your physical strength, as this is the fundamental requirement for your body. Only when your power amplifies can further modifications align seamlessly with you. Currently, the most appropriate transformation is that of the symbiote destruction. Upon hearing this designation, Qian Zhilong fell into contemplation, recalling that in the comics, there seemed to be no symbiote named Destruction, as this title appeared rather commonplace compared to others. However, this seemed reasonable. After all, there are only a handful of symbiotes in the comics. While the world I traversed has over 20 varieties that emerged during the last Great War, so encountering the unfamiliar is entirely plausible. What is the strength of this destruction? Are you capable of handling it? Before taking action, Qian Zhilong needed to ascertain the opponent's power to determine whether to engage. If their strength proved overwhelming, not only would I fail to consume them, but my very life could be at stake. Rest assured, all the symbiotes that have come to Earth this time are no match for me. I am the strongest among them. Thus, all you need to do is locate their whereabouts. Those symbiotes stand no chance against me. They were no match for me even before they had a host. And with your assistance now, they are even less formidable. Qian Zhilong couldn't help but chuckle at this. You make it sound so simple. Let us not forget that they were captured by the Justice League. What is the Justice League? Not even Superman can enter without approval, without passing the scrutiny. One cannot gain access to the super prison beneath the Justice League. That ruthless Superman will not hesitate to eliminate any potential threat he perceives. Are you confident in facing Superman? Venom emerged from Qian Zhilong's body, replying, I cannot claim such confidence. After all, that fellow is exceedingly powerful. Even in my peak condition, I may not stand a chance against him. However, I do possess alternative methods, albeit they may cause you a bit of discomfort. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong was suddenly reminded of certain images, specifically, infiltrating the Justice League's subterranean super prison through the sewers. You're not suggesting the sewers, are you? Despite his burgeoning idea, he felt the need for confirmation. You are correct, it is indeed the sewers. Although these symbiotes are confined within the Justice League's underground super prison, I am not too far removed from them, and there exists a modicum of connection. Those captured symbiotes are yearning to escape via the sewers. We need not breach the Justice League's headquarters. Locating a suitable sewer exit for interception will suffice. Qian Zhilong's anxious heart found some solace upon Venom's assurance that they would not have to traverse the sewers. In truth, Qian Zhilong harbored mild obsessive tendencies regarding cleanliness. While not severe, the thought of crawling through the sewers was somewhat intolerable. When shall we commence our operation? Venom gazed out the window. We shall act after nightfall. The other symbiotes mentioned that a routine system check would take place at the Justice League's underground prison that evening, presenting an opportune moment for them to escape through the sewers. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong wasted no time and hurried to the underground garage, revving his sports car towards downtown New York City. His urgency stemmed from the fact that reaching New York from his residence, even via the highway, would take a minimum of 4 hours under ideal conditions. This duration would only be achievable without any unforeseen circumstances. Any superhero battles or villainous disruptions could jeopardize their timely arrival. However, Qian Zhilong recalled that it was unlikely any superheroes would engage in combat on the highway, as there was little of value to warrant such action. As he sped along, Qian Zhilong pushed the car to its limits. If you fear you might not endure until night, you can rest in the car. Allow me to handle the driving, Venom suggested, not affording Qian Zhilong a chance to object. With that, Venom extended 2 additional appendages from behind, seizing the steering wheel. He then enveloped Qian Zhilong's legs, controlling the brakes and accelerator. With the car under Venom's command, exhilaration surged through him, and he immediately floored the accelerator. The engine roared as the sports car transformed into a blur, darting ahead. As the speedometer soared to 210, Qian Zhilong felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Rest assured, there is no need for fear. Even if an accident were to occur, my abilities would ensure your safety. Qian Zhilong pressed himself firmly against the seat and fastened his seatbelt. My concern is not whether I would recover. Rather, it is the risk of your identity being exposed should something go awry. Certainly, there will inevitably be superheroes or nefarious villains knocking at our door. Once they arrive, you must understand that we shall lead a life of turmoil, and in the future, indulging in delectable treats will become a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, Venom, who had previously pressed the accelerator to the floor, immediately eased his foot off and began to assess the vehicle. No, absolutely not. I have already savored such exquisite delicacies. If I am deprived of them, I shall lose my sanity. As the car's speed gradually decreased, Qian Zhilong's anxiously suspended heart found some solace, regaining control of the vehicle. Qian Zhilong reassured, rest assured, as long as no mishaps occur, your identity shall remain undisclosed. At this moment, within the Justice League Tower in downtown New York City, an upgrade to the security system was underway, with Stark Industries providing the latest technology. Iron Man, are you certain you won't dispatch anyone to monitor those symbiotes? What if they take advantage of this upgrade to escape? Wouldn't that cause us considerable trouble? Iron Man paused his work. You need not worry about that. My technology is unparalleled. Once this security system upgrade is complete, Not even a mosquito will be able to escape from here, let alone a symbiote. In response to Shazam's concerns, Iron Man offered a confident reply. Chapter 23. The Origins of the Symbiotes. Tony, I still harbor some doubts about this upgrade. Tony munched on a chip. You may not trust me, but you must have faith in Superman and Thor who are stationed below. With their oversight, even if the symbiotes attempt to escape from prison, they will find it impossible to evade capture. The reason Iron Man considered enlisting Thor's assistance is that Thor's lightning is particularly effective against symbiotes. With him present, these entities will think twice before making a move. Additionally, Thor's primary role is to ensure that the super prison does not experience power outages. As long as Thor is around, even if a power failure occurs, it can be easily managed. Meanwhile, in the super prison beneath the Justice League, Thor and Superman were seated face to face, engaged in conversation. Have these symbiotes ever appeared on your planet? Thor, observing the symbiotes confined in separate containers, replied, To be candid, we have similar entities on our planet. But they differ significantly. Ours are magical, involving the binding of souls to another being, which is entirely different from these creatures. However, I have encountered references to such beings in ancient texts. They seem to originate from a remote planet. That planet is not even recorded on star charts. And it is said that anything that ventures there cannot depart. Furthermore, the ancient tome contains scant information about this planet. This is all I could gather. Nonetheless, it does document one piece of information, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Superman, intrigued by Thor's statement, urged him to elaborate. Pray, tell me what that information entails. This information pertains to the origins of the symbionts, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. If you are intrigued, I can share a brief overview. Albeit my recollection is somewhat hazy, as I read this book during my childhood, and it is improbable for me to recount every detail in its entirety. At present, Superman must discern the true nature of these symbionts, for only then can he effectively respond to the impending invasion of Earth by these entities. Feel free to share, as this upgrade process will not conclude anytime soon. Upon hearing Superman's response, there began to reminisce about the content of that book. All symbionts trace their origins to the deity of symbionts, Gnarl. In the primordial chaos of the cosmos, Gnarl was born into a realm of darkness and slumbered for an indeterminate period. Suddenly, a searing radiance erupted, illuminating the universe, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that awakened Gnarl. Emerging from the shadows, Gnarl was enveloped in this blinding light, which he found repugnant, rendering him unable to open his eyes. He witnessed the architects of this illumination, the Celestial Assembly, tirelessly creating one planet after another. Their emergence disrupted Gnarl's slumber, inciting his wrath. Gnarl's existence was soon discovered by a celestial being. However, as the deity began to observe the nature of Gnarl, the latter, in a fit of fury, turned away, seemingly in search of something. He then thrust his hand into the murky void, laboring to extract a sword born from the depths of chaos. With this sword in hand, Gnarl unleashed his fury upon the Celestial Assembly, decapitating one of their members. The slain Celestial was subsequently banished back into the darkness by the others. Yet, Gnarl resolved to expand his dominion of darkness, using the severed head of the Celestial as a base to forge the Void Sword with the energy of the divine flames. He relentlessly hammered the liquid sword, yet its form evolved into that of a symbiote. During the forging process, the flames instilled fear in them, and the incessant hammering instilled a dread of sound waves. Ultimately, Gnarl succeeded in forging this symbiote into a more formidable weapon, which he named the Black Death Sword. Armed with this sword, Gnarl waged war across the cosmos, targeting all beings that represented light, including even the deities of light, whom he vanquished without hesitation. During that era, Gnarl's strength in the universe was formidable, yet even the mightiest can falter. On one occasion, while engaged in battle against a group of luminescent deities, he was unwittingly struck down by a golden-armored god of light. This defeat plunged Gnarl into a state of apparent death. After a millennium of slumber, upon awakening, he discovered his newfound ability to control the unconscious symbiotes, to assert his dominance over the universe. Gnarl settled on the very planet where he had fallen and began to create a multitude of symbiotes. The planet where Gnarl descended is the one I mentioned earlier. I only know this much about the general situation. I cannot recall any further details, as the book's introduction to the symbiotes seems to conclude here. Superman has now learned from Thor that all symbiotes harbor a profound fear of flames and sound. However, this information pertains solely to the current symbiotes. It remains uncertain whether they might evolve on Earth. Particularly concerning is the one that escaped. Should it evolve to become impervious to flames and sound, the implications would be truly terrifying. Thor cast a glance at the surrounding symbiotes, stating, My best advice to you is to eliminate these entities promptly. Their continued presence here poses an inevitable danger. I have already shared enough insight. Should you choose to disregard it, I am left with no other recourse. Superman, 2. Regarded the symbiotes contained within the bottles. You are correct. These beings are exceedingly hazardous and must not remain. However, This matter is not solely within my purview. The research value of these symbiotes is immense, and the higher-ups will undoubtedly wish to study them. In response, they're scoffed. Humanity. It has always been thus. It remains so now. Even when they cannot control such power, they still wish to experiment, only to reap destruction in the end. Acknowledging Thor's words is accurate. Superman understood that, as the leader of the Justice League, he could only manage superheroes and had no authority to intervene in the decisions made by those above him. He had previously contemplated eradicating these individuals completely, but ultimately abandoned that notion. Chapter 24. Superman's fans after a frantic dash. Qian Zhilong and Venom finally arrived in New York City. Uncertain of when the symbiotes might escape, Qian Zhilong opted to take Venom to the area beneath the Justice League headquarters. The headquarters has now become a popular spot for tourists. There were no significant obstacles in the vicinity, though various surveillance and patrol robots were essential. These devices, provided by Stark Industries, greatly enhanced the safety of both the Justice League and its visitors. The patrol robots, while lacking lethal weaponry, perform identity scans on all individuals. Once the scans confirm that the surrounding tourists pose no threat, the patrol robots continue their rounds. If they detect any criminals or potential threats, they will be driven away. If initial attempts fail, the patrol robots will resort to subduing them. Given their non-lethal armaments, their attacks focus on restraint, after which the suspects are handed over to the police. Moreover, as they engage, the patrol robots loudly announce the individual's name, gender, and any previous legal infractions, ensuring that everyone understands who the individual is and the reasons for the robot's intervention. For ordinary criminals, the involvement of superheroes is entirely unnecessary. It is only the most nefarious villains who warrant the direct intervention of these champions. Moreover, no malevolent entity would dare to cause a disturbance at the headquarters of the Justice League. As the principal overseer of the Justice League, Superman ensures that no villain would ever dream of encroaching upon their sanctum. He had previously endorsed a covenant affirming that the Justice League is a bastion of heroism and a congregation for all heroes. Should any malefactor dare to perpetrate evil near the Justice League headquarters, Superman would unhesitatingly obliterate them. This is one of the primary reasons why, despite the Joker's madness, he refrains from wreaking havoc at the Justice League's domain. The unexpected location of the Justice League headquarters in such a bustling area raises questions. Do they truly fear not the most deranged of villains launching an assault against them? Faced with venomous inquiry, Qian Zhilong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Establishing the Justice League's headquarters in the very heart of New York City indeed presents a latent threat. They might not contemplate the possibility of an external vehicle mounting an attack here. In any case, no villain on Earth would dare to assault the Justice League's headquarters unless they were courting death. Even if an actual invader were to appear, they would likely overlook the Justice League's headquarters, as it merely resembles an ordinary office building, devoid of any distinguishing features. Upon his arrival in this world, Qian Zhilong had been immensely thrilled to learn of the Justice League headquarters in downtown New York. He had driven his sports car to this location, eager to glimpse the esteemed abode of the heroes. However, upon arriving, he was disheartened to discover that the headquarters bore no distinction from the surrounding edifices, save for a solitary Justice League emblem adorning its facade. In that moment, he felt a profound disappointment, believing that the headquarters of superheroes should, in some measure, embody a more technological and awe-inspiring essence, yet it was anything but. Can you sense the presence of those symbiotes? Venom inquired, controlling Qian Zhilong's body as he stomped his foot. Beneath where you are stomping lies the location of the symbiotes. I am now in close proximity to them, and I trust they have sensed my presence. Just as Venom anticipated, the symbiotes imprisoned beneath the Justice League's headquarters detected Venom's presence on the surface. They thrashed about within their containers, eager to escape, while Thor and Superman, stationed nearby, also noticed the commotion among the symbiotes. It appeared that another fleeing symbiote was out in the open. Thor, ever perceptive, quickly grasped this notion. Superman, utilizing his X-ray vision in response to Thor's reaction, scanned the area above, discerning that aside from the wandering tourists, there was no indication of anything amiss. It seemed this particular symbiote had found a suitable host. A glance earlier had revealed no sign of its presence. Observing the unruly symbiotes, Thor seized his hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon them, directing it with precision at the chaotic entities. The symbiote sensed the threat posed by the Thunder God and immediately fell silent. Thunder God, you guard this place. I shall venture out, said the hero. The Thunder God nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead, I shall take care of things here. With that, Superman swiftly exited through a nearby conduit, soaring rapidly to the rooftop of the Justice League headquarters. Superman has emerged. The symbiote's senses were exceptionally sharp, as it detected a tremendous force hovering above the Justice League headquarters. Hearing this, Qian Zhilong dared not look up. Instead, he feigned being an ordinary tourist, pulling out his phone to take pictures. Seizing the opportunity, he indeed caught sight of Superman's floating figure atop the headquarters. At that moment, Superman also noticed Qian Zhilong, who was capturing his image with a phone, but he merely paused for an instant before moving on. Superman. It is truly Superman, Qian Zhilong exclaimed. For he understood that although these superheroes were often in the public eye, Superman as Earth's guardian still commanded a vast fanbase. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong shout, the surrounding tourists immediately turned their gaze towards the rooftop of the Justice League headquarters, where they too beheld Superman's silhouette. Superman realized that he had been exposed the moment Qian Zhilong called out his name. Ah, is it really Superman? Superman, I love you. The tourists gathered below the Justice League headquarters went into a frenzy, waving their hands in greeting to Superman above. Aware that he needed to descend and acknowledge his fans to avoid being labeled as indifferent, Superman swiftly flew down from the headquarters into the crowd. At that moment, patrolling robots quickly formed a protective circle around him, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. Can Superman give me an autograph? Can I take a picture with Superman? Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Superman engaged warmly, posing for photos and signing autographs for several eager fans. Chapter 25. The battle between Venom and Destruction. While Superman appeared to be mingling with his fans, he was continuously scanning the surroundings with his keen vision, searching for any other symbiotes nearby. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong had already taken his leave from the area along with Venom. Your diversionary tactic was quite clever, but such an approach bears significant risk, Qian Zhilong remarked as he finally halted his steps at a safe distance. What choice do I have? If Superman discovers you, both our fates would be sealed, he continued. However, I am curious. How did you manage to elude Superman's light scanning? With a tone of pride, Venom replied, in truth, evading Superman's scans is rather simple. I can transform into the blood within your body, flowing through your veins, thus rendering myself invisible to him. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong recognized that this was indeed a unique ability of Venom in this world, as such a power was not part of Venom's original lore. What shall we do now? Superman has been alerted. If he is present, approaching them is out of the question. Do not worry. They will emerge soon without us needing to draw near. Hearing Venom's unwavering confidence, Qian Zhilong found himself perplexed regarding the source of Venom's assurance. While some symbiotes indeed possess considerable strength, they stand little chance against superheroes like Superman and Thor. If there were other hosts present, perhaps these symbiotes could exhibit their true capabilities. However, at this moment, they are merely a puddle of slime. And the notion of defeating Superman and Thor is nothing short of ludicrous. As Qian Zhilong ventured less than a kilometer away, he suddenly found his body immobilized. What is happening? Is there danger ahead? It is not a threat ahead, but rather, other symbiotes have escaped. Below the super prison, Thor is engaged in battle with the symbiotes. Possessing the power of thunder, he is the most feared among them. Out of more than 20 symbiotes, some have already been vanquished by lightning, while only a few, endowed with remarkable combat prowess, remain, albeit gravely wounded. However, 2 symbiotes have successfully fled through the sewage system. The defense systems within the sewers, due to years of neglect, are no longer as responsive as they once were. Although the 2 fleeing symbiotes triggered the security alarms, certain mechanisms, having lost sensitivity, allowed their escape before the alarms were fully activated. Meanwhile, above, Iron Man, upon discovering this, promptly initiated the defense systems. Yet it was too late. 2 symbiotes have escaped from Superman. Hearing the news through his earpiece while posing for photographs, Superman's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will take photographs with everyone at a later time. With that, he soared back to the headquarters of the Justice League. Upon returning, Superman wasted no time and headed straight for the underground super prison. Upon arrival, he found that Thor had already eradicated the majority of the symbiotes. With only a few remaining, barely writhing on the ground, we still allowed 2 symbiotes to escape. Gripping his hammer, Thor felt a pang of guilt over his oversight. At that moment, Iron Man, Shazam, and Wonder Woman also arrived at the super prison's lower level. Witnessing the aftermath, they understood a fierce battle had just transpired. Iron Man stepped forward, employing a scanner to analyze the symbiotes on the ground. Subsequently, he shot beacons at those symbiotes, marking which ones were still alive. After marking them, he produced several containers designed for capturing symbiotes. Thor accepted these containers and summoned lightning to compel the remaining symbiotes back into their confines. Once all living symbiotes were secured within the containers, Iron Man promptly displayed the previously gathered data regarding the symbiotes on the super prison's large screen, detailing all pertinent information regarding the captured symbiotes. After scanning the Iron Man steel materials, it was determined that there were 23 symbiotes, of which 3 survived and 2 fled. The 18 defeated symbiotes were the weakest among them, thus easily vanquished, while the 3 that remained, despite their considerable strength, fell short when compared to the 2 that escaped. An order was issued for all superheroes in the vicinity to search for the symbiotes, ensuring they could not escape. Upon receiving the command, Wonder Woman promptly disseminated the information, and the superheroes sprang into action. Meanwhile, Venom controlled Qian Zhilong, traversing the sewer until reaching a dimly lit corner. There, a massive black substance emerged from a sewer grate. As the viscous slime fully surfaced, Venom seized Qian Zhilong's body in an instant. Venom extended its several-meter-long tongue, ensnaring the mass and consuming it whole. The entire action transpired in the blink of an eye. What do you intend to do, Venom? What do you think? Destruction. My host now requires your abilities, and you must contribute your body. Are you out of your mind, Venom? Do not forget that our powers are evenly matched. Since you dare to betray us symbiotes, do not blame me for being unrelenting. Soon, the entity known as Destruction, swallowed by Venom, began to thrash about within. The two symbiotes clashed internally, and to avoid involving Qian Zhilong, Venom expelled him from its body. Although the spectacle was far from pleasant, at least Qian Zhilong was now safe. Fearing he might be caught in the crossfire, Qian Zhilong swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing the tumultuous struggle between Destruction and Venom. Have you lost your mind, Venom? We could dominate this planet with our powerful kind, yet you choose to betray us. Do not speak foolishly. What did you see in that prison below? Do not think I am unaware. If you cannot even contend with Thor, how can you talk of ruling this world? The battle between the two symbiotes resembled a vicious gnawing, each vying to completely consume the other. You treacherous fiend, Venom. Even if I fail, do not think you will succeed. Others of our kind are en route to Earth. Once all symbiotes arrive, I will recount everything that has transpired here. You will become an enemy to all symbiotes, and not only will those so-called superheroes pursue you, but even your own kind will not spare you. Chapter 26. Destruction devoured. Destruction's threats seemed to have little effect on Venom, who continued to gnaw at Destruction. Whether I am pursued by the superheroes of this planet or by my own kin, you shall have no opportunity to witness it. Hearing Venom's words, Destruction realized that continuing the fight would yield no chance of victory. In a bid for survival, Destruction immediately transformed into human form. Venom, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly disengaged from the battle and returned to Qian Zhilong, enveloping him entirely and entering a state of combat. The figure of the Destruction transformed into a humanoid form, towers over Venom, being twice its size, and appears to be covered in a scale-like armor. Venom, today, I shall represent the symbiote and completely annihilate you, he proclaimed with maniacal laughter. Upon hearing Destruction's declaration, Venom erupted into a fit of derisive laughter. You? Annihilate me? Are you jesting? Your power indeed surpasses mine, and your defensive capabilities are unrivaled among symbiotes. Yet do not forget that my abilities far exceed yours. The scales that envelop you provide some measure of defense against my attacks, but this should not be mistaken for complete invulnerability. Even before I had a host, I could easily defeat you. Now, bolstered by my host, overcoming you is but a triviality. With that, Venom conjured two additional arms from his back, transforming them into chain blades that danced through the air with relentless ferocity. Subsequently, he morphed his right hand into a knife and his left into a hammer, launching a brutal assault upon Destruction. Faced with these formidable weapons, Destruction was momentarily taken aback. The chain blade was a weapon inspired by Qian Zhilong's personal admiration for it, which he suddenly recalled. Harnessing Venom's abilities, he attempted to manifest it, aiming for a desired effect. After several attempts, not only did he manage to conjure the chain blade to his envisioned form, but its efficacy exceeded his expectations. Initially, he presumed Venom would disregard this weapon's form. However, witnessing Venom materializing his own chain blades revealed that Venom too held this weapon in high regard. In the face of Venom's new manifestation, Destruction remained vigilant, hardening the scales upon his body to withstand the barrage of attacks. The quantity of his scales was finite, and concentrating on defense in one area would invariably create vulnerabilities elsewhere. At that moment, he dedicated all available scales to fortify against Venom's assault from the front, leaving his back completely defenseless. The length of the chain blades allowed them to easily strike at Destruction's rear. Although his back suffered from the onslaught, Destruction dared not withdraw his front defense. The priority remained to protect his front rather than risk the occasional laceration from the chain blades. Through Venom's fierce offensive, Qian Zhilong discerned that Destruction was remarkably similar to Venom as he had learned from stories. In terms of offense, there were no extraordinary abilities. Apart from possessing astonishing strength and defense, there were no other means of attack. Under the relentless barrage from Venom, Destruction began to falter. Even with all his scales concentrated at the front, it became increasingly difficult to withstand Venom's frenzied assault. This relentless attack was a tactic Venom had gleaned from watching games. Ever since transforming into a cat, he frequently observed Qian Zhilong play various fighting games. Some of the moves he found particularly impressive, and having learned them previously, he was eager to showcase them now. Thus, he initiated an unbroken series of combo attacks against Destruction, and fortunately, the ample sustenance he had consumed previously rendered this expenditure of energy inconsequential. Venom, you shall perish. As the Destroyer felt the imminent threat of being overwhelmed, It let out a ferocious roar and forcefully repelled all of Venom's assaults, launching a counterattack against its foe. Qian Zhilong, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was taken aback. Logically, it was evident that the destroyer was no match for Venom. The most prudent course of action would have been to escape the moment it broke free, thus preserving a chance for survival. However, the destroyer evidently had no such intentions, seemingly resolved to engage in a fatal struggle with Venom. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. The destroyer began employing the very techniques that Venom had just utilized against it to retaliate, though lacking the enhancement of chain blades. The sheer force of its iron fists compelled Venom to retreat. Venom, are you capable? If not, you should avoid taking direct hits and instead strike from behind. With your abilities, a single blow could annihilate it. Venom transformed one of its arms into a shield, successfully blocking the destroyer's onslaught. Did you not claim to have a profound understanding of symbiotes? For beings like us, flames are the only true harbingers of death. My attacks merely serve to sap the destroyer's strength, rendering it increasingly feeble. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I shall consume it, leaving no room for resistance. This is precisely why I am willing to engage in this prolonged battle. Upon hearing Venom's insights, Qian Zhilong recalled that this was indeed the case. Aside from the devastating heat of flames, it was exceedingly difficult to slay a symbiote through other means. However, they could not afford to prolong the confrontation any further. The arrival of other superheroes could spell doom for both of them. Venom, fully aware of this urgency, adorned its shield with sharp spikes, rendering the destroyer unable to launch further attacks. In that fleeting moment of the destroyer's pause, Venom swung its chain blades, mercilessly slicing towards the destroyer. During the earlier skirmish, Venom had been experimenting with how to effectively utilize the chain blades to vanquish the destroyer. It had realized that the chain blades were exceptionally effective, boasting a wide range and the capacity to restrict the opponent's movements. Thus, while defending against the destroyer's assaults, Venom had modified the blades. Previously, the chain blades had relatively small edges, resulting in minimal damage to the destroyer. However, after refinement, the blades became broader, longer, and serrated, significantly increasing their lethality. The enhanced chain blades indeed proved to be far more devastating. Under such powerful attacks, the destroyer was soon reduced to countless fragments. Witnessing the destroyer's shattered form, Venom felt no pity. It immediately opened its maw, its single tongue multiplying into numerous tendrils that gathered the remnants and consumed them. After devouring the destroyer, Venom's tongue involuntarily twirled around its mouth, savoring the distinct flavor of a formidable symbiote. With that, Venom retreated back into Qian Zhilong's body to commence the digestion of the destroyer. Chapter 27. Symbiotic healing. Once regaining control over his body, Qian Zhilong involuntarily shuddered. That was truly repulsive. When you consumed and destroyed, it felt as though I had an octopus in my mouth. You are quite particular. Considering this is an opportunity to gain power, yet you find my appearance distasteful. If you find it so revolting, does that mean you choose to forfeit this power? Wait, I was merely jesting. Look, you're getting angry. Faced with a chance to become stronger, Qian Zhilong was not about to let it slip away. We must leave this place swiftly. Other superheroes are likely to arrive shortly. Not daring to linger, Qian Zhilong stepped out from the shadows and tidied his attire, transforming himself into a mere tourist. He began taking photos with his phone, making every effort to avoid arousing suspicion among the passing superheroes. Just as he had taken a few steps, a red figure, accompanied by golden lightning, rushed past, creating a gust of wind. It was unmistakable. Such speed and silhouette could only belong to the Flash. Shortly after the Flash sped by, another fiery figure appeared in the sky. Unmistakably the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Upon entering this world, the Fantastic Four had been the first superhero team Qian Zhilong encountered, leaving a lasting impression in his heart. Firstly, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman were devoid of any scandals. Their marital bond was exceptionally strong. The Thing remained fiercely devoted to his wife. Although the Human Torch was known for his playful antics, he was not associated with any rumors or affairs with other female superheroes. Of course, this was merely the public facade. The intricacies behind the scenes were less clear to Qian Zhilong. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with these four, as they aligned with his values as a citizen. After the Human Torch departed, he soon spotted several familiar figures, Wolverine and Storm. There were others among the superheroes, but as Qian Zhilong did not recognize them, he refrained from inquiring further. However, whenever a superhero passed by, he feigned obsession, shouting fervently, "Wolverine! It's Wolverine! Storm! It's Storm!" He repeated these exclamations for nearly every superhero that crossed his path, though they merely greeted him briefly before hastening away. "Is it truly necessary for you to behave this way? I find it rather embarrassing," Venom remarked with discontent. "Do you think I desire this? Given that we are near the Justice League headquarters, with superheroes around, one must display enthusiasm. After all, aside from those who adore superheroes, no one else would be present here without being disguised. Along the way, whenever Qian Zhilong encountered familiar superheroes, he greeted them warmly. Each superhero responded in kind. Although their exchanges were merely brief waves, they were nonetheless sufficient. Were such a superhero to appear in his original world, Qian Zhilong might have felt a thrill at the prospect of exchanging greetings. However, in this reality, he was devoid of excitement, merely feeling fatigued by the circumstances. Upon arriving at the hotel, he discovered two superheroes stationed at the entrance, scrutinizing passersby. One was Ant-Man, and the other was the mutant Flame Boy. Their pairing was evidently a well-executed strategy from above. Ant-Man's ability to manipulate his size allowed him to evade the symbiote's grasp or attacks, while Flame Boy's intense heat posed a formidable threat to the symbiote. As Qian Zhilong approached the entrance, Ant-Man picked up a scanner and conducted a thorough scan of him. When the green light illuminated on the device, indicating no issues, Ant-Man permitted Qian Zhilong to enter the hotel. Yet, before stepping inside, Qian Zhilong feigned enthusiasm, asking Ant-Man, "May I take a photo with you?" In this world, Ant-Man's presence was akin to his portrayal in films. Although a superhero, he lacked a strong presence, with most people failing to regard him as such. Delighted by the request for a photo, Ant-Man eagerly replied, "Of course. Let me strike a pose." With that, he assumed what he believed to be a dashing stance, and they captured a photograph together. After their photo session, it was only natural for Qian Zhilong to request a picture with Flame Boy as well. Flame Boy, equally exhilarated, transformed into a fiery form, prompting Qian Zhilong to snap a photo. He then reverted to his usual appearance. When posing with Qian Zhilong, Flame Boy raised one hand, igniting flames, and struck what he considered a striking pose. Upon entering his room in the hotel, Qian Zhilong inquired, "How many symbiotes escaped this time?" "Two," came the reply. "And the other one is of no concern to you. It is an anomaly among the symbiotes." Intrigued, Qian Zhilong pressed, "Why is it referred to as an anomaly? Is it different from the rest of you?" "It is a healing-type symbiote, a capability you are well aware of, as it is a trait shared by all symbiotes. What sets it apart is its ability to heal other symbiotes. However, this ability is largely ineffectual, since symbiotes can restore themselves simply by consuming food, rendering its power rather useless. But I believe that if this ability were combined with a skilled doctor, it could be of great benefit to humanity," he mused. The healing capacity could potentially cure nearly all ailments. Even cancer would pale in comparison to its power. Upon hearing Venom's assertion, Qian Zhilong's excitement surged. "Shall we seek it out? With its presence, I might even become a renowned physician." Venom extended his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Qian Zhilong. This action sent a shiver down Qian Zhilong's spine. "What are you doing?" "I'm merely speculating. There's no need for such scrutiny." "I advise you to refrain from harboring such thoughts," Venom warned ominously. "The ability to heal is a unique gift. Becoming its host is both a blessing and a curse. The fortunate aspect lies in the extraordinary potency of this healing power, which can even grant true immortality. However, the downside is that the two will be eternally bound to one another, unable to escape from each other's grasp. Moreover, should either party meet their demise, the other shall inevitably follow suit. Unlike me, when I encounter genuine life-threatening peril, I can expel you entirely from within me, ensuring your safety from fatality." Chapter 28. The escaping healer noticing the dissatisfaction of Venom. Qian Zhilong hastily exclaimed, Yes, everything you say is correct. You are the best among symbiotes, always considering my needs and striving to make me stronger. You are perfect, the most suitable for me. We shall be the finest partners moving forward." Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, Venom displayed a proud demeanor, retorting, "Do not utter such sentiments again." With that, Venom returned to Qian Zhilong's body. "Venom, may I inquire when I might acquire the power of destruction? This will require some time. Currently, the essence of destruction resides within me. I must transform its form into a core before I can implant it within you. If I fail to fully digest it and revert it back to its previous unconscious symbiotic state, even if I convert it into a core, there remains a chance it could awaken once more. Should it revive, it would seize control of your body, and I would not only have to confront it but also eliminate you myself." At Venom's words, Qian Zhilong shuddered involuntarily. "Then please digest it thoroughly and carefully. Do not let any issues arise. Rest assured, for my own sake, I shall not allow it to survive." At that moment, all the superheroes in New York City were engaged in the quest to locate the symbiote. Iron Man provided each of them with a device capable of detecting symbiotic entities, a creation born from his research following the capture of the symbiote, aimed at preparing for future encounters. The news of the symbiote's escape reached not only the superheroes but also numerous formidable supervillains. These villains, upon learning of the symbiote's existence, were eager to act. Particularly, those with already significant powers were exhilarated at the thought of the abilities the symbiote could bestow. Among them, the mutants harbored the greatest desire to be possessed by the symbiote. Given that mutants inherently possess unique powers, the addition of the symbiote would be akin to a fish in water. Under the command of Magneto, the Brotherhood of Mutants was covertly searching for the symbiote. The professor, aware of Magneto's relentless nature, immediately dispatched members of the X-Men to thwart the Brotherhood's plans. This clandestine struggle unfolded in every corner of New York City. Naturally, the allure of such power did not only captivate the supervillains, even many relatively weaker superheroes found themselves coveting the effects brought forth by the symbiote. However, with the presence of Superman and other mighty superheroes looming above, the ordinary heroes, despite their ambitions, dared not take action. Superman once established a rule for all superheroes. Those who wished to abandon their heroic pursuits were free to do so. Upon their withdrawal, the Justice League would arrange suitable employment for these individuals and provide them with a stipend. Furthermore, the contributions they had previously made to the nation and the city would not be disregarded, as they would continue to receive substantial bonuses annually. Faced with such generous rewards, should anyone still aspire to become a villain, Superman would personally intervene to eliminate them. Not only would Superman take action, but both the Justice League and the Avengers would thoroughly eradicate any potential threats posed by these former heroes to the city and humanity. In the meantime, the entity known as Healing had successfully escaped, drifting far away through the sewers. Although devoid of combat abilities, Healing possessed an extraordinary capacity for danger perception, far surpassing that of other symbiotes. To facilitate a successful escape from this perilous area, Healing soon merged with a fish upon exiting the sewer. In the water, a fish was the most advantageous choice, as it not only swam swiftly but also significantly enhanced Healing's survival capabilities. After swimming a considerable distance, Healing arrived at a garden filled with rare plants. Although Healing was unaware of its exact location, the ambience provided a sense of comfort, prompting Healing to detach from the fish and attach itself to a nearby plant. The fish, having been inhabited by Healing, quickly succumbed after the separation, its body rapidly decaying into a mere skeleton that sank to the water's bottom. "You performed exceptionally well today, Poison Ivy," remarked one individual. "You have once again boosted the sales of ornamental plants, and your commission will see a delightful increase." This success was largely attributed to the new cultivation technology provided by Stark Industries, which enabled plants to grow at an astonishing rate. The sole drawback was that during this accelerated growth, the plants would deplete the nutrients from the soil. For novice gardeners, failing to replace the soil in a timely manner would make sustaining such rapidly growing plants quite challenging. However, this concern did not pertain to them, as the buyers were likely not interested in long-term care, merely seeking a fleeting moment of enjoyment. As their conversation gradually faded, Healing emerged from the plant to survey the surroundings. It then realized that it found itself in a nursery, where the various flora were meticulously cared for, appearing not only visually appealing but also evoking a sense of comfort within Healing. Just as Healing was reveling in this pleasant atmosphere, a gaping maw charged towards it, ready to bite. Despite savoring the comforting sensations, Healing's reflexes remained sharp. At the moment the enormous mouth approached, it swiftly retracted back into the plant. Once back within the plant, Healing immediately examined the site of the attack, observing a massive carnivorous plant with its gaping mouth searching for something. "My dear, have you noticed?" Poison Ivy said as she returned from outside. "Do not conceal that entity any longer. I share a profound telepathic connection with plants. The moment your presence came into contact with my flora, I became aware of it. If I am not mistaken, you must be a symbiote, correct?" Poison Ivy possesses a remarkable sensitivity to plants, particularly to those she has nurtured herself, which serve as her own eyes and hands. Thus, when she sensed an alien presence affixed to her plants, she immediately recognized that something not of this earth had appeared, prompting her to escort her agent away from the scene. After sending her agent off, Poison Ivy, wary of the potential troubles this symbiote might bring her, felt compelled to return for a closer examination. Currently, she wishes to remain uninvolved in the tumultuous battles between so-called superheroes and supervillains, desiring only to live a tranquil life. Furthermore, her present existence is indeed idyllic. She not only cultivates her cherished plants but also recommends them to like-minded individuals who share her passion for gardening. Poison Ivy is thoroughly content with this way of life. Chapter 29. The Crisis in New York. Poison Ivy approached the plant that housed the entity and inquired, "Are you not coming out?" Initially, the entity, known as Healer, presumed that Poison Ivy was merely posturing, yet was taken aback by her genuine awareness of its host. Realizing it had been discovered, Healer ceased its attempts at concealment and began to extend itself through the plant. Its form, a soft green hue, appeared far less menacing compared to other symbiotes, exuding a more amiable demeanor. Upon witnessing Healer's emergence, Poison Ivy instinctively stepped back, with the massive carnivorous plant positioning itself protectively before her. "You must leave at once. Here, you are not safe. There are many eyes, and you could be easily detected." Poison Ivy was not misleading Healer. This garden was frequently visited by Stark's upper management responsible for plant sales, and even Iron Man himself would come here to recuperate for several days each month. "This place is quite comfortable. I have no desire to depart. But rest assured, I shall not cause you any trouble." Healer's voice, though unexpected, was surprisingly gentle, lacking the terrifying timbre typical of other symbiotes. Do not worry. I will remain within this plant and will not disrupt your rest. However, kindly keep that large creature a safe distance from me. Should I leave this place now? I am certain I would be discovered, and you would be implicated as well. Earlier, while escorting her agent out, Poison Ivy had noticed numerous superheroes populating the streets, many of whom cast sidelong glances at her as they passed. Most of them were aware that she was merely selling plants and had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Thus they did not regard her with undue suspicion. As long as you remain quietly within this plant, I shall not report your presence. However, should you violate our agreement, I will have no choice but to inform the Justice League of your existence. Healer once again withdrew into the plant, an implicit agreement reached. Poison Ivy, too, had her own considerations. In recent times, many supervillains had been quietly dealt with. Among them, two individuals are close friends of Poison Ivy. One is the Frost Man, and the other is the Penguin Man. The Frost Man was discovered in a state of frozen debris, while the Penguin Man, although fortunate to be alive, found his existence to be scarcely distinguishable from death. Due to severe injuries, he remains in the hospital undergoing clandestine treatment, with no certainty regarding when he might regain consciousness. Poison Ivy fears the possibility of facing a similar fate, compelling her to devise a contingency plan. Initially, she sought collaboration with a superhero, but found no suitable candidates. Now, with the emergence of a symbiotic entity, she contemplates the prospect of retaining it, hoping that their eventual fusion may offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Batman has declared that this matter does not concern him, and Poison Ivy is well aware of his character. Given Batman's assertion, it is certain that he is uninvolved, and the actions must have been perpetrated by another superhero, though the identity of that individual remains unclear. Suddenly awakened from a deep slumber by Venom, Qian Zhilong rubbed his still-dazed eyes and inquired, "What is it? Waking me in the middle of the night. Has something happened?" "I sense we are being watched," Venom replied, instantly rousing Qian Zhilong from his stupor. "Brother, we are in New York. Please don't just like that. I might just perish from fright." His words were devoid of humor. This hotel, while not particularly close to the Justice League, had been chosen by Qian Zhilong after careful consideration. Other hotels, though farther away, could not match the quality of accommodation here. Most hotels in America are deplorably unclean, with only a few reputable establishments maintaining satisfactory hygiene. Particularly, motels are notoriously filthy, sometimes revealing needles and unidentified fluids beneath the mattresses, accompanied by an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor. Before his journey across dimensions, Qian Zhilong harbored a desire to explore the so-called superpower of America. To his astonishment, the dreams unfulfilled prior to his traversal began to materialize upon his arrival. Not only did he encounter superheroes, but he also embarked on various adventures, staying at numerous hotels. Among them, the motel stood out as the most squalid and chaotic, yet often served as the best option in sparsely populated areas. You need not be so anxious. It is also possible that I misinterpreted the situation. After all, the Justice League has recently had two symbiotes escape, and many will undoubtedly be searching for them. The abilities they employ might have triggered my sense of danger, but it does not necessarily mean we are the targets. Despite Venom's reassurances, Qian Zhilong felt an immediate surge of alertness. He understood that should he be discovered, he would face the foremost superheroes. The mere thought of Superman, Batman, Shazam, the Hulk, Iron Man, and the Flash confronting him was overwhelmingly daunting. Just as he prepared to lie down once more, a thunderous noise in the distance propelled him upright from his bed. Qian Zhilong's action startled even Venom. "I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities." However, this was not the moment for such discussions. Swiftly, Qian Zhilong approached the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal the distant streets engulfed in thick, billowing smoke, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Witnessing this scene, Qian Zhilong was equally taken aback. During his time since crossing over, New York had remained remarkably safe, devoid of any unforeseen calamities. Yet, on his very first day here, such a tumultuous event unfolded. Could it signify the emergence of a new supervillain? The resounding explosion also caught the attention of Superman at the Justice League headquarters. Other superheroes, who were out searching for symbiotes, were similarly drawn to the sound of the blast, with some of the swifter heroes already racing to the scene. Among them, the Flash, the fastest of all, arrived almost simultaneously with the explosion. Observing the injured crowd, the Flash wasted no time and began his rescue efforts. Several nearby superheroes joined in to assist those affected by the blast. However, as these heroes tended to the ordinary civilians caught in the explosion's aftermath, a crimson laser suddenly shot forth from the epicenter of the blast. This laser was both swift and precise, striking the Flash, renowned for his speed, before he could evade it, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. Chapter 30. The Black Superman. Upon witnessing the Flash's attack, the other superheroes immediately shifted into battle mode, surrounding him to provide aid. The lingering smoke from the center of the explosion kept everyone on edge, as they remained uncertain about the nature of the threat concealed within it. Especially since even the Flash had been unable to dodge the assault. With his unparalleled reflexes and speed, the Flash was nearly invulnerable, save for Superman. Few could truly harm him. Only a surprise attack could pose a threat, yet the chances of successfully ambushing the Flash were exceedingly slim. The enhancement of speed and reflexes rendered him exceptionally quick, making it rare for any superhero or supervillain to achieve a successful ambush. We must immediately inform Superman. The opponent's power undoubtedly exceeds our own, and if it's just us here, we stand no chance, remarked Robin, who had been patrolling nearby, originally resting. Robin rushed to the scene upon receiving word of the symbiote's escape, only to find himself embroiled in such chaos. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a familiar figure emerged from the heart of the explosion. The sight of this individual left all present, superheroes and civilians who had not yet evacuated, utterly astonished. How could this be? The shock reverberated among the superheroes and civilians alike, all taken aback by the figure materializing through the haze. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovering above, broadcasting live, shared this astonishing moment with viewers everywhere, who were equally stunned to witness the figure standing at the explosion's core. It was none other than Superman. However, the attire of this Superman diverges significantly from the version they had previously encountered. The Supermen they were familiar with donned blue suits, red capes, and notably, striking red trucks. In stark contrast, the Superman before them was clad in a black suit, accompanied by a black cape, and bore no emblem upon his chest. The live broadcast allowed Qian Zhilong to witness this scene, and he too was taken aback by the appearance of this dark Superman. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that many narratives seemed to lack any mention of a black Superman. Even in parallel universes, most Supermen adhered to the same attire. With the exception of a singular white Superman, also referred to as the six-dimensional Superman. However, Qian Zhilong's understanding of this white Superman was limited to a mere acknowledgement of its existence prior to his arrival in this realm, leaving him unaware of its capabilities. The presence of this black Superman, however, instilled in Qian Zhilong a profound unease. It was evident that this visitor bore ill intent and was likely not a quintessential superhero, but rather a malevolent counterpart from a parallel universe, birthed by this world. Wherever Superman was, the black Superman cast a glance toward the congregation of other superheroes. Although his gaze did not betray any murderous intent, it nonetheless sent a shiver down the spines of those present. One Superman was already suffocatingly oppressive. The emergence of another only compounded their dread. Some superheroes found themselves wishing fervently to be ordinary citizens, free from this turmoil. You needn't say another word. He has arrived. Before any responses could be exchanged, Superman, accompanied by Shazam, made his way to the scene. Upon seeing his own reflection in the black-clad figure, Superman was equally startled. Qian Zhilong, witnessing this moment through the live stream, was overwhelmed with excitement. He was determined to witness this epic encounter between two Supermen in person. With that thought, he promptly donned his attire and stepped outside the hotel, only to discover that his car refused to start. Attempts to hail a taxi were thwarted as they had been ordered to stand down, leaving him unable to reach the location. Observing this turn of events, Qian Zhilong realized that his role as a mere bystander had once again come into play. Each time a classic scene like this unfolded, his desire to witness it was invariably met with various obstacles, preventing him from arriving at the scene. He initially believed that the presence of Venom would alter this pattern, but it appeared that reality was far from his expectations. If transportation is unfeasible, then I shall take you there. Venom proposed this because he too was eager to uncover the mystery surrounding this black Superman. Venom sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from this Superman, a sensation he recognized all too well, the feeling of a symbiote. Must you court danger? The city is teeming with superheroes. Should you reveal yourself, we would be discovered in an instant. Venom retorted, rest assured, we shall remain undetected. Following the emergence of the dark Superman, all superheroes had rushed to the scene to ensure safety. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong glanced around, discovering that there were nearly no vehicles or pedestrians in sight. Even the streetlights had all been extinguished. Only a few lights near the hotel parking lot remained illuminated, albeit dimly, likely due to the disruption of the nearby power lines caused by that black superhuman's descent, resulting in a widespread blackout in the area. The hotel had yet to lose power due to its independent power system, which ensured its continued operation. Although the surroundings were deserted, we needed to move subtly, limiting our actions to the rooftops to reduce the chances of being detected. Rest assured, I know what to do. With that, Venom enveloped Qian Zhilong once more, crouched gently, and leaped powerfully onto a nearby rooftop, swiftly traversing the rooftops like a specter in the night. I never expected your speed to be so remarkable. That leap was as graceful as a cat-ass. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's praise, Venom beamed with pride. It is thanks to my fusion with that feline that I acquired its leaping and landing abilities, which has yielded today's results. I once thought such skills were of little use, but it appears that being a top predator, the feline family possesses necessary capabilities. With that, Venom began to lean forward, transforming its body into a form more akin to a quadruped. Gradually resembling a feline, Venom morphed into a sleek black tiger, agilely leaping across the rooftops, landing silently with each bound. Just as Venom and Qian Zhilong reveled in the exhilaration of their rooftop escapade, an unexpected figure materialized before them, obstructing their path. I told you not to be too reckless. Now look, we've been discovered. Venom instantly reverted to its human form. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must devise a plan to deal with this individual. Chapter 31. Nothing ever happened. Do not be hasty. Let us first ascertain the identity of this superhero. I shall determine if I recognize them, and if they pose little threat, there is no need for confrontation. Qian Zhilong was acutely aware that if Venom were to eliminate this superhero, it would spell considerable trouble. The demise of a supervillain might cause little stir, but the death of a superhero would undoubtedly incite investigations and pursuit from both the Justice League and the Avengers. Faced with the formidable forces of justice, Qian Zhilong had no desire to offend either side. Despite the surrounding blackout, aided by the faint light of the moon, Qian Zhilong managed to discern the figure's attire and appearance. Based on the individual's clothing and the stick they wielded, he deduced it was likely Daredevil. This fellow poses no threat to us. Rather than a superhero, he is more akin to an ordinary person with some special abilities. I had anticipated a character from a different realm, yet it turns out he is such a feeble presence. At first, Venom was taken aback by the attire of his opponent and the audacity of standing alone before him, assuming that this individual must possess considerable strength. However, after hearing Qian Zhilong's description, he realized that this person's courage was indeed remarkable. Yet no amount of bravery could alter the fact that he was merely an enhanced ordinary human. Dare not to confront me, Daredevil. Hasten your departure, lest you risk your very life, Qian Zhilong articulated through Venom, urging Daredevil to withdraw and not engage in any further entanglement. When Daredevil made his appearance, Qian Zhilong surmised that his pedestrian attributes were likely to be activated once more. If a formidable adversary were dispatched, a fierce clash would be inevitable, stirring the attention of other superheroes. Conversely, sending an opponent of insufficient strength would fail to deter him. Thus, a contender of moderate prowess was chosen. Since you are aware of my name, you must also know my character. I shall not relent, he stated, as Daredevil assembled his blind cane into a staff, assuming a combat stance. This individual was quite bothersome. Perhaps it would be best to consume him outright, Venom thought impatiently. Never mind, let us avoid direct confrontation. Merely intimidating him will suffice. Qian Zhilong was cognizant that although Daredevil could not see, he possessed an acute sense of perception, far surpassing mere sight. Following Qian Zhilong's counsel, Venom swiftly transformed his hand into sharp dual blades, while the appendages on his back morphed into chain blades, swirling in the air. Daredevil, utilizing his sensory abilities, detected Venom's transformation and, upon witnessing such a formidable display, realized he was no match for this adversary. Previously unaware of the symbiote's true strength, Daredevil had believed he could manage the encounter. However, it was evident that this foe was beyond his capabilities. Daredevil, I urge you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, you shall become a mere soul beneath my blade. Observing Daredevil's insistence on departing, he demonstrated a commendable sense of pragmatism, refraining from further confrontation and cloaking himself in darkness before vanishing from the rooftop. As Daredevil departed, Venom reverted to his former state. This individual is truly feeble. I sense no danger from him whatsoever. Even in his combative posture, he appears nothing more than a delectable morsel. In truth, Venom had not mentioned earlier that should he consume Daredevil, his abilities would likely become available to him as well. Hearing this, Qian Zhilong felt a flicker of temptation, but for the sake of his own safety, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Enough of this. Let us proceed quickly, lest Superman departs, and you miss the chance to see him. At this moment, the impending encounter between the two Supermen rendered all surrounding superheroes silent, including the usually exuberant Shazam, who stood obediently at a distance, hesitant to advance. The oppressive presence of this dark Superman was overwhelmingly formidable, starkly contrasting the amiable demeanor of his own superhero persona. Black Superman also took note of Shazam standing on the periphery, remarking, "It has been quite some time since I last saw you in this manner." This statement left those present perplexed, as they could not comprehend why Black Superman would utter such words when he appeared to be in good spirits. Shazam himself seemed somewhat at a loss, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. I presume your planet has also succumbed to the onslaught of the symbiotes? The moment this was said, all the superheroes present immediately entered a state of readiness for battle. Observing their reaction, Black Superman realized his words were entirely accurate. There is no need for such trepidation. Had I truly intended to strike, you would have perished long ago. Now that the symbiotes have emerged, I urge you to remain steadfast and not succumb to their formidable power. Otherwise, you shall become their slaves. What do you mean by that? Could you elucidate further? Iron Man flew in from a distance and landed beside Black Superman. It has been a while, Iron Man. You, like Shazam, still seem as agreeable as ever. Remember what I just said. Do not allow the symbiote's might to manipulate you, or you will end up as their thralls. As soon as Black Superman finished speaking, a black portal suddenly materialized behind him, and Doctor Strange, clad in dark robes, swiftly pulled Black Superman into it. Just before the portal closed, the cloaked Doctor Strange looked at Superman and said, "Remember his words." After uttering this, the portal sealed shut, and the destruction wrought by Black Superman began to mend. In a short while, the streets and buildings that had been ravaged by Black Superman returned to their former state, as if nothing had ever transpired. What did Superman mean by that? Had his world indeed been overtaken by the symbiotes, prompting him to warn us? The superheroes on the battlefield were aware of the concept of parallel worlds, so they were not particularly astonished by the sudden appearance and abrupt departure of Black Superman. Flash? Are you all right? Shazam approached the Flash. The latter felt a sense of injustice. He had done nothing but was inexplicably struck, although everything had returned to normal. The near-death sensation he had just experienced was no illusion. Chapter 32. 2 cups of coffee, 1 box of donuts. Iron Man. What do you think he meant by that? Has the planet he visited already fallen to the symbiotes? Iron Man did not immediately respond to Superman's inquiry. During their earlier interaction, he had scanned the data on Black Superman and discovered that the dark attire he wore shared attributes with the symbiotes, yet was distinct in its own right. Due to the limited information on the symbiotes, Iron Man found himself unable to glean any substantial insights. As Superman observed Iron Man's momentary silence, he understood that Iron Man was likely retrieving pertinent information. "Some matters we shall discuss later," Superman remarked. Upon hearing Iron Man's response, Superman immediately recognized that Iron Man had indeed acquired some intelligence. He then turned to the surrounding superheroes. "Continue the search for the fleeing symbiote. I shall handle matters here." The superheroes, acknowledging Superman's directive, promptly resumed their quest for the symbiote's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Venom, sprinting across the rooftop, abruptly halted. Qian Zhilong, reveling in the exhilarating speed, was perplexed by Venom's sudden stop. "What is it? Is there danger ahead?" "No," Venom replied. "There is no imminent threat. It's merely that the sensation has vanished." Realizing what Venom meant, Qian Zhilong responded, "All right, let's return and rest. There's no need to pursue any further. We have come this far. Why not proceed? First, return me to the ground so I can explain," Venom conceded without objection. Scanning the area before choosing a secluded alleyway to descend from the rooftop and relinquishing control back to Qian Zhilong. Once he regained control of his body, Qian Zhilong tidied his attire and stepped out of the alley, ensuring the surroundings were secure before heading towards the hotel. I should have mentioned earlier that I possess a unique attribute. It's the attribute of being a bystander. The primary advantage of this attribute is that it allows me to evade danger, but paradoxically, it also leads to my avoidance of peril. Venom, somewhat bewildered by this explanation, replied, "Could you not phrase it more simply? Sometimes, I find it hard to grasp what you humans say." In simpler terms, Qian Zhilong continued, "Whenever I wish to witness a battle, I invariably miss it." "How can that be possible?" Venom exclaimed, astonished, though his time on Earth had been brief. Such a statement was extraordinarily hard to believe. "You see, on Earth, there exists a phenomenon called luck," Qian Zhilong elaborated. "It's akin to that scratch-off lottery ticket you once fancied. Sometimes, buying one ticket yields the prize you desire, while other times, purchasing 100 tickets results in no wins at all. I am the unfortunate type who cannot win, regardless of whether it's one ticket, 100, or even 10,000. Thus, I invariably miss out on these grand battles, learning only through television news or my phone." "You witnessed it yourself," he continued. "On our way to the scene, we encountered numerous obstacles. Even traversing the rooftops was fraught with unexpected events." Recollecting their journey, Venom realized the truth in Qian Zhilong's words. They had first encountered Daredevil, followed by a robbery incident where Qian Zhilong, true to his nature, intervened to save a victim, which cost them valuable time. Moving further, they had also crossed paths with a few superheroes patrolling nearby. Evading them consumed additional moments, as they encountered various troubles of both minor and significant nature. Just as they were nearing their destination, Venom suddenly sensed the disappearance of the symbiote's presence. This indicated that the Black Superman had departed. Yet the reasons behind this departure remained unclear to Venom. The events that had transpired during this journey were unlike anything Venom had faced during his solitary existence. "Are you certain you possess the qualities of a mere bystander rather than that of an unfortunate soul?" Qian Zhilong expressed his dissatisfaction. "What kind of statement is that? After all this time spent together, when have you ever faced misfortune? You live a life free from worry, with every desire met. Do you truly believe you are unfortunate? If you had followed someone else, your life would not have been nearly as comfortable. Had you aligned yourself with those nefarious villains, your days would be spent in constant evasion, unable to bask in the sunlight. Life would be confined to filthy, chaotic hideouts where good food would only come through theft. Here, you can simply purchase what you desire from the supermarket or order takeout if you prefer to remain indoors. Do you still consider yourself unfortunate? As Qian Zhilong chastised Venom, he continued toward the hotel. Approaching the entrance, he encountered Ant-Man. At that moment, Ant-Man was dozing on a chair at the entrance, occasionally lifting his head to scan the surroundings for any threats. Upon confirming the absence of danger, he closed his eyes once more to continue his nap. Observing Ant-Man's drowsy demeanor, Qian Zhilong chose not to approach directly. Instead, he ventured to a nearby 24-hour CAF, ordered a cup of coffee and some donuts, and returned to Ant-Man. You've worked hard. At that moment, Ant-Man awoke, and upon seeing the coffee and donuts, gratefully accepted them. Thank you, he exclaimed, raising the coffee in appreciation. Qian Zhilong smiled. You safeguard our safety. The gratitude belongs to us. Well, I must retire for the evening. I hope tonight passes without incident, allowing you a more relaxed shift. Best of luck. Best of luck to you too. With the coffee in hand, Ant-Man lifted the visor of his helmet and took a sip to alleviate his fatigue. Just then, Fireboy emerged from the hotel, and upon noticing Ant-Man enjoying his coffee and donuts, expressed curiosity. Where did that come from? Ant-Man smiled. A fan who took a photo with us bought it. He then handed the other cup of coffee to Fireboy. Fireboy accepted the coffee. I never expected to receive gifts from fans. That's quite rare. Indeed, for lesser-known superheroes like us, having such fans is already a stroke of luck, Ant-Man replied. While they did have fans, many of them also admired other superheroes. The notion of receiving gifts from supporters seemed far-fetched, as most tokens of appreciation were typically bestowed upon renowned heroes like Superman, Batman, and Iron Man, leaving them with little more than words of encouragement. Chapter 33. The symbiote suit. Upon returning to his room, Qian Zhilong glanced at the clock. It was already 4 a.m., rendering further sleep unnecessary. What of the remaining symbiote? Do you intend to disregard it? Venom emerged from within Qian Zhilong, asserting, since he has successfully escaped, his fate is no longer my concern. After all, we have acquired what we sought. There is no need to intervene further, unless you desire his healing abilities. I could accommodate that request. Dealing with him would indeed be far simpler than confronting destruction. Truth be told, the notion of possessing the ability to heal others stirred Qian Zhilong's intrigue. Yet, as he was not a physician, such a power would prove of limited utility in his hands. Perhaps, if one day healing could coexist with a doctor or a benevolent individual, it might yield a far greater impact on those in need than if he were to wield this ability alone. Never mind, he concluded, though I find that ability captivating. It seems rather futile for me to possess it. Meanwhile, at the Justice League headquarters, a gathering of over 50 superheroes convened in the expansive conference room. Among them were several heroes who seldom appeared in public, operating primarily in the shadows to extinguish potential threats to humanity before they could arise. Now that all the key superheroes present are here, let's discuss the information you've uncovered, Iron Man prompted. As he stood, a large screen materialized behind him, displaying footage from the recent live broadcast. The transmission, managed by Stark Industries, featured only the sounds of helicopters. Adhering to Superman's established protocol of allowing the public to witness every superhero endeavor without verbal communication, though certain sensitive dialogues had been muted. The figure of the Black Superman that had emerged before them was confirmed to be from an alternate universe. The existence of parallel universes was well known among the attendees, as they had previously encountered various heroes and villains from these realms. Their appearances had not significantly impacted their own universe, and the Black Superman was no exception. He had imparted a crucial message: do not become a slave to the symbiotes. This warning indicated that his parallel world had been entirely overtaken by symbiotes, with all superheroes and villains subjugated as their thralls. This data was retrieved during my scan of the Black Superman, Iron Man stated, and the screen displayed various statistics regarding the Black Superman's physical attributes. The attendees expressed surprise at the data, noting the striking similarities between the Black Superman's metrics and those of their own Superman. Given that the statistics of all superheroes were confidential, they were represented solely by letters, with most heroes rated as either A or B, while only the most powerful could attain an S rating. Among them, Superman stands as the sole entity with all attributes exceeding level 3. It is evident to all that the essence of this Black Superman mirrors our own, exhibiting no discernible differences. The only distinction lies in the attire he dons. Following this, a large screen behind Iron Man zoomed in on the Black Superman's battlesuit, reiterating all the data once more. Upon witnessing the figures displayed, every superhero present was taken aback in sheer astonishment. How could it be that the black suit possessed such extraordinary ratings? Is this even feasible? If a single piece of attire can achieve such levels, then what does that render us, mere mortals clad in our suits? Iron Man lightly tapped his energy core twice, causing the Mark 50 armor to retract and reveal his true form. Indeed, you are inferior to that suit, much like myself. As he spoke, A circular scanner approached Tony Stark, scanning him and subsequently projecting his data onto the large screen. Tony Stark's entire profile appeared, revealing that his ratings were all within the normal human range. Typically, a human's measurements hover around certain values, while those with superior physical attributes might reach slightly higher scores. If all values are at or if some reach certain thresholds, that individual is classified as a mutant. The superheroes present were not surprised upon seeing Tony Stark. They understood that he was fundamentally an ordinary human, his heroism stemming solely from his armor. Now, stripped of his suit, he resembled any other individual. This moment of clarity allowed everyone to grasp Tony Stark's point. Given that Stark's armor could bestow such formidable enhancements, the notion of the Black Superman's suit achieving similar ratings seemed more plausible. Surely, all present comprehend my intent. Without that suit, I am merely a common man. Yet adorned in armor, I transform into a superhero of equal standing. The reason the Black Superman's attire can achieve such ratings is that I have discerned it to be crafted from a symbiote. Upon hearing this revelation, astonishment swept across the crowd. How could a biological entity transform into armor? Yet, in contrast to the collective shock, both Superman and Thor remained remarkably composed. Superman, having absorbed the tale recounted by Thor, had already learned that a god utilized a symbiote to forge a sword. Thus it is conceivable that someone in that world fashioned a symbiote into armor. There is no need for such astonishment. Through my research, I have concluded that symbiotes are indeed unique. Provided our technology reaches a sufficiently advanced level, we can entirely fabricate symbiotes into weapons, armor, and other such creations. However, we have yet to master such technology, rendering the symbiotes a formidable threat to us. Even a planet capable of crafting them into symbiotic armors and weapons has fallen under their control, enslaving superheroes clad in symbiotic suits and wielding symbiotic weapons, let alone us. Chapter 34. The cover of Wonder Woman. Upon learning that symbiotes could be fashioned into armors and weapons, many lesser superheroes felt a flicker of temptation. After becoming superheroes, their aspirations revolved around gaining strength, not primarily to vie for the title of the strongest, but rather to enhance their odds against supervillains, sparing themselves the humiliation of seeking help from fellow heroes in times of defeat, which would not only diminish their own dignity, but also disappoint their fans. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent description of Iron Man's plight, they promptly abandoned such thoughts. They yearned for power but did not wish to become slaves to symbiotes. Although they currently felt weak and reliant on external aid, each instance of assistance had led to timely victories. However, should they find themselves allied with symbiotes, they would become public enemies, inevitably facing annihilation at the hands of Superman. The following morning, Qian Zhilong concluded that since he had resolved the destruction, it was time for him to return. Remaining there held little purpose. While New York was considerably safer compared to other locations, it also boasted a greater number of superheroes, with risks of discovery looming at every corner. Upon reaching the parking lot, Qian Zhilong entered his sports car and set off once more. Before departing, however, he decided to drive to Central Park. On his previous visit to New York, he had not ventured there, so now that he was already in the vicinity, he felt compelled to take a look. Observing that the car was not heading back the way they came, Venom questioned, "Where are you planning to go?" "To show you the place where the most New Yorkers gather. This has long been a destination I yearn to visit, as I have seen descriptions of it in both films and animations, all proclaiming its beauty. I wish to witness it for myself." In truth, Qian Zhilong held modest expectations for Central Park. After all, his homeland boasted countless parks that far surpassed what a single Central Park could offer. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he felt it necessary to explore. One never knew when he might traverse dimensions again and miss the chance to see it. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by superheroes?" Boldly heading to a crowded place? A slight smirk graced Qian Zhilong's lips. "As long as you remain incognito, we shall pass as ordinary tourists, and we shall not be noticed." Upon arriving at Central Park, they found numerous vehicles parked nearby. After considerable effort, Qian Zhilong finally secured a parking spot. As he stepped into Central Park, he discovered that it aligned closely with his prior imaginings. The abundance of people here can be attributed to the lack of suitable parks in the vicinity. This is the only notable area, making it seem particularly crowded. In contrast, during my time in my home country, cities boasted numerous parks of various sizes, with even the surrounding greenery meticulously maintained, resulting in little difference from this place. Here, I find nothing particularly remarkable. As Qian Zhilong strolled through Central Park, he nodded in agreement with Venom's observation. "You are absolutely right. There is indeed nothing extraordinary. Perhaps the portrayal in films and television has elevated expectations, and only upon visiting does one truly grasp the disparity." However, after only a few steps, they encountered a throng of people gathered ahead, many of whom held their phones aloft, capturing moments. "Wow, Wonder Woman is so beautiful. Wonder Woman is so cool." Oh, hearing the cheers and screams, Qian Zhilong could easily surmise that the Justice League was photographing Wonder Woman for a cover or promotional shots. The upcoming issue of the superhero magazine would feature none other than Wonder Woman herself. It is undeniable that in this world, Wonder Woman possesses an unparalleled beauty and figure, complemented by her nearly 6-foot stature, epitomizing the essence of a strong woman. At that moment, Wonder Woman, positioned by the lakeside in Central Park, was striking various dynamic poses for the photographer. As one of the more formidable female superheroes, her photos could not be overly glamorous. Then, a staff member picked up a megaphone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, today you have an extraordinary opportunity to take a photo with our Wonder Woman. This group shot will grace the cover of this month's final magazine issue." Standing on the periphery, Qian Zhilong finally understood the reason behind the crowd. They were here for such a rare chance. "Qian, don't you want to take a picture with that beauty?" "I'll pass. I have no interest. After all, she is Wonder Woman and not to be underestimated. If we were to face her, we might not stand a chance. Plus, as you know, I possess the qualities of a mere bystander. Such good fortune is unlikely to come my way." With that, Qian Zhilong turned and walked away without looking back. However, just a few steps later, a group of children dashed toward him, each clutching candies and distributing them among the crowd. One little girl placed a candy into Qian Zhilong's hand. He smiled and gently patted her head, but after she left, he tossed the candy into a nearby trash bin. "Don't throw it away. Our candy is quite delightful. Wouldn't it be better just to eat it? If you want candy, I can buy you some later." Qian Zhilong wished to avoid any complications if that candy truly held some fortuitous opportunity and he were to win a chance to photograph with Wonder Woman. It would certainly lead to unforeseen troubles should she notice anything amiss. Everyone who has received a candy, please unwrap it. If you find a golden image of Wonder Woman inside, it signifies that you have secured this photo opportunity. At this moment, those present who had received the candy eagerly began to unwrap it. However, no one seemed to have uncovered a candy adorned with the illustrious golden emblem. Who among them was the fortunate soul to have found the golden emblem of Wonder Woman? A hush fell over the crowd as they exchanged curious glances, each eager to discover the identity of this lucky individual. Yet, as time passed, silence reigned. No one stepped forward. Even Wonder Woman herself began to suspect that someone might have devoured the candy and discarded the wrapper into the trash, thus obscuring the golden emblem from view. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong, having wandered quite far, sensed the prolonged silence and surmised that the candy he had discarded likely bore the coveted golden emblem of Wonder Woman. Fortunately, he had the foresight to part with it, as he savored the delightful taste of the remaining candy in his possession. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, he heard Venom utter a remark that jolted him back to reality. Realizing something was amiss, Qian Zhilong glanced at his hand and discovered, to his astonishment, a wrapper featuring the golden emblem of Wonder Woman sticking to his palm. "Venom, why are you so gluttonous? Will you perish if you don't consume this candy?" Qian Zhilong could only respond with a low growl of indignation. Venom, aware of his misstep, retorted, "But this candy is truly delectable, unlike anything I've ever tasted before." It was well known that Venom had a voracious appetite, but Qian Zhilong never anticipated that he would devour even a mere piece of candy. In a fit of frustration, Qian Zhilong crumpled the wrapper in his hand, preparing to discard it, when a girl shouted at him, "Yes, over here." Realizing escape was futile, Qian Zhilong feigned confusion, wondering aloud what was so special about dining here. At that moment, other staff members arrived, promptly unwrapping the crumpled candy wrapper. "Congratulations, sir. You are the fortunate one to take a photograph with Wonder Woman. This golden emblem on the wrapper serves as irrefutable proof." Feigning delight and sudden realization, Qian Zhilong exclaimed, "I was so preoccupied with enjoying the candy that I completely overlooked the design atop the wrapper. I can't believe my luck in being able to take a photo with Wonder Woman." With that, he had no choice but to follow the staff to the designated area. Upon his arrival, Qian Zhilong noticed that his appearance was quite commendable, though not conventionally handsome. He possessed the attributes of a quintessential gentleman. As he entered the tent amid envious gazes, he found Wonder Woman inside, applying her makeup. The proximity to such an iconic figure stirred a sense of excitement within him. This was no mere actress. This was the genuine Wonder Woman. "My apologies for keeping you waiting," he said. "The candy you sent was absolutely delightful. I simply indulged in it and discarded the wrapper without noticing the emblem on it." Wonder Woman smiled warmly. "No worries at all. I have ample time. Soon, I will apply your makeup so we can have a splendid photo shoot. By the way, what theme will we be capturing in this upcoming photograph?" Wonder Woman, with a hint of curiosity, posed a question to the photographer. She remarked, "You have always projected the image of a strong woman in front of everyone. While this persona is widely cherished, many hope to witness a glimpse of your everyday life. Therefore, according to the results of a previous vote, the final photograph will be a couple's portrait. This gentleman here possesses a height that perfectly complements yours." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong was taken aback, astonished that anyone would desire to see such a side of Wonder Woman. However, upon reflection, He recalled similar content in past magazines, such as Superman harvesting corn on a combine, Batman seated in an office signing documents, Iron Man researching new armor in his workshop, and Shazam answering questions in school images that indeed existed. Wonder Woman turned to Qian Zhilong, who was busy with makeup, and said, "I apologize for the trouble, but I need your cooperation." With a smile, Qian Zhilong replied, "Rest assured, I will ensure everything goes smoothly without causing you any inconvenience." His words left the crew incredulous. Wonder Woman had taken numerous cover photos before, and it was rare for anyone to claim they could achieve perfection in just one attempt, yet this stranger boldly asserted otherwise. After an intricate makeover, Qian Zhilong's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Soon, Wonder Woman donned her casual attire, and they stood side by side, with Qian Zhilong exuding a charisma that rivaled that of Wonder Woman. The photographer, observing their outfits and looks, nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent, simply splendid, just as I envisioned." With that, Wonder Woman stepped out of the tent, drawing the gaze of the crowd, followed closely by Qian Zhilong. They arrived at a picturesque location ideal for photography. The director, who had been waiting outside, was highly pleased upon seeing their entrance, exclaiming, "This is much better than I anticipated." The next shot required Qian Zhilong, portraying Wonder Woman's boyfriend, to gaze at her adoringly, while Wonder Woman joyfully pointed towards a kite soaring in the sky. To enhance the scene's perfection, the director designated an area for the two to cultivate their emotions, ensuring Qian Zhilong would not distract Wonder Woman. He approached her, saying, "I will perfectly coordinate with you. Let us aim for a single flawless take." Wonder Woman maintained her smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Even if you falter, it is perfectly fine. We have ample time. And we can try multiple times." With a confident grin, Qian Zhilong asserted, "Trust me, Wonder Woman, if I say it will be perfect in one take, it will indeed be perfect." The director acknowledged their readiness, but turned his gaze towards Wonder Woman for confirmation. She nodded in agreement. "Very well, all departments, prepare." Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. Qian Zhilong naturally took Wonder Woman's hand and strolled along the path in Central Park. Qian Zhilong's demeanor was entirely devoid of any impropriety. He exhibited the utmost gentlemanly conduct, earning the admiration of onlookers and Wonder Woman alike. Even the director was impressed by Qian Zhilong's performance, concerned that some individuals might seize the opportunity to behave inappropriately towards the heroine. After all, it was they who requested such photographs, and certain indiscretions were to be expected. However, Qian Zhilong refrained from any such actions. His gaze was filled with a tender affection for Wonder Woman, as if she were the most precious treasure in his life. Upon encountering the warmth of his adoring eyes, Wonder Woman momentarily paused, but quickly regained her composure. Enthusiastically pointing at the non-existent kite in the sky, as per the director's instructions, the kite was to be added in post-production. Multiple cameras captured this scene from various angles. Upon hearing the director call cut, Qian Zhilong promptly released her hand and turned to the director, inquiring, "Did we get it?" The director and crew erupted in applause. "Excellent. We didn't expect to nail it in one take." Even the surrounding crowd applauded, having witnessed Qian Zhilong's acting prowess. That fleeting glance had left many of the women momentarily entranced, as they had never before encountered such a look of adoration. Recognizing that they had succeeded in one take, Qian Zhilong turned back to Wonder Woman, saying, "If there was any overstepping, I hope you will forgive me." Chapter 36, Venom is hungry. Upon returning to his tent, Qian Zhilong began to remove his makeup and change back into his clothes. Just as he was preparing to leave, Wonder Woman appeared before him. The sudden presence of the heroine caused a flicker of unease within Qian Zhilong. "Could I have your contact information?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Qian Zhilong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Wonder Woman would take the initiative to request his contact details. "Are you asking for my number?" he stammered, seeking confirmation for what he thought he had just heard. Wonder Woman nodded slightly, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Qian Zhilong felt compelled to clarify, uncertain if he had misheard. "Then you would like," he began, intending to suggest that he could add her on WeChat, only to remember that such a platform was unavailable in this world. Ultimately, he retrieved a pen and paper from nearby and wrote down the phone number he used in this realm, handing it to Wonder Woman. "If you need any additional shots or if there is anything you're dissatisfied with, feel free to call this number. I will certainly cooperate." He offered this as a gesture of support, as her request for his number, though unclear in motive, was likely related to the day's events. To avoid any misunderstandings among those nearby, it was prudent to clarify. Qian Zhilong was keen to steer clear of any potential conflicts with the other superheroes vying for Wonder Woman's attention. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he said, wishing to avoid further entanglement with her. He knew that if any of the male superheroes pursuing Wonder Woman were to witness their interaction, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Upon arriving, I found no scandal surrounding Wonder Woman. In fact, there seemed to be a complete absence of even trivial news. To be candid, Her appearance and physique are such that not just male superheroes, but any man would find it difficult to remain indifferent. However, this does not include Qian Zhilong. He understands that avoiding unnecessary trouble is essential for survival in this world, particularly steering clear of close interactions with popular superheroes who have numerous admirers. Once back in his car, Venom poked his head out, exclaiming, "That woman has such an enticing scent. I could devour her whole." Hearing such audacious remarks, Qian Zhilong quickly pressed Venom's head back beneath the seat. "Don't drag me into your demise. After all, he is a core member of the Justice League. Should anything happen to him, I can't say how the other superheroes might react, but individuals like Superman, Batman, and Aquaman would certainly not take it lightly. If you wish to prolong your existence, rid yourself of any inappropriate thoughts toward him." With that, Qian Zhilong started the car and stopped to buy some hamburgers and fries, ensuring Venom had something to eat to prevent incessant chatter during the journey. Upon returning home, Qian Zhilong collapsed onto his bed, only to soon realize something was amiss. The room, which had been a mess when he left, was now impeccably clean, indicating that Spider-Man had indeed paid a visit. To confirm his suspicions, he retrieved his phone to check the surveillance footage, which revealed that Spider-Man had tidied up the entire room after Qian Zhilong's departure. Not only was the space spotless, but even the trash had been disposed of. Throughout this process, Spider-Man entered and exited through the window, and there was even a brief visit from Deadpool, during which the two played games together. Since Qian Zhilong was absent, they ordered takeout and enjoyed their meal and games until nightfall before leaving. It seemed the two had a rather leisurely time, unaffected by the significant events unfolding in New York. Qian Zhilong set his phone down, reflecting that their presence would have made little difference. By the time they arrived at the scene, everything would have already concluded. "I'm tired and need to sleep. If you wish to venture out, possess the cat, but remember to avoid causing any trouble. It would be best not to alert Spider-Man," he instructed. After saying this, Qian Zhilong ignored Venom, who indeed detached from his body and possessed the cat, having already expended some energy during battles. Venom found himself quite famished after consuming many hamburgers and fries, which did little to replenish his depleted strength. To satisfy his hunger and regain energy, only human heads would suffice. Venom guided the black cat to leap onto the windowsill and scan the vicinity for any potential prey before darkness enveloped the sky. However, today, for reasons unknown, the entire city lay enveloped in an uncanny silence, devoid of even a single robbery, much to Venom's dissatisfaction. After wandering for quite some time without discovering a suitable target, Venom contemplated preying upon some stray cats or dogs to replenish his energy. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the stillness. Upon hearing the sirens, Venom was overwhelmed with excitement and swiftly dashed toward the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld two police cars in pursuit of a modified vehicle belonging to the Joker's gang. The police were clearly fatigued from their ongoing struggle against the Joker's gang, which stood as the largest syndicate in the nation. There were no restrictions or requirements for those wishing to join. As long as one bore a tattoo of the Joker's visage, they were considered members. This lax admission criterion led to a mlang of individuals within the gang. Though it was named the Joker's gang, many members disregarded his leadership, adhering instead to their own codes of conduct, which rendered their actions increasingly reckless. The Joker reveled in the presence of such individuals for the more nefarious deeds they committed. The greater his notoriety grew. As a quintessential villain, this was the ultimate ambition he pursued. When the name of the Joker's gang was mentioned, ordinary folks did not first think of the lowly foot soldiers but rather the Joker himself, which delighted him immensely, as he took great pride in his expansive empire. The Joker had but one decree for his gang members: to wreak havoc and commit theft, instilling terror in their surroundings at any cost. Hence, many released convicts and those incapable of reform quickly sought to join the Joker's gang. Currently, the only formidable opposition to the Joker's gang was the Brotherhood of Mutants. However, the members of the Joker's gang were not foolish. They refrained from provoking the Brotherhood without cause. While the mutants within the Brotherhood varied in strength, they could easily handle the Joker's gang, regardless of whether their opponents were strong or weak. Chapter 37. A feast of delight upon encountering such prey. Venom could not help but salivate, immediately commencing the chase of the modified vehicle. Now fully in control of the black cat, Venom enveloped its limbs and began pursuing the vehicle ahead. In an effort to remain undetected, he opted to traverse the rooftops swiftly. Given that the Joker's gang members were driving a modified car, their speed and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary police vehicles. After navigating several streets, the gang members effortlessly eluded the two police cars in pursuit. Inside the modified vehicle, four young men adorned with Joker makeup were exuberantly shouting in celebration. One member recorded the unfolding scene on his phone, promptly uploading it to the Joker's gang's exclusive forum. "We lost the police. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. Though this challenge is far too easy. To ascend to the core of the Joker's gang, I would gladly face such challenges countless times. As a few young individuals reveled in their vehicle, celebrating their recent triumph, Venom had already descended upon the roof, poised to strike. This group of youths drove to an abandoned factory located on the outskirts, where upon entering the premises, Venom leapt from the vehicle to conceal himself in the shadows. Inside the derelict factory, a multitude of members from the Joker gang had gathered, upon seeing the return of the four young men. They began to fervently clang their steel pipes and cheer. Venom, noticing the abundance of Joker gang members, perceived them as a veritable feast laid out before him. Starved and eager to act, he was interrupted by the arrival of a towering member of the gang descending from the second floor. The four young men, having just faced the Joker gang's challenge, disembarked from their vehicle and readily accepted the adulation from the assembled members. The imposing gang member approached the four with a sinister smile, proclaiming, "You have done exceptionally well. As newly inducted members of the Joker gang, your potential is undeniable. And I have high hopes for you. To commemorate your successful challenge, you must receive the gang's exclusive stamp. With this stamp, you will officially become proud members of the Joker gang." At that moment, another gang member wheeled in a fire pit, within which a branding iron was heated. Adorned with the emblem of the Joker gang, a basic jester's hat. Without hesitation, the four young men extended their left arms, allowing the massive jester to brand them with the mark. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere had become unexpectedly lively. It seemed the timing of their arrival was impeccable. Suddenly, Spider-Man's voice echoed from above the dilapidated factory. All the Joker gang members turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, where Spider-Man hung upside down, observing the scene below. "Do not look at me like that. Today, I am not the main event. These four are. However, hosting an induction ceremony today seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps another time." With that, Spider-Man dropped from the rooftop, launching webs towards nearby gang members. The viscous strands struck their faces, rendering them unable to breathe. "Everyone, attack. Kill him," commanded a gang member, inciting the others to charge at Spider-Man like rabid dogs. Yet, the superhero remained unfazed. To him, these gang members were merely ordinary individuals, posing no real threat. Unhurriedly, Spider-Man fired his sticky webs, sealing their mouths and noses, stifling their breath. The four newly joined gang members, eager to elevate their status within the Joker gang, joined the fray, attempting to ambush Spider-Man amidst the chaos. However, they underestimated him greatly. Spider-Man's spider sense alerted him to their impending attack, prompting an immediate response. As he countered, he unleashed his sticky webs in retaliation. The four young assailants targeting Spider-Man lacked the hero's remarkable reflexes, and the viscous webbing quickly adhered to their mouths and noses. In a state of panic, they discarded their weapons, desperately attempting to tear away the sticky strands. Yet, their efforts were futile. This specialized webbing, concocted by Spider-Man himself, proved exceedingly difficult to dislodge once ensnared. The more they struggled against it, the faster it spread and solidified. Ultimately, as the viscous strands infiltrated their mouths and nostrils, their breathing became increasingly labored, and they gradually lost their ability to move, collapsing to the ground in agonizing anticipation of their demise. Veiled in the shadows, Venom observed this scene unfold, recognizing the utility of Spider-Man's adhesive substance. If he could possess such a weapon, it would afford him a means of long-range assault against his targets. Although Venom was intrigued by Spider-Man's method of attack, he remained mindful of Qian Zhilong's warning to avoid detection by superheroes. Soon, under Spider-Man's decisive tactics, the members of the Joker gang were swiftly disbanded. Some, realizing their utter inadequacy against Spider-Man, promptly turned to flee. However, Spider-Man was relentless, firing webs that ensnared their limbs, flipping the fleeing members upside down and sealing their mouths and noses with the same sticky substance. Once he had neutralized all the members of the Joker gang, Spider-Man conducted a thorough inspection of the area to ensure no one had escaped. He then retrieved a mobile phone from one of the gang members and dialed the authorities before making a hasty exit. As Spider-Man departed, Venom emerged from his hiding place, ready to clean up the aftermath. Relishing his bounty, Venom unapologetically severed the heads of all the gang members, leaving no remnants behind. When the police arrived at the scene, they were taken aback by the gruesome sight. Every member of the Joker gang lay headless, their torsos starkly visible. The officers understood that this was not the handiwork of Spider-Man, whose modus operandi they were well acquainted with, and who would never resort to such brutal decapitation. At that moment, having satisfied his hunger, Venom lounged contentedly atop a bus, which was making its way toward the city. Chapter 38, Core of Power. As Venom reclined on the bus roof, he harnessed the energy he had just absorbed to eradicate the remnants of his fading consciousness. As a symbiote, you would forsake your own kind for a mere human? His remaining awareness bitterly protested in its final moments. Stretching lazily on the bus, Venom replied, "What do you understand? The one I have chosen is not among the detritus you fancy. He does not belong to this world. Together, we will achieve a stronger evolution. And I shall ascend to become the new god of symbiotes, with you serving as the first stepping stone on my path to divinity. Now, I have said my piece. Rest well. Upon concluding these words, Venom initiated the final eradication and transformation of the destruction within. The symbiote's last few utterances, asserting that it would not cause destruction, faded into silence as Venom completed the conversion. As the bus passed through a familiar location, Venom leaped from the roof, swiftly navigating back to the apartment where Qian Zhilong resided, guided by prior memories. At that moment, Qian Zhilong, just awakening, attempted to call for Venom. But upon realizing its absence, he paid it no mind. During the period of their symbiosis, Qian Zhilong discerned that while Venom possessed an insatiable appetite and considerable ambition, it was also relatively obedient, consistently adhering to commands when issued. Throughout this time, Qian Zhilong continually cautioned Venom against stirring up trouble in the outside world, for there existed many beings far stronger than himself. Without overwhelming power, it was prudent to avoid conflict. Otherwise, the consequences could lead to death. In the realm of film or comics, superheroes and supervillains engage in their battles solely for narrative progression, rarely seeking to take each other's lives. A plot-driven demise is only orchestrated if one side must exit the stage. Otherwise, the supervillain remains a persistent threat. However, in this world, such scenarios are entirely absent, as Superman has eradicated numerous potential dangers. Beyond Superman, Captain Marvel and Shazam also partake in similar endeavors. When a significant threat arises, to preempt it from becoming a dire concern and to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens, top-tier superheroes like Shazam, Captain Marvel, Superman, and Iron Man will intervene, obliterating the adversary entirely. Should conventional means prove inadequate, Captain Marvel would transport the threat into space and cast it directly into the sun. As Qian Zhilong hummed a tune while preparing a meal, Venom suddenly leaped onto the dining table. How many times must I remind you? After coming back from outside, wash yourself thoroughly, otherwise you'll leave dust scattered all over the house. Upon hearing this, Venom quickly emerged from the black cat, cradling it, and proceeding to the bathroom to give it a bath. Since the black cat was entirely under Venom's control, it exhibited no resistance, obediently accepting the cleansing. After bathing the cat, Venom rinsed itself briefly before emerging from the bathroom. How was it? Did you find anything of value during your outing? Venom re-entered the cat's body and replied, Indeed, there were significant findings, and I also thoroughly refined the destruction. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong halted his actions, excitement illuminating his face as he turned to Venom. Show me what you have refined. Venom, controlling the black cat, mimicked the action of a cat expelling a hairball. Realizing what was about to transpire, Qian Zhilong instinctively moved to intervene, only to witness Venom ejecting a gray sphere, enveloped in an unknown viscous substance, directly onto the table. Venom, that is utterly revolting. Venom wiped the corner of his mouth with a cat paw, saying, If you find it repulsive, I can swallow it back. I also require his power. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong disregarded any hesitation and seized the sphere, encrusted with various repulsive substances, rushing to the kitchen sink to rinse it off. Could you perhaps use a different method to hand it over next time? Venom licked his paw, replying initially, I had no desire to resort to this method, but it is the least painful option for you. If I were to inject the destructive energy directly into your body, you would be unable to withstand the immense shock it brings. Even with my presence to prevent your demise, the agony would be unavoidable. Understand that this is a profound transformation of your body. Experiencing no pain would be utterly abnormal. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong immediately halted his actions, asking, So, if I ingest it, will the pain be lessened? Indeed, my intention is to minimize your suffering. After our symbiosis, I analyzed the human body. The digestion by gastric acid alleviates this pain. The core of the destructive energy will gradually release within the gastric fluid, making it easier for your body to absorb. I recommend you lie down while consuming it to avoid rolling on the floor in agony and catching a chill. Qian Zhilong chuckled resignedly at Venom's concern for his health. Should I be grateful for your consideration? We are one entity. Such pleasantries are unnecessary. After cleansing the core of destructive energy, he discovered it was roughly the size of a glass marble, with a hard exterior and a soft interior. Holding the sphere, Qian Zhilong tossed it into his mouth, returning to his room to lie down, with Venom following, once again separating from the black cat's body and rejoining Qian Zhilong. Remember, as I mentioned, pain is inevitable. But I assure you, there will be no life-threatening dangers. Rest assured, I am not as fragile as I may appear. I can endure the pain. With that, Qian Zhilong braced himself for the impending agony. However, after an hour of waiting in bed, aside from feeling drowsy, he experienced no discomfort. Venom, are you? Just as Qian Zhilong began to speak, a piercing pain surged through his body, and he cried out in anguish. Venom, I advise you to conserve your strength and not waste your precious energy on speech, Venom retorted. Qian Zhilong struggled to raise his hand, intending to give a middle finger, but the pain rendered him incapable of even that gesture. Venom, oh, The all-encompassing torment left Qian Zhilong only able to scream out Venom's name, as the pain engulfed him, denying him the chance to articulate anything further. At that moment, he felt as if something within him was relentlessly being torn apart and then fused together in a harrowing cycle. When will this agony cease? The venom began to emerge from Qian Zhilong's body, and this torment was expected to last for several hours. Upon hearing that it would take hours more, Qian Zhilong immediately fainted, only to be jolted back to consciousness by the pain. After enduring this suffering for over an hour, the torment finally began to ease. Fortunately, throughout the ordeal, the venom continuously adjusted Qian Zhilong's body, ensuring he did not succumb to the excruciating pain. Good heavens, how could it be so painful? Once the pain subsided, Qian Zhilong could no longer contain his dissatisfaction. To become stronger, one must inevitably pay a price. This holds true not only for you, but also for our symbiote. We must endure painful trials to enhance our powers. You have already taken a shortcut. What more do you want? If you find this method too agonizing, you may consider alternative approaches. Qian Zhilong acknowledged the venom's words. This method of empowerment surpassed that of many others. As the old saying goes, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. He found himself neither poor nor wealthy, yet surpassing Iron Man through technology was simply unattainable. To enhance his own abilities without eclipsing Superman was likewise an impossible feat. Furthermore, all existing superheroes had strictly regulated the means of becoming one, making it impossible to grow stronger through their methods. After enduring 4 long hours of torment, Qian Zhilong gradually regained some sensation in his body. In the midst of that excruciating pain, he felt nothing beyond the hurt. I feel much better now. After saying this, Qian Zhilong reached for the cup of water beside him. Observing this, the venom promptly retrieved it and brought it to Qian Zhilong's lips, saying, "You have just acquired immense power, yet your control over it is lacking. Allow me to assist you." Taken aback by the venom's thoughtfulness, Qian Zhilong replied, "Thank you." After drinking, he felt considerably relieved. Have I truly become stronger? It feels no different. Unless you experiment with objects, you will not perceive your newfound strength. Your enhancement is not merely a singular increase in power. Rather, it encompasses the fortification of your entire being, including your bones, which is why you feel no change. As he spoke, the venom withdrew from Qian Zhilong's body and retrieved a grip strength ball from the gym, tossing it into Qian Zhilong's hands. Now, give the grip strength ball a firm squeeze, and you will see. Though Qian Zhilong was puzzled by the venom's intent, he obediently grasped the ball and, upon applying pressure, crushed it to pieces. What the? This is. Do you see? This is proof of your newfound strength. Your power is currently unrestrained, which is why you shattered the grip strength ball the moment you grasped it. In the time to come, you must train your strength, otherwise, it will be easily exposed. Hearing this from the venom, Qian Zhilong understood the magnitude of danger this situation posed for him. In the absence of Spider-Man or Deadpool, the situation may seem trivial. However, with these two individuals around, one misstep could lead to their scrutiny. Consequently, we cannot remain here for the time being. Fortuitously, I possess a residence in the outskirts, where the vastness and sparse population will not only facilitate my physical training but also diminish the likelihood of detection. With that, Qian Zhilong rose cautiously, striving to avoid contact with any objects until he had mastered his newfound strength. He was determined not to wreak havoc upon his own home. Venom, you'll handle the driving. I shall refrain from touching the vehicle, he instructed. Rest assured, I will manage it. Without gathering any belongings, Qian Zhilong climbed into his other pickup truck and headed toward the countryside. During the journey, venom enveloped Qian Zhilong's arms and legs, effectively keeping his strength in check. How long will it take me to perfectly control this power I now possess? Qian Zhilong inquired, preoccupied with his most pressing concern. That depends on how swiftly you adapt to this new physique. The quicker you acclimate, the more adept you will become at managing your strength. However, I cannot specify the exact duration. Upon arriving at the countryside in the early hours of the morning, Qian Zhilong found solace in the fact that the estate was regularly maintained. An elderly caretaker, hired by his parents, tended to the property. At over 70 years of age, he had no family and seldom ventured outside. Given Qian Zhilong's unexpected arrival, the old man had already retired for the night. Yet he promptly rose to greet him upon his arrival. "Why are you here so late?" the elder asked. With a smile, Qian Zhilong replied, "The urban life has grown tiresome. I yearn to experience the tranquility of rural living. Since you've been working tirelessly, take this opportunity to explore the city. This vehicle is yours to use, and you know the code to my house. Should you wish to spend a few days in the city, you are always welcome." After delivering his message, Qian Zhilong disregarded further conversation and ascended to his room on the 3rd floor. The old man scratched his head in puzzlement but said nothing more. Although he resided at the estate, he too had longed for an opportunity to venture outside and engage in activities of his choosing. Once inside his room, the tension that had gripped Qian Zhilong began to dissipate. Now I need not worry, he thought. Once I depart this estate in the morning, it will be just you and me. Venom, having detached from Qian Zhilong, approached the window. This place is truly desolate. There is nothing here. I can't even order takeout. Chapter 40. The training commences. Tormented by excruciating pain, Qian Zhilong felt utterly exhausted, with no energy to heed Venom's remarks. Moments after lying down, he succumbed to sleep, only to awaken the next day at noon. Upon rising, he remained cautious, wary of touching anything that might shatter or break. Venom, please help me take control of my body. I asked old Jack to procure some food for us, as we shall be residing here for the foreseeable future. When Qian Zhilong descended to the ground floor, he discovered that old Jack had already prepared lunch. The meal consisted of grilled steak accompanied by a vibrant vegetable salad, a combination that left no room for complaint, considering old Jack's roots as a local. Expecting him to prepare Chinese cuisine was utterly unrealistic. Even Venom, who typically had little interest in such fare, found that after tasting Chinese food, Western cuisine paled in comparison. Only Chinese dishes seemed truly worthy of his palate. Qian Zhilong retrieved his wallet and presented a card to old Jack, saying, "Would you kindly go to the Chinese supermarket and purchase some snacks? I will send you a list of the items needed, and you can simply bring them back from there." He assured old Jack that he would send the name and address of the supermarket to his phone shortly. Once you return with the items, you can take a well-deserved break. Feel free to spend whatever is on the card. Old Jack accepted the card with a broad smile, replying, "Thank you, Qian." After awakening, Qian Zhilong had acquired a portion of memories regarding old Jack. He was an honest man with few peculiar hobbies, the only notable one being his fondness for fishing by the lake. Thus, giving him the card was also an opportunity for him to purchase some fishing gear he fancied. Gazing at the steak before him, Qian Zhilong, though reluctant to eat, knew he needed to replenish his energy, so he consumed the steak and salad entirely. He then returned to his room to rest, while old Jack donned appropriate attire and departed the estate in Qian Zhilong's pickup. "Are you not concerned he might spend your card frivolously?" Venom inquired, watching the truck drive away. "Rest assured, his nature is such that he would never squander it. He might only buy some fishing equipment," Qian Zhilong replied, sending the address of the Chinese supermarket to old Jack and communicating with the owner to ensure the necessary items would be prepared in advance. As dusk approached, old Jack returned, his pickup laden with a plethora of goods, all meticulously gathered in accordance with Qian Zhilong's specifications. Old Jack worked efficiently, organizing the purchased items by category in the pantry, ensuring that perishables were appropriately removed and stored by type. Once he confirmed that nothing was overlooked, he bid farewell and set off to enjoy his vacation. After old Jack's departure, Venom eagerly made his way to the pantry, eager to select all his favorite snacks. Given that Qian Zhilong was currently unable to cook, Venom had to rely on snacks during this period. Fortunately, Qian Zhilong had the foresight to instruct old Jack to fetch a variety of prepared and marinated foods, ensuring they could sustain themselves for some time. "I am absolutely famished," he lamented. Venom devoured chips and spicy snacks, occasionally savoring a sip of iced tea. Truly, these chips and spicy treats are culinary delights. Coupled with a refreshing gulp of iced tea, they evoke pure bliss. In America, aside from hamburgers and fries, the snacks pale in comparison to those from your homeland, resembling mere refuse. "I yearn to visit your country and discover the gastronomic treasures it holds." Qian Zhilong sat on the sofa on the first floor, a wistful smile gracing his lips. "I long to return even more than you do. That is the land of my birth and upbringing, yet due to numerous restrictions, I find myself unable to go back. Despite my appearance and language reflecting my heritage, I lack the identity of my compatriots, rendering my return an impossibility." At this point, a tinge of sadness crept into Qian Zhilong's heart. He had once believed that traversing into this superhero realm would allow him to experience the exhilaration of being a hero. Yet he soon realized that he could never return to the home he so dearly missed. This melancholic sentiment seeped into Venom, who found it distasteful. To dispel the gloom, Venom remarked, "Do not dwell on these thoughts. In due time, as your strength grows, you will be able to return whenever you wish, unbound by any limitations. The reason you cannot return now is due to the many restrictions, coupled with your inability to confront the forces that bind you. However, as your power increases, even if you cannot contend with superheroes, you will possess formidable strength, enabling you to depart from here to wherever your heart desires without reliance on transportation." Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong found wisdom in them. The constraints he faced stemmed from his lack of power. Now, with Venom by his side, everything would transform. The following day, Qian Zhilong rose early and ventured to the estate's open grounds to engage in physical exercise. Despite his efforts, he discerned no changes within himself. He intended to grasp a nearby stick to test his strength, but was taken aback when merely holding it resulted in its shattering. Witnessing this, Qian Zhilong realized that he could not yet control his newfound strength, as even his cautious grip had shattered the stick. Venom emerged from within Qian Zhilong, offering a suggestion. I propose you practice with items that are not easily broken. Ensure that whatever you choose maintains its form. And then proceed to practice with more fragile objects. This approach will enhance your progress. Qian Zhilong was receptive to advice, eager to grow stronger in a short time, and thus resolved to heed Venom's counsel. Moreover, since he and Venom were now one, there was no risk of harm. He returned to the estate's storeroom, unearthing some silverware that had been stored away. In addition to forks and knives, he found various containers for food, making them the ideal choice for his practice. Chapter 41. A familiar neighbor. In the ensuing days, Qian Zhilong devoted all his energy to mastering control over his newfound strength. During his practice sessions, he realized that this endeavor extended beyond mere physical power. It encompassed an overall mastery of his being. Simply controlling his strength would not suffice to restore him to his former self. A holistic adjustment of his entire person was imperative to achieve the most refined state. This adjustment proved to be no easy feat, akin to a newborn learning to navigate its own body anew. He had to dismantle all that he once knew and begin afresh, resembling an infant progressing from rolling over to sitting up, then crawling, and ultimately, walking. Throughout these days of practice, Qian Zhilong discovered several farms in proximity to the estate. He had previously harbored a keen interest in these farms but had never visited them. With the intention of immersing himself in the quintessential American rural lifestyle, he resolved to explore them. After more than 10 days of rigorous training, he had now completely mastered his new physique. Money, we've run out of food. Isn't it time to restock? Qian Zhilong sighed, shaking his head. Venom, you truly are a glutton. The provisions I had old Jack prepare were meant to last 2 months, yet you've devoured them within a mere fortnight. I must say, I'm rather impressed. Let us go. I can now perfectly control my strength, making this the perfect opportunity to procure some supplies. Upon arriving at the estate's underground garage, he was greeted by an array of vintage cars from the 1980s and 1990s, with some dating back to the 1960s and 1970s. The original owner's parents had a profound passion for collecting these classic automobiles, prompting them to construct this estate in the countryside to provide an ideal haven for their prized collection. Though the surface area of the estate appeared modest, the true essence of the estate lay beneath. Feeling somewhat hesitant to use these classic vehicles, Qian Zhilong ultimately chose to ride the motorcycle that the original owner had left behind to visit the neighboring farm. As he approached, a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the farm's architecture, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not quite place it. American farm buildings generally shared a similar aesthetic, lacking significant distinction. As Qian Zhilong rode his motorcycle into the farm's premises, he caught the attention of a couple enjoying their afternoon tea inside. Upon noticing the approaching motorcycle, the male farmer promptly rose to greet him. Dismounting and raising his hands in a gesture of peace, Qian Zhilong called out, "Hello, I am the owner of the neighboring estate. Old Jack mentioned that if you require any assistance with your vehicles, you are always welcome to reach out." Hearing that he was the proprietor of the adjacent estate, and that old Jack had sent him, the farmer's initial wariness diminished significantly, and he lowered his previously concealed hands. "Is that so? Are you really concerned that I might resort to violence?" Venom remarked, puzzled by Qian Zhilong's cautious demeanor. "You wouldn't understand. As the owner of an entire farm, I am essentially intruding without prior notice onto someone else's territory, in the territory of others. Any inappropriate action on my part that may be perceived as a threat could lead to dire consequences, as such behavior is permitted by local law. To avert such situations, it is imperative that I clarify my identity to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings and complications." Standing before the farmer, Qian Zhilong smiled and said, "Good day, sir. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Zhilong, the proprietor of the adjacent estate. Surely you are acquainted with my parents?" The male farmer, upon observing the Asian visage before him, instantly recognized him as the son of the exceptionally kind couple. "Indeed, I am familiar with your parents. They were good people, and I lament their passing," he replied. "Have you come to borrow a vehicle to venture into town for shopping?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qian Zhilong responded, "I initially hesitated to trouble you, but I am unfamiliar with those vintage cars, thus I sought your assistance." He continued, "Rest assured, I shall not borrow your vehicle without recompense. I will prepare a delightful meal that you enjoy in return, and I will also ensure the gas tank is full." The farmer nodded in agreement. "Very well." He then retrieved his car keys and handed them to Qian Zhilong. Taking the keys, Qian Zhilong followed the farmer to a pickup truck parked nearby. The farmer patted the hood of the vehicle, saying, "You may take the car. There is no need to fill the tank." Despite having interacted with these foreigners for a while, Qian Zhilong still felt somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with them. Nevertheless, having made a promise, he resolved to uphold his end of the bargain. As he drove away, the farmer's wife emerged from the house, remarking, "I did not expect the children of that couple to be as amiable as they were." The male farmer watched as Qian Zhilong drove off, replying, "Indeed. What a wonderful couple they were. It is truly a pity. Even our son relished the meals prepared by them." Once behind the wheel, Qian Zhilong did not head towards the city, but rather to a nearby town for his purchases. Since we are out, we might as well return to the city. There is little of interest to savor in this vicinity. He parked in front of a pizza shop, stating, "For now, just bear with me. When we return, I shall ensure you are well fed." Upon entering the pizzeria, Qian Zhilong ordered 20 pizzas and made an upfront payment to convey his seriousness. The pizzeria, upon receiving such a substantial order, promptly began to prepare the pizzas. During the pizza-making process, Qian Zhilong ventured to the largest supermarket in town to procure some daily necessities. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of the items available in the town. He merely selected those that suited his palate. Venom incessantly urged him to choose some of his favorite foods, a request that Qian Zhilong was more than willing to accommodate. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked. Those 20 pizzas are all for you, ensuring you have your fill. As the items purchased were loaded onto the pickup truck, and just as he was preparing to depart from the old construction street, the unmistakable roar of a modified vehicle echoed through the air. Upon hearing this sound, Qian Zhilong instinctively knew it was undoubtedly a member of the Joker gang. The presence of the Joker gang had become ubiquitous, even in such a small area. One could hardly escape the fate of being robbed by the notorious gang. Just as Qian Zhilong contemplated finding a place to evade the impending danger, a crimson laser pierced through two of the modified vehicles belonging to the Joker gang. The red beam then swept across the gang's vehicles several times, ensuring the complete annihilation of all members aboard, leaving no survivors. Chapter 42. First encounter with the Phoenix Girl following the trajectory of the laser. Qian Zhilong quickly recognized the assailant as Cyclops. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this world that he had encountered Cyclops. Uncertain of whether the power displayed was akin to that from the comics or the films, Qian Zhilong pondered the implications. If it were the cinematic version, Cyclops' abilities were considerably diminished and hardly formidable. In contrast, if it were the comic incarnation, then Cyclops could indeed be deemed a rather fearsome adversary. In the films, various constraints led to a prolonged cooldown period after each use, necessitating the donning of glasses to fully control his potent ocular powers. However, in the comics, Cyclops faced none of these limitations. There, he was a formidable superhero, wielding a continuous laser weapon from his eyes, capable of firing at will without restriction. To Qian Zhilong's astonishment, the wielder of the laser was none other than a youth. Beside this young Cyclops sat a professor in a wheelchair. "Cyclops, you performed admirably. Your control over your powers has reached an impressive level," the professor remarked. As the professor provided guidance, Storm emerged from a nearby CAF, levitating gracefully to the scene of the two exploding vehicles. Utilizing her wind manipulation abilities, she encircled the fiery wreckage, extracting the oxygen from within. As the oxygen dwindled, the flames extinguished, leaving no detrimental impact on the surrounding area. To ensure no unexpected incidents occurred, Storm checked the bodies of several deceased Joker gang members within the vehicles. Confirming their demise, she nodded in acknowledgement toward the professor. "That will be sufficient for today's training. Remember this feeling, never forget it. Moreover, in areas with a high civilian presence, it is imperative to control your powers to avoid harming innocents," the professor cautioned. Cyclops nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Professor, I would never harm civilians." The professor regarded Cyclops' understanding demeanor with satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Colossus, Quicksilver, and several other members of the X-Men disembarked from a nearby bus. Among the onlookers, Qian Zhilong recognized these two, while the identities of the others remained unfamiliar to him. As he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed that the last person to emerge was a red-haired girl. Upon first sight of her, Qian Zhilong's mind conjured the words Phoenix. In the realm of battle, only the Phoenix possessed such a fiery hue. "Jean, you must refrain from exerting your powers just yet. Rest comfortably in the vehicle, for you have specialized training ahead," said the professor. The Phoenix nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the car, opting not to assist others in clearing the scene. The power that emanated from that woman was formidable, a palpable, terrifying potential threat. Though it had not yet erupted, its subsequent explosion would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the vicinity. Lowering his voice, Qian Zhilong remarked, "This is something you should keep to yourself. There's no need to inform me. Just steer clear of her if you encounter her again." Faced with numerous members of the battle squad, Qian Zhilong felt an urgency to depart and promptly retreated to his vehicle. The Phoenix observed his flustered behavior with keen interest. Perched inside the car, she pondered why this ordinary individual displayed such unease. Could it be that he harbored disdain for mutants? The Phoenix was particularly attuned to the perceptions of those around her, especially how ordinary individuals regarded her. As she was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the window jolted her back to reality. Qian Zhilong held up several bags of candy and snacks, swaying them playfully before her. Although she was baffled by his unexpected return bearing sweets, she rolled down the window, inquiring, "What brings you back?" "You seem somewhat downcast," he replied. "So I thought a bit of sweetness might uplift your spirits." With that, he tossed the assortment of treats into the car. Should you find yourself unable to indulge alone, share with your companions. I believe they would appreciate it. Without lingering further, he drove off to the gas station to refuel. In truth, Qian Zhilong had no desire to return, but the symbiotic entity, Venom, had alerted him to a formidable energy presence. Realizing that his anxious demeanor might have stirred unsettling memories for the Phoenix, Qian Zhilong's understanding of her tumultuous childhood, as depicted in comics and films, compelled him to act. He sought to avert any potential calamity and ensure that his return was a gesture of goodwill, reassuring her that he bore no ill will. Venom, is that dangerous aura still present? Rest assured, that menacing energy has dissipated, and I sense a subtle yet positive shift in the atmosphere surrounding us. With Venom's assurance, Qian Zhilong felt a weight lift from his heart. You have observed that even an inconspicuous mutant possesses such formidable strength, which raises concerns about the hidden power players. Henceforth, it would be prudent for us to maintain a more discreet demeanor. I find your reasoning quite compelling. Just moments ago, even Venom felt a tinge of trepidation in the presence of that terrifying energy. During the time spent on Earth, Venom had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even in the face of Superman, it is utterly astonishing that such a fearsome aura could emanate from an unassuming little girl in this small town. Clearly, I must exercise greater caution in the future. Should I ever cross paths with such formidable beings, my very existence would be at stake. While the loss of life is a secondary concern, the thought of being captured by humans for experimentation is the most dreadful fate Venom could imagine. Meanwhile, in an abandoned amusement park, the Joker lay wrapped in bandages, having remained bedridden for quite some time. Beside him sat an elderly doctor clad in a white coat. How much longer must I remain here? The Joker inquired with growing impatience. Your previous overreach has led you to this predicament. You attempted to become someone whose power you could not possibly control, resulting in your current state. Fortunately, your transformation granted you a portion of the Hulk's abilities. Otherwise, your situation would be far worse. Chapter 43. The mask is not meant for this. The Joker forcefully swept the items from the table to the floor. Do not speak to me in such a manner. You are a god. You should heal me, not leave me here like a useless wretch. The doctor, transformed from Loki, regarded the enraged Joker with a faint smile. I have declared myself the god of mischief, not the god of healing. I am unable to mend your injuries. Consider this a lesson. You are merely an ordinary individual without any extraordinary abilities, and you should refrain from actions beyond your capacity. I shall assist you this time, but do not expect my help again. Your fate, whether life or death, is of no concern to me. Yet, your current state bores me. That mask possesses the potential for far greater advantages, yet you have squandered it, which disappoints me greatly. Loki had bestowed the mask upon the Joker to witness what intriguing exploits he might undertake. However, Loki did not anticipate that the Joker would use the mask to transform into the Hulk and rob a bank, a gross misuse of the mask's true purpose. As the god of mischief, Loki yearned to see the Joker achieve something more grand and fascinating, yet every action taken by the Joker left him thoroughly disappointed. Rest well in bed. This time should suffice for you to reflect on my words. With that, Loki once again transformed into a member of the Joker's gang and vanished into the amusement park. As the Joker, sharing Loki's essence and temperament, absorbed Loki's words, he understood that the mask was intended for him to undertake more captivating endeavors. How delightful. Since you wish to witness something intriguing, allow me to reveal the fascinating endeavors I have embarked upon. At this moment, the jester is concocting a mad scheme that will instill terror in the hearts of all in the days to come. Have there been any recent tidings concerning Loki? Engaged in a game, Shazam shrugged helplessly at Superman's inquiry. We have exhausted all means available to the God of Thunder, yet we have yet to uncover Loki's whereabouts. Surely, you Asgardians must possess some artifact or treasure capable of locating Loki. If such an object existed, I am confident we would soon find him. The God of Thunder, wearing a look of resignation, replied, that rascal Loki has gone to great lengths to obliterate anything that might pose a threat to his concealment. By the time my father and I discovered this, it was already too late. Although Loki was not particularly powerful at that time, no one could rival him in terms of cunning. I had hoped to trace him through the last remaining chains of our brotherhood, yet to no avail. As he spoke, the God of Thunder retrieved a silver chain from his pocket. This chain, adorned with a multitude of runes, may appear to be an ordinary silver bracelet from a distance. But upon closer inspection, it emanates an overwhelming energy. We must locate Loki swiftly. I have an unsettling feeling that something significant is about to transpire. Recently, Superman has been restless, and each time he senses such unease, it heralds the approach of a momentous event. Upon hearing Superman's words, the expressions of the other superheroes grew grave, and even Shazam, who usually delights in play, put away his game. I will venture out once more to see if I can yield any results. The God of Thunder was perplexed. How could Shazam, who moments ago was absorbed in play, suddenly adopt such a serious demeanor? Could Superman's instincts truly be so accurate? Although the God of Thunder had never witnessed Superman's prophecies, He could infer from the group's demeanor that his suspicions were likely correct. As everyone departed, Superman stood to stretch his limbs. I plan to return and visit my parents. Would you care to join me? Superman extended an invitation to the God of Thunder. The latter waved his hand, deciding to remain and await news. Seeing that the God of Thunder had no intention of leaving, Superman did not press further and soared from the Justice League headquarters toward home. En route, Superman made a brief stop at his adoptive parents' house, changing into his usual attire before continuing on his journey. Upon arriving at his parents' home, he found them seated at the porch, sipping coffee and enjoying the sunset. Father, mother, I have returned. Upon seeing Superman, his adoptive parents greeted him warmly. Welcome back. At that moment, Superman glanced toward the garage. Isn't the car parked at home? Has it broken down? Do you need me to find someone to repair it? The car is not malfunctioning. It has been borrowed by a child from the neighboring estate, but it will be returned shortly. His motorcycle remains there as well. As he spoke, Superman's adoptive father gestured towards a motorcycle parked by the fence. Following his father's, Superman observed a valuable motorcycle resting beside the barrier. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong, still on the road, pondered what to present to the couple that evening. Uncertain of their tastes, he resolved to prepare a dish of tomato-braised beef brisket, a culinary creation that would likely appeal to Western palates. The flavors and cooking methods of this dish closely resemble those of certain family soups in Europe and America, thereby enhancing its acceptability among Westerners. Often, they enjoy tomato-braised beef brisket with bread, the most common method being to dip the bread into the stew. Qian Zhilong personally relished this way of enjoying the dish, particularly savoring the sauce with a crusty baguette, which he found to be an exquisite delight. The crispy exterior of the baguette retains its firmness even after being dipped in the broth, while the interior becomes delectably soft as it absorbs the rich flavors. The combination of the crunchy crust and the savory tomato-braised beef brisket sauce creates an unforgettable experience. With this thought, Qian Zhilong couldn't help but lick his lips. Let us try this method of eating. I'm quite eager to experience it. Since you've bought bread, let us prepare tomato-braised beef brisket tonight, he suggested. Hearing Venom's remark, Qian Zhilong realized he had once again been privy to Venom's thoughts. How many times must I say it? Do you really need to eavesdrop on such trivial matters? Venom poked his head out. I would rather not, but your cravings are simply irresistible, making it hard for me to resist. Why didn't you inform me about this way of enjoying the dish? Wouldn't it be a pity for all those times I had tomato-braised beef brisket without knowing? Chapter 44. The neighbor is Superman. Upon returning to the manor, with Venom's assistance, Qian Zhilong swiftly transferred all the items from the motorcycle into the storage room. Do not indulge too much in this food, as we will only remain here for one more day before heading back tomorrow. These provisions are for old Jack. Just take what you like. Venom glanced at the pile of food in the storage room, scrunching his brow. I wouldn't eat this trash even if it were free. Pizza suits my palate far better. He promptly opened a box of pizza and swallowed a slice whole. Observing Venom's behavior, Qian Zhilong could only shake his head in resignation. To be honest, the snacks abroad leave much to be desired. They are either excessively sweet or overly salty, lacking a suitable flavor profile. Even the vibrantly colored candies, which appear enticing, are overwhelmingly sweet, making one feel that without insulin, it is impossible to consume such treats. Some candies even carry a chemical taste, reminiscent of chewing rubber. Given such snacks, it is no wonder Venom finds them unpalatable. Having indulged in domestic snacks, the foreign ones seem akin to garbage. Fine, if you want to eat them. Let us leave them for old Jack. For now, you should stay put in the manor and refrain from wandering. I will return the vehicle. In truth, Qian Zhilong had intended to linger here a while longer, but upon discovering the presence of the superhero, he promptly abandoned that notion. Wherever there are superheroes, one cannot escape the inevitable spectacle of heroic confrontations with nefarious villains. Although Qian Zhilong relished the excitement, he had no desire to witness such events during his respite. Rest assured, as long as there are these pizzas, I shall not be going anywhere, he declared, patting the more than 10 boxes of pizza beside him. Driving his fuel-filled pickup truck, Qian Zhilong returned to the farm. The closer he approached the farmhouse, the more he felt an unsettling anxiety, as if something significant were about to transpire. When he was less than 500 meters from the farmhouse, he noticed a tall figure at the entrance grooming a black horse. As he drew nearer, the figure appeared increasingly familiar. Within a mere 100 meters, Qian Zhilong realized he recognized this individual distinctly. Upon parking the truck in the garage and stepping out to see the figure more clearly, he stood there, momentarily stunned, struggling to accept the reality before him. Although the person wore black-framed glasses and had made some modest alterations to his appearance, Qian Zhilong recognized him instantly. Superman? Superman himself was equally astonished to be recognized so swiftly. Typically, his disguise was effective enough that only his colleagues in the Justice League could identify him. To ordinary people, he was merely a newspaper reporter. Qian Zhilong noted Superman's mild surprise, and upon witnessing that expression, He could surmise that aside from his close friends and Justice League associates, few could recognize him in such attire. In fact, Qian Zhilong had often found himself wanting to critique this peculiar conceit. One might ascribe to Superman's glasses some high-tech capabilities, claiming they could alter his entire visage, transforming him into another person entirely. Yet, the glasses were merely ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary properties. With them, he was a reporter, and without them, donned in his iconic costume, he became Superman. At this moment, Qian Zhilong felt more fear than excitement upon encountering the Man of Steel. Fortunately, Superman had not employed his X-ray vision or super hearing just then, or else the conversation he had shared with Venom would certainly have been overheard. "Excuse me, Superman. May I request your autograph?" Qian Zhilong sought to mask his own tension and trepidation by adopting the guise of an enthusiastic fan. Given that anxiety often manifests in altered expressions and heartbeats, he hoped Superman would not scrutinize him too closely. All he desired was to return swiftly to his estate, allowing Venom to retreat within him, thereby minimizing the risk of discovery. However, before that, he needed to maintain the facade of a devoted fan, first requesting an autograph and then a photograph, before excusing himself under the pretense of not wanting to impose further. Fortunately, Superman remained oblivious to any anomalies in Qian Zhilong's demeanor. Simultaneously, Qian Zhilong requested an autograph and took a photo with the superhero. After acquiring these two treasures, he maintained an exuberant facade, cheerfully celebrating in place. "At long last, I have obtained Superman's signature," he exclaimed. "I must share this moment on social media to proudly showcase it to my friends." With that, Qian Zhilong retrieved his phone. "I shall not disturb you any further. I will return shortly." He remembered his promise to bring a dish of Chinese cuisine for Superman's parents. "If you have time, you are welcome to stay and savor it," he added. Superman nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I am here to rest today and will not be leaving again, so I eagerly anticipate your culinary offering." As Superman encouraged him to depart, Qian Zhilong hastily mounted his motorcycle and sped back to the manor. Upon entering, Venom was about to speak when Qian Zhilong immediately gestured for silence. Understanding the cue, Venom promptly relinquished the food he was holding and merged back into Qian Zhilong's body. Upon entering, Venom accessed the memories of Qian Zhilong's recent interactions and swiftly identified a significant threat lurking nearby. He felt relieved that he had remained silent during the movie, as making any noise could have led to his discovery. Watching Qian Zhilong's retreating figure, Superman informed his adoptive parents of the motorcycle's return. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong dared not utter a word, feigning happiness while humming a tune as he prepared the meal. Venom remained quietly within him, refraining from further commentary. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, a pot of exquisite tomato-braised beef brisket was finally ready. This time, Qian Zhilong did not prepare a portion for Venom, as Superman's presence would hinder Venom from revealing himself, making it unnecessary to set aside a serving. Venom understood the priorities and bore no discontent with Qian Zhilong's decision. Qian Zhilong transferred the finished dish into a clay pot and drove an antique car to Superman's residence. Awaiting him at the door were Superman's adoptive parents. Chapter 45. Recently quite serene, the couple joyfully accepted the clay pot, swallowing in anticipation as the unique aroma of Chinese cuisine wafted through the air. "Please join us for dinner. My son is home today, and we have prepared an ample feast," Superman's adoptive father warmly invited Qian Zhilong. Qian Zhilong quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, but I must depart tomorrow, and I still have some matters to organize this evening. When I return next time, I will prepare more dishes for us to enjoy together." At that moment, Superman emerged from the house. "Since you are leaving tomorrow, let us share a meal together." Upon witnessing Superman's invitation, Qian Zhilong realized that declining would be quite disrespectful, especially considering Superman's esteemed status as a superhero. With such an invitation, he had no reason to refuse. Once inside, Qian Zhilong discovered that Superman's adoptive parents had prepared a sumptuous dinner spread. At the dining table, initially, Qian Zhilong felt somewhat constrained. However, after a period of acquaintance, he discovered that this couple possessed exceptionally amiable personalities. It was no wonder that they had not allowed Superman to become a mere emblem of the nation, but rather, he had emerged as a hero in this world. "Qian, the next time you visit, could you please share this dish with me?" Upon hearing Superman's adoptive mother say this, Qian Zhilong realized that the tomato-braised beef brisket he had brought was already devoured, with Superman himself having consumed nearly half. "Certainly, Aunt Martha. In fact, if you wish to learn, there is no need to wait until next time. I can teach you right now." Hearing this, Superman's adoptive mother was quite delighted. "Then after we finish our meal, I would appreciate it if you could show me how to make that dish." After the meal, Qian Zhilong began to instruct Superman's adoptive mother on the preparation of the tomato-braised beef brisket. For some missing ingredients, he suggested alternative materials that could be used as substitutes. "Aunt Martha, if you find the spices here somewhat amiss, I will bring you some Chinese cooking spices tomorrow," the flavor will be significantly enhanced. As they were merely experimenting, they did not prepare a large quantity. During this time, Superman's adoptive father set up a grill outside, planning to prepare a barbecue for dinner. Not wanting to miss such a delightful opportunity, Qian Zhilong promptly drove home to fetch the necessary spices for Chinese barbecue, showcasing to the family this culinary tradition. To Qian Zhilong's astonishment, the Chinese barbecue quickly captivated Superman's adoptive parents, and even Superman himself was deeply enchanted by the flavors. Qian, can this barbecue flavor be found in all Chinese restaurants? In response to Superman's inquiry, Qian Zhilong nodded affirmatively. Of course, most Chinese restaurants can achieve such flavors. While there may be slight variations, the difference is not substantial. After finishing his lamb skewers, Superman remarked, I had previously heard Tony mention that Chinese cuisine is the best. At first, I was somewhat skeptical, but after today's meal, I realized Tony was indeed correct. The flavor of Chinese food has truly exceeded my expectations. After the barbecue, Superman personally drove Qian Zhilong back to the manor. This vintage car drives remarkably well. It seems your parents have taken excellent care of it. I hope that once it is in your possession, you will cherish it dearly. Qian Zhilong caressed the car. Rest assured, it was left to me by my parents, and I will take great care of it. This sentiment was not merely a statement, but rather a heartfelt expression from his true self. The following day, just as dawn broke, old Jack returned in his pickup truck. During this time, old Jack had spent over 10,000 through his card, purchasing numerous items, most of which were fishing equipment, as revealed by the bill. Qian Zhilong paid no mind to old Jack's expenditures. After bidding farewell to him, Qian Zhilong drove his car away from the manor, heading back to the city. It was not until he returned home that Venom dared to speak. Finally back. I thought I would suffocate from waiting. Well, you should be content, came the response. If you were to truly expose yourself before Superman, I assure you, not even his adoptive parents could protect you. After Qian Zhilong finished speaking, he entered the bathroom for a quick wash. Just as he was about to sit down, Spider-Man appeared at the window once more. Hello, Qian. Long time no see. Observing Spider-Man perched on the balcony, Qian Zhilong chuckled. It seems today has been devoid of chaos. As you've come by at this hour, Spider-Man settled onto the sofa, stating, Indeed, it has been remarkably quiet lately, which is rather astonishing. Even the Joker's gang has refrained from causing any disturbances during this period. Qian Zhilong retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Spider-Man. Isn't this splendid? This way, you can take it easy and not be preoccupied with battling crime every day. Spider-Man accepted the cola but did not open it. I sense that something significant is about to transpire. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this tranquil. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Qian Zhilong felt a twinge of unease himself. Logically, the Joker's gang could not possibly behave so cooperatively. They would never cease their mischief without a reason. Yet, their prolonged absence from wrongdoing indicated that something monumental was indeed on the horizon, though Qian Zhilong dared not speculate on what it could be. Perhaps you should intensify your patrols. You might stumble upon something. Spider-Man reclined wearily on the sofa. I haven't rested much lately. I've been preoccupied with patrolling the city, but it seems I've uncovered nothing of note. Recognizing the fatigue in Spider-Man's tone, Qian Zhilong understood that he had not enjoyed proper rest in some time. The enthusiasm of his voice long since faded. This city is vast, and relying solely on you, a single superhero, is an insurmountable burden. Moreover, protecting this city is not your sole responsibility. If memory serves, both War Machine and Iron Man are also tasked with ensuring safety in this area. You needn't push yourself too hard. Since you're here, let me prepare a delightful meal for you, a well-deserved reward, and afterward, you can rest a while before heading back out. Spider-Man did not decline Qian Zhilong's offer. Today, I'm not in the mood for jianbingguizi. I crave the sweet and sour pork that Deadpool enjoys. Qian Zhilong made a gesture to Spider-Man, reassuring him, leave it to me. During the wait for the sweet and sour pork, Spider-Man unknowingly drifted into slumber. Even his venomous black cat walked over him without eliciting any response. Noticing Spider-Man sleeping soundly, Qian Zhilong refrained from disturbing him, ensuring that the entire cooking process was as quiet as possible to avoid waking him. Chapter 46. No need for judgment rise. It's ready. The sudden call jolted Spider-Man from his deep slumber, and he instinctively rolled over and assumed a fighting stance upon hitting the ground. Observing Spider-Man's reaction, Qian Zhilong placed the sweet and sour pork on the dining table. You're quite safe here. There's no need to be so tense. Once Spider-Man regained his composure, he relaxed back into his usual demeanor. My apologies, Qian. I haven't been resting well lately. I've been in a constant state of tension. Please forgive me. Qian Zhilong placed a set of cutlery and a pair of chopsticks on the dining table. There is no need for such formality between us. After the meal, let us take a moment to relax. Spider-Man, seated at the table, deftly picked up the chopsticks and lifted a piece of guabao roe to his lips. The sweet and sour flavor immediately invigorated him, dispelling any lingering lethargy. After devouring several pieces of guabao roe, he finally began to unwind. It was no wonder that Deadpool relished this dish. It surpassed the taste of jianbingguizi by leaps and bounds. Qian Zhilong poured Spider-Man another glass of lemonade. Though delicious, guobao rou was best suited for lunch or dinner, as it was too greasy for breakfast. As he spoke, Qian Zhilong presented a bowl of rice, suggesting, "Pair it with rice, and the flavor will be even more delightful." Spider-Man accepted the rice and placed the guobao rou atop it, savoring the combination. The expression on his face transformed instantly. "I never expected that you locals possessed such culinary wisdom. The pairing of guobao rou with rice is simply splendid." Observing Spider-Man's contentment, Qian Zhilong remarked, "This is merely the beginning. When rice is accompanied by some side dishes, that truly constitutes a heavenly delicacy, one that compels you to finish a bowl and crave another." At this, Spider-Man's appetite was piqued. "The next time, do prepare a few more dishes. I am eager to discover the flavors of these side dishes." Qian Zhilong, sipping his warm milk, replied, "Certainly. I shall make a few more dishes the next time we meet, and you can relish them thoroughly." As Qian Zhilong and Spider-Man engaged in conversation, the wail of police sirens echoed outside once more. Spider-Man set down his chopsticks and ventured out to vanquish evil once again. It seemed that being the guardian of the city came with its own drawbacks. Even a meal could not be enjoyed in peace. Venom, seizing the remaining guobao rou, devoured it in one bite. Listening to the sirens, Qian Zhilong mused, "What can be done? As a guardian of the city, it is his duty to respond. Nevertheless, we ought to follow and see what has transpired." Venom, his expression brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Then let us set off immediately." With that, Venom detached from Black Cat and re-entered Qian Zhilong's body, allowing them to ascend to the rooftop unnoticed. On the rooftop, they swiftly traversed the landscape. Qian Zhilong had now adapted to this method of movement, as navigating the rooftops was the best way to minimize the chances of detection. Caution was warranted, for the rooftops were not entirely safe either. Spider-Man, like them, was observing the surrounding dangers from above. Should he spot them, a confrontation would be inevitable. "Fear not," Venom reassured, "I am well acquainted with Spider-Man's scent. He is at least a kilometer away, so there is no need to worry about being discovered." Following the sound of the sirens, Venom soon approached the vicinity of the crime scene, only to discover that members of the Joker's gang had been apprehended. Qian Zhilong was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the police had managed to capture members of the Joker's gang, especially amidst such a high-speed chase. At that moment, Spider-Man also arrived on the scene. "Hello, officer. Is everything all right? No one was injured, I hope?" "Rest assured, Spider-Man. This time the Joker's henchmen merely stole some money and swiftly departed, causing no significant destruction nor inflicting any injuries upon bystanders." From their demeanor, I sensed that they were likely new recruits of the Joker's gang, somewhat clumsy and hesitant, refraining from wreaking havoc like their more seasoned counterparts. The police shared their conjectures with Spider-Man, feeling extraordinarily fortunate to have avoided peril this time. Each encounter between the police and the Joker's minions invariably resulted in casualties. Despite the substantial compensation received, no one is willing to gamble their life for monetary reward. Given this, what do you intend to do? Will they be sent to prison or a mental institution? The officer surveyed the youthful faces before him and concluded that these individuals should be dispatched to the supervillain prison. Sending someone of their age to a mental institution might leave them with a semblance of sanity, which could entirely dissipate within those walls. Moreover, their actions did not meet the criteria for commitment to a mental facility. Spider-Man concurred, recognizing that entry into a mental institution is not granted to just anyone. It is reserved for the most heinous, deranged supervillains. Ordinary wrongdoers typically find themselves in regular or super prisons to prevent any possibility of escape. Spider-Man reinforced the captives with webbing. He escorted them directly to the prison, ensuring their security throughout the journey. There are clear national laws stating that any member of the Joker's gang, upon committing a crime, will be sent directly to prison according to the severity of their offense, without the need for trial, with a minimum sentence of 2 years. Once inside the prison, Spider-Man maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Numerous criminals within this facility were ones he had personally delivered. While he may resort to lethal measures against some, he typically considers the nature of their crimes. Unless motivated by greed and the intent to kill, he often elects to imprison rather than eliminate. However, such leniency is afforded only once. Should they emerge from prison unrepentant, Spider-Man would not hesitate to eradicate them. Thus, the inmates harbored considerable animosity towards him, particularly those condemned to decades behind bars, who would spend their entire lives within those walls. The hopelessness of their situation fueled their hatred, and given the slightest opportunity, even those who could not match Spider-Man's prowess would not hesitate to launch a surprise attack. "Spider-Man, I will kill you." A burly man charged at Spider-Man, but the barrier prevented him from advancing. Seizing the moment, other inmates, emboldened by this display, began to hurl stones at Spider-Man from the ground. However, the stones they hurled failed to strike Spider-Man, instead landing upon the guards and police vehicles. Chapter 47. The ruthlessness of Spider-Man. Spider-Man, once I am free, I shall make your aunt wish she had never been born. Another inmate glared at Spider-Man with malice, uttering the words that ignited his deepest fury. Spider-Man's unwavering principle has always been the safety of his loved ones. Should anyone dare to threaten them, he would erase that threat without hesitation. This inmate had directly crossed Spider-Man's threshold. With a swift leap, Spider-Man positioned himself amidst the inmates, seizing the individual who threatened his aunt and forcefully injecting web fluid into his mouth. As the webbing poured forth, the man began to struggle desperately. But such efforts were futile. Although Spider-Man's strength may be comparatively lesser than that of other superheroes, it was more than sufficient to subdue an ordinary individual. The suddenness of Spider-Man's actions left even the surrounding guards momentarily stunned, while the other inmates looked on in terror, realizing they were no match for him. They had merely voiced their anger, thinking Spider-Man would refrain from retaliating due to the presence of guards. Clearly, they were mistaken. As the webbing continued to fill the man's mouth and nostrils, he gradually ceased his struggle. Confirming the individual's demise, Spider-Man casually discarded him aside, akin to tossing away an inconsequential piece of refuse. Hey there, gentlemen. No need for such tension. I have always acted with principles. As long as Spider-Man, you shall die. Before Spider-Man could finish his sentence, a youth armed with a broom charged from the corner, roaring as he swung it at him. Spider-Man, employing his spider sense, deftly sidestepped the ambush. In that very moment, he grasped the assailant's head and, with a gentle but firm motion, executed a complete 180-degree twist. This spectacle silenced the surrounding inmates. Those still allowed to roam were typically guilty of lesser crimes, likely to be released within 4 to 5 years. However, having incurred Spider-Man's wrath, their sentences had swiftly escalated to death. Should anyone wish to continue, he declared, I would be more than willing to send you down with them. After all, it is far lonelier to descend alone. I would gladly provide them with additional companions. The guards and police escorting the inmates refrained from intervening. They understood that 99 of those incarcerated would return after their release, often with far graver offenses, resulting in even longer sentences. In the face of these recalcitrant individuals, the guards welcomed Spider-Man's intervention, allowing them to eliminate the threats and ease their own burdens. 2 prison guards, stationed at a high-wall checkpoint, observed the unfolding scene with resigned shakes of their heads. Had I known, I would have released those dangerous felons as well, allowing Spider-Man to deal with them all at once, one remarked. The other guard inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Who says I wouldn't have? He had not anticipated Spider-Man's arrival today. Had he foreseen it, he would have liberated those inmates to let Spider-Man handle them. The guards harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the prisoners, yet their roles prevented them from taking any drastic measures. However, superheroes operated under different principles. They could not harm innocent civilians, yet they held the authority to deliver direct judgment upon criminals and the most nefarious villains. This judgment was stark and uncompromising. They could eliminate the offenders without bearing any legal repercussions, contingent upon the infliction of innocent casualties or the substantial value of theft. Upon hearing Spider-Man's declaration, the onlooking criminals fled, unwilling to confront the 2 guards. As the crowd dispersed, Spider-Man returned to the transport vehicle, ensuring that the members of the Joker gang would not cause any disturbances. Inside the vehicle, the gang members quaked with fear at Spider-Man's ruthless display. They felt fortunate that the robbery had not resulted in fatalities, had they caused the death of an innocent civilian. Their fate would not have fared much better than that of the 2 men moments ago. After Spider-Man departed, 2 guards approached the vacant lot where the prisoners had congregated. You, and you, one called out. Come here and carry these 2 bodies to the back for immediate cremation. This entire scene was witnessed by Qian Zhilong, who had been hiding in the trees nearby. He was astonished to see that Spider-Man, who typically appeared benevolent, could be so merciless. Yet, Qian Zhilong found no fault in Spider-Man's actions. I believe his approach is entirely justified. Individuals who are heinous or brazenly threaten one's family should not be spared. Even if their threats are mere bravado, such risks cannot be tolerated. It is far better to eliminate the threat than to allow one's family to live in fear. Venom, upon hearing this, concurred, you speak the truth. Should anyone dare to threaten me, I would surely sever their head in an instant. I might even take the heads of their entire family, thereby eradicating the root of the problem and ensuring no future troubles arise. Hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong couldn't help but admire him. You are far more ruthless than I. I only wish to eliminate him. But you would seek to eradicate his entire family. That is truly severe. I have learned much from you. Venom replied with a hint of pride. It seems you have absorbed quite a bit of our culture's approach to dealing with matters through my memories. I do not deny it. I have gleaned invaluable insights from your experiences, Qian Zhilong acknowledged. However, should we not consider departing from this place? Remaining here for too long may lead to discovery. Qian Zhilong observed the lively scene he desired and felt that lingering here served no purpose. He promptly descended from the tree and, aided by the tall grass surrounding him, swiftly departed from the area. Upon returning to the city, Qian Zhilong visited the Chinese supermarket to procure a variety of items, including copious amounts of venom and his favorite delicacies, before finally returning home. At this moment, all Qian Zhilong yearned for was a restful slumber. Everything else could wait until he awakened. Chapter 48. The invitation from Wonder Woman. Qian Zhilong fell into a deep sleep, and when he next opened his eyes, it was already the morning of the second day. Rubbing his somewhat dazed head, he glanced at the black cat sleeping by his bedside. "I hope no one is coming today," he exclaimed loudly, first inquiring about Venom and second, confirming whether Spider-Man was in his home. "Rest assured, no one will be visiting today," Venom replied, which alleviated Qian Zhilong's concerns. He truly wished to avoid hosting Spider-Man or Deadpool and simply wanted to enjoy 2 days of uninterrupted rest. Though he had been living a rural life at the estate recently, it had not been devoid of effort. Each day was filled with rigorous training. And having finally gained control over his new physique, he felt it necessary to indulge in some well-deserved repose. Were it not for Superman's appearance, he would likely still be riding horses or relishing the rustic American lifestyle. "I won't be cooking for the next few days. Just order takeout if you're hungry. Alternatively, you can call the Chinese restaurant for delivery." After his arrival in this world, Qian Zhilong had established good relations with all the local Chinese establishments, as they shared common ground and numerous topics of conversation. However, during their gatherings, the predominant discussion revolved around the changes back home. They all yearned to return to their homeland, yet their status forbade them from doing so. Being the children of immigrants, they possessed American citizenship but lacked ties to their native land. Despite their longing for their hometown, hope eluded them. Each time this subject arose, a profound sadness enveloped the group. Before his arrival in this world, many Chinese nationals wished to return home, but their identities rendered such dreams impossible. The reality of this world was even harsher. Due to the existence of superheroes and supervillains, the scrutiny over foreign visitors was exceedingly stringent, especially for mutants or superheroes. Without governmental approval, free movement within the country was unattainable. Just as Qian Zhilong prepared to relax and indulge in some gaming, his phone suddenly rang. The unexpected call left him momentarily perplexed. Since the passing of the original owner's parents, he had ceased using the previous phone number and instead acquired a new one. The original owner's parents were indeed Chinese, and with the elder generation largely absent and no relatives to speak of, he had opted to sever ties with the former acquaintances, many of whom were troublesome companions, including a few who had joined the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Joker's gang. Maintaining distance from such associations was the wisest choice for him. After acquiring this new card, apart from a few essential calls, the only remaining contacts were those from the proprietors of the Chinese supermarket, who would typically convene for meals. However, most gatherings occurred at the end of each month, and since there was still some time before the month's conclusion, a dining invitation seemed improbable. At that moment, Qian Zhilong suddenly recalled that he had recently shared his number with Wonder Woman. Could it be that she was calling him? Upon entering his room, he picked up his phone and noticed that the number was unlisted. Although he had given his number to Wonder Woman, she had not called him immediately, leaving him uncertain about the digits she possessed. Qian Zhilong answered the phone. "Hello, this is Qian Zhilong. May I ask who is calling?" After his inquiry, there was a prolonged silence on the line, leading him to initially suspect it was a telemarketing call. Just as he was about to hang up, a familiar voice broke through the stillness. "It's me," said Wonder Woman. "I was wondering if I could invite you to dinner." At the mention of her invitation, Qian Zhilong was momentarily taken aback, for it seemed far too surreal that a superhero would extend such an invitation to an ordinary person. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?" "I said I would like to invite you to dinner." Receiving confirmation once again, Qian Zhilong was assured he had not misheard. Indeed, Wonder Woman was inviting him to dine. Faced with such an invitation, he found it impossible to decline, especially since she was a prominent member of the Justice League. To refuse would be to show her a lack of respect. Moreover, the fact that she was undeniably beautiful made it even more difficult to turn her down. "Since it's an invitation from Wonder Woman, I certainly cannot refuse. Where shall we meet for dinner?" Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's acceptance, Wonder Woman felt her earlier tension ease significantly. "Let us meet at Fu Manlu in Chinatown. I figured, since you were Chinese, you would enjoy Chinese cuisine, and I, too, have a craving for it." Qian Zhilong was pleasantly surprised that Wonder Woman had considered his preferences, and he readily agreed upon a time. After hanging up, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Who could have anticipated that Wonder Woman would invite him to dinner, and at a renowned Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, no less? Feeling his heart race, he wondered if something more intimate was to transpire that evening. "If that is the case, I shall refrain from accompanying you, lest I intrude upon your romantic pursuits." Venom, having emerged from Black Cat's form, wore a mischievous grin. Realizing the implications, Qian Zhilong furrowed his brow. "What are you thinking? There is absolutely no possibility of that happening between us. Today, it is merely a dinner, nothing more than a meal." In order to ensure my own safety, it would be prudent for you to accompany me to avoid any unnecessary troubles. As for the culinary delights at Fuminlu, once I have dined with Wonder Woman, I shall procure a portion of each dish for you to savor at your leisure, provided that you maintain discretion during our meal. Upon hearing that there would be a share for him, Venom could not help but salivate, instinctively licking his lips. Is it truly necessary? You have indulged in Chinese cuisine quite frequently during this time. In truth, the flavors at that establishment do not quite rival the authenticity of my own cooking. Nevertheless, with your company, I shall ensure you experience every Chinese dish you have yet to taste. Venom beamed with delight, proclaiming, choosing you was undoubtedly the right decision. Qian Zhilong waved his hand dismissively. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Let us first navigate through this evening. Chapter 49. The interests of Wonder Woman. With 2 hours remaining until the date, Qian Zhilong began to prepare himself, donning a black suit that he seldom wore, selecting a suitable tie, and adorning himself with an elegant pair of cufflinks. These cufflinks, a legacy from his father, were items he would not have purchased for himself. Once fully attired, he stood before the mirror, only to realize he lacked a wristwatch. He ventured into his parents' room and chose a modest watch from his father's wardrobe to wear. Once properly dressed, Qian Zhilong inspected himself once more in the mirror, ensuring there were no discrepancies, before heading downstairs to order a bouquet of fresh flowers, while also preparing a small gift. This gift, though not particularly extravagant, was a jade pendant. The jade was not of any rare variety, yet it was intricately crafted, showcasing exquisite artistry. When Qian Zhilong arrived downstairs to collect the flowers, the shopkeeper was taken aback by his formal attire. Why the sudden formality, little dragon? Are you off to a date? The owner of the flower shop was also the proprietor of a restaurant, as the floral business was not particularly lucrative, and she had also opened a bookstore. Accepting the bouquet from her, Qian Zhilong replied, it's not quite a date, merely a dinner invitation from a female friend, nothing more. The shopkeeper nodded, understanding, as they had become familiar with Qian Zhilong's character through several gatherings. If it were indeed a girlfriend, he would have stated so outright. Since he referred to her as merely a friend, it was clear she was just that. With everything in order, Qian Zhilong drove his Rolls-Royce to the designated location, which happened to be the apartment of Wonder Woman. During the wait, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, one does not often go on a date with a top-tier female superhero without feeling a hint of nervousness. With only half an hour remaining before the agreed time, Wonder Woman appeared, clad in a stunning black backless evening gown, her tall figure exuding elegance and grace. The gown hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her flawless proportions. Her hairstyle is elegantly simple, and her makeup is fresh and natural, perfectly complementing her evening gown. As Wonder Woman stepped out of the apartment, a gentle breeze lifted the hem of her dress, causing it to sway gracefully, while the contours of her back subtly revealed themselves under the soft glow of the lights. Feeling her hair slightly obstructive, Wonder Woman effortlessly twisted her long locks into an updo, exposing her smooth forehead and exquisite makeup. Despite not wearing any jewelry, she exuded an enchanting charm. This captivating scene drew the attention of Qian Zhilong. What are you waiting for? Hurry and get out of the car. Upon hearing Venom's reminder, Qian Zhilong quickly gathered the bouquet beside him and exited the vehicle. At that moment, Wonder Woman, having just styled her hair, noticed Qian Zhilong stepping out of the car. With a warm smile, she approached him, saying, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Qian Zhilong extended the bouquet of roses towards her, replying, I just arrived as well. These flowers suit you perfectly. Wonder Woman received the roses with a beaming smile, saying, thank you. At that moment, Qian Zhilong opened the back door of the car, inviting her to take a seat. Initially, he contemplated opening the front passenger door but deemed it inappropriate, as their meeting was merely for dinner and did not imply any further intentions. Wonder Woman accepted without hesitation, settling into the back seat while cradling the bouquet. After closing the door, Qian Zhilong returned to the driver's seat and presented her with a jade pendant he had prepared earlier. Wonder Woman eagerly opened the gift box, her expression turning to one of confusion upon discovering the jade stone inside. However, as it was her first time receiving such a gift, she appreciated the craftsmanship, saying, thank you for this gift. Qian Zhilong smiled. No need to thank me. Shall we head to the restaurant now? Wonder Woman nodded in agreement, and with her approval, Qian Zhilong drove towards the direction of the Fortune House. Initially, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward, but as the radio began to play a series of American jokes, the mood shifted. Some jokes elicited smiles from Wonder Woman, yet she noticed through the rearview mirror that Qian Zhilong remained unamused, prompting her to curiously ask, are these jokes not funny? Qian Zhilong, focused on driving, was taken aback by her question. To be honest, he found the jokes rather unamusing. Despite his understanding of American culture, he felt that American jokes and stand-up comedy paled in comparison to those from his homeland, appearing utterly tedious, akin to listening to dry humor. At times, he even felt embarrassed by the content, unsure of what was meant to be humorous. Wonder Woman, perplexed, inquired, are the jokes from your country more entertaining? Without hesitation. Qian Zhilong nodded, absolutely. However, for those unfamiliar with our culture, even the funniest jokes may not resonate. With the introduction of this topic, the previously awkward atmosphere began to dissipate, and Qian Zhilong commenced regaling Wonder Woman with humorous anecdotes from his homeland. Initially, he presumed that Wonder Woman would not be captivated by such content. However, much to his surprise, their conversation sparked her interest in the Chinese language. Could you teach me to speak Chinese? That way, I would be able to comprehend your jokes, and I would finally grasp just how amusing they truly are. Qian Zhilong was taken aback by her request, and upon glancing at her reflection in the rearview mirror, he discerned sincerity in her expression. If you genuinely wish to learn, I can impart some simple phrases to you right now. It would greatly facilitate your conversations with locals in the future. Wonder Woman nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Qian Zhilong. Although he was still somewhat astonished by her enthusiasm for Chinese culture, he felt compelled to fulfill his promise and decided to teach her some easily comprehensible phrases. I never imagined you would take such a keen interest in our culture, he remarked. In truth, Qian Zhilong did not expect Wonder Woman to be so attentive. She even recorded some of his explanations on her phone. I visited your country once, and it was truly beautiful. However, due to my unique position, I was only permitted to visit certain designated areas. If it weren't for my circumstances, I would love to return. Chapter 50. The essence of authentic Chinese cuisine. At this moment, the Fu Man Lu restaurant was bustling with patrons, with only a handful of Chinese faces amidst a sea of Americans choosing to dine there. As the largest Chinese restaurant in the city, Fu Man Lu's owner had a clear vision from the outset to create a Chinese dining experience tailored to American palates. Given that many Americans have dietary sensitivities, they often struggle with the spices and seasonings prevalent in traditional Chinese cuisine, resulting in allergic reactions or discomfort, which has led to numerous complaints against various Chinese establishments. The owner of Fu Man Lu, a former employee of a Chinese restaurant, recognized the challenges faced by Chinese cuisine when catering to American customers. Many seasoned chefs, committed to preserving authentic flavors, were reluctant to make adjustments, resulting in a situation where many Chinese restaurants were frequented solely by fellow Chinese patrons, with few foreign visitors. The owner's ambition in coming to America was to earn money from Americans. Relying solely on the Chinese clientele would not suffice for his aspirations. Thus, upon establishing Fu Man Lu, he resolved to modify the culinary offerings accordingly. Clearly, this decision proved to be astute, as it not only propelled Chinese cuisine into the limelight among American diners, but also established Fu Man Lu as the most renowned Chinese restaurant in the area. Haha, Qian, your jokes are genuinely hilarious, Wonder Woman exclaimed. I used to think our jokes were quite amusing, but they pale in comparison to yours. A smile adorned Qian Zhilong's face as he replied, as you delve deeper into Chinese culture and grasp the meanings behind more phrases, you'll discover even more humor. The initial awkwardness in the car had long since vanished, replaced by the joyous laughter of Wonder Woman. In previous portrayals across films and various interviews, Wonder Woman has often been depicted with a serious demeanor. However, witnessing her laugh so joyfully for the first time felt refreshingly novel. The atmosphere, now devoid of awkwardness, transformed the journey into a much more delightful experience, and before they knew it, they arrived at the entrance of Fu Man Lu. Qian, what you said was truly amusing, she remarked. Could you share more during our meal? Qian Zhilong parked the car and replied, of course. As long as Wonder Woman enjoys the stories, I would be more than happy to share. He then exited the vehicle, moved to the back, and extended his hand to invite her out. As Wonder Woman placed her hand upon his, Qian Zhilong immediately sensed a stark difference. Her hand felt unlike any he had touched before. After all, aside from his mother's hand in his youth, he had never held another woman's hand, leaving him without any prior experience to draw from. Her hand exuded a sense of strength, its roughness understandable given her rigorous training to maintain optimal condition compared to other core members of the Justice League. Although her fingers were long and slender, the calluses were an inevitable outcome of her intensive training. Upon disembarking, she naturally linked her arm with Qian Zhilong's, catching him off guard with this sudden gesture. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, displaying no signs of nervousness or discomfort. At the entrance, a waiter clad in a tang suit approached them with a warm smile, inquiring, "Do you have a reservation?" "Yes," Qian replied. The waiter promptly retrieved the reservation list. "May I have your name, sir?" "Qian Zhilong," he responded. The waiter swiftly located his name on the list and gestured, "Please, follow me." Guided by the waiter, they soon arrived at a private room adorned with decor that resonated with a distinctly domestic ambience. To be honest, for a native, such places often cater more to American tastes, lacking a true sense of belonging. The waiter presented 2 menus to Qian Zhilong and Wonder Woman, asking, "What would you like to order?" As Qian received the menu, he inquired, "Do you have a menu tailored for our compatriots?" The waiter smiled, "Certainly." He then produced a wooden, intricately carved menu, the front inscribed with a single character, "Home." Upon seeing the word home, Qian felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The proprietor truly understood the essence of catering to expatriates. He recognized that overseas nationals yearn for the flavors of home, and this menu, emblazoned with home, assured that it would not disappoint. Wonder Woman glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. Qian, you should order. I desire something authentic. Seeing her eagerness, Qian Zhilong nodded. Do you have any allergies or preferred flavors? If there are any preferences, please mention them in advance so that I can order according to your taste and avoid any unnecessary surprises. Wonder Woman contemplated for a moment and replied, I am not allergic to anything. I enjoy flavors that lean towards spicy and sweet. Having received the desired answer, Qian Zhilong turned to the waiter and said, I have heard that your Sichuan cuisine is quite excellent. Please bring me a portion of your signature dishes. Just ensure that the spiciness is moderate. Leaning towards the spicy side, the waiter noted down the order, responding, Certainly, sir. As for the desserts, let us also have a few of your signature offerings. Keeping the total around 12 dishes, not too many. After the waiter finalized the menu and confirmed that there were no issues, he departed. During the waiting period for the dishes, Qian Zhilong began to teach Wonder Woman some simple Chinese phrases, while also enlightening her about the culinary cultures from various regions. Among his recommendations was Sichuan cuisine, as it aligned perfectly with her preference for spicy flavors. Wonder Woman listened intently, even pulling out her phone to record what Qian Zhilong had shared. He was somewhat taken aback by her habit but thought it wise. Remembering delightful dishes would surely aid her in the future when she desired to revisit those flavors. Half an hour later, the dishes began to arrive at the table. As the Chinese cuisine was presented, Wonder Woman gently inhaled the aroma, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Indeed, the flavor here is distinct from what I have experienced before. Qian Zhilong also noted the authenticity of the dishes. They were true representations of Sichuan flavors. What you are smelling is the essence of real Chinese cuisine. He then rotated the round table, placing the mapo tofu in front of Wonder Woman. This dish is likely familiar to you. It is mapo tofu, prepared in the traditional manner. Please, do take a taste. Chapter 51. A disrupted dinner. Wonder Woman picked up a serving spoon and scooped a portion of mapo tofu onto her plate. Subsequently, she switched to a smaller spoon, carefully took a piece, blew on it to cool, and tentatively tasted it. The moment the mapo tofu touched her palate, her expression transformed. The combination of spiciness, numbing sensation, and fragrant flavor was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Previously, during her time at the Justice League headquarters, Iron Man often ordered takeout Chinese food for lunch, and she had tried mapo tofu there, yet it bore no resemblance to this exquisite flavor. This mapo tofu is astonishing, both spicy and fragrant. A far cry from what I had tasted before. With that, she took another bite, larger this time, savoring the satisfaction it brought her. Observing the delight on Wonder Woman's face, Qian Zhilong realized that authentic Chinese cuisine could easily captivate anyone, especially someone like Wonder Woman, who had no allergies. The experience of indulging in such culinary delights was undoubtedly a joy for her. Soon, the small plate of mapo tofu was entirely devoured by Wonder Woman. May I try that dish? With a face full of anticipation, Wonder Woman pointed towards the spicy stir-fried intestines prepared by Qian Zhilong. Upon noticing her interest in this dish, Qian Zhilong's lips twitched involuntarily. Foreigners typically exhibit a low tolerance for offal. Once they learn what it is, many cannot bear the thought. In truth, when this dish was presented, Qian Zhilong was also taken aback, not expecting that their signature dish would include spicy stir-fried intestines. I must inform you before you taste this dish that it contains pig intestines, he cautioned. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman's expression froze momentarily. She was well aware that many locals enjoy consuming various animal organs. Ant-Man had previously mentioned this. However, she had always struggled to accept that such things could be transformed into cuisine. Yet, the allure of the spicy stir-fried intestines was undeniable, causing her to swallow hard. Could you refrain from telling me what it is for now? Seeing her determination to try it, Qian Zhilong nodded and turned the plate towards her. Wonder Woman cautiously picked up the smallest piece of intestine with her chopsticks and placed it on her plate. She hesitated for a long moment, then, closing her eyes, she popped it into her mouth. When the plate of spicy stir-fried intestines was set before her, the waiter exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Zhilong, who understood the unspoken message, do not let her eat it if possible. He also took a moment to sniff the dish, finding that the intestines were impeccably cleaned, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Soon, the unique flavor of the intestines, combined with their tender, bouncy texture, captured Wonder Woman's heart. Despite being awful, it was undeniably delicious. Unable to resist, she picked up several more pieces, relishing each bite. Qian Zhilong recognized that, in Chinese cuisine, as long as the ingredient remains unnamed, foreigners often enjoy it even more than locals do. Subsequent dishes arrived at the table, including squirrel fish, pan-fried meatballs, and osmanthus honey lotus. Qian Zhilong first brought the squirrel fish to his side, deftly removing all the bones before spinning the plate towards Wonder Woman. I know you might not be adept at removing fish bones, so I've taken care of that for you. You can eat with peace of mind now. This dish is beloved by all ages in our country. Both the elderly and children relish it. Watching the boneless fish placed before her, Wonder Woman felt a warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, no one had ever attended to her with such meticulous care. During her time in the tribe, she had been preoccupied with training to become the strongest, where hesitation was not an option. After leaving the tribe, she had encountered some charming men, but none compared to Qian Zhilong's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Noticing her lingering hesitation, Qian Zhilong tentatively asked, "Are you perhaps afraid of bones? If you are concerned about that, I can help you choose a piece without thorns." "No. I merely accompanied a resounding crash as the private dining room where Qian Zhilong and Wonder Woman were dining was breached by a modified armored vehicle." "Wonder Woman, I never imagined you would still have the composure to dine here. Today marks your demise." As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that Wonder Woman stood protectively in front of Qian Zhilong. Remarkably, she appeared unscathed from the impact. Even her gown remained unblemished. At that moment, Qian Zhilong noticed that Wonder Woman had consistently worn her exclusive defensive artifact, the Guardian Silver Bracelet. In this world, the Guardian Silver Bracelet worn by Wonder Woman is far more formidable than its comic and cinematic counterparts. Not only does it shield her, but when her arms are crossed, it can also form a protective barrier that deflects all surrounding attacks. This was the primary reason she had remained unharmed amidst such a tremendous impact. Unexpectedly, "You were not injured." Upon hearing this voice, Qian Zhilong looked up to see a woman, her entire body resembling that of a leopard, emerging from the modified armored vehicle. The collision had extinguished many surrounding lights, leaving only the faint glow from outside to barely illuminate her figure. Qian Zhilong had some knowledge of Wonder Woman's adversaries. In this world, she had only three main foes: Cheetah, Silver Swan, and Dr. Psycho. However, before Qian Zhilong's arrival, Dr. Psycho had been rendered a vegetable by the professor. Silver Swan, realizing that her battles with Wonder Woman were futile, transitioned into a live-streaming career on short video platforms. With her exceptional dancing skills and perfect voice, she quickly caught the attention of several prominent directors and has since become a household name, despite still holding the title of a supervillain. She had long since dismissed the chaos of their conflicts. The only remaining adversary still fiercely vying against Wonder Woman was Cheetah. Cheetah had always sought to eliminate Wonder Woman, though Qian Zhilong was unclear about the reasons behind it. However, it appeared that today Cheetah had received some intelligence that prompted this ambush, for she would not have acted so recklessly otherwise. Chapter 52, The Battle of Two Women. Qian Zhilong's excitement far outweighed his fear at this moment. He had believed that as a mere bystander, he would never witness a clash between superheroes and supervillains. Yet, thanks to Wonder Woman, he finally had the opportunity to behold a spectacle of epic proportions. Although both Wonder Woman and Cheetah possessed formidable strength, their confrontation paled in comparison to the battles involving Superman and other supervillains, yet it still represented a significant breakthrough. He had finally shed his identity as an onlooker and was about to witness a genuine duel between a superhero and a supervillain. In stark contrast to Qian Zhilong's exhilaration, Wonder Woman's fury had reached its zenith. Previously, the confrontations between Wonder Woman and Cheetah had been numerous. However, Wonder Woman had never regarded Cheetah's attacks as a genuine threat. This time was different. Observing the fish, meticulously deboned and laid on the ground, Wonder Woman could no longer suppress her fury. It was the first instance in which she had tasted a fish prepared by another, only to have it ruined before it reached her lips. Who could possibly swallow such indignation? "Cheetah, you must perish today." At this proclamation, both Cheetah and Qian Zhilong were utterly astonished. Cheetah was bewildered by the intensity of Wonder Woman's murderous intent today. Qian Zhilong had not anticipated such profound animosity from Wonder Woman towards Cheetah. With her face contorted in rage, Wonder Woman tore her long skirt to transform it into a short one, facilitating her movements and maximizing her combat prowess without the hindrance of her attire. "Qian, you must leave at once. This place will soon become perilous." Despite his desire to witness the unfolding spectacle, Qian Zhilong knew he could not remain so overtly. After all, witnessing a clash between a superhero and a supervillain was a rare opportunity. He decided to depart and find a secluded spot to observe discreetly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a teleportation circle suddenly appeared beneath both Wonder Woman and Cheetah, whisking them away from the area and restoring tranquility. Recognizing the golden teleportation circle, Qian Zhilong understood that Doctor Strange had arrived, as only he possessed the ability to employ such a portal. This further underscored his role as a mere bystander, reinforcing the notion that he would inevitably miss witnessing the battle between the superhero and the supervillain, even if it unfolded right before him. After Wonder Woman and Cheetah were transported away, Doctor Strange floated down from the rooftop opposite and stood before Qian Zhilong. "I apologize for interrupting your meal. As for their conflict, it has shifted to another location, and I shall promptly restore this place." As Doctor Strange spoke, The Hulk rushed over and dragged the modified armored vehicle that had crashed into the restaurant out with ease. Subsequently, Doctor Strange utilized the time stone to swiftly restore the damaged establishment. The table, once scattered with debris and food, was returned to its original state. Once everything was restored, Doctor Strange glanced at the dishes on the table and remarked, "The allure of Chinese cuisine remains unparalleled." With a smile, Qian Zhilong replied, "Since Wonder Woman has been teleported away, if you do not mind, Doctor Strange, why not join me for a meal?" Doctor Strange smiled in return. "That won't be necessary, as I still have matters to attend to regarding Wonder Woman." Meanwhile, Wonder Woman and Cheetah found themselves transported to an open field. In such a setting, Cheetah found herself at a disadvantage, while Wonder Woman, unencumbered by her surroundings, swiftly launched an assault against her. The fury that had been brewing within Wonder Woman could finally be unleashed without restraint. In a flash, she approached Cheetah, seizing her hair and forcefully driving her head toward the ground. Yet Cheetah, with her remarkable reflexes, managed to brace herself just inches from impact, preventing her head from colliding with the earth. Realizing her initial attempt had failed, Wonder Woman yanked Cheetah's hair again, preparing for a second strike. However, Cheetah was quick to retaliate, extending her claws toward Wonder Woman's arm. In response, Wonder Woman released her grip and stepped back, evading the attack. The Guardian Silver bracelets, when not crossed, merely served as dormant tools, providing protection only at the points where they were worn. The rest of her body remained vulnerable. "Are you out of your mind?" Wonder Woman exclaimed, just as the Guardian bracelets clashed together, sending a tremendous shockwave directly at Cheetah. The force of this wave propelled Cheetah several meters away. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to adjust mid-air, landing gracefully on all fours like a lithe panther. Yet, despite Cheetah's swiftness, she could not match the wrath of Wonder Woman. Before Cheetah could utter another word, Wonder Woman stood before her, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her face. Cheetah narrowly evaded the blow by turning her head just in time. From a distance, Doctor Strange and Dr. Banner watched in astonishment, as they had never witnessed such fury from Wonder Woman before. "Should we intervene?" Banner inquired tentatively. "The conflict between women is not a matter for us men to meddle in, especially since Wonder Woman is already in the lead. Our primary purpose here is merely to ensure her safety," replied Strange. Banner, taking this to heart, refrained from further comment, feeling a chill run down his spine as he observed the fierce clash. He was taken aback by the ferocity with which women could fight, an eye-opening experience indeed. Strange conjured 2 cups of coffee, one for himself and one for Banner. If I were interrupted while enjoying a meal, my mood would certainly not be any better than hers, especially considering how authentic that Chinese food looks. You know how much I adore Chinese cuisine. I'm well aware of its merits. Moreover, Wonder Woman isn't dining alone. She is accompanied by another individual of Asian descent, suggesting a significant connection between them. Chapter 53. The President's Secret Order. Banner, astonished, exclaimed, "Could it be that Wonder Woman is dating someone?" Doctor Strange took a delicate sip of his coffee and slowly shook his head. "I believe that is not the case. Their relationship resembles that of friends. Even if they were indeed a couple, it bears little consequence to us. The Justice League and the Avengers have no stipulations against superheroes engaging in romantic relationships. Even if they do, there are no restrictions requiring them to seek out other superheroes or individuals connected to us. Ordinary people are equally entitled." Banner, upon hearing this, found the reasoning quite sound and refrained from further inquiries. Each superhero possesses a private life, and the others do not interfere with these personal matters. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Qian Zhilong remained seated at his table. The owner and the staff hurried over, relieved that Doctor Strange had restored the surroundings to their original state, thus preventing any damage. The restaurant owner felt immensely grateful. Had it not been for Doctor Strange's intervention, repairing the walls and the private room would have incurred significant expenses. To express his sincerity towards Qian Zhilong for the inconvenience caused, the owner decided to waive the bill for the meal. Additionally, he prepared a new dish of the same caliber for Qian Zhilong, which could be packed for him to take away. As soon as the owner and the staff departed, Venom made his presence known. "I am absolutely starving," he exclaimed, reaching for the food on the table. "Wait a moment. The food is still hot. You can't eat it right now. Wait until it cools down. Rest assured, I won't touch any of it. It's all reserved for you." Venom then noticed that certain dishes, particularly the Sichuan cuisine, were still steaming. However, the tantalizing aroma was difficult to resist, causing him to momentarily forget that he could not consume anything too hot. Although he could have recklessly devoured everything, it would have resulted in considerable discomfort for an extended period. Despite his reluctance, he ultimately placed the plate back on the table and returned to Qian Zhilong's body. "You must admit, your ability is quite remarkable. With this, I need not worry about you encountering danger in the future." Qian Zhilong, however, wore a look of resignation. "I thought I could finally escape this pedestrian curse, but it seems I was overly optimistic." When he witnessed Cheetah's appearance, he believed he would finally bear witness to a battle between a superhero and a supervillain. Yet, to his shock, the anticipated confrontation vanished before his eyes, leaving him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. At that moment, the battle between Wonder Woman and Cheetah drew to a close. Cheetah, faced with the furious Wonder Woman, proved to be utterly outmatched. Although Cheetah was formidable, she stood no chance against the wrath-fueled Wonder Woman. Observing the beleaguered Cheetah, Wonder Woman aimed to eliminate this threat once and for all. Just as she prepared to deliver a decisive blow, Doctor Strange suddenly appeared to intercept her. "What is the meaning of this, Doctor Strange?" Wonder Woman demanded, her voice laced with anger. Doctor Strange, remaining calm and composed, replied, "Let us conclude matters for today. Cheetah's identity is rather complex, and we cannot dispose of her just yet. You are also aware that, despite their villainous nature, the government relies upon them, leaving me with no alternative." Wonder Woman, though consumed by fury, managed to retain her rationality amidst the tempest of her emotions. She understood that, despite the formidable powers possessed by these superheroes, they could not oppose the state, as the state embodies the will of the common people. Should these champions of justice become a threat to ordinary citizens, they would find no sanctuary on this planet. Not all possess the capability to depart from Earth like Captain Marvel, continuing to thrive on distant worlds. Reluctantly, Wonder Woman suppressed her indignation. Observing her acquiescence, Doctor Strange turned to Dr. Banner and requested, "Hulk, please come forth and carry away Cheetah." Upon hearing Strange's summons, the green giant within Banner swiftly emerged, hoisting the nearly incapacitated Cheetah onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Doctor Strange conjured a portal, declaring, "It is time to return to the Justice headquarters. Our gathering must conclude here." Although Wonder Woman felt a sense of injustice, she complied with Strange's directive and stepped through the portal alongside them. At that moment, the Justice League was teeming with numerous superheroes, including some rarely seen in ordinary circumstances. As the assembly neared completion, Superman hovered in the air and proclaimed, "Today, I have a significant matter to discuss with you all." Upon hearing his words, the gathered heroes fell into an immediate silence. With the attention of all present, Superman continued, "I have just received a confidential directive from the President. This communication specifically concerns us, the superheroes." The mention of a directive targeting superheroes drew frowns from those still engaged in combating crime, while the heroes who had transitioned to earning a living through streaming remained indifferent. The President's decree mandated that, moving forward, we must refrain from directly killing criminals, as these individuals possess rights and must be incarcerated for trial before any guilt can be ascertained. To incentivize our efforts, the President announced that for the next month, each supervillain will carry a corresponding bounty. The more supervillains one apprehends, the greater the reward, along with an additional bonus. Beyond this generous compensation, heroes would also enjoy elevated privileges. After Superman concluded his statement, the full text of the directive appeared on the large screen. While certain elements of the directive were not suitable for public disclosure, in the interest of transparency, I will share the details for all to peruse. As the superheroes examined the pertinent directive, it became clear that the President was resolutely determined to embark on a sweeping campaign against supervillains. Reactions to this decision varied among the heroes. Some expressed elation, while others feared that a complete eradication of supervillains would diminish their own status, stripping them of the heroic image held dear by the public. Superman observed the myriad expressions on the faces of the crowd and discerned the thoughts of some among them. As guardians of the city, it is our duty to safeguard the property of the civilians. Although the absence of supervillains may strip us of our former glory, our lives shall return to tranquility, allowing everyone to engage in pursuits they cherish, provided they do not become new supervillains themselves, and thus enjoy the lives that rightfully belong to them. Chapter 54, The $5 Bounty While Waiting at the Restaurant. Qian Zhilong glanced at the time and concluded that Wonder Woman would likely not return. He decided to pack the food from the table and take it with him. Consuming the entirety of the meal on site might arouse suspicion. Thus, for safety's sake, he resolved to bring it home for Venom to enjoy. However, Venom could hardly contain itself. As soon as Qian Zhilong entered the car, it swiftly emerged from his body, making its way to the back seat to devour the food voraciously. Delicious. Truly delectable. How could such exquisite dishes exist? Qian, why have I never seen you prepare these? Is it that you cannot? Qian Zhilong shot a glance at Venom through the rearview mirror. Do you think preparing Chinese cuisine is a simple endeavor? Certain dishes require intricate processes, such as the water-boiled fish you are currently relishing, which is quite laborious to make. Achieving a flavorful fish devoid of any fishy odor is a formidable challenge, and I personally detest the taste of fish, thus I am reluctant to prepare it. If you desire such fare, nearby Chinese restaurants can cater to your cravings, and their flavors are not inferior to this. You simply have never tasted it before. I have neither mentioned it, nor have you encountered it, hence your ignorance. In the wake of merging with Venom, Qian Zhilong discerned a distinct issue. Venom could only access the memories of its original host, lacking the ability to tap into his past life's recollections. However, those dishes do not exist in your memory. Most of the food in your recollections are rather unpalatable, save for hamburgers and fries, which I find somewhat enticing. The rest makes me want to retch. A subtle smile graced Qian Zhilong's lips. I have told you before, I do not belong to this world. You were skeptical then. Do you believe me now? Venom finished the mapo tofu in one large bite. Yes, this time I truly believe it. I once thought humans to be a frail species. I never anticipated such occurrences could transpire. Indeed, humanity is frail, yet certain events among them defy scientific explanation. Qian Zhilong did not wish to delve too deeply into discussions with Venom, considering the peculiarity of his own transference. He could perhaps accept the notion of traversing to other parallel worlds. However, being transported into a comic universe such as this was beyond explanation and, at times, acceptance was inevitable. As Qian Zhilong halted at a traffic light at an intersection, he noticed that Venom had consumed one of the Chinese meals entirely. Reclining in the back seat with a look of sheer enjoyment, "That portion is reserved for your meal tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Venom's face lit up with excitement. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately returned to Qian Zhilong's body. Observing Venom's reaction, Qian Zhilong realized that a superhero must be nearby. "Your old acquaintance has arrived." As Venom's words faded, a gentle sound echoed from the car's roof. The only superhero capable of landing so gracefully atop his vehicle, aside from himself, could only be Spider-Man. "Hey, Qian, what are you up to?" Following the voice, Qian Zhilong turned to see Spider-Man peering into the car from the passenger window. "I just went out for a meal and brought back some takeout." As he spoke, Qian Zhilong rolled down the window, inviting Spider-Man inside. "No need," Spider-Man waved his hand. "I have a mission to attend to. Just save that takeout for me. I'll come by to eat once I'm done." Surprised by Spider-Man's response, Qian Zhilong remarked, "Why do you still have a mission? As the guardian of the city, shouldn't you be acting at your own discretion without any assigned tasks?" Spider-Man glanced around cautiously. "It's not convenient to discuss too much here, but essentially, we've received orders from above to capture those supervillains and deliver them to prison for trial." Qian Zhilong was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't expected such a directive from higher authorities. It seemed that those in power had grown weary of the rampant destruction caused by supervillains. If this method could resolve the issue once and for all, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Yet, knowing the nature of capitalism, Qian Zhilong suspected that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Only those in authority truly understood the underlying motives. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must continue my pursuit of supervillains." With that, Spider-Man departed from the roof of Qian Zhilong's car, just as the traffic light turned green. After Spider-Man left, Venom emerged once more from Qian Zhilong's body. Could our presence have prompted such a decision from above? Venom's words indeed reminded Qian Zhilong that if the symbiotic abilities were to merge with supervillains, the resulting symbiotes would possess significant power. These symbiotes attached to supervillains could pose a grave threat to the world. You make a valid point, however. I suspect things may not be as simple as they seem. Nevertheless, this doesn't concern me much. Even if a large-scale conflict were to arise, I could only witness it through the news. After leaving, Spider-Man swiftly descended into the sewers. The stench within the sewers was far from pleasant. Spider-Man waved his hand to fan the air around him, yet it did little to alleviate the odor. He pondered the motives of Dr. Lizard, questioning why he chose to dwell in such a place when a swamp would have been a far superior choice. As Spider-Man lamented, he retrieved the exclusive smartphone issued by the Justice League, which contained information regarding the bounties on all supervillains. He swiftly located the bounty pertaining to his former adversary. Name: Kingpin. Danger level: grade. Capture difficulty: grade. Bounty amount: 5. Kingpin. Oh Kingpin, it is rather surprising that your current bounty stands at a meager 5. One wonders if you would be incensed upon seeing this sum. Reflecting on recent years, Spider-Man realized that Kingpin had indeed refrained from any nefarious deeds. He had compensated for his previous transgressions, often doubling or even tripling the reparations, and had since become an ordinary wealthy businessman. Following the rise of short videos, he began showcasing various culinary delights for his wife and children, daily flaunting their harmonious family life, leaving no trace of his former villainous self. The 5 bounty surely reflects his current demeanor. Chapter 55. The Evolution of Dr. Lizard. Name: Dr. Octopus. Danger level: grade. Capture difficulty: grade. Bounty amount: 1. Observing Dr. Octopus's bounty, Spider-Man could only shake his head in resignation. Once his mentor, Dr. Octopus had entirely relinquished his villainous ways upon mastering the control of his 4 mechanical appendages. He had collaborated with Iron Man on numerous occasions, significantly contributing to advancements in prosthetics and education. However, even those who have reformed retain their titles of villain, and their past crimes are not expunged. Thus, reformed supervillains still bear the weight of a corresponding bounty, albeit one that is pathetically low. Spider-Man had thought Kingpin's bounty was scant, yet Dr. Octopus's was even less. After reviewing Dr. Octopus's bounty, Spider-Man continued to scroll down. Name: Sandman, danger level, grade, capture difficulty, grade, bounty amount, 10. Upon seeing Sandman's bounty, Spider-Man was utterly astonished. Could it truly be worth only 10? Since engaging with live streaming, Sandman had lost all desire to oppose Spider-Man, relocating to Florida to construct his own beach amusement park. Not only did he attract viewers by showcasing his sand manipulation skills to recreate world landmarks, but he also profited immensely from his beach attraction. The Sandman of today is no longer a mere supervillain, but a celebrated internet sensation with nearly 10 million followers. This 10 bounty pales in comparison to the value of his amusement park's discount vouchers. Continuing his search, Spider-Man soon encountered Dr. Lizard, who was the primary target of his mission today. Name, Dr. Lizard, danger level, grade, capture difficulty, grade, bounty amount, 100. 000. In stark contrast to the earlier bounties of 1 and 5, the 100,000 bounty piqued Spider-Man's interest significantly. The reason why the bounty on Dr. Lizard remains so exorbitant is due to his long-standing practice of clandestinely capturing vagrants and the homeless, employing them as subjects for his grotesque experiments. None of these unfortunate souls have ever survived, their fate invariably culminating in death. Naturally, such a malevolent figure commands a substantial bounty. Oh, Dr. Lizard, I warned you once before. Should you dare to engage in such nefarious deeds again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Consider yourself fortunate for your value. Otherwise, you would surely meet your demise at my hands today. With that, Spider-Man swiftly leaped above the sewer, keen to avoid the foul waters and excrement that lay below. Utilizing his spider sense, he soon detected a section of the sewer that had been cleared, devoid of filth and markedly cleaner than its surroundings. However, a stench of decaying flesh permeated the air, growing increasingly pungent as he ventured deeper. Soon, he stumbled upon a multitude of human skeletons and a few dismembered limbs that had yet to decompose entirely. His spider sense grew increasingly agitated as he pressed forward. Upon reaching a corner, Spider-Man discovered a plethora of discarded vials and a vast array of waste from pharmaceutical research. It seemed he had arrived at the very location of Dr. Lizard's lair. Following the trail of refuse, he quickly located a facility that had been converted into a laboratory. The sight before him left Spider-Man astounded. The lab was astonishingly advanced, far beyond what one would expect from Dr. Lizard's financial means. Even the entrance boasted a fully automated, hermetically sealed door, an innovation he had never encountered, even during visits to Stark Industries. It became evident that someone was covertly supporting Dr. Lizard in his inhumane endeavors. Just as Spider-Man pondered the identity of such a benefactor, the laboratory door swung open from within, and 2 laboratory personnel emerged. Reacting swiftly, Spider-Man concealed himself in the shadows to avoid detection. The pair removed their experimental masks and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from their pockets. One lit a cigarette and took a drag. Life in the sewers was excruciating, devoid of sunlight and filled with nauseating odors. One of the lab workers exhaled a cloud of smoke and voiced his discontent. What can we do? We have no connections, so we must endure this place. At least the pay is decent. If it weren't for the regulations imposed from above, we'd probably have met our end at Dr. Lizard's hands countless times by now. Bah, he has nothing but a madman transformed into a monster. I cannot fathom the company's reasoning for supporting him, replied the other, disdain evident in his tone. The aforementioned decision is beyond our purview. Let us not forget our mission. As soon as he discovers what we require, we must eliminate him to prevent future complications. After both individuals extinguished their cigarettes, they returned once more. Meanwhile, Spider-Man seized the opportunity to slip into the laboratory from above the moment the door opened. It has become evident to Spider-Man that someone is indeed seeking to acquire Dr. Lizard's research. However, the identity of this individual remains a mystery, for the company operates with utmost caution, and all materials used bear no insignia, leaving Spider-Man unable to ascertain their identity. Nevertheless, as a journalist, Spider-Man would not overlook any detail in this setting. He promptly activated his miniature camera to capture the unfolding scene. The laboratory is lavishly adorned, equipped with an array of cutting-edge technology and staffed by numerous researchers. Yet, despite the advanced apparatus, none bear any labels. All brand markings have been meticulously erased, rendering the source untraceable. The identification badges worn by the research personnel display nothing but a series of numbers, indicating that their confidentiality measures are exceptionally stringent. What is the progress of the experiment? Dr. Lizard has now reached the anticipated milestone. If all goes as planned, results will be forthcoming by this time tomorrow. At that moment, Dr. Lizard approached from a distance. Upon seeing Dr. Lizard again, Spider-Man was taken aback. Previously, Dr. Lizard appeared as a towering, upright reptilian creature. Now, however, he has shed much of that appearance, resembling a near-human figure, albeit with green skin and scaled features, indistinguishable from an ordinary person in most respects. Chapter 56. To save or not to save. As Dr. Lizard conversed with the other researchers, He expelled a tongue from his mouth and immediately sensed a shift in the air. An uninvited guest had entered. Upon hearing this, the surrounding researchers became instantly alert. Reaching for their waists to draw handguns, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Spider-Man, I am aware of your presence. There is no need for you to conceal yourself. As I have detected your scent in the air, Dr. Lizard declared, causing the researchers to heighten their vigilance. If it were an ordinary individual, they might feel confident in their ability to handle the situation, but they knew that against Spider-Man, they were no match, aside from Dr. Lizard himself. Hello, Dr. Lizard. It has been quite some time. I did not expect such a dramatic transformation in you, likely a consequence of the tragic fate that befell those innocent souls outside, correct? Dr. Lizard's lips curled into a cruel smile. I must admit, little spider, you remain as astute as ever. However, now that you have stumbled upon this place and witnessed things you ought not to have seen, you shall not leave here alive. Open fire. As the commanding voice of Dr. Lizard echoed through the air, a relentless barrage of gunfire ensued, compelling Spider-Man to descend from the rooftop and seek refuge behind a series of instruments, evading the direct onslaught of bullets. In the midst of dodging the attacks, Spider-Man skillfully unleashed his extraordinary webbing to ensnare the hands of the researchers, ensuring their incapacitation. Given that these personnel were masked, directly targeting their faces with the webbing would have proven ineffective. Soon enough, those at the forefront found their hands ensnared, rendering them unable to escape or reload, thus swiftly diminishing their threat. Noticing his foes subdued, Spider-Man seized the opportunity to utilize their bodies as cover while he launched an offensive against those positioned in the back. The researchers in the rear, witnessing their colleagues being used as shields, hesitated in their firing. However, Dr. Lizard, indifferent to their plight, seized a handgun from a nearby researcher and unleashed a volley of shots towards them. In his eyes, these researchers were mere expendables provided by his superiors, their fates inconsequential to him. This display instilled a profound fear among the remaining researchers, who dared not voice their concerns, fully aware of their inferiority against Dr. Lizard. What are you waiting for? If he exposes everything here, do you think you will survive? Upon hearing Dr. Lizard's words, the researchers were jolted into remembrance of the confidentiality agreements they had signed prior to their arrival. The realization that exposure could lead to their demise spurred them into action. Rather than awaiting their fate, they resolved to fight back, hoping for a chance at survival. With renewed determination, the researchers resumed firing. Observing their blatant disregard for the lives of his companions, Spider-Man understood that he would need to subdue them all to capture Dr. Lizard. Otherwise, he stood no chance of success. Yet, Spider-Man underestimated the evolved Dr. Lizard, who remained hidden behind the researchers, carefully monitoring Spider-Man's every move. As Spider-Man prepared to shift his cover once more, Dr. Lizard suddenly unleashed a torrent of green substance, hurtling directly towards him, caught off guard while dodging the bullets. Spider-Man was struck by the viscous green slime. An intense pain radiated from his chest as he glanced down to discover the corrosive substance eating away at both his costume and skin. Meanwhile, Venom, at home engrossed in a video game, seemed to sense a disturbance. His movements halted abruptly. "Why aren't you moving?" asked Qian Zhilong, who was engaged in gameplay alongside Venom. "Spider-Man is in danger." Qian Zhilong, puzzled by this sudden assertion, replied, "How do you know he is in danger?" Venom set down the controller, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "I cannot explain it, but I feel that Spider-Man is indeed in peril." Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong immediately recalled various plots from films and comics, a sense of urgency enveloping him. In the universe of Spider-Man, Venom's first host was none other than Spider-Man himself. After bonding with Spider-Man, Venom acquired numerous skills from him, even bearing the emblem of Spider-Man upon his chest. However, in this realm, it was not Spider-Man who became Venom's initial host. Could it be that this world is influenced by some narrative force, forging connections between individuals who were originally unrelated? Venom, surely your instincts are not flawed? It must be that Spider-Man has unwittingly gathered some of Black Cat's fur. Although those strands have separated from their source, they nonetheless carry a trace of my symbiotic awareness and will react in the face of peril. Upon hearing Venom's remarks, Qian Zhilong realized he might have been overthinking. Venom then turned to Qian Zhilong and asked, "What do you intend to do? Will you stand idly by, or will you offer your assistance?" Venom's inquiry left Qian Zhilong in a quandary. If he chose to intervene and rescue, Venom's identity would undoubtedly be compromised. Yet, having spent considerable time with Spider-Man, he had come to regard him as a commendable individual and a rare friend. Out of camaraderie and as a fellow citizen, he could not simply look the other way. Meanwhile, Spider-Man's suit had been entirely eroded by the green slime, exposing his skin. He attempted to wipe away the viscous substance with his hands, but to no avail. As the green slime slowly seeped into his body, Spider-Man felt his physical faculties begin to dull. "Do not resist, Spider-Man. The slime I expel possesses potent corrosive and paralyzing properties. While the corrosive aspect may not significantly harm you, the paralysis will gradually diminish your ability to move. Were I in your position, I would certainly not venture recklessly forward, but would instead retreat to seek assistance. However, you no longer have that option. At this moment, Spider-Man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, even experiencing double vision. Yet, having endured many battles, he was not without preparation. To regain his clarity, he retrieved from his waist pouch a vial of antidote and a syringe of adrenaline. Although uncertain of their efficacy, he decided to inject them nonetheless. Chapter 57. The distressed Spider-Man let us go. We must save the little spider. Qian Zhilong's intentions were straightforward. Although rescuing Spider-Man was one of his primary objectives, he was also eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound powers. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's determination, Venom's lips curled into a smile as he returned to Qian Zhilong's body. Then let us set forth. Just as Qian Zhilong was about to step outside, he abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Wait, I need to disguise myself." If he were to approach directly, Spider-Man would surely recognize him. He had to don a disguise. With that, Qian Zhilong made his way to his concealed changing room, a space he had crafted for himself upon arriving in this world, filled with garments reflecting the essence of his homeland's traditional aesthetics. Among the various garments purchased by Qian Zhilong, only two stood out. One was the flying fish outfit, and the other was the great sage ensemble. Although he possessed other clothing, they remained unworn except on special occasions. As he prepared for battle, it was imperative to select an outfit that allowed for ease of movement without encumbrance, and among his collection, the flying fish outfit proved to be the most suitable choice. Venom, gazing at the array of traditional Han attire and armor displayed in the showcase, couldn't help but lean in. I never imagined you had a penchant for collecting such garments. Qian Zhilong selected a black flying fish suit, responding, "You fail to understand. This is a cultural attire belonging to our nation, incomparable to foreign garments." The affordability and exceptional craftsmanship of the flying fish outfit led Qian Zhilong to commission over 20 identical suits. Upon realizing he had traversed into a superhero realm, he fantasized about the day he could don this attire as his personal battle uniform. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for a superhero to lack a unique battle suit. Thus, he had long been prepared for this day, originally believing that his role as a mere bystander would render these garments useless. Little did he know, his dream of becoming a superhero was on the brink of realization. After adorning himself in the full ensemble, he retrieved a judge's mask from a nearby drawer, concealing his identity. To ensure he remained unrecognizable, he meticulously checked his reflection in the mirror, ensuring his gloves were in place, his face obscured, hair tucked beneath his hat, and his shoes left no trace. "Venom, we shall depart." Upon receiving the command, Venom enveloped Qian Zhilong entirely, propelling them through the window and swiftly advancing towards Spider-Man's location on the rooftop. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Spider-Man, having injected himself with the antidote and adrenaline, felt his combat prowess double in an instant. Although he had no intention of harming the researchers, their intent to take his life left him no choice but to retaliate. With the boost from the adrenaline, Spider-Man's speed surged, and he aimed at the masks of the researchers, shooting webbing to rip them off forcefully before sealing their mouths and noses with super webs, incapacitating them instantly. "Spider-Man, cease your futile struggles. I am aware that you have injected adrenaline and an antidote, but the toxin I have released has been specially enhanced. This is a transformation brought about by my evolution. While adrenaline may temporarily amplify your strength, it simultaneously accelerates the toxin's spread within your body. Once the effects of the adrenaline subside, you will be rendered entirely powerless. If I were you, my best option would be to escape at all costs, rather than remain here to continue the fight. However, at this moment, you lack such memories." Upon saying this, Dr. Lizard produced a remote control, immediately sealing all exits within the laboratory. The current Spider-Man, pressed for time, could only strive to eliminate as many targets as possible in the briefest span. Aware that he might genuinely be in peril this time, Spider-Man swiftly dispatched a distress signal via his mobile device. Simultaneously, Dr. Lizard's watch emitted a notification indicating a signal interception. Observing this alert, a smirk crept upon Dr. Lizard's lips. "Spider-Man, do not bother seeking assistance. This place is entirely cut off from communication. Your cries for help will go unseen." Hearing this, Spider-Man felt the weight of impending doom. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, he resolved to retaliate, using the last vestiges of his strength to strike down as many foes as he could. However, Dr. Lizard proved exceedingly cunning, remaining in the shadows and avoiding direct confrontation. As time passed, Spider-Man sensed his stamina waning, his vision blurring. Ultimately, he found himself too exhausted to rise, but by then, he had cleared the vicinity of all researchers, leaving only Dr. Lizard. Seeing that all others had been vanquished, Dr. Lizard straightened his attire, applauding as he emerged from the darkness. "Bravo! Truly splendid. Spider-Man, I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, I would have struggled to deal with this lot. They posed a significant threat to me, and without your assistance, confronting them alone would have been quite troublesome. Thanks to you, I am now free from their surveillance. However, your journey ends here. With that, Dr. Lizard, unlike other villains, wasted no time in launching an attack on Spider-Man. Boom. Just as Dr. Lizard prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. He was compelled to halt his actions and glance around. Boom. With another resounding bang, the sealed laboratory door was forcefully breached from the outside. Even this technologically advanced barrier was flung several meters away by an overwhelming force. The sudden occurrence left Dr. Lizard utterly astounded. The very door, designed by the authorities to prevent his escape, was impervious to his might. Yet, something had struck it with such force that it had been flung open, and the door lay scattered a considerable distance away. Chapter 58. The pathetic Dr. Lizard outside. Qian Zhilong stood bewildered, having just witnessed his fist propel a sealed steel door with astonishing ease. He could hardly believe such power resided within him. At the moment of breaking through, Qian Zhilong did not rely on the power of venom. Rather, he harnessed the strength he had absorbed from the destruction core. Now, Qian Zhilong had no inclination to concern himself with anything else as he directly entered the laboratory. Upon entering, he fortuitously beheld a man, entirely clad in green and covered in scales, perched upon Spider-Man. Am I interrupting something? He jested. What time is it that you are still fooling around? Venom roared within Qian Zhilong's being. The lizard doctor, upon seeing Qian Zhilong's attire, momentarily struggled to recall which superhero donned such a garb. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, do not blame me. Before the lizard doctor could finish his sentence, Qian Zhilong swiftly seized a microscope from the adjacent laboratory table and, summoning all his strength, brought it crashing down onto the lizard doctor's head. The lizard doctor, taken aback by Qian Zhilong's decisive action, could not react in time and was struck in the face, propelled backward by the sound of shattering bone. Staring at the aftermath of his action, Qian Zhilong stood momentarily stunned. Could it be that this supervillain was so inept as to be felled by a mere microscope? If word of this spread, the lizard doctor's reputation as a supervillain would be utterly tarnished. A villain being killed by a microscope would surely become a source of ridicule in the villainous circles. Forget about that for now. Focus on your friend Spider-Man, Venom reminded him, prompting Qian Zhilong to remember that his purpose was not to defeat a supervillain, but to rescue a friend. Approaching Spider-Man, he noticed that Spider-Man's suit had been corroded by some unknown substance, exposing significant areas of his skin. Are you all right, Spider-Man? At this moment, Spider-Man lacked the strength to speak and merely extended a trembling finger toward the lizard doctor lying nearby. Following Spider-Man's, Qian Zhilong observed that the lizard doctor, having recovered from the blow, was now removing shards of the shattered microscope embedded in his skin. Damn it. You forced my hand. Before the lizard doctor could conclude his sentence, a pained howl escaped him as Qian Zhilong decisively kicked and broke the lizard doctor's right leg. I apologize for having overlooked you. As the saying goes, leaving no loose ends is wise. I momentarily forgot about you, so allow me to remedy that. After uttering these words, Qian Zhilong delivered another kick, shattering the lizard doctor's left leg. Crack. Accompanied by another wail of agony, Qian Zhilong showed no mercy. Having incapacitated both legs, he delivered a fierce punch to the lizard doctor's face. With this blow, the lizard doctor, who had just moments ago been howling in pain, fell silent. At that moment, Venom peeked out, commenting, "This guy is pathetically weak." Noticing Venom's sudden appearance, Qian Zhilong quickly remarked, "What are you doing out here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Spider-Man?" "Do not worry, I am always cautious. Spider-Man has completely lost consciousness," Venom assured him. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong glanced over at Spider-Man, only to find him completely unconscious. That wouldn't do. It would pose a significant problem if this fellow were to awaken. Rest assured, he has also been rendered insensible by your blows, suffering severe trauma to his brain, and I believe he shall remain in this state for quite some time. However, this creature possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, and the injuries you inflicted upon him are gradually mending. With Venom's assertion, Qian Zhilong felt a sense of certainty. The green, scaly figure before him must indeed be Dr. Connors, also known as the Lizard, one of Spider-Man's formidable foes. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case, isn't Dr. Connors supposed to be exceedingly powerful? Venom emerged from within Qian Zhilong, approaching the Lizard and delivering a couple of kicks. I can see that he is indeed strong, but in comparison to you, he falls considerably short. Even if I were not present today, you would manage effortlessly on your own. The only potential threat might be the venom he can expel from his mouth. The toxins he sprays possess corrosive and paralyzing effects. The damage to Spider-Man's suit must have resulted from this very toxin. Having said this, Venom paid no further heed to Qian Zhilong and instead began to consume the scientists, devouring them with relish. There should be no further threats here. It is time for us to depart, Venom remarked contentedly after finishing his snack. Qian Zhilong understood that remaining any longer would jeopardize his identity. He then retrieved a roll of barbed wire from a corner and wound it around the lizard several times. ensuring he was thoroughly ensnared like a mummy to prevent any escape. He even wrapped the wire around the lizard's mouth to thwart any attempts to corrode it with toxins. Once he confirmed that everything was secure, Qian Zhilong made his exit. On his way back, he opted to retrace his steps, as this route was exceptionally clean, and the exit was conveniently located around the corner of an alley, perfectly concealing his movements. Upon emerging from the sewer, Qian Zhilong let out a long sigh. What's the matter? Sighing now, have you not become a superhero? Are you not satisfied? Qian Zhilong brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, do you truly find such one-sided domination over foes enjoyable? Initially, I did not anticipate the sheer magnitude of this destructive power. Dr. Connors, after all, is one of Spider-Man's principal adversaries. One would expect him to possess considerable strength. I had anticipated a true clash between superhero and supervillain, only to discover that he crumbled after just a few blows. It was far too lacking in challenge. If only I could face off against more formidable supervillains, it would certainly be more exhilarating. Venom, upon hearing this, responded with enthusiasm. Then let us seek out those stronger supervillains and test our might. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Zhilong replied, perhaps we should reconsider. Your current identity is rather unique. I find it somewhat unsettling to undertake actions without your presence. Although my strength and defense are formidable, my healing capabilities are lacking. Without you, I would undoubtedly feel constrained in my endeavors. Chapter 59. The coffee shop of the venomous vine. After Qian Zhilong's departure, the signal was transmitted as the entrance to the underground laboratory was compromised. Other superheroes, in search of the supervillains nearby, gradually received the distress signal dispatched by Spider-Man, with the closest being Daredevil, who was on patrol that night. Upon Daredevil's arrival at the laboratory, he found Spider-Man already awake, recuperating his strength, and was slightly surprised to see him. Daredevil, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive here, Spider-Man remarked. Daredevil approached Spider-Man, helping him to his feet. I was patrolling the vicinity when I received your distress signal, so I hastened here. The layout around here seems rather peculiar. Could this be a secret base constructed by a gang? Rising to his feet, Spider-Man glanced around. This appears to be an underground laboratory provided to Dr. Lizard by a certain corporation. Recently missing homeless individuals and some wayward women have been abducted by Dr. Lizard. I am unsure of the laboratory's full extent, but I suspect there are still others imprisoned within. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Daredevil employed his heightened senses, quickly detecting additional life signs deeper within the underground laboratory. Indeed, there are a few survivors. I can sense some life signs underground, but I fear they may not have much longer to live. Spider-Man shook his head in resignation. Take me there. At the very least, let them have a chance at rescue. Daredevil stopped Spider-Man. I understand your desire to save them, but you must realize that even if we rescue these individuals, they cannot afford the exorbitant medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man halted his advance. He was acutely aware that Daredevil's assertion was accurate. Even if these individuals were saved, under the current government regulations, they would receive no medical treatment. They might even be coerced by the corporation backing this laboratory to continue their experiments. I simply wish to free them, at the very least to spare them from enduring further torment from the experiments. Daredevil, upon hearing Spider-Man's resolve, ceased to obstruct him. Leave the matters here to me. I will assist you in addressing them. However, before we proceed, you need to submit the bounty task you completed, as you have captured Dr. Lizard. And this reward cannot be overlooked. At that moment, Spider-Man noticed the lizard form, bound like a mummy with wire, discarded in the corner. Can you tell me who was responsible for this? I helped you deal with Dr. Lizard. Spider-Man shook his head. I am not entirely sure. I only recall a peculiar figure in strange attire arriving before I lost consciousness. With just a few swift blows, he subdued Dr. Lizard. As for the rest, I cannot say, as I was completely unconscious and unaware of what transpired afterward. As Spider-Man conversed with Daredevil, he produced his phone to scan Dr. Lizard, subsequently confirming the bounty. Within a mere 30 seconds following the submission of Dr. Lizard's bounty, a sum of $100,000 was directly credited to his account. Simultaneously, other superheroes began to arrive at the scene, including the swiftest among them, the Flash. Are you all right, Spider? Upon receiving your distress signal, I hurried over as quickly as I could. I'm fine, fortunately rescued by another. Otherwise, I might have met my demise here today. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, all eyes turned towards Daredevil. He quickly waved his hands. Don't look at me. I lack the prowess to single-handedly confront Dr. Lizard, let alone restrain him in such a manner. It was then that the arriving superheroes noticed Dr. Lizard, bound like a mummy in the corner. Indeed, subduing Dr. Lizard in such a fashion was far beyond Daredevil-esque capabilities. Ignoring the speculation, Spider-Man proceeded to rescue the homeless individuals who had been used as test subjects. These unfortunate souls were barely clinging to life. Even those in relatively stable mental states exhibited signs of physical mutation. Observing the rescued individuals, the Flash furrowed his brow. Let the authorities handle this matter. Soon, Police cars, transport vehicles from the super prison, and ambulances arrived in the vicinity. Dr. Lizard was hoisted by two superheroes and unceremoniously thrown into a reinforced transport vehicle. Meanwhile, the homeless individuals were loaded onto ambulances, and Spider-Man was uncertain of their fate. "Do you require medical attention, Spider-Man? If so, I can escort you," offered the Flash. Given the superheroes' need for discretion, there existed specialized facilities for their treatment. Staffed by fellow heroes. "No need. These injuries are trivial for me. I shall recover shortly." Seeing Spider-Man's confidence, the Flash refrained from further discussion and led the remaining superheroes to disperse in pursuit of other nefarious villains, leaving only Spider-Man and Daredevil behind. "If you're certain you're all right, I shall take my leave," said Daredevil, preparing to depart. Yet, Spider-Man reached out to stop him. "Join me for a cup of coffee." Although puzzled by the sudden invitation, Daredevil did not decline. "Very well. I shall take you to a rather charming CF nearby." Under Daredevil's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at a quaint CF nestled within an alley. The CAF's decor was quite antiquated, yet stepping inside evoked a profound sense of comfort. "Poison Ivy, we'll have 2 cups of coffee, please." Without uttering much, Poison Ivy, stationed at the bar, began brewing the coffee upon noticing their entrance. Spider-Man, surprised to see her behind the counter, inquired, "Poison Ivy, is the CAF yours?" Poison Ivy was grinding coffee. "This is a small hobby of mine. Most of the patrons here are relatively unknown superheroes and some retired supervillains. I only serve one type of coffee, with the choice of adding sugar or not. If you prefer something else, there are beverages and spirits in the display case nearby. Feel free to help yourself." After stating this, Poison Ivy paid no further attention to Spider-Man and continued grinding her coffee. The CAF exuded an inexplicable sense of tranquility. A rather peculiar feeling for a superhero to experience in the territory of a supervillain. Chapter 60, The Opportunity to Return Home. You've just been injured. It would be wise to sit down and enjoy some coffee instead of touching the alcohol, Nightcrawler advised. Spider-Man found merit in Nightcrawler's words, choosing to remain silent and seated across from him. "Do you often come here?" "Whenever I finish my patrols, especially on nights when there is little danger. I come here to unwind. Occasionally, I encounter other retired supervillains, but we adhere to one rule: no fighting within the establishment. After all, there are very few places where superheroes and supervillains can peacefully share a cup of coffee." As Nightcrawler finished speaking, he grabbed a pine nut from a nearby jar, cracked it open, and popped it into his mouth. "Poison Ivy, I'll have a strong coffee, please." Just then, Black Cat entered, dressed in casual attire. Upon spotting Spider-Man, her expression was one of shock. "What are you doing here? And you look like you've just come from a battle. Shouldn't you have gone home to change first?" As one of Spider-Man's former archenemies, the two had not seen each other for over a year, since Black Cat had stepped away from her life of crime. She had fully embraced the lifestyle of a wealthy businesswoman, leaving no room for further encounters with Spider-Man. Their last meeting had been in Las Vegas a year ago, so it was surprising to come across each other here. Poison Ivy interjected, "If you two are going to fight, take it outside. Do not damage anything in here." Black Cat settled next to Nightcrawler, assuring, "Don't worry, Spider-Man and I are no longer adversaries. I have no intention of attacking him. But if he chooses to strike first, I cannot stop him." Spider-Man could hardly believe such words were uttered from Black Cat. They had once been locked in a deadly rivalry, yet here they were, sharing coffee in a CAF. "Rest assured, since you are no longer a supervillain, there is no reason for me to engage you." Upon hearing their exchange, Poison Ivy continued grinding her coffee, remaining silent. "You appear to have endured a fierce battle this time. The injury you sustained must have been inflicted by that large lizard. Am I correct?" Upon Black Cat's remark, Spider-Man's demeanor shifted. He fixed his gaze on her intently. "How do you know that?" As Kingpin observed the shift in Spider-Man's gaze, he raised his hand and said, "Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. I have no desire to embroil myself in trouble because of a lunatic like him. Indeed, he approached me previously, seeking my investment in his research. As a businessman, I would naturally not decline if his findings promised significant benefits for me. However, upon examining his work, I deemed him as deranged as ever. If this continues, I would inevitably be ensnared by him, so I outright refused. One of his research projects was specifically aimed at you." At this revelation, Poison Ivy paused her coffee grinding momentarily, but soon resumed her task. Both Spider-Man and Daredevil turned their attention to Kingpin. Unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, Kingpin stated, "You need not look at me in such a manner. The development of a drug targeting Spider-Man would require substantial research funding, which, given his capabilities, he could scarcely attain. I had presumed that no one would support such an endeavor, but it appears I was mistaken. Understand that the supervillains you see are merely the facade they wish to present. The forces covertly backing these villains are entities you shall never perceive." Upon hearing Kingpin's words, Spider-Man promptly inquired, "Do you know who they are?" At that moment, Poison Ivy approached the table with 3 cups of coffee, 1 large and 2 small, and placed them down. There are questions you should ask, and others you should not, she remarked, before returning to the bar to continue wiping down a glass. Kingpin sipped his coffee with satisfaction and remarked, "Poison ivy is correct. You will learn what you need to know in due course. Refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you, as it serves no beneficial purpose. You lack the strength to confront them." After hearing both Poison Ivy and Kingpin express such sentiments, Spider-Man settled back into his seat. "Remember, you remain the Spider-Man who saves the city, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Do not concern yourself with anything beyond that, even if a monumental crisis were to arise. There are heroes like Superman and Iron Man to shoulder the burden. It is not your responsibility." Meanwhile, the homeless individuals who had been taken away were not sent to a hospital but diverted to an unknown location. Back home, Qian Zhilong discarded his clothes into the washing machine, grappling with the unsettling reality of being a superhero and having traversed a sewer for the first time. His innate obsession with cleanliness meant that had he known the nature of the place, he would have resolutely declined to go, even if Spider-Man were a dear friend. As he was washing his clothes, his phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was Wonder Woman calling. After their last encounter, he had saved her number. So he answered without hesitation, "Is there something you need to discuss with me at this hour?" On the other end of the line, Wonder Woman was taken aback by how swiftly he had answered, unprepared for the conversation that lay ahead. "In 2 days, we shall embark on a journey to Huagua, and we require a translator well-versed in its culture. Do you have the time?" At this moment, Qian Zhilong was filled with immense excitement. For this opportunity was beyond his wildest dreams. He never anticipated that, thanks to the remarkable Wonder Woman, he would genuinely have the chance to return to Huagua. Although Qian Zhilong felt an overwhelming thrill within, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "If I recall correctly, each time we travel to Huagua, it is always Shang-Chi who serves as the translator. Why have I been chosen this time?" Qian Zhilong possessed limited knowledge about Shang-Chi in this world, as he was a rather low-profile figure, rarely appearing in the public eye. He had not even joined the Avengers, opting instead for a life of seclusion. It was only when the Justice League or the Avengers issued a mission that he would make an appearance, otherwise remaining elusive. Although Shang-Chi hailed from Huagua, he had little understanding of its culture, having spent his time in the mountains in solitude, and by the time he emerged, he found himself in America with scant knowledge of Huagua's cultural heritage. Chapter 61. Preparations before departure. Upon hearing Wonder Woman's words, Qian Zhilong was not surprised. Initially, within the realm of comic book lore, the number of superheroes from Huagua was exceedingly limited, with only a scant few possessing formidable powers. In fact, some were so obscure that he had never even heard of them. Qian Zhilong became aware of Shang-Chi due to an American film that was produced to cater to both the American and Huagua markets, featuring Shang-Chi as the protagonist. Yet it failed to create a significant impact. After traversing into this world, Qian Zhilong hoped to see improvements, but the results were less than satisfactory. He could only identify 2 superheroes from Huagua, Shang-Chi and Mantis. However, Mantis resided solely in Huagua, leaving Shang-Chi as the solitary representative in America. Other heroes, such as Iron Fist and Radiation Man, had not made any appearances, leaving one to wonder whether they simply did not exist or were merely absent from America. Is there any other requirement for going to Huagua? Qian Zhilong felt it imperative to inquire about the necessary precautions for his journey, for any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences given his current identity. Wonder Woman contemplated for a moment. "You are merely an ordinary individual without any special abilities, so there is nothing of particular concern. However, the inspection equipment in Huagua is of the highest caliber. Should any discrepancies be detected, entry would be denied." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong understood that bringing Venom along was absolutely out of the question. Nonetheless, even without Venom, he believed that his current abilities would suffice to handle a few supervillains, particularly since he was headed to Huagua, an inherently safe place. After all, he was returning home, and he possessed an intimate familiarity with his surroundings. While this was a Huagua within a superhero realm, he presumed that the fundamental aspects would remain largely unchanged. "Very well, I shall take heed of that. So, when shall we embark?" "Tomorrow, a helicopter will come to fetch you. At that time, you simply need to board the aircraft." After exchanging a few brief words with Wonder Woman, Qian Zhilong ended the call. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of finally returning home. However, this exhilaration was swiftly eclipsed by the realization that traveling with Superman and his companions to Huagua would impose significant restrictions on his freedom of movement. The prospect of wandering about freely was utterly impossible. Even if he were to step outside, it would be under strict surveillance, rendering any semblance of personal liberty unattainable. Contemplating this, Qian Zhilong sank back onto the sofa. He had never imagined that upon returning home, he would feel entirely like an outsider. No longer a member of this family. Why overthink? Being able to return is already a stroke of luck. Do not wish for too much. As long as you do not forget your true identity, all is well. Just as I, despite living on Earth now, have never forgotten the fact that I am a symbiote. You too, as long as you remember your true self, all shall be well. Seated nearby. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Qian Zhilong did not anticipate that one day he would be consoled by Venom. Venom, pray tell, where did you acquire such wisdom? Venom settled beside Qian Zhilong, grabbing a snack. Since our union, I have absorbed much knowledge of your huagwood during your slumber, grasping concepts I had never understood before. Initially, I struggled to comprehend some of your thoughts, but after immersing myself in your culture, I found them entirely justifiable. Furthermore, delving into your memories afforded me a deeper understanding of those learnings. During this time, I discovered that the strategic prowess of your huagwo people is indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong could not help but smile. Of course, even if all these nations conspired together, they would not stand a chance against us. He was somewhat taken aback that Venom had begun to engage in strategizing, which exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he was not averse to this development. After all, he had traversed into a realm of superheroes, one that was entirely novel, with many heroic narratives diverging from what he had previously understood. Yet, this was quite agreeable, as it allowed him to experience a different facet of the superhero world. Had everything here mirrored the comics or films he had encountered, existence in this realm would have been exceedingly torturous. To possess knowledge yet be powerless to act upon it, a mere ordinary individual. Superheroes would hardly trust the words of someone so unremarkable. Even if they were to believe him, they would investigate how he acquired such information. The consequences of failing to provide satisfactory explanations were uncertain and daunting. Should you not prepare some belongings for our journey? This time, I cannot accompany you, as I am uncertain whether your country possesses advanced inspection devices. If my presence is detected, it would undoubtedly cause you considerable trouble. Hence, I shall remain at home during this period. Upon hearing Venom's reminder, Qian Zhilong recalled that he should indeed prepare some clothing in advance. Although the duration of my stay in your country remains unclear, it is prudent to have some personal garments ready. While disposable underwear is convenient, Qian Zhilong finds it rather uncomfortable. He prefers wearing his own, as it feels more familiar. I am unsure how long my departure will last, but I will venture out soon to procure a batch of ingredients for you. Conserve your meals, and during this time, please refrain from causing any disturbances. Venom, engrossed in a game, rest assured, I have games and snacks daily, and my consumption is minimal unless I engage in combat. Qian Zhilong felt a wave of relief upon hearing this and promptly began placing orders over the phone. He then drove his pickup truck to collect the items. This shopping spree was entirely based on Venom's preferences. Chocolate, Venom's favorite, was indispensable, followed by chips and spicy strips. In addition to these snacks, a variety of cooked and marinated foods were also essential. Qian Zhilong could store all these items in the refrigerator, and Venom was adept at using various kitchen utensils, so heating food would pose no issue. That night, Qian Zhilong retired early after a shower, while Venom remained in the living room, intent on conquering a particularly challenging Souls-like game. Damn, is it supposed to be this difficult? I refuse to believe I cannot surpass this today, Venom exclaimed, shoving a handful of chips into his mouth before immersing himself back into the game. The room was soundproof, ensuring that even if Venom shouted in the living room, Qian Zhilong's slumber in the bedroom would remain undisturbed. The following morning, Qian Zhilong awoke early, donned casual attire after breakfast, and awaited a call from Wonder Woman. At 9 a.m., she called to inform him that at 11 o'clock, the helicopter would land on the roof of a nearby shopping center, instructing him to proceed there. Venom, you must maintain cleanliness in the house while I am away. If I return to find the place in disarray, I shall not prepare food for you next time I venture out. Venom, absorbed in his game, replied without looking up, fear not. It shall remain just as it was when you left, aside from a bit more trash. Seeing Venom's confidence, Qian Zhilong nodded, ensured all windows were closed, and finally departed with his luggage. The shopping center was a considerable distance from his residence, necessitating a drive of several minutes. Upon arriving at the garage beneath his building, Qian Zhilong selected the least conspicuous vehicle, knowing that such a car would attract no unwanted attention even if left in an outdoor parking lot. The vehicle in question was selected by Qian Zhilong at a second-hand car market after his arrival in this world. His reasoning was rather straightforward. The original owner's garage was filled with luxury cars, making them overly conspicuous. Hence, driving a modestly worn vehicle would help him avoid unwanted attention. After this car, which had changed hands over 50 times, facilitated his arrival at the shopping center, Qian Zhilong parked it and made his way directly into the establishment. Taking the elevator to the top floor, the rooftop featured a large amusement park, and upon exiting the elevator, he encountered a familiar figure. What brings you here? He inquired. With a warm smile, Wonder Woman approached him. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find somewhere more private. Following her lead, Qian Zhilong navigated through a security door to the rooftop, where a sunroom awaited them, providing a perfect respite. I am truly honored that you, Wonder Woman, came to greet me personally, he expressed. Wonder Woman, maintaining her gentle smile, replied, I intend to accompany you. Hence I must board this flight as well. Surprised, Qian Zhilong responded, I assumed you could simply use Doctor Strange's portal to reach Huagua without all this hassle. Wonder Woman shook her head in resignation. If only it were that simple. If we could access Huagua this way, it would save a significant amount of time. However, there exists a peculiar force within Huagua that seemingly restricts Doctor Strange's spells, rendering them ineffective. Yet, once we step outside its borders, he regains his abilities. Thus, to reach Huagua, we must, like everyone else, take a plane. Intrigued by her explanation, Qian Zhilong's interest in Huagua intensified. The notion that Doctor Strange could not wield his powers on Huagua's land might be puzzling for many, but for someone raised in Huagua, it was all too familiar. If his conjecture were correct, the Taoist practitioners in Huagua could have established a vast barrier, causing all foreign spells to lose their efficacy upon entering this territory. If that were indeed the case, then Huagua promised to be far more fascinating than his original world. Perhaps, he mused, this journey might even allow him to encounter cultivators. Suddenly jolted from his reverie by Wonder Woman's apology, he responded, It's perfectly all right. Such unforeseen circumstances are beyond anyone's control. If time permits in the future, we could enjoy dinner together. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Qian, are you truly sincere? She asked. He nodded affirmatively, absolutely. It would be my honor to dine with someone as remarkable as you. As they awaited the helicopter, the two engaged in delightful conversation until the helicopter arrived at the helipad, and they boarded it en route to the Justice League headquarters. Upon arriving at headquarters, Qian Zhilong underwent a thorough examination, and after confirming that everything was in order, he was assigned to a room of his own. The one responsible for escorting Qian Zhilong to his quarters was none other than Shazam. Hey, I've heard that you possess a deep understanding of the culture of Huagua. Is that true? Shazam inquired suddenly. Maintaining a courteous smile, Qian Zhilong replied, Indeed, it is true. I possess a profound knowledge of Huagua's culture. Aware that Shazam, in this world, was a playful and somewhat naive individual, Qian Zhilong decided to engage him by discussing topics of interest. Can you tell me whether Huagua is truly as described in ancient texts, where everyone practices martial arts and is a master of cultivation? Upon hearing this question, Qian Zhilong found himself at a loss for words. The answer varied from person to person. While those who pursue the path of cultivation and martial arts indeed possess these skills, the average individual does not. Shazam, upon hearing Qian Zhilong's response, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. You're deceiving me. I have seen your promotional videos. I know that elementary, middle, and high school students gather on the playground at 9 o'clock every day to practice some strange form of martial arts. How can you deny that everyone in your country knows martial arts? Rubbing his forehead, Qian Zhilong pondered how to respond. Despite the prevalence of short videos, why did foreigners still perceive these exercises as some mysterious martial art? Shazam's eyes sparkled with anticipation. And recognizing that he needed to provide a satisfactory answer to avoid further inquiry, Qian Zhilong said, If you wish to call it martial arts, I suppose it can be considered so. However, this form of martial arts is not meant for fighting. It is merely a practice we Huarn engage in to enhance our physical well-being and promote health. As Qian Zhilong articulated his thoughts, Shazam's interest was piqued. I knew it. The reason you Huarn seems so enigmatic and formidable is because you practice this form of martial arts. Can I practice it too? Will it make me stronger and more capable? At this moment, Qian Zhilong felt a sense of exasperation. Why was this fool assigned to escort him to his room? Of course, you can practice, but whether you become stronger is another matter entirely. Shazam's face lit up with excitement. I understand. You refer to it as talent. Only those with great talent can cultivate such skills, while those with lesser talent may find themselves unable to connect with the art. Qian Zhilong was tempted to pry open Shazam's mind to discern what thoughts resided within. Who had imparted such knowledge to him? How had he come to learn these things? Have you not consulted Shang-Chi about these matters before? His guidance might prove immensely beneficial. At the mention of Shang-Chi, Shazam's expression visibly dimmed. That guy may be able to master your Huagua martial arts to perfection, but he is aloof and utterly unwilling to engage with me. I had previously contemplated numerous methods to learn the martial arts of your esteemed nation from him, yet all my attempts were met with rejection. He claimed I lacked both patience and insight, rendering me incapable of mastering the art. Upon hearing Shang-Chi's evaluation of Shazam, Qian Zhilong silently nodded in agreement. That fellow likely possesses only a fleeting interest, incapable of enduring the rigors of training. Do not lose heart. Mastering martial arts necessitates finding a mentor who suits you. Only under the meticulous guidance of a compatible teacher can you truly learn the martial arts that resonate with you. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, Shazam suddenly seemed to grasp something. Then I shall take you as my master. Will you teach me? At that moment, Qian Zhilong felt as though he had entangled himself in a significant predicament. Enough, Shazam. Just as Qian Zhilong found himself in a quandary, Superman floated over from a distance. Upon seeing Superman's arrival, Shazam instinctively retracted his neck. "Your room is over there." With that, he fled in haste. Superman approached Qian Zhilong. "I apologize for interrupting you." Qian Zhilong feigned excitement. "You haven't disturbed me. He is a superhero, and I am but one of his admirers. Having such close proximity to Shazam is an opportunity one cherish." Superman, recognizing this as Qian Zhilong's modesty, chose not to elaborate further. "Allow me to escort you to your room," as he only indicated a general direction. Qian Zhilong pretended to be hesitant. "Is it appropriate for you to guide me? It's not far. I can manage on my own." Superman descended from the air. "The security here is quite stringent. If you wander into the wrong area, you may very well be apprehended on the spot. To avoid such complications, I shall personally accompany you. During dinner, I will have someone escort you to the cafeteria." Under Superman's guidance, Qian Zhilong swiftly arrived at his temporary quarters, a standard single room. The amenities were fully equipped, even including a uniform prepared for him. Should anything be amiss, feel free to contact me. With that, Superman handed Qian Zhilong a mobile phone. Noticing the Justice League emblem on the device, Qian Zhilong understood that it was an internal phone issued by the Justice League headquarters to all superheroes. "Thank you, Superman. I will leave this phone here after use, and won't you take it with me?" Superman nodded. "Rest well. I shall not intrude further." With that, Superman turned to leave. Qian Zhilong, glancing at the Justice League-issued phone in his hand, placed it on the nearby cabinet. When dinner time arrived, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found a staff member of the Justice League. "Hello, Mr. Qian. I am here to take you to the cafeteria. Please follow me." Qian Zhilong nodded. "All right." Before stepping out, he remembered to grab the phone Superman had given him, just in case. Following the staff member, Qian Zhilong first entered the elevator. Descending to the 50th floor. "Mr. Qian, this is the dining area. The dining style is entirely self-service. You may take whatever you wish." With that, he guided Qian Zhilong to pick up a tray and begin selecting food. The culinary offerings here encompass over 60 varieties, predominantly Western cuisine. Qian Zhilong opted for a steak, accompanied by a hamburger and a haphazard assortment of salad, which constituted his dinner. He then sought out an unoccupied spot to settle down and commence his meal. The Justice League staff member responsible for guiding him took a seat opposite Qian. "Mr. Qian, once you have finished your meal, I shall personally escort you back to prevent any unnecessary inconveniences." Qian Zhilong responded with a feigned smile. "I appreciate your assistance." The dining experience unfolded in a profound silence, as Qian understood that engaging in excessive conversation with these individuals was unwarranted. Many matters within the Justice League were shrouded in utmost confidentiality, and probing too deeply could arouse suspicion. Given that he was merely staying for one night, he saw no reason to complicate matters unnecessarily. Meanwhile, at the Justice League's command center, Superman occupied the central position. "How is everyone's progress?" he inquired. "Rest assured, the advancements are quite favorable. With such a substantial bounty, the enthusiasm for apprehending supervillains has intensified. Even Spider-Man had successfully captured Dr. Lizard. Iron Man reported all the information he had gathered, while relevant data continuously scrolled across the large screen. All superheroes, please remain vigilant and do not overexert yourselves for the sake of the bounty. Although the reward is considerable, nothing is more precious than a superhero's life." Iron Man, casually reclining with his legs crossed and snacking, assured, "Fear not. I have already informed them to act within their limits. However, as you know, some individuals remain resolute despite counsel." Superman could only shake his head in resignation. While he could impose regulations on these superheroes, he was powerless to restrain their private endeavors. "Batman, how fares Arkham Asylum?" "No disturbances, I trust?" Batman, seated nearby, shook his head. "Rest easy, Gotham is entirely under my control. To prevent any supervillains from escaping Arkham Asylum and the super prison, I have contacted the Professor, who has dispatched a contingent of guards to ensure internal security. On the perimeter, I have reached out to Magneto, requesting his Brotherhood of Mutants to oversee external safety. With their presence, even the most formidable supervillains within are no match for them. At this moment, within the deepest level of Arkham Asylum, the most notorious supervillains were incarcerated. Even the grievously injured Joker was confined in a solitary cell. Outside, patrolling the area were not only the prison guards from Arkham but also Storm, Colossus, and Beast, assisting in the watch. In the monitoring room, Wolverine puffed on a cigar, observing the surveillance while chatting with the nearby guards. Although Wolverine had thrived in the realm of live streaming and amassed a considerable following, he had not forgotten the Professor's guidance. Whenever the Professor required assistance, Wolverine would unhesitatingly oblige, never seeking any recompense. Wolverine confirmed whether there were any anomalies in the surroundings. Completed. Although Wolverine typically indulges in smoking, drinking, and charming women, he approaches his duties with utmost seriousness. He took a deep draw from his cigar and slowly exhaled, nonchalantly picking up the nearby walkie-talkie. Rest assured. Everything here is secure, and there are no irregularities. Completed. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the Joker. The Joker has been expressly ordered to be monitored by Batman, Superman, and Thor, and even though he is currently gravely injured, that does not preclude him from devising schemes. Completed. Wolverine had encountered the Joker previously and found him to be utterly insane. The Joker operates without any semblance of logic, doing whatever he pleases, which left Wolverine perplexed as to why Batman has engaged with him for so long without contemplating his elimination. After just one interaction with the Joker, Wolverine was already inclined to rid the world of him. Yet, the Joker is Batman's arch-nemesis, and Wolverine feels he has no authority to intervene. He had assumed he would not cross paths with this lunatic again, but unexpectedly found himself assigned to yet another task related to him. Had it not been a mission mandated by the Professor, Wolverine would have declined. He certainly would not have accepted an invitation from anyone else. After all, Wolverine has achieved financial independence, surrounded by wealth, fine spirits, and beautiful women, and has no need to risk himself for some so-called justice. Would he not revel in the allure of beautiful women, luxury cars, and grand estates? Fear not, the Professor has already warned us. We will ensure he has no opportunity to interact with outsiders. Completed. Storm is one of the primary leaders in this operation, and due to her more composed demeanor compared to others, the Professor entrusted her with command. Colossus is assisting Storm, providing her with cover. Haha. Just as Storm passed by the cell where the Joker was held, she once again heard his maniacal laughter echoing from within. Unfazed by the Joker's laughter, Storm merely cast a glance and continued on her way. The surrounding guards, seeing her disinterest, were equally reluctant to intervene. They were merely ordinary individuals. Although the Joker posed a lower danger level compared to other supervillains, they dared not provoke this madman. While other supervillains might eliminate those who offend them, the Joker could annihilate entire families with a smile. As Storm and the guards moved further away, another guard appeared around the corner. This guard, dressed identically to the others, walked with an air of leisure, unlike the heavy-footed demeanor of his colleagues. He approached the Joker's cell, pulling open a 10-centimeter-thick observation window to peer inside. Just a glance at the corner of the guard's mouth revealed a slight curve. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Haha. The guard chuckled with glee before closing the observation window and disappearing around the corner, shaking his baton. This scene went unnoticed by all. Even the surveillance cameras failed to capture the figure of the prison guard. Upon returning to his quarters at the Justice League headquarters, Qian Zhilong began to organize the items he had brought along. He had just received a message outlining the items to avoid bringing on this trip to Huagua. With a clear prohibition on mobile phones, Qian Zhilong had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. In addition to mobile phones, certain medications were also forbidden. Since his arrival in this realm, he discovered that the original inhabitant had relied heavily on pharmaceuticals to maintain his health, particularly various vitamin supplements. These vitamins were highly addictive, and Qian Zhilong, having not adopted the original inhabitant's habits, noticed a marked decline in his mental acuity after ceasing their use. He found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on any task. However, rather than resorting to drugs to enhance his well-being, Qian Zhilong opted for traditional Chinese medicine and dietary supplements to restore his vitality. Fortunately, after 2 months of persistence, his dependency on vitamin supplements dissipated entirely. He was well aware that the medications popular in America contained numerous addictive substances, leading to an escalating reliance on them, especially painkillers which were laden with even more addictive components. To avoid being ensnared by these substances, Qian Zhilong discarded all the medications he had brought into the trash bin, a habit he had cultivated in his previous life, where he always carried remedies for ailments such as fevers, colds, and dizziness. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast aside these medications into the nearby bin. He then received further communications from the Justice League, detailing the roster for their expedition to Huagua. Superman, as the League's representative, was an indispensable member of the team. Following him were Batman and Iron Man, whose objective was undoubtedly to seek collaboration with Huagua. Qian Zhilong was acutely aware of the close ties between Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises with Huagua in the realm of high technology. Next on the list were Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Black Widow, and Shang-Chi, with himself being the final addition. Upon seeing Aquaman's name, a thought struck Qian Zhilong. Could Aquaman be exporting seafood to Huagua? After all, Huagua is known for its substantial annual seafood consumption. If Aquaman could monopolize this business, he would undoubtedly reap immense profits. This version of Aquaman was not merely a muscle-bound hero. He possessed remarkable acumen in commerce. If he lacked business savvy, he would never have conceived of promoting Atlantis as a renowned tourist destination with tickets at varying price points. Reflecting on the ticket he had purchased, Qian Zhilong pondered whether he might have an opportunity to strengthen his rapport with Aquaman. A good relationship would be invaluable, particularly if it could facilitate his request for early approval to visit Atlantis. Chapter 65 Stronger than I anticipated due to the unfamiliar surroundings. Qian Zhilong did not sleep particularly well. The primary reason was the excitement of returning to Huagua the following day. At this moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Finally, he would return home. At last, he would set foot on the cherished soil of his homeland. He could hardly wait to reunite with familiar faces and savor the comforting atmosphere. Finally, well, let us sleep. The next morning, Qian Zhilong rose early. Despite having gone to bed late, the thrill of returning home invigorated him. Upon arriving at the dining area on the 50th floor, he quickly sipped a cup of coffee and indulged in a croissant, which sufficed as his breakfast for the day. After his meal, he followed the instructions and took his luggage to the underground parking lot of the Justice League headquarters, where he boarded a van. Inside the vehicle were Wonder Woman, Shang-Chi, and Black Widow. "Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delay," Qian Zhilong greeted. Black Widow glanced at the time. "We still have half an hour until departure." "You're not late." Qian Zhilong forced a professional smile. "As long as I'm not late, that's what matters. I was worried about wasting your time." Aren't Superman and the others joining us? Wonder Woman pointed to the adjacent van. "They are in that vehicle. However, we cannot leave just yet. Superman has encountered an urgent matter that requires his attention and may be delayed." Upon hearing that Superman would arrive later, Qian Zhilong refrained from saying much. After all, he was the leader of the superheroes. Even a slight delay was not his place to question. "Qian Zhilong, I hear you possess considerable knowledge about Huagua's culture," Shang-Chi remarked, catching him off guard with his direct approach. "I suppose I have a fair understanding," Qian Zhilong replied. "After all, my parents are both Chinese, and they often share stories about Huagua's transformations and history. They ensured I received an education steeped in Huagua's traditions. Although I graduated from a prestigious institution in America, my parents have always reminded me that my homeland is Huagua and that I am a descendant of Yin and Huang." As he spoke, Qian Zhilong exuded confidence. For every word rang true. Shang-Chi nodded. "It seems your parents provided you with an excellent education." Qian Zhilong smiled. "Indeed. They always told me to never forget that I am a descendant of Yin and Huang, and if given the chance, I must return to the land that truly belongs to us." Their conversation unfolded entirely in Chinese, leaving Wonder Woman and Black Widow bewildered, unable to grasp the essence of their exchange. "What are you two discussing?" Wonder Woman inquired curiously. Although she had learned some basic Chinese from Qian Zhilong, she could not comprehend the depth of their dialogue. "Nothing significant, just a brief inquiry into Qian's understanding of Huagua's culture," Shang-Chi replied casually. After a few more minutes of waiting, Superman finally boarded the vehicle clad in casual attire. "I apologize for the wait, everyone. Let us set off." With Superman's command, the group finally departed for the airport. On the way to the airport, Qian Zhilong gazed at Wonder Woman, then at Black Widow, who was busily typing away on her laptop, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Wonder Woman seemed to discern Qian's thoughts. "Qian, feel free to speak your mind." Thus, he decided to be forthright. "Given that we are all superheroes, why must we resort to such primitive means of transportation to reach Huagua? First by car, then by my plane? With Doctor Strange around, could we not simply be teleported directly to the airport, thereby circumventing these cumbersome steps?" Black Widow closed her laptop in response to Qian's inquiry. "Your reasoning is sound. However, we cannot proceed in that manner. It is Huagua's regulation, and we must adhere to it if we wish to enter." She continued, "This vehicle will only take us to the Huagua Embassy in the United States, after which we must transfer to an embassy-provided vehicle to reach the airport. From there, we will board a special aircraft arranged by Huagua to the Nangwu Islands. Upon arrival, a thorough inspection will ensure our safety before we can board another plane to enter Huagua. This explains why we cannot utilize Doctor Strange portal to reach the airport." Qian Zhilong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that entry into Huagua would prove so arduous for superheroes. "Have you never considered resistance?" he queried, perplexed, as he found it hard to believe that the Americans would allow Huagua to dominate them, especially with superheroes at their disposal. Logically, such a scenario should not occur. Had there been no superheroes, perhaps the Americans would have been more compliant with Huagua's arrangements. However, the fact that they remained so cautious even with superheroes present exceeded Qian's expectations. Black Widow offered a wry smile. "Ah, it appears you are woefully uninformed about Huagua's technology. The might of Huagua cannot be countered by a mere handful of superheroes." Hearing this, Qian Zhilong was even more astonished. Was Huagua truly more powerful in this world? If that were the case, his heart swelled with pride, for the strength of his homeland instilled immense confidence in those who found themselves abroad. Upon their arrival at the embassy, they smoothly transitioned into a luxurious vehicle provided by Huagua. The amenities within the vehicle were abundant. And although the journey would last less than half an hour, the embassy demonstrated their earnest hospitality in welcoming everyone. This exemplified Huagua's approach to hosting. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. The vehicle drove directly to the airport, and the group disembarked, ready to board their flight. At this moment, The pilots and flight attendants were all Huagua nationals. And upon seeing so many familiar faces, Qian Zhilong finally felt that he was truly returning home. After over 10 hours of flight, the aircraft finally landed in the Nangwu Islands. Upon arrival at the airport, they were greeted by a tall major general, in his 40s, exuding a sense of righteousness. As Superman stepped off the plane, the general approached with a smile. "Superman, it has been a while." Superman returned the smile. "General Lee, it has indeed been too long." Due to Qian Zhilong not being a superhero, he was positioned last. "Batman, it has been a long time." "General Lee, long time no see." "Hi, Tony." "Hi, Lee." From their greetings, Qian Zhilong could surmise that General Lee and Iron Man shared a cordial camaraderie. Otherwise, a soldier would never greet another in such an informal manner during a formal occasion. When General Lee had finished greeting everyone and noticed Qian Zhilong disembarking from the aircraft, his expression shifted to one of mild surprise. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face belonging to the people of Huagua, General Lee's demeanor instantly turned serious, his gaze sharpening. However, Qian Zhilong had no time to ponder General Lee's perception of him. Merely returning to this land filled him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Was this individual perhaps a newly inducted hero of the Justice League? General Lee, having knowledge of all superheroes, felt compelled to learn more about this unfamiliar face before him. Superman smiled and remarked, "He is not a superhero. Rather, he is a guide we have brought along this time." Upon hearing Superman's words, General Lee's expression softened considerably. "Then I would appreciate it if you all could accompany me for an inspection." With that, under General Lee's guidance, they entered an office building located at the airport. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong, trailing behind, gazed around at the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign, as if he were in a dream. However, he soon stumbled upon a sight that left him utterly astonished. The soldiers patrolling and standing guard on the island were clad in armors reminiscent of Iron Man's. Yet, remarkably, these armors were constructed from materials intended for future Sentinel robots. Since arriving in this world, Qian Zhilong had gathered some information regarding mutants. 3 decades prior, under Superman's leadership, mutants and humans had forged a peace treaty and signed numerous related documents, allowing them to coexist harmoniously. Mutants did not interfere with the normal lives of humans. Under Superman's arrangements, mutants engaged in tasks that humans could not possibly undertake, with their occupations varying according to their unique abilities. Thanks to such a reasonable arrangement, there have been no conflicts between humans and mutants for several decades. As for the supervillains among the mutants, they were managed by the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants. With the absence of conflict between ordinary humans and mutants, Qian Zhilong found the information regarding Bolivar Trask to be quite limited. In this world, Bolivar Trask had not developed the first generation of Sentinels. Although he had not created the initial Sentinels, he had demonstrated remarkable prowess in the field of artificial intelligence. Further inquiries led to details about his immigration to other countries. Yet, Qian Zhilong was perplexed. How had he acquired Mystique's genetic material? However, there was little time for Qian Zhilong to ponder such matters, as all had been inspected, and it was finally his turn. To avoid any potential issues, Qian Zhilong left his phone and computer at the Justice League headquarters, bringing only the phone Superman provided him. This particular device was to be surrendered. And once it was confirmed that Qian Zhilong posed no concerns, everyone would be permitted to switch to a private aircraft. After everyone boarded the private jet, all electronic devices were confiscated, and the phones in use were distributed uniformly by the Huan nation. Is such stringent scrutiny truly necessary? "We have no intention of engaging in any misconduct," Aquaman complained, somewhat disgruntled. Iron Man, reclining comfortably in his seat, replied, "Since we are in Huan Nation, it would be wise to refrain from excessive complaints. You must understand that Huan Nation is currently the safest country in the world. We are entirely secure here. Requiring you to part with that wretched harpoon is in consideration of the people. Do not seek trouble where none exists. If you are reluctant to part with it, you may leave it on Nandao, as it is close to the sea and better suited for you." Iron Man's assertion held merit. Huan Nation indeed stood as the safest country globally. There was no need for such weapons, for we were shielded from any threat, without concern for any so-called supervillains. The only individuals capable of surrounding us would be the fans of Huan Nation. Initially, Aquaman remained dissatisfied with Iron Man's remarks, but upon hearing Superman's endorsement, he refrained from further protest. Upon their arrival at the Beijing International Airport, they were greeted by a general clad in a full suit of Sentinel armor, concealing his true identity. "Welcome to Huan Nation. I am General Sun, responsible for your reception. For the next 7 days, everything concerning your stay will be under my care. I hope we can enjoy these 7 days together," he announced. Upon noticing the altered tone of General Sun's voice, Qian Zhilong understood that the higher-ups in Huan Nation prohibited significant interaction between these influential figures and the superheroes. This clarified why General Sun had not removed his helmet during their reception. Aside from Aquaman, who displayed some dissatisfaction, The others exhibited no visible discontent with this manner of welcome. Then we shall rely on you for the next 7 days, they concurred. General Sun then invited them to board the prepared vehicle, transporting them to their presidential suite. You may rest here for the day. Dinner is currently being prepared. And tomorrow we will send personnel to coordinate with you, he stated before turning to leave. Once General Sun departed, Aquaman erupted. What does this mean? Does he look down upon us for not showing his face? Superman, observing Aquaman's furious expression, gestured for him to take a seat. Aquaman. There is no need for such agitation. This is simply the way of Huan Nation. If you wish to understand why, you must consult the professor. Upon the professor's first arrival in Huagua, he engaged in certain indiscretions that have led to the current predicament. The moment Aquaman learned of Professor C's misdeeds, he instantly grasped the implications. How audacious could he be to behave in such a manner in Huagua? Did he not fear the consequences? Aquaman refrained from elaborating further. Yet those present comprehended the underlying meaning. Nevertheless, those events are now in the past and need not be revisited. Our purpose here is straightforward, to achieve this collaboration. And all else is extraneous to us. Superman wished to steer clear of this topic with Iron Man. Internal conflicts are best resolved internally. Discussing one's own failings in another's domain is ill-advised. In response to Superman's discourse, Qian Zhilong exhibited little interest. He found himself yearning for the street food rather than the hotel's catered meals. However, without permission from above, he dared not wander off. Compelled to adhere to the arrangements made by his superiors. Chapter 67, The Positioning Bracelet. As the group sat in the living room, snacking and watching television while awaiting dinner, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Shang-Chi, seated near the entrance, rose naturally and opened it. Good evening, Mr. Shang-Chi. I am the manager of this hotel. Dinner is ready. Please follow me to the private dining room. The hotel manager spoke with an air of respectful authority, akin to that of a host welcoming esteemed guests. Let us proceed to dinner, he said, prompting the group to rise and follow the manager to the opulent private room designated for them. Upon entering, they beheld a table laden with nearly 60 exquisite dishes, representing a diverse array of Huagua's 8 major culinary traditions, though not exhaustive. Each tradition was well represented with at least 2 dishes, some of which Qian Zhilong had never encountered before. Please enjoy at your leisure. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, the manager declared before closing the door and departing, leaving the group in solitude. Superman turned to Qian Zhilong, requesting, Qian, could you kindly introduce these dishes to us? Qian Zhilong recognized that this was indeed his role during this venture. Please take your seats. I shall provide a detailed introduction to the dishes based on their culinary styles and recommend selections tailored to your preferences. He began by describing the dishes he was familiar with. Given the superheroes' extraordinary physiques, they were virtually immune to allergies from various seasonings and ingredients, enabling them to savor all the offerings on the table. I particularly enjoy this lion's head meatball. It is quite akin to a hamburger patty, yet even more delectable. Aquaman, though indifferent to vegetable dishes, relished every morsel of meat, with the braised lion's head being among his favorites. Qian Zhilong, feeling at ease with these superheroes, relished the opportunity to taste the dishes as he introduced them, for some of the culinary delights were ones he had never experienced in his previous life. What truly astonished Qian Zhilong was the considerable appetites of these superheroes. Particularly, Superman and Aquaman devoured every dish presented, leaving nothing behind after their individual servings. Aquaman, in particular, exhibited an insatiable appetite for meat dishes, showing no hesitation even towards organ delicacies. Logically, one would expect that such a banquet for esteemed guests would not include offal. However, its presence suggested that someone had previously indulged in such dishes during their last visit, thus justifying their inclusion among the 62 offerings this time. Qian Zhilong, taken aback, realized just how well-versed he was in the nuances of Chinese culture, as some of these dishes were unfamiliar even to him, and he could not recall their names. He chuckled softly, acknowledging, your dedication to your training has understandably left you less acquainted with such matters. After a satisfying meal, the group returned to the presidential suite, content and ready to arrange their accommodations. The suite's ample space afforded each person their own private room. Lying in bed later that night, Qian Zhilong glanced at the clock, noting that it was just past 8, the peak hour of the bustling night market. The thought of indulging in skewers from the market was utterly tempting. Suddenly, as he envisioned himself savoring those delicacies, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Diana. Upon hearing Wonder Woman's voice, Qian Zhilong's mind conjured up some rather blush-inducing images, which he promptly shook off. Impossible, he thought. Such notions were unwarranted, especially with so many people around. After donning the hotel-provided pajamas and ensuring everything was in order, he finally opened the door. Wonder Woman stood there, now dressed in casual attire, accompanied by Black Widow, who was similarly attired. Qian Zhilong was somewhat taken aback. Is there something urgent this late? With an expression brimming with excitement, Wonder Woman produced a wristband and presented it to Qian Zhilong. Instantly recognizing it as a tracking device, he inquired, "Is this a gesture from China?" "Indeed," she replied, her enthusiasm palpable. "With this, we can freely enter and exit the hotel and explore the entire capital without any restrictions." Initially, Qian Zhilong had assumed that the wristband was a measure of caution from China regarding their safety, but he soon grasped the source of her excitement. The prospect of unrestricted exploration of the capital made the device worthwhile, even if it meant revealing their location. "Let us go. Tonight, I will introduce you to the true culinary delights of China," he declared, leading Wonder Woman and Black Widow out of the hotel. However, as they stepped outside, a crucial question struck him. Aren't Superman and the others joining us? Superman has discussions with the military tomorrow, while Iron Man, Batman, and Aquaman are engaged in negotiations with high-tech firms and traditional industries. Aside from Superman, during negotiations, Shang-Chi is responsible for translation. "I will take notes, and Wonder Woman will ensure security." Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Qian Zhilong understood that, apart from himself, the remaining individuals each had their designated tasks. "Let us not waste any time. Let us indulge in some culinary delights first, and upon our return, we shall rest early to avoid hindering your work tomorrow." "Qian, you need not worry about this. For us superheroes, sleep is the least consequential matter. Merely a few hours of slumber suffices for our daily needs. Thus, I am eager to savor the exquisite Chinese delicacies you previously mentioned." With Wonder Woman having spoken, Qian Zhilong promptly hailed a taxi, taking Wonder Woman and Black Widow to the nearby night market. The night market was bustling with activity, teeming with people, and the presence of Wonder Woman and Black Widow immediately drew numerous gazes. Although there were many foreigners in the capital, few were as striking as Wonder Woman and Black Widow. "Qian, what is that? And what about that one?" Wonder Woman, captivated by the array of delectable treats at the night market, incessantly inquired about their identities. Qian Zhilong patiently explained to both her and Black Widow, ensuring each received a portion of every dish. Having witnessed their appetites before, he was not concerned about them finishing the food. Chapter 68. Forgetting disguise under Qian Zhilong's guidance. Black Widow and Wonder Woman sampled every delicacy they had not tried before. Even the typically stoic Black Widow wore a look of satisfaction. Qian had initially thought that the cuisine at the hotel was exceptional, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the offerings at the stalls outside were even more delectable. With a smile gracing his lips, he chose not to elaborate. The dinner served that evening was meant to entertain foreign guests, featuring lighter flavors. In stark contrast to the rich, oily, and spicy street food, which undoubtedly was far more flavorful than the earlier banquet. In the end, the group returned to the hotel with a bounty of culinary treasures. At that moment, Iron Man emerged from his room, having just completed some coding, and prepared to brew himself a cup of coffee. Upon noticing the group returning with an abundance of food, he halted in his tracks. "Did you go out for food?" Wonder Woman waved the snacks in her hand. "Come, try some Chinese street food." Confronted by the unique aroma of the snacks, Iron Man couldn't help but swallow hard, placing his cup aside as he opened one of the bags to retrieve a box of stinky tofu. Wrinkling his nose in distaste, he remarked, "What is this? It smells awful. Can it really be eaten?" Qian Zhilong approached Iron Man, taking the stinky tofu, and saying, "This is something one cannot easily acclimate to on the first try. You might want to sample something else." Iron Man, undeterred, snatched the stinky tofu back, declaring, "I've eaten natto before. I refuse to believe this is worse than natto." Qian Zhilong was taken aback by Iron Man's comment, surprised to learn he had even tried natto. If Iron Man had truly consumed natto, then stinky tofu would likely be more palatable in comparison. Iron Man grimaced as he picked up a piece of stinky tofu, but he soon placed it into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. As the savory juices from the tofu dispersed in his mouth, its unique flavor immediately enlightened him to the adage that something can smell foul, yet taste exquisite. This delicacy was far superior to natto. The commotion outside quickly caught the attention of Aquaman, who was exercising in his room. Upon emerging and seeing the spread of delectable dishes, he could not resist. Disregarding his fitness regimen, he sat down and indulged heartily. "Aquaman, aren't you supposed to maintain your physique? You've mentioned during your live streams that you never snack at night. What has changed?" he was asked as he devoured skewers of lamb. "That was when I was underwater. Now that I'm in Hua country, confronted with such a cornucopia of culinary delights, it would be a crime against nature not to partake," he replied. Qian Zhilong, noticing that Superman, Batman, and Shang-Chi had not emerged, was about to knock on their door to summon them when Iron Man intervened. "There is no need to bother them. They are quite disciplined. Once mealtime is passed, they won't consume anything else." Upon hearing Iron Man's words, Qian Zhilong envisioned the incongruous scene of Batman, Superman, and Shang-Chi gathered around enjoying skewers, which seemed rather odd. However, considering Spider-Man's fondness for Jianbingguizi, it didn't seem entirely implausible. The following day, Superman and the others rose early, Their purpose for being there was not for leisure. They had serious matters to attend to, making time exceedingly precious. After departing, Superman sent Qian Zhilong a text message, instructing him to feel free to move about and assuring him that he would be in touch if necessary. Now, Qian Zhilong found himself alone in the presidential suite. Just as he pondered his next destination, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Recognizing it was not Superman and the others, he surmised it was someone else seeking him. The previous night, he had noticed numerous individuals shadowing them, meticulously documenting their every move. Presumably, they had investigated his identity and were intent on discovering why he possessed such intimate knowledge of Hua country. Upon opening the door, Qian Zhilong indeed found a group of police officers and several military personnel. Although clad in uniforms, they bore no insignia, likely to conceal their identities. "Are you Mr. Qian Zhilong?" one inquired, addressing him in Mandarin, indicating their familiarity with him. "Indeed, I am Qian Zhilong. Please, come in," he replied, surprised by Qian Zhilong's calm demeanor. The group exchanged glances. After closing the door, one of the military personnel spoke. "Did you anticipate that someone would come to seek you out today?" Qian Zhilong invited them to sit and retrieved beverages from the refrigerator, placing them before his guests. "You had agents trailing us last night during our outing," he stated. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions shifted to one of heightened vigilance. "There is no need for you to be overly anxious. You are undoubtedly well aware of Black Widow's capabilities, and Wonder Woman's vigilance is beyond comparison. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for your agents to be detected by the two of them. Please, feel free to ask your questions directly." The group exchanged glances, and eventually, an older officer cleared his throat. "Ahem, allow me to speak. You are aware that our investigative capabilities in Huagua are quite formidable. Upon your entry into our country, we conducted a thorough inquiry into your identity. According to the information we gathered, your grandfather was captured during wartime and taken to a small island nation. Following that nation's defeat, he accompanied the American forces to the United States, where he established a life, married, and had your father. Your father grew up in America, later marrying your mother and having you. However, our records indicate that your grandparents and parents have lived in the United States for many years without any entry records into our country. How is it that you possess such an extensive knowledge of Huagua culture and can fluently converse in various dialects? If you claim to have learned all of this online, that is simply implausible. The reports from our surveillance, coupled with your demeanor at the night market, reveal that your relaxed attitude and effortless switching between dialects and Mandarin suggest a level of familiarity that cannot be achieved through mere study. Your behavior resembles that of someone who has returned home after a prolonged absence. Could you elucidate this discrepancy for us?" Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong realized that his exuberance from the previous night had caused him to neglect his disguise, leading to their suspicions. The joy of returning home had entirely overshadowed his awareness of his true identity. Although everything around him felt familiar, he was, in fact, an outsider, not a genuine citizen. Chapter 69. Collaboration and Breakthrough. Have you all heard of Zhuang's dream of a butterfly? Upon uttering this, the group regarded Qian Zhilong with curious expressions. "There is no need to look at me with such skepticism. What I say is the truth. In this world, superheroes often recount peculiar tales, and there is no way to verify their authenticity. Then, can you share with me what you dreamed about?" Noticing their interest piqued, Qian Zhilong understood they were beginning to accept his narrative. "Since I can remember, my daytime life has been quite ordinary, but at night, I find myself in a parallel Huagua. In that world, France lacks superheroes and advanced technology. Everything develops in a methodical manner." He then began to recount his experiences in this alternate realm. Since he was merely sharing his own experiences, Qian Zhilong described everything in great detail, including historical events, geographical names, and dialectical expressions known only to the locals. The astonishment of those present was palpable, their initial skepticism fading as they listened intently. Yet, upon hearing from Qian Zhilong about towns and neighborhoods unknown even to themselves, they could not help but believe in the authenticity of his words. They proceeded to verify everything he mentioned on their phones. While the neighborhoods and streets were not found, the towns he spoke of indeed existed. Remarkably, even the local delicacies were described with impeccable accuracy. Observing their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief, it became evident that the world he described was indeed real. Rather than a mere dream of Zhuangzi and the butterfly, it was more accurate to say that perhaps, in his slumber, his soul traversed into a parallel universe. "Could you tell me how long this dream persisted, or when it ceased to recur?" Qian Zhilong initially hesitated to mention the concept of parallel worlds, but after some reflection, he realized that deceiving these individuals would not be an easy task. This dream had continued until a few years prior. He recalled that the last time he experienced it, he found himself in possession of a highly respectable job, with a salary and benefits that were exceedingly satisfactory. He even treated his companions in the dream to a lavish feast. That night, he indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, ultimately losing track of the events, and upon awakening, he never dreamed of that world again. The ensuing conversation extended for over an hour, during which they inquired extensively about that realm, and Qian Zhilong could only respond truthfully. Although he was unsure why they sought such intricate details, he felt compelled to oblige their curiosity. Once they had gleaned all they wished to know, they rose, expressing their apologies for disturbing his rest, and wished him a pleasant stay in Huagua over the coming days. Qian Zhihong smiled warmly in response, assuring them he would. As the group departed and entered the elevator, one young man remarked, "I doubt what he said is entirely true. He might have obtained that information through other means." Another countered, "I disagree. The level of detail he provided suggests personal experience rather than mere hearsay. Director, should we consider recruiting him as an informant? After all, as long as those American superheroes exist, they pose a potential threat to us, despite having established contact with higher dimensional civilizations and acquiring some technology." There remained a palpable unease regarding the Americans. The director, who had initially communicated with Qian Zhihong, shook his head. "No, it is unnecessary. He has made it clear he is merely a temporary hire, not a member of the Justice League. You should understand that the American psyche does not permit Chinese individuals to access highly classified information. What we require are those very secrets. Without them, even if we were to recruit him, it would be futile and could place him in jeopardy. It is better to allow an innocent person to continue living as an ordinary individual than to risk their safety for unattainable objectives. Our nation does not yet need a wandering son making sacrifices for the greater good." After the crowd dispersed, Qian Zhilong found his emotions to be rather intricate. As a citizen of Huagua, being interrogated by his own people regarding this matter was, to some extent, uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the sentiment did not linger for long after all. He now relished the rare gift of freedom. Qian Zhilong promptly ventured to numerous places he had longed to visit. Throughout his journey, he remained unaware that two individuals were covertly following him. Having integrated the core of destruction, he not only enhanced his physical prowess but also sharpened his perceptions, making him more acutely aware than others. Even though he sensed he was being tracked, he chose to disregard it. Meanwhile, in a clandestine conference room, several Huagua businessmen sat across from Aquaman, Batman, and Iron Man. The businessmen wore smiles, flanked by a row of personal secretaries tasked with translation. "Mr. Tony, I believe our collaboration this time will undoubtedly be our most successful yet," one of the businessmen asserted. Iron Man reciprocated with a grin. "Indeed, through our previous partnership, I have truly witnessed the strength of your company. If we can continue this collaboration, I am confident we will achieve greater breakthroughs in intelligent combat mechs." This business negotiation proved remarkably fruitful, with Iron Man securing multiple agreements for his developments with Huagua. Even Aquaman Seafood was entirely purchased by Huagua, leaving him pleasantly surprised by the substantial order. Initially skeptical of Huagua's purchasing power, Aquaman was astounded to discover that the quantity of seafood ordered surpassed that of several other nations combined. Even the typically stoic Batman could not suppress a smile upon reviewing the newly signed contracts. In a military base elsewhere, Superman was engaged in testing a newly developed weapon designed specifically for repelling extraterrestrial invasions. To ascertain its efficacy against alien threats, it was imperative to invite the mightiest being on Earth, Superman, for testing. Naturally, Superman was willing to cooperate with such a weapon designed to combat extraterrestrial forces. However, he stipulated that once the weapon was developed, its schematics must be made public, allowing all nations access to its design. Only under this condition would Superman agree to assist Huagua in the weapon testing. Chapter 70. The super weapon. In response to Superman's proposal, Huagua did not oppose it. Understanding that the schematics would inevitably need to be disclosed, they were acutely aware that it was utterly impossible for Huagua alone to defend against an alien invasion. A unified effort from all nations was essential to eradicate this looming threat. Thus, Superman's request was a fortuitous alignment with Huagua's objectives. Accompanied by several soldiers clad in Sentinel armor, Superman arrived at a secret research facility located underground. The researchers working within the base were utterly astonished to see Superman in person. This was their first encounter with the legendary figure. In light of their astonished expressions, Superman extended his hand to greet the researchers, demonstrating his amicable disposition. Under the guidance of several soldiers, Superman entered a secluded office. "Report," came a commanding voice from within. Upon the soldier's call, a deep voice resonated from the office, prompting the soldier to open the door. "General Lin, Superman is here," he announced. There sat a robust middle-aged man, his muscular physique accentuated, with a resolute gaze, diligently attending to his documents at the desk. Upon hearing of Superman's arrival, General Lin beamed with joy and hastily approached him. "Superman, it has been quite some time." With a warm smile, Superman replied, "Lin, it has indeed been a while." The two clasped hands together. "The last time we met was 15 years ago. I was a young and handsome lad back then. I can hardly believe that 15 years have passed, and you remain as youthful as ever while I have become somewhat of an elder." Superman maintained his smile. With the current technology in Hua country, restoring your youth should not be a daunting task. General Lin gestured for Superman to take a seat. I shall pass. Let the opportunities be bestowed upon the younger generation. You know how they are, brimming with vigor and aspirations to broaden their horizons. Someone like me has become rather antiquated. As he spoke, General Lin poured a cup of hot tea for Superman. This is your favorite. Knowing you would come, I prepared it in advance. Please take this packet with you when you leave. Superman graciously accepted the cup, savoring a sip. Indeed, it is far more fragrant than what I find back home. Noticing Superman's satisfied expression, General Lin nodded. I am glad you enjoy it. Your cooperation will be essential for the upcoming experiments. Superman set down the cup. Rest assured. This endeavor is for the benefit of all humanity, and I shall lend my utmost support. However, I am genuinely curious about the source of such advanced technology in Hua country. According to the typical trajectory of technological development, weapons capable of countering extraterrestrial threats should not be feasible at this point. General Lin sat across from Superman. To be candid, I am not entirely certain myself. The higher-ups merely provided us with a blueprint and then dispatched a team that took 3 years to develop the weapon for testing. As you know, the researchers operate independently, entirely accountable to the authorities. Superman recognized the truth in General Lin's words. Hua country had always exercised meticulous control over its technological advancements. The fact that this information was public signified that the weapon was ready for mass production and not classified. Truly confidential matters remained known only to a select few. Let us proceed with the experiment then. Should my abilities prove insufficient, I can always reach out to Captain Marvel. Given his nature, I am certain he would be willing to assist. General Lin stood and saluted Superman. Thank you for your contributions to Earth and humanity. Superman, unfazed, replied. It is my duty. Following General Lin's lead, Superman first visited a changing room to don the attire designated for the experiment. Subsequently, they arrived at a spacious indoor testing facility. Before entering, 2 soldiers scanned Superman's physique, confirming his readiness before opening the laboratory doors. Please enter. Superman entered the weapons laboratory, which resembled more of a shooting range than a scientific facility. Before him lay a weapon reminiscent of a railgun. Is this the latest weapon developed by your esteemed nation? General Lin, who had just arrived in the observation room, picked up the microphone. This is merely a FAAD. We are not yet ready to reveal the true appearance of this weapon to the outside world. Once this test is successful, we will unveil its authentic design. Are you prepared, Superman? If so, the test will commence shortly. Superman gestured affirmatively at the weapon resembling a railgun. General Lin turned to the researchers controlling the weapon. Adjust the energy output to 20 for a preliminary test. Energy output set to 20. Charging is in progress. Countdown. 3, 2, 1 charging complete. General Lin once again took the microphone. Superman, the weapon's energy has been adjusted to a power level of 20. Assess whether you can withstand it. If it proves too much, please take evasive action to avoid injury during this test. Superman raised his hand, signaling his readiness to fire. General Lin directed his gaze towards the researchers at the control switch. Fire. Upon receiving General Lin's command, the researchers pressed the button. As the switch was activated, a brilliant beam of light converged at the barrel, hurtling towards Superman. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, Superman was struck by the laser. At the moment of impact, a dazzling white light illuminated the entire testing area, blinding even those in the observation room. Narrowing his eyes, General Lin held the microphone, peering towards Superman's position. Superman, are you unharmed? Within seconds, Superman's voice came through. I'm fine. Indeed, this weapon possesses formidable power. My suit has been shredded. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the observation room turned complex. The power level of 20 had not harmed Superman, but merely destroyed his experimental suit. During the initial test outside, a power output of 20 had penetrated 10 heavily armored tanks, yet against Superman, it had only rendered his suit in tatters. As the brilliance faded, Superman stood unscathed, save for the absence of his upper suit. Lin increased the power to 50 and let us see the results. Hearing Superman's request, General Lin nodded and signaled the researchers to adjust the energy output accordingly. Energy output set to 50. Charging is in progress. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 charging complete. Chapter 71. A close call. Superman, the energy has reached 50. Please exercise caution. To prevent any potential harm to Superman, General Lin felt compelled to reiterate this warning. After all, Superman represented the pinnacle of power from the United States, and any mishap in Huagua could complicate diplomatic negotiations. Rest assured, Superman replied. From the previous test, I have gauged the extent of damage I can endure. With Superman's assurance, General Lin nodded once more to the researchers. The researchers did not hesitate and promptly pressed the switch. This time, with an energy concentration of 50, the firing speed surpassed that of 20. And in the blink of an eye, a brilliant beam of light surged towards Superman, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The entire experimental area was once again enveloped in a dazzling white light. What became of Superman? After a considerable time had passed without any response from him, General Lin began to sense something amiss and grew anxious. Superman. Superman. Please respond. As the brilliance gradually faded, they beheld Superman floating in mid-air, completely unclothed, devoid of any semblance of covering. The reason for his silence was the destruction of the microphones intended for sound transmission due to the recent attack, rendering communication impossible. Upon seeing Superman unharmed and levitating in the air, General Lin let out a sigh of relief. Let us pause the weapon testing for now. It was not that General Lin was unwilling to continue. The energy output of 50 had completely perforated one wall of the experimental site. And apart from the complete destruction of his attire, Superman seemed unscathed. As General Lin approached the laboratory entrance, he saw the naked Superman emerging and handed him his outer coat, saying, "At least cover yourself a little." Superman accepted the coat and tied it around his waist. "The weapon you developed this time possesses remarkable power. Had I not evaded in time during the 50 energy output, I would likely have sustained some minor injuries." General Lin was taken aback at the thought that Superman could be injured at all. "Are you serious, Superman?" Superman replied earnestly, "General Lin, I would never jest about such serious matters. The energy output of 50 nearly inflicted harm upon me. Were it to reach 100, I would have to exert all my strength to withstand it, and I would likely emerge gravely wounded. However," he continued, "even so, the weapon's power remains diminished. It requires enhancement." Upon hearing this, General Lin remarked, "It seems we should invite you and Captain Marvel together next time. That way, we can achieve optimal testing results." Superman then proceeded to the changing room to don his attire once more. Emerging from the changing room, Superman returned to General Lin's office and inquired, "General, how long does it take to recharge this weapon? Is it capable of achieving rapid successive firing?" General Lin shook his head. Attaining rapid successive firing is somewhat challenging. However, the current recharge time is quite brief. For an energy output of 100, it only requires 10 seconds. If we cannot improve this in the short term, we will have to install multiple units to compensate for the downtime during recharging. Superman nodded in agreement. That is a viable solution. If immediate improvement isn't feasible, this approach will suffice. By the way, General, what is this weapon mounted on? General Lin looked puzzled. Did I not mention that during the test? Superman shook his head. No, General, you did not. You simply had me proceed with the testing. General Lin patted his forehead in realization. Oh dear, my memory. The testing conducted earlier involved the main cannon mounted on the tank. The destructive power of armaments deployed on vessels and certain structures surpasses that considerably. Superman, upon hearing this, was profoundly astonished. The energy output from the tank had nearly harmed him. One can only imagine the extent of damage that could be inflicted by weaponry on naval ships or fixed artillery. Superman had not anticipated such formidable weaponry existing in present-day China. General Lin also began to comprehend the true magnitude of this weapon's power. Meanwhile, Iron Man and his companions, having just concluded a successful business deal, wore expressions of satisfaction. The terms offered by China had far exceeded their expectations. Initially, the Chinese merchants had intended to invite Iron Man and his friends to dine, but Iron Man declined the invitation. After all, they had a rare opportunity to explore China over the next few days and wished to visit their preferred restaurants. Upon reaching an intersection, Iron Man adjusted his attire. Everyone, ensure your positioning devices are secure and not lost. With these, we can navigate freely across China. Without them, we would face numerous restrictions and could even be deported. For the time being, you may visit any places of interest, but be sure to regroup here before 1 p.m. In Superman's absence, command naturally fell to Iron Man and Batman. However, Batman preferred to remain silent on such matters, leaving Iron Man to issue orders. Especially you, Aquaman. I am aware of your tolerance for alcohol, but the spirits in China are notably potent. Do not tempt fate. If you cause any disturbances here, even your status as the King of Atlantis will not spare you. Do not expect Batman and me to rescue you. I cannot afford such a liability. Having recently signed a contract, Aquaman was in high spirits and paid little heed to Iron Man's admonitions. Fear not, I shall refrain from drinking while out. I will return to the hotel shortly to procure some funds. I find conversing with him quite delightful. Aquaman's remark took everyone by surprise, as just a brief interaction the previous night had led him to regard Qian Zhilong favorably. With that, Aquaman hailed a taxi, utilizing a translation application on his phone to communicate his destination to the driver. Once the destination was confirmed, the driver whisked Aquaman away to the hotel, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Shang-Chi turned to Wonder Woman and Black Widow. If you require assistance, I can act as a translator. Should you not need my help, I shall take my leave to visit an old acquaintance. Wonder Woman waved her hand dismissively. We shall not impose upon you, as we have downloaded translation apps ourselves. If any confusion arises, we will utilize them. Ultimately, each member of the group had their own plans and dispersed from the location. Chapter 72. The riot at Arkham Asylum money, what do you think I have returned with? While in his room watching the news, Qian Zhilong heard Aquaman's voice approaching the door. The Sea King strode in, cradling an assortment of beverages, trailed by several attendants bearing fried skewers, barbecued delights, and various snacks to accompany the drinks. As the attendants delivered their offerings and prepared to take their leave, they were halted by the Sea King, who generously bestowed a tip of $200 upon each of them. Overwhelmed by such a generous gratuity, the attendants gratefully accepted, expressing their thanks to the Sea King. To their appreciation, he responded in halting Mandarin, saying, "No worries." Once all the attendants had departed, the Sea King wrapped his arm around Qian Zhilong's shoulder and said, "Qian, please continue the tale from last night. I am still eager to hear more." Faced with a plethora of delectable dishes and the Sea King's warm invitation, Qian Zhilong readily complied. "All right." We left off with Neza pulling out the dragon tendons. Qian Zhilong adeptly narrated the story of the investiture of the gods in a manner comprehensible to the foreigners. Although the tale held little allure for others, the Sea King was utterly captivated, especially upon learning that the ruler of the seas in Hua country was the Dragon King. "Qian, is the dragon you mentioned truly real?" Confronted with this inquiry, Qian Zhilong found himself at a loss for words. Should he deny its existence? What would he say if a dragon actually appeared from the depths one day? Previously, he would have confidently asserted that such creatures were mere myths. However, after delving into certain news and reports from Hua country, he discovered that there indeed existed practitioners of cultivation. To be precise, these practitioners wielded abilities akin to those of Dr. Strange. When Qian Zhilong sought to uncover more information, he found that most content was restricted, with only official releases available for public consumption. The few videos he managed to view revealed spells remarkably similar to those employed by Dr. Strange, with no discernible differences. The distinction lay in the method of execution. While Dr. Strange utilized gestures, practitioners in Hua country employed talismans and specific props to conjure their spells. Not only did this method allow for swifter incantations, but the incorporation of talismans and props also amplified their potency. Upon realizing that Dr. Strange's spells could not be executed within Hua country, Qian Zhilong had already formed a hypothesis, and this experience served to validate his previous conjecture. Everyone, charge forward. Remember, though they are superheroes, there is no need for fear. As long as our numbers are sufficient, they may not stand a chance against us. Arm yourselves and charge with me. Forward. Charge. Attack. At that moment, chaos erupted at the highest level of Arkham Asylum. As more supervillains were captured, the number of inmates swelled. A lapse in the guards' vigilance allowed several capable supervillains to seize the opportunity to escape, liberating a multitude of prisoners. Most of the inmates at Arkham were members of the Joker's gang, and given their already unstable mental state, they exhibited an exceptionally ruthless demeanor. The guards stationed below, though fully aware of the disturbances above, dared not abandon their posts. "Wolverine, shall we not ascend to investigate?" Beast inquired. Concern etched on his face as he scrutinized the surveillance monitors. Wolverine took a puff of his cigar and replied, "Remember our duty. Those above are inconsequential. The true threats reside on this level. As long as we prevent an incursion from the chaos above, our mission shall be deemed accomplished. Furthermore, with the Brotherhood of Mutants patrolling outside, we need not fret. All guards, don your full gear and intensify patrols. Change the routine from every 30 minutes to every 10, until the uprising is quelled." Upon issuing his command, Wolverine observed as the guards promptly equipped themselves and entered a heightened state of alert. He beckoned a young guard to sit at his station, monitor the surveillance closely, and report any incidents at once. The young guard, visibly anxious, stammered, I fear I might not perform well." Wolverine reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "A cigar will ease your nerves." He then retrieved a cigar from the nearby box, placing it between the young guard's lips and igniting it. After taking a puff, the young guard's demeanor shifted to one of resolve. "Wolverine, rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties." Pleased by the guard's response, Wolverine nodded and gave a gentle pat on his helmet. Equipping himself in battle attire, Wolverine extended his adamantium claws. "It is time to stretch my legs." With that, he exited the surveillance room and approached the sealed entrance. This solitary passage led to the lowest level of Arkham Asylum. Securing it would ensure no one could breach this domain. Wolverine's personal involvement was vital for maintaining safety. As the number of apprehended supervillains escalated, it became increasingly difficult for Wolverine and a few others to defend Arkham. Just days prior, he had communicated with Professor Xavier, requesting an additional contingent of adept guards. True to his word, the professor dispatched over 20 new recruits from the Xavier Institute, including the likes of Phoenix, Cyclops, Iceman, and Sunspot. At this moment, the upper-level guards at Arkham were no match for the Joker's gang of lunatics. Many had sustained severe injuries, and some had even perished. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Mutants, patrolling outside, had only just been informed of the prison uprising. Although the supervillains confined above lacked significant power, they were not devoid of cunning. Upon observing the Brotherhood's presence outside, they had meticulously prepared. During the onset of the riot, they severed all alarm systems and activated signal jammers, thus evading detection by the patrolling Brotherhood. Had it not been for the uncontrolled actions of the Joker's gang, who hurled several guards from the windows, the Brotherhood would have remained oblivious to the insurrection within the prison for some time, leading the Brotherhood of Mutants on patrol. Magneto sensed something amiss the moment he witnessed a prison guard being cast down. He immediately instructed all members of the Brotherhood on patrol to converge at the front entrance of Arkham Asylum. Chapter 73, Magneto takes action upon receiving Magneto's command. The Brotherhood members on patrol hastened towards the entrance of Arkham Asylum. However, Magneto could not afford to wait, as Batman's offer left no room for hesitation. Mystique, White Queen, Red Tank, follow me. The trio, upon receiving the order, exhibited no hesitation and swiftly followed Magneto directly to the entrance of Arkham Asylum. Upon arriving first at the entrance, Magneto discovered that the door had been barricaded with wooden planks and various debris, rendering his ability to manipulate metal ineffective. Nonetheless, this was trivial for Magneto. He sidestepped to the side, and Red Tank, upon observing this maneuver, immediately comprehended its significance. He accelerated and charged directly into the entrance of Arkham Asylum. With a thunderous crash, the once secure door of Arkham Asylum was obliterated by Red Tank's force. This unexpected noise momentarily halted the ongoing skirmishes within. Unfazed by the chaos, Red Tank seized the nearest member of the Joker's gang and slammed him violently to the ground, sending blood splattering and reigniting the brawl. Several oblivious members of the Joker's gang attempted to surround Red Tank, but they gravely overestimated their chances. With a mere flick of his hand, Red Tank hurled them several meters away, resulting in instant fatalities. Following the breach of the door, it was not Magneto who entered first, but White Queen, who transformed her body into Diamond to shield Magneto from harm. She then began to manipulate the minds of several supervillains in the vicinity, compelling them to cease their actions. Taking advantage of White Queen's distraction, Mystique stealthily infiltrated the fray, transforming into a member of the Joker's gang to launch a surprise attack from behind. Once Magneto made his entrance, the supervillains realized that their escape plan had utterly failed. Magneto swiftly took control of all metallic objects within the vicinity, directing them to retaliate against the surrounding members of the Joker's gang. The gang members armed with iron rods or knives made of metal could hardly fathom that the very weapons they had wielded moments ago were now turned against them. Without mercy, Magneto dispatched the Joker's gang members, leaving most of them either dead or severely injured. With Magneto's intervention, the previously chaotic scene transformed into an eerie calm. Those gang members wishing to avoid death quickly dropped to the ground, covering their heads. Observing the quietude, Magneto rubbed his temples, reflecting, "How dull. I anticipated greater prowess from you. I did not expect such a lackluster display to incite a rebellion. Do you truly believe that Arkham Asylum remains the same as it once was, with only Batman to contend with? Currently, the perimeter of Arkham is under the control of our Brotherhood of Mutants, while the interior is patrolled by the Sentinels. As for you feeble supervillains, it would be wise to remain docile within these walls, for there may yet be a glimmer of hope for you. However, should you continue to stir unrest, I will not hesitate to eliminate all of you." Upon hearing these words, many supervillains felt a chill run down their spines. As they recognized the decisive nature of Magneto's earlier actions, there was no jest in his demeanor. At that moment, other members of the Brotherhood of Mutants arrived on the scene. They had believed their speed was sufficient, only to discover that Magneto had swiftly quelled the uprising with minimal effort. Magneto surveyed the newcomers and instructed, "Spread out and address all potential threats. And remember, leave no survivors." His approach was always meticulous. He sensed that this uprising was far more complex than it appeared. With the Joker now apprehended, there was no need to spare the members of his gang. They must all be eradicated to prevent them from becoming enablers of chaos within the prison. Yet, for those who willingly chose to surrender, Magneto had no intention of resorting to lethal force. It was not out of mercy, but rather a strategic decision. Eliminating too many at once could incite unnecessary complications. After all, the members of the Joker's gang had families and loved ones. "Wolverine, Magneto has arrived." Hearing the young guard's announcement, Wolverine, who had been on high alert, finally relaxed his tense demeanor upon learning of Magneto's presence and retracted his claws. Wolverine understood that the individuals above posed no threat to Magneto. As long as Magneto and the Brotherhood were on the upper level, danger was averted. Minutes later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene, and communications were fully restored. "This is Magneto, Wolverine, respond." "This is Wolverine, message received." Wolverine's calm response reassured Magneto that no peril was present below, and he chose not to reply further. The relationship between Wolverine and Magneto was always somewhat strained. So after confirming the other's safety, Magneto had no desire to engage in further conversation. Similarly, Wolverine, stationed in the monitoring room, understood that Magneto's inquiry was merely to ascertain that all was well below. Danger has passed. Everyone return to your posts. Meanwhile, within the confines of the super prison, Shazam was informed of the uprising at Arkham Asylum. Previously, as one of the primary guards in the super prison, Shazam had been somewhat disengaged. However, upon hearing of the disturbance at Arkham, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He certainly did not wish for Superman to return only to discover that the super prison he oversaw had also faced calamity. After all, his own abilities were formidable. And should negligence on his part lead to a crisis, the repercussions would be considerable. The formidable villains imprisoned here possess considerable strength. Were it not for the specially designed cells tailored to exploit their vulnerabilities, containing them would be no simple task. At this moment, Thor entered the monitoring room, stretching languidly as he settled onto the nearby sofa. Upon seeing Thor's return, Shazam promptly informed him of the riot that had erupted at Arkham Asylum. Thor's expression turned grave upon hearing this news. We must intensify our patrols to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The supervillains held captive here are far from weak. Should they manage to escape, subduing them would require a significant amount of time. Shazam nodded in agreement, picking up the walkie-talkie. Flash, a riot just occurred at Arkham Asylum. Please exercise extra caution during your patrol. Chapter 74. The Cultivator. Money, your remarks are simply delightful. Laughter erupted as Qian Zhilong found himself captivated by the humor of the traditional Chinese comedic performance known as xiangxing. With Aquaman having indulged a bit too much in drink, Qian Zhilong sought to divert his attention, and the most effective strategy was to share with him a performance by D-Gang in English. Contrary to the assumption that such entertainment would be absent from this world, a quick search revealed its existence. With this diversion, Aquaman became thoroughly engrossed, finding the experience incredibly addictive. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, Qian Zhilong mused, never anticipating that the inebriated Aquaman would become so loquacious. With little else to discuss, Qian Zhilong employed this tactic out of necessity. Notably, he discovered that his own tolerance had dramatically increased throughout the drinking session. Possibly due to the fusion with the destructive core, consuming 5 gin of liquor and over 40 bottles of beer left him only slightly lightheaded, with no adverse reactions. As the laughter began to dwindle, Qian Zhilong noticed that Aquaman had succumbed to slumber, clutching a beer bottle. At last, you've fallen asleep, he remarked. He retrieved a blanket from the room and covered Aquaman before changing his attire and departing the hotel, making his way to a nearby Taoist temple in Kyoto. According to his previous online research, this temple was home to genuine cultivators. As a Chinese national, the desire to pursue immortality is a universal aspiration. Had Qian Zhilong remained unaware of the existence of cultivators in this world, he might not have entertained such thoughts. Now that he was aware, he felt compelled to seek them out. Upon arriving at Wuzhuang Temple, he was greeted by a bustling crowd and vibrant incense offerings. Frankly, witnessing such a thriving atmosphere at the temple was quite remarkable. Previously, Qian Zhilong had looked into the state of Buddhism and Taoism in this world. He found that Buddhism here pales significantly in comparison to Taoism. The primary distinction lies in Taoism's availability of teachings akin to those of Dr. Strange, making it inherently more alluring than Buddhism. Upon reaching the entrance of the temple, Qian Zhilong purchased a ticket and entered. Observing that the visitors fell into 2 categories, those seeking to burn incense and make wishes, and those aspiring to join Wuzhuang Temple as cultivators. Observing the individuals drawn to this Taoist temple, Qian Zhilong could ascertain that the practitioners here were akin to the monks within the mystical confines of Kamartaj. Initially, he believed that the selection of such practitioners was a clandestine affair. However, the scene before him was a revelation. A handful of young acolytes clad in Taoist robes were distributing talismans to those aspiring to become practitioners. The onlookers, who had come to make their wishes, seemed entirely unfazed by this occurrence, as if it were an everyday spectacle. Those fortunate enough to receive the talismans wore evident smiles, and soon, the acolytes led the crowd towards the mountain's rear. Curiosity piqued, Qian Zhilong decided to follow, eager to partake in the unfolding event, despite not having received a talisman himself. Many others shared his sentiment, trailing behind to witness the proceedings. The acolytes did not deter those who chose to follow. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the group arrived at the base of a tower, where an elder Taoist, donned in a yellow robe and holding a dust whisk, awaited them. Esteemed patrons, if you wish to become practitioners, you must first pass this initial trial. Once you ascend to the status of a practitioner, the benefits and privileges you shall receive need no elaboration. I am certain you have perused the relevant information on our official website. What is listed there merely scratches the surface. Exceptional performance will yield even greater rewards. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qian Zhilong found himself momentarily frozen in place. Was Taoism now so pragmatic? He had anticipated the elder would impart profound wisdom, yet instead, he commenced with discussions of remuneration. Furthermore, Once you embrace the path of a practitioner, you will no longer have the liberty to communicate with your family at will. Your identity has irrevocably transformed, necessitating obedience to the directives from above. Should you find this unacceptable, you may choose to withdraw at this juncture. Upon hearing this, several individuals who had received talismans turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Hey, if you're leaving, how about handing over that talisman? One individual who had not received a talisman intercepted a departing recipient. Without a second thought, the latter relinquished the talisman to him. At that moment, someone stepped in front of Qian Zhilong, pressing a talisman into his hand. You must need this, the person said. To his surprise, Qian Zhilong found his hand instinctively accepting the talisman, despite his initial intention to refuse. However, he quickly recognized that something was amiss. Following the elder's remarks, those wishing to withdraw did so without a trace of contemplation, turning on their heels and departing immediately. Logically, one would expect some degree of deliberation before making such a decision, yet these individuals exhibited no such process. They simply accepted the talisman and left, which was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, the fact that my hand uncontrollably accepted that talisman only served to further validate Qian Zhilong's conjecture. Those who have received blessings, step forward. Initially, Qian Zhilong intended to crumple the talisman and discard it in the trash bin, but upon hearing the elder's words, his body involuntarily moved forward once more. Qian Zhilong understood that while it was permissible for him to observe, the prospect of becoming a practitioner was utterly unattainable, as the laws of Huaguo prohibited individuals of his status from pursuing such studies. I apologize, but I cannot accept this talisman. I am not a citizen of Huaguo. Qian Zhilong wished to avoid trouble. Although he was reluctant to declare himself a non-Huaguo national, he recognized there was no alternative, as it was preferable to the prospect of being deported later. The elder glanced at Qian Zhilong, but chose to disregard him. Noticing the elder's indifference, Qian Zhilong attempted to speak again, only to find himself rendered mute. Damn it! You insufferable Taoist, are you trying to ensnare me? Qian Zhilong silently fumed, hoping that those who were tailing him would arrive swiftly to extricate him from this predicament. If this continued, the situation could spiral out of control. Chapter 75, Truly Chosen. Damn it! Why are you slackers still not intervening? At that moment, the group following Qian Zhilong, tasked with monitoring him, was equally astonished. Logically, a place like Wuzhuangwan was rather exclusive, and foreigners typically could not even gain entry. Yet, here was Qian Zhilong, not only having entered but also being chosen. A turn of events they had never anticipated. Many within their ranks had aspired to become practitioners, but due to inadequate qualifications, they had been expelled, with some even barred from entry altogether. Yet today, they witnessed a Chinese expatriate who had grown up in America effortlessly entering Wuzhuangwan and being selected. Stop gawking, and promptly report this to higher-ups to ascertain their decisions. If this matter escalates further, it will be beyond our control. One of the individuals monitoring Qian Zhilong quickly dialed a phone, relaying this intelligence to their superiors. Given Huaguo's efficiency, they should have intervened immediately. Why has so much time elapsed without action? Qian Zhilong continuously murmured to himself, urging those individuals to come and assist him. However, the scenario he had envisioned did not materialize. Those following him failed to appear, and he found himself standing before a magnificent hall. At the steps of the grand hall stood an elder with an ethereal demeanor, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding an aged whisk. The elder in the yellow robe bowed respectfully before the elder in white, saying, "Master Uncle, there are quite a few candidates this time, and several promising ones as well." The elder in white nodded approvingly. Having more promising candidates is indeed a fortuitous matter for our Taoist tradition. Since the rise of Dr. Strange, the individuals within the temple have exhibited an alarming level of arrogance. The mere emergence of a supreme sorcerer has emboldened them to such an extent that if they continue to develop unchecked, it will not bode well for our nation. As the old saying goes, those who are not of my kind will surely have different intentions. Although Dr. Strange has not yet committed any acts detrimental to us, he is nonetheless an American. It is only a matter of time before we find ourselves at odds. Qian Zhilong, standing amidst the crowd, was taken aback by their conversation. Shouldn't such matters be discussed in private? Why were they being spoken of so openly? Yet, upon glancing around, he noticed that everyone else remained unresponsive. Could it be that this talisman possessed the ability to shield all senses? Yet, he himself felt no such effect. Just as Qian Zhilong was consumed by curiosity, he observed the old Taoist in white casually wave his duster. As the duster moved, Qian Zhilong felt an unmistakable energy accompanying its motion. What the? Who burned my hand? Ouch. Why is my talisman igniting on its own? In response to the crowd's reactions, Qian Zhilong looked again at the talisman in his hand, which showed no signs of change. To all those whose talismans have been burned, you may now take a commemorative item from Wuzhuangwan and leave. Confusion and dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Taoist, we have come all this way, and now just because our talismans have burned, we are to be eliminated? Please provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we shall not depart. Indeed, we demand a satisfactory explanation. Facing the crowd's inquiries, the old Taoist remained calm, draping the duster over his shoulder. Esteemed practitioners, I am aware of your thoughts. But you must understand that studying Taoism in our nation requires a certain innate talent. Those endowed with such gifts will naturally pass this first trial. The talisman you hold represents the initial test. The runes inscribed upon it are passive. They ignite spontaneously to protect you from minor spiritual impacts. If you possess spiritual energy or a modicum of cultivation talent, your internal energy will naturally resist my earlier attack, preventing the talisman from igniting. I trust you have noticed that some individuals around you still hold their intact talismans. They are the chosen ones. Upon hearing the old Taoist words, the crowd turned to examine those nearby, and indeed discovered several individuals whose talismans remained unscathed, with no alteration in their condition. Qian Zhilong, too, observed the unchanged talisman in his hand and realized he had been selected. However, he had anticipated this outcome. After all, with such a vast and populous nation, it was only natural to choose the most gifted among the many aspiring cultivators. The individuals whose talismans were ignited, though reluctant, had no choice but to depart. For the white-clad elder had made it abundantly clear that they lacked the requisite talent. Remaining stubbornly in this place would alter nothing. After the elimination of those unfit, less than 30 individuals remained before the grand hall. Observing those who stayed, the white-clad elder nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, quite commendable. The number of those who remain exceeds my expectations. As several had distinguished themselves in this preliminary selection, the elder offered to grant them a condition. Provided it was not excessive, the Wuzhuang Temple would assist them in their path of cultivation. This was, after all, a reward for their initiation into the ranks of the cultivators. While the others pondered what conditions to propose, Qian Zhilong promptly raised his hand. Noticing this, the elder gestured for him to speak. Reverend, may we converse privately? There are matters that are best not discussed in front of others. The white-clad elder furrowed his brow at Qian Zhilong's request. Observing this, the yellow-clad elder whispered something in the white elder's ear. The previously furrowed brow of the white elder relaxed immediately. Very well, let us talk in private. Follow me. Qian Zhilong trailed the elder to a corner of the hall. Reverend, I apologize for the intrusion. The situation is as follows. He then disclosed his identity and the purpose of his visit to the white elder. The elder, upon hearing this revelation, appeared somewhat astonished. My apologies for occupying one of your slots, Qian expressed regret. The elder waved his hand dismissively. You have not taken our place. Those who were meant to remain have done so, and those destined to leave have departed. You may keep this talisman as a memento. Should you have the opportunity to return to Huaguo in the future, you can still present this talisman at Wuzhuang Temple. Chapter 76. The 7-day journey concludes. Hearing the elder's words, Qian Zhilong was taken aback. Noticing his astonished expression, the white elder smiled. You are fated to have a connection with the Taoist way, though your situation is rather unique. However, I believe that one day you shall return here. With that, the elder produced 2 talismans and handed them to Qian Zhilong. Since you share an affinity with the Tao, I have little to offer. But these 2 teleportation talismans shall serve as a token of our meeting. In times of peril, with a modicum of spiritual energy, you may activate these talismans to facilitate your swift escape. Moreover, our talismans provide greater safety than the portals employed by the likes of Doctor Strange. The portal activated by this talisman may only be entered by those of the Yin-Wang bloodline. The Americans need not even consider it. You need not worry about this talisman being discovered by others, as only those possessing both the Yin-Wang bloodline and a touch of spiritual energy can activate it. Both conditions are essential. Upon concluding this, the elder produced yet another teleportation talisman and handed it to Qian Zhilong. Take this talisman and return to your desired location. Qian Zhilong understood that the elder's additional gift was intended to allow him to familiarize himself with its use, ensuring he would not forget how to activate it. Qian Zhilong, with an expression of profound gratitude, accepted the talisman paper, closing his eyes as he suddenly felt an unusual flow within him. This sensation was entirely foreign to him, manifesting only after the white-clad Taoist had waved his whisk. He concentrated on directing this internal flow to his fingertips. Upon contact with the spiritual energy, the talisman emitted a gentle luminescence. Witnessing this, Qian Zhilong's excitement was palpable. Master, I have succeeded. The Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Throw the talisman on the ground, and the portal will open immediately. Unable to contain his eagerness, Qian Zhilong tossed the talisman down, and a large square door materialized before him. Compared to the circular portals of Doctor Strange, this square form resonated more with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Chinese. The portal he opened led directly to his room in the hotel. Qian Zhilong was acutely aware that opening the portal in the living room would be inappropriate, especially if Superman and the others returned to witness such a scene. Master, I shall take my leave, he said. The Taoist nodded. Go ahead. After bidding farewell, Qian Zhilong stepped through the door, which then vanished, leaving him once again in the hotel. In the ensuing days, Qian Zhilong guided Superman and the others around the capital, visiting every place they wished to see and savoring various delicacies from dawn until dusk. On the eve of their departure, senior officials of Huagua invited Superman and the team for a banquet, yet Qian Zhilong chose not to attend. He understood that, given his status, it would be inappropriate for him to appear at such an event. He was merely a guide, not a member of the Justice League, and thus felt it was best to refrain from participating. Meanwhile, he meticulously organized his belongings in the hotel, ensuring that the 3 talismans gifted to him by the white-clad Taoist were safely tucked away in his wallet. That evening, Superman and his companions returned late. Although Qian Zhilong was unaware of their discussions with the officials, the cheerful demeanor of the group reassured him. Knowing that no ill tidings had arisen, he felt a sense of relief, but he refrained from inquiring further. After all, this was a matter between the high-ranking officials of Huagua and the Justice League. The less a common person like him knew, the better it was for him. The following day, after breakfast, the group boarded their return flight. The entire process mirrored their arrival, devoid of any discrepancies. Once on the plane bound for America, Iron Man approached Qian Zhilong. Qian, thanks to you, we had an incredible time in Huagua. I have transferred 1 million to your account as compensation for this experience. Qian Zhilong was taken aback by Iron Man's generosity, the sum being quite substantial. This is merely my duty. There is truly no need for payment. Iron Man adjusted his sunglasses and reclined in his seat. This is what you deserve. Aquaman then handed Qian Zhilong a golden business card embossed with the emblem of Atlantis. With this card, you need not wait in line. Simply present it for complimentary access to Atlantis. Batman handed a car key to Qian Zhilong, stating, "This is the Batmobile I'm modified but never put to use. I present it to you as a token of gratitude." Faced with such a lavish gift, Qian Zhilong was momentarily speechless. It was indeed too extravagant. Batman patted Qian Zhilong on the shoulder, saying, "On this expedition, every participant receives a corresponding reward, though you are not included among them. We hired you privately, so your reward naturally comes from us." Wonder Woman looked at Qian Zhilong and encouraged, "Accept it with peace of mind. It was thanks to your presence that we were able to enjoy our time in Huagua so thoroughly. Should another opportunity arise, we would be delighted to invite you once more." With Wonder Woman's assurance, Qian Zhilong no longer hesitated and accepted the gifts wholeheartedly. In comparison to the 1 million given by Iron Man, he was now curious about the modified Batmobile Batman had bestowed upon him. After the plane departed from Huagua, Superman and the others received news regarding the riot at Arkham Asylum. Unlike the others, Batman felt a palpable tension upon learning of the upheaval at Arkham. After all, it was under his jurisdiction, and any significant crisis would weigh heavily on his shoulders. Fortunately, the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Justice League managed to keep the situation from escalating. Clearly, arranging for the Brotherhood of Mutants and the Justice League to provide security before their departure was a prudent decision. These individuals were notoriously unruly, and it seemed necessary to construct a new super prison on Demon Island to contain these troublesome supervillains. In fact, Iron Man had long harbored such intentions, envisioning the revival of Demon Island as the world's most secure prison, complete with blueprints already drawn up. However, due to various concerns from above, the plan had yet to be realized. This was not the time for such discussions. I must return and ensure that no further incidents arise. With that, Superman headed to the rear of the plane to change into his battle attire, opened the aircraft door, and leaped into the air. Apart from Qian Zhilong, who expressed surprise, the others seemed unfazed by this action, as if accustomed to it. After distancing himself from the aircraft, Superman accelerated and vanished from sight. Chapter 77, Venom and Healing Superman. Having arrived in America ahead of the others, wasted no time and promptly made his way to Arkham Asylum. Upon his arrival, Wolverine provided a truthful account of the recent events, and Superman reviewed the latest surveillance footage. Aside from the riot that day, there had been no further incidents during that period. Confirming that Arkham Asylum was secure, Superman hurried to the super prison. Following the riot at Arkham, additional powerful superheroes had been stationed at the super prison. Currently, the number of superheroes within the super prison surpassed that of any other location. Upon seeing Superman's return, Shazam wore a proud expression and asked, "Superman, how do you think I performed? As long as I am present, nothing will go awry." Superman cast a sidelong glance at Shazam and remarked, "Do not presume that just because I am not in your immediate vicinity, I am unaware of your actions." Shazam, feeling somewhat guilty, responded, "What could I possibly do? I merely patrol each day and have engaged in nothing else." Observing Shazam's expression, Superman refrained from further commentary and turned his gaze to Thor, inquiring, "So, has there been any mischief from the prisoners?" Rest assured, these nefarious supervillains, upon witnessing the multitude of superheroes patrolling, have displayed exemplary behavior and refrained from any unruly conduct. With this assurance, Superman felt a sense of relief. Originally, I intended to assist in locating your brother, and it seems unfortunate that you have become entangled in this matter. Thor, unfazed, replied, I suspect Loki is lurking somewhere. Undoubtedly observing this farce unfold. Thor was all too familiar with Loki's tendencies. In such situations, Loki would invariably involve himself, amplifying the chaos. Thor had anticipated Loki's involvement in the previous incident at Arkham Asylum, yet upon his arrival, he found no trace of Loki's handiwork. Meanwhile, Venom, who had been indulging in games and snacks at home, glanced at the clock and realized with alarm, oh no, the money is coming back. In a flurry of panic, Venom sprang to his feet and began to tidy up the cluttered living room, which was strewn with debris. Fortunately, Venom had confined his activities to the living room, so only that space was in disarray. The floor was littered with empty beverage bottles, snack wrappers, and leftover crumbs, while the sink was filled with unwashed dishes. After accumulating for some time, the dishes had developed a layer of mold, and a few flies buzzed about. Venom hastily extended several tendrils to commence a flurry of cleaning activity. How could this place be so filthy? He exclaimed in exasperation. Regretting not having maintained a more regular cleaning schedule, Venom lamented the immense buildup of trash. Luckily, Qian Zhilong had an abundance of cleaning supplies. And after assimilating Qian Zhilong's memories, Venom adeptly utilized these tools. By the time Venom completed tidying the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, he had amassed 3 large bags of refuse. He placed the bags at the entrance, adhering to an agreement made with Qian Zhilong. As Venom could not venture outside himself, he temporarily left the cleaned garbage at the door to avoid detection. After surveying the tidy living room, Venom finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He conducted a thorough inspection of the house and, satisfied that all was in order, collapsed onto the sofa, intending to resume his gaming. Venom noticed that his black cat was also in need of a wash, so he scooped up the feline and brought it to the bathroom for a good rinse. Once the cat was clean, Venom felt utterly exhausted and sprawled on the floor. The black cat, noticing Venom's fatigue, nudged its head against Venom's face, which elicited a slightly impatient push from Venom. However, the cat returned, nuzzling against Venom once more. With a resigned expression, Venom glanced at the cat's bowl, only to discover it was empty. You truly can eat a lot, he remarked, then dragged his weary form to the cat food and filled the bowl to the brim. Please eat slowly. At least wait until the money returns before finishing your meal, so I won't have to provide you with cat food again. Just as the protagonist was about to sit down and indulge in some time with the cat, a sudden tapping at the window announced the arrival of a flying parrot. Are you tired of being healed? If you have nothing better to do, don't come looking for me. If you wish to endanger yourself, don't drag me into it. A few days prior, the healer unexpectedly transformed into a parrot and arrived at Qian Zhilong's residence, marking the first time it tapped on the window. The protagonist was taken aback upon witnessing the healer's sudden appearance. Subsequently, the healer often circled around, and while the protagonist sensed its presence, he kept his distance as long as he was not disturbed. The persistent tapping continued despite the protagonist's complaints, leading to an exasperated opening of the window. I've told you countless times not to come here. Your disguise is easily detectable. The parrot gazed at the protagonist. You've changed so much. The protagonist frowned at the healer's words. Haven't you changed as well? You now have your life, and I have mine. I won't disturb you, so please refrain from intruding on my solitude. The healer flapped its wings. I didn't intend to seek you out, but you know I must have a reason for doing so. Upon hearing this, the protagonist's expression shifted from impatience to seriousness. What is it? Speak quickly. I sense that other symbiotes are heading towards Earth. The protagonist tightened his grip on the healer. What did you say? The healer pecked the protagonist's hand sharply. I said I sensed other symbiotes are en route to Earth. The protagonist understood that the healer possessed one of the strongest perceptive abilities among all symbiotes. Yet he was astonished by the intensity of its perception, capable of detecting symbiotes beyond Earth. Can you determine when they will arrive based on your sensing? The healer preened its feathers. I cannot ascertain that. The signal is too faint to judge. I came to warn you to be cautious, as we are unaware of the strength and capabilities of the symbiotes arriving this time. If they are here to scout, neither of us stands a chance against them. The protagonist shook his head. There is no need to dwell on those pointless thoughts. He will never awaken. If he were to awaken, we wouldn't be here, but rather under his command, wreaking havoc on humanity. Now, you should leave at once. Remaining here is too risky for you. Your disguise is far too rudimentary. If Poison Ivy permits, I suggest you symbiotically connect with her. At least you wouldn't be easily discovered. Chapter 78. Butler, my affairs are of no concern to you. I am quite content as I am. The reason I came to inform you is that I hope you won't involve me in your dangers. The healer was quite satisfied with its current life. Although it could not achieve a symbiotic relationship with Poison Ivy, living alongside her was still quite comfortable, especially in the abode of Venom. The myriad blossoms and verdant foliage imbue the atmosphere with a sense of warmth and familiarity. Me? Burden you? What nonsense are you uttering? You symbiote. With that, Venom seized the healer and unceremoniously cast her out, subsequently shutting the window, though somewhat vexed by her ejection. The healer recognized her inability to contend with Venom and reluctantly flapped her wings in departure. After the healer's exit, Venom reclined back onto the sofa, lacking the inclination to continue gaming. Meanwhile, the black cat leaped onto the couch and nestled against Venom's lap. As Venom stroked the feline, she pondered whether to disclose the matter to Qian Zhilong. Perhaps I shall wait until he returns. When Qian Zhilong and his companions alighted from the aircraft back at the Justice League headquarters, daylight still prevailed. Upon disembarking, Qian Zhilong, guided by the League's personnel, returned to the room he had previously occupied. The other superheroes immediately immersed themselves in their duties, with Batman particularly concerned about potential threats to Arkham Asylum. Iron Man, sharing Batman's unease, resolved to inspect the security systems for possible upgrades and accompanied him. Shang-Chi bid farewell and returned home to continue his training. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman and Black Widow proceeded to the super prison to relieve some of the other heroes on duty. Once back in his temporary quarters, Qian Zhilong surrendered the mobile phone left for him by Superman, reclaiming his own phone and laptop. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted with over 20 messages and several missed calls. The calls were from the owners of the Chinese supermarket, likely inquiring about a gathering. Though they were aware of his absence, they remained uncertain of his return timeline. Hence the flurry of calls coincided with the day of the event. At the Justice League, restrictions were fewer, allowing Qian Zhilong to promptly reply to the messages from the proprietors. Their joy was palpable upon learning of his return and the gifts he had brought. These Chinese business owners shared a similar plight with Qian Zhilong, having not returned to their homeland in quite some time. The news of gifts from home naturally delighted them. Although the express delivery industry is well developed, enabling access to many domestic items, nothing compares to the significance of receiving cherished goods brought back by relatives or friends. After a refreshing shower and changing into new attire, Qian Zhilong lay down to rest, planning to sleep before addressing any further matters. Upon awakening, he noted that twilight was approaching. After checking the time, he gathered his belongings and descended to the ground floor, finally passing through the security checks of the Justice League headquarters. Following Batman's previous instructions, he headed directly to the League's parking lot, where Alfred would deliver the vehicle. Qian Zhilong had always been curious about the man behind Batman. Rather than merely a butler, Alfred resembled a multifaceted elder of the household. In daily life, he is responsible for overseeing the well-being of Batman, and when Batman embarks on his missions, he transforms into the most formidable logistical support for him, truly embodying a versatile talent. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Qian Zhilong immediately spotted a man clad in a butler's attire, exuding an air of elegance. It was evident that this was Alfred, Batman's esteemed butler. Each time the name Alfred was mentioned, Qian Zhilong was reminded of another Alfred, the Black Tiger Alfred. Seeing Alfred standing in the parking lot brought to mind the phrase, "A whirlwind devastates the parking lot." Upon noticing Qian Zhilong's presence, Alfred approached with a gentlemanly bow. Greeting him, "Good day, Mr. Qian. I am Alfred, the butler of Batman." Qian Zhilong replied with a warm smile. "Hello, Alfred. Please, follow me," Alfred invited, leading Qian Zhilong to his sleek black luxury sports car. "Mr. Qian, this is the customized sports car that Batman has provided for you. The entire vehicle is constructed from bulletproof and explosion-resistant materials, ensuring comprehensive protection for you. Additionally, there are various other features within the car, should you require an explanation. I would be pleased to provide one." Qian Zhilong waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. Some things are best discovered through personal exploration." Alfred, accepting this with grace, responded, "Very well, Mr. Qian. To ensure your safety during operation, I have placed the vehicle's usage instructions in the passenger seat for your convenience." With that, he opened the car door for Qian Zhilong. After placing his bag in the passenger seat, Qian Zhilong settled into the driver's seat. "I wish you a smooth journey, Mr. Qian," Alfred said, closing the door behind him and handing Qian Zhilong a mobile device. Qian Zhilong looked at the phone with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" "This is the car's exclusive mobile control device. With this controller, you can park the car or maneuver it into a garage without needing to operate it personally. Simply mark your usual parking spot on it." Beyond these essential functions, there are several intriguing designs as detailed in the manual, which you may peruse upon your return. Qian Zhilong accepted the phone, bid farewell to Alfred, and drove off in the brand new sports car, leaving the Justice League behind. Due to Batman's modifications, Qian Zhilong noticed that this vehicle felt considerably heavier compared to other sports cars. However, this did not impede its speed in the slightest. Most notably, the car operated in complete silence, devoid of any noise while driving. Truly a remarkable testament to Batman's engineering prowess. Nevertheless, Qian Zhilong did not intend to use this vehicle as his everyday mode of transportation, as the area where he resided maintained a relatively good order compared to other locales, rendering such a car unnecessary for casual outings. However, if he were to venture into Gotham City, this car would undoubtedly be his first choice, given that it is the true domain of the Joker's gang, where disturbances occur almost daily. In truth, Qian Zhilong pondered the sentiments of the ordinary citizens residing in Gotham City. One could indeed choose to depart, yet remains in situ. Does this signify an absence of fear of death? However, it was only after Qian Zhilong accelerated his sports car onto the highway that he swiftly discerned he was being pursued. The vehicles tailing him bore the insignia of the Clown Gang. Chapter 79, truly a vehicle fitted for Batman as he observed the approaching members of the Clown Gang. A slight smirk involuntarily graced Qian Zhilong's lips. This was the confrontation he had long anticipated, the clash of a superhero against petty thugs. Though he did not yet consider himself a superhero, the prospect of personally facing off against these ruffians filled him with exhilaration. The source of Qian Zhilong's confidence lay in the knowledge imparted by Venom, who had informed him that after absorbing the core of destruction, not only had his strength been augmented, but in the heat of battle, his skin would become remarkably resilient. Ordinary handguns posed no threat to him. Thus emboldened, he dared to challenge these miscreants. In a bid to swiftly resolve this predicament and return home, Qian Zhilong took the decisive action of veering off the highway. The three vehicles belonging to the Clown Gang followed suit. After covering a certain distance, they indeed launched an assault on him. The first vehicle accelerated ahead to obstruct his path, while the second positioned itself alongside him on the left. The third vehicle maintained its position behind Qian Zhilong. Given that the road he had chosen was a two-way thoroughfare, with a ditch to his right, escape was rendered impossible. Every avenue for overtaking had been effectively sealed off by the members of the Clown Gang. The thug blocking Qian Zhilong's left side, realizing his inability to flee, promptly rolled down his window and began to make various provocative gestures. Watching the members of the Clown Gang, adorned with clown makeup and mimicking the act of slitting their throats, Qian Zhilong found himself in a state of bemusement. He had witnessed such vicious individuals in numerous films and dramas, frequently employing this gesture as a warning to their targets. However, he could not fathom why such a gesture, ostensibly a warning, involved self-harm. Traditionally, those who made such gestures met with grim fates themselves, rarely surviving beyond 5 minutes in films or the second episode in television series. After this particular member of the Clown Gang executed this gesture, the vehicle obstructing Qian Zhilong's path began to decelerate in an attempt to force his sports car to a halt. Yet, he had forgotten that this vehicle was modified. Its horsepower and capabilities far surpassed that of an ordinary sports car. Even when confronted by the slowing vehicle ahead, the Batmobile remained unaffected, maintaining its velocity as it pressed onward. The driver of the vehicle blocking Qian Zhilong, witnessing his unwavering speed, decided to hit the brakes without reservation. Little did he anticipate that this very action would trigger the defensive mechanisms of Qian Zhilong's modified vehicle. Inside the car, Qian Zhilong observed the central control screen as subtitles emerged, followed by an audio alert. Defense mode activated. Please fasten your seatbelt. Threat analysis in progress. Threat analysis complete. Current danger level. Upon seeing this prompt, Qian Zhilong confirmed that his seatbelt was securely fastened and had not come undone. Once he assured himself of its integrity, the seatbelt immediately tightened, pressing his body firmly against the seat. Confirmation that the driver has fastened their seatbelt. Activating autopilot and automatic counterattack mode. With the activation of both the automatic counterattack and autopilot, the entire modified vehicle began to lower, the front bumper extending forward and forming a shovel-like shape close to the ground, suddenly accelerating to shove the obstructing pickup truck off to the roadside. The spectacle left Qian Zhilong in sheer astonishment. He had previously learned from films that not a single one of Batman's modified vehicles was anything less than exceptional. Each was a masterpiece in its own right. Qian Zhilong initially believed that this sports car gifted by Batman would merely excel in defensive capabilities. Yet he was taken aback by the presence of both automatic defense and driving functions. Furthermore, when the vehicle owner was under attack, there was no need for Qian Zhilong to intervene personally. The car initiated the counterattack autonomously, something he had never anticipated. After dispatching the obstructive pickup truck, the modified car's left wheels simultaneously deployed spiked iron nets, ensnaring the left side Joker Gang's vehicle wheels. As the tires of the Joker Gang's members burst simultaneously, their vehicle flipped over and rolled off the road. Only the car trailing behind Qian Zhilong remained. The Joker Gang members following Qian Zhilong were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. They had merely intended to seize a decent sports car, never expecting such an escalation. Before they could grasp the situation, they witnessed the taillights of the sports car on either side suddenly fire two objects resembling steel balls, which adhered to their vehicle. As the two steel balls attached themselves to the rear of their car, the modified sports car immediately reverted to normal driving mode, accelerating to send the pursuing vehicle careening several meters away. After covering some distance, a thunderous explosion erupted. Accompanied by the blast, the vehicle following Qian Zhilong was obliterated. Watching the fiery explosion and the billowing smoke behind him, Qian Zhilong understood what had just been unleashed. After accelerating for a while, the speed began to decelerate. Threat analysis in progress. Threat neutralized. Autopilot mode deactivated. With the conclusion of these voice prompts, the seatbelt that had restrained Qian Zhilong returned to its original state. The control of the vehicle was once again relinquished to Qian Zhilong. At this moment, the only emotion he experienced was one of utter astonishment. He had thought this car merely possessed some blast-resistant features coupled with a few automated driving functions. But little did he know that Batman had bestowed upon him his true battle vehicle. The sports car before him, aside from lacking Batman's signature bat-like design, bore almost no difference from the Batmobile itself. Qian Zhilong parked his vehicle by the roadside and immediately reached for the manual that had been resting in the passenger seat. As he flipped through a few pages, he was astounded by the content within. This vehicle was, in fact, a complete Batmobile. Apart from its unaltered exterior, the entire defense and offensive systems were crafted according to the standards of the Batmobile. The autonomous driving and defense systems were entirely provided by Stark Industries. This Batmobile also marked the inaugural collaboration between Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries for its modification. However, since this Batmobile was an experimental first-generation model, Batman had only conducted a few tests with it, leaving its appearance unmodified. It was precisely because this vehicle lacked the distinctive features of the Batmobile that Batman chose to gift it to Qian Zhilong. Due to an unforeseen incident, Qian Zhilong was delayed in returning home, but fortunately, the vehicle boasted an autonomous driving mode. Once back on the highway, he activated this mode, thus alleviating much of his burden, allowing him to drive while perusing the manual. His confidence in relinquishing control to the autonomous system stemmed from the manual's assurance of its complete intelligence. It resembled the capabilities of Kit from the television series Knight Rider. In autonomous mode, the vehicle analyzed the road conditions ahead and all surrounding vehicles within a 360-degree radius, anticipating imminent threats. This level of sophistication reassured Qian Zhilong, enabling him to trust the autonomous driving feature. By the time Qian Zhilong returned to his city, night had fallen. However, he had previously coordinated with the owners of the Chinese supermarket for two purposes: shopping and distributing the gifts he had brought back. The Chinese proprietors were overjoyed upon receiving these tokens from their homeland, as nothing could be deemed more precious. Qian Zhilong did not bring them the typical food items, for to these owners, sustenance held little significance. Rather, it was the souvenirs that evoked their nostalgia for home. These mementos carried the weight of their longing for their roots. Standing at his doorstep with an array of gifts, Qian Zhilong took a moment to steady his breath, hoping Venom would not disappoint him. Otherwise, he would have to tidy up upon entering. With a sense of trepidation, he input his fingerprint. As the door swung open, he first closed his eyes, then gradually opened them, praying not to witness the scene he had dreaded. Thankfully, the interior was immaculate and orderly. The chaotic image he had envisioned did not materialize. With a sigh of relief, Qian Zhilong surveyed the 3 large bags of trash piled at the entrance and nodded in satisfaction. Closing the door behind him, he remarked, "Well done, Venom. The cleanliness of the house has been well maintained." Venom, who had been engrossed in a game, immediately paused upon Qian Zhilong's arrival, exclaiming, "Qian, you finally returned. I've missed your cooking so much. Nothing else seems quite satisfying." Qian Zhilong had anticipated such an occurrence and promptly retrieved the packaged meals he had prepared, exclaiming, "I knew you would be craving these." As he observed the delectable dishes, Venom's saliva uncontrollably dripped down, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, extending his tongue to lick it away. Witnessing Venom's antics, Qian Zhilong expressed his disdain, saying, "Really, is it necessary?" Venom seized the packaged meal from Qian Zhilong's hands, retorting, "What do you understand? You return to Huaguo enjoying the finest delicacies, although those snacks are delightful. Nothing compares to the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine." With that, Venom opened the first box, revealing spicy chicken. Upon inhaling the familiar aroma of Chinese fare, Venom wasted no time and devoured the entire box in one bite. As he relished the spicy, numbing, and savory taste of the dish, his eyes squinted in bliss. Delicious. Absolutely divine. After finishing one box, Venom eagerly opened the second. This box was notably larger than the others, filled to the brim with sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour pork, my favorite. Venom, rather than devouring it all at once, continued to open other boxes, each containing more of his favorite foods. This time, however, there was an addition of something Venom had never tasted before: grilled pig brains. Gazing at the bright red delicacy resembling a brain, Venom frowned and asked, "Qian, what is this?" "This is grilled pig brain. I know you require phenylethylamine, so I thought I'd let you see if this suits you," Qian Zhilong explained. "To be honest, I find your consumption of human brains somewhat difficult to accept, but if this method proves beneficial, it could be a viable option." Upon learning it was brain, Venom did not hesitate and promptly poured the entire box of grilled brains into his mouth. However, After a few chews, he declared, "No. It still pales in comparison to fresh." He noted that human brains had a superior flavor. With Venom's assertion, Qian Zhilong felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. In the ensuing days, Qian Zhilong remained at home, as the current situation with superheroes fervently pursuing supervillains rendered the outside world unsafe. The authorities had advised residents to stay indoors whenever possible. During this time, Spider-Man was reportedly thriving, having recently captured Dr. Lizard and subsequently apprehended the Green Goblin. Although the bounty on the latter was a modest 50,000. In stark contrast, the bounty for Electro soared to 200,000, surpassing even that of Dr. Lizard. However, Electro proved to be quite cunning, eluding Spider-Man's grasp for quite some time. Despite seeking assistance from other superheroes, no substantial progress was made. Meanwhile, Qian Zhilong came across numerous names of captured supervillains in the news, most of whom were unfamiliar to him, presumably characters from comic books. Among the revelations that surprised him the most was the dismantling of Hydra's branch in Texas, resulting in the capture of numerous Hydra members. During this time, Captain America, who had been executing missions abroad, successfully returned and immediately immersed himself in work. As a symbol of the United States, Captain America has always embodied a positive role. In this world, Qian Zhilong had never heard any unfavorable news regarding Captain America. At that moment, within the headquarters of the Justice League, everyone took a moment from their busy schedules to prepare a welcome ceremony for Captain America's return. The identity of Captain America is unique. Although he may not possess the greatest strength, his status ranks just below a few significant superheroes. This esteemed position is attributed to his representation of justice and an indomitable spirit in America. This is one of the primary reasons for Captain America's high standing among superheroes. Additionally, his personal charisma is remarkably powerful. As the welcome ceremony commenced, Captain America smiled and expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate everyone taking time out of your busy schedules to host this welcome banquet for me." Shazam, standing closest to him, wrapped an arm around Captain America's neck. "We owe our thanks to you. Your return allows us a moment to rest. Otherwise, I haven't had a decent night's sleep during this time. You must understand, I am still a child, and insufficient sleep can affect my growth." Shazam, known for his straightforward nature, candidly spoke his mind, and Captain America took his remarks in stride. Chapter 81. Black Adam, how did your mission go, Captain America? In contrast to the light-hearted banter, Superman was more direct in his inquiry about work. Captain America, who had just been laughing with everyone, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing Superman's question. "I was sent to eliminate a group of insurgents abroad to ensure the safety of American citizens overseas." Superman furrowed his brow momentarily but quickly relaxed, aware that he had no authority to pry further. Captain America noted the shift in Superman's expression. "We must prioritize the interests of our nation." With that, he clinked his glass with Superman's and resumed chatting with the other superheroes. At that moment, Iron Man approached. "Don't overthink it, just focus on our responsibilities. If you truly wish to save the world, you must detach from your current identity. If you cannot do that, then maintaining the status quo is advisable." Unlike Captain Marvel, Superman has far too many ties to Earth. If he were to abandon everything, it would be impossible for him. Superman values familial bonds above all else. With his incredible power, he could easily dominate Earth, as no force could genuinely restrain him. However, considering his mother, friends, and girlfriend, Superman has chosen to maintain a commendable image. The gathering did not last long. Most attendees simply took a brief respite to recalibrate their mental state before swiftly departing to fulfill their respective duties. Captain America followed Superman and other core members of the superhero collective into the conference room. "Did you not harbor even a moment's hesitation regarding the president's sudden directive?" Captain America voiced his inner doubts candidly. At this juncture, Thor rose to speak. "In truth, we had sensed this long ago. However, for you, this should indeed be a fortuitous development, as it presents an opportunity to apprehend all the nefarious villains at once, thereby greatly enhancing public safety." Thor had previously confided in Superman that the president's abrupt command might be linked to his sibling. Superman relayed this information to the other core members of the Justice League, yet refrained from informing the broader assembly of superheroes. He had long desired to take such action, but had been met with resistance from above. Now that permission had been granted, regardless of its authenticity, Superman was intent on seizing this opportunity to eradicate all threats completely. "Perhaps I have overthought the matter," Captain America mused. "But the gathering of so many supervillains still poses a certain risk." At that moment, Shazam settled beside Captain America, assuring him, "Fear not, Captain. Superman and Iron Man have orchestrated everything meticulously." He then elaborated on their plans. Captain America, taken aback, remarked, "I did not anticipate the participation of mutants. In truth, mutants yearn for a tranquil existence even more fervently than you do." This sentiment is shared by Magneto, who previously sought to transform everyone into mutants to achieve unity. Now, even without the need for transformation, he can lead the life he desires, thus forsaking his tumultuous ways. Yet, there will always be those who resist the continuation of such peace, including Black King. At this point, Wolverine, representing the mutants, took a puff from his cigar and articulated the aspirations of his kind. The assembled superheroes were well aware that mutants differ from them. They simply desire stability and harbor little ambition beyond that. Nevertheless, exceptional cases abound. After gaining abilities, many are tempted to enact change. Should they succeed and experience the thrill of power, such abilities can become a menace, as exemplified by Black King and Magneto. However, once Magneto attained the life he sought, he ceased his malevolent deeds. While the Brotherhood of Mutants remains, those who stay have long since embraced the light. The only constants are Black King and his followers. Since you're all aware now, I have little else to say. I shall seize this opportunity to earn some extra income, Captain America declared, grasping his shield before bidding farewell to the group as he departed. After all, Captain America was not inclined to miss such a splendid opportunity to earn government funds. Observing Captain America's retreating figure, the other superheroes once again set out to apprehend the supervillains plaguing the city. After all, compared to Batman and Iron Man, the income of other superheroes is quite modest. Fortunately, with the arrival of Batman and Iron Man, everyone's income has significantly increased. However, many individuals still face substantial daily expenses, making it difficult to sustain their regular outlays despite the rise in earnings. In light of the government's generous bounty, it is only natural that the superheroes would see such a lucrative opportunity. Previously, capturing supervillains yielded no rewards, and if the adversary proved too formidable, they often emerged from the encounter battered and bruised. The costs incurred for medical treatment and the damages caused during the battles would also require compensation. Although the Justice League and the Avengers would cover a portion of the destruction, the superheroes responsible for the chaos were also obligated to make reparations. If a captured supervillain possessed vast resources, they would bear the financial burden of the damages and losses incurred during the conflict. At this moment, Shazam, who had long departed, was joyfully engrossed in his phone while admiring his recent earnings. Given that Shazam faced few adversaries, most of his income stemmed from assisting other heroes in apprehending supervillains, for which he received a share of the bounty. This share alone was sufficient to bring him great joy. Today, he had earned another sum, just enough to purchase a new game, allowing him to indulge in it later that evening. While Shazam was soaring through the skies contemplating which game to buy, a sudden flash of black lightning struck from above, startling him from his reverie. Upon witnessing the ominous bolt, the smile that had graced Shazam's face vanished. Shortly after, a shadowy figure floated gracefully from the ground, halting directly in front of him. "Hello, Shazam. It's been a while," intoned Black Adam, whose sudden appearance left Shazam momentarily stunned. However, Shazam quickly regained his composure. "You shouldn't be here." In stark contrast to Shazam's astonishment, Black Adam remained remarkably composed. "You needn't worry about my intentions. I have come here at the behest of another." Chapter 82. The Joker in the cell. Upon hearing Black Adam's words, Shazam immediately grasped the implication. Could it be? Hush. Black Adam gestured for silence. "Some matters are best kept to oneself. Do not divulge too much. However, I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the time to come, as our goals align." With that, Black Adam disregarded Shazam and soared towards the Justice League headquarters. Observing Black Adam's sudden arrival, Shazam knew that a significant operation was underway. Meanwhile, within Arkham Asylum, the Joker's injuries had nearly healed, thanks to a rapid recovery serum he had been administered. This quick-acting agent had been supplied to him by Loki. Click, 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 click. As several locks were disengaged, the heavy prison door creaked open. Armed guards, under the watchful eye of the formidable strongman, approached the Joker, fastening shackles around his wrists and ankles. Once the chains were securely in place, one guard nodded at the strongman, confirming their readiness. Upon receiving the confirmation, the formidable steel hero glanced at the nurse by the door. "You need not be so anxious. The Joker's hands and feet are entirely restrained and pose no threat to you. All you must do is replace the bandages on him. Throughout the process, both myself and the guard will be by your side to ensure your safety." Despite Steel Hero's reassurances, the newly appointed nurse continued to tremble uncontrollably. "I understand." To prevent the Joker from establishing any communication with the outside world through the nurses, a different nurse was assigned for each bandage change. Gently, Steel Hero placed his hand on the nurse's shoulder. "Rest assured, he cannot harm you." Upon seeing the resolute gaze of Steel Hero, the nurse nodded and cautiously entered the cell, carrying the bandages and medication. Although the Joker was bound to the bed, his head retained the freedom of movement. And upon noticing the nurse's entrance, he displayed his signature grin. "Do not be afraid, dear lady. I am always quite gentle with those who tend to my wounds." Despite the Joker's words, the nurse swallowed nervously. "I must warn you, changing the bandages may be somewhat painful, so I hope you can bear it." This precaution was necessary, as everyone was well aware of the Joker's cunning nature. While he remained confined within Arkham Asylum, all was peaceful, However, should he escape, those who had wronged him or caused him harm would not be spared. The nurse began to replace the Joker's bandages. As she changed the bandage on his thigh, the Joker lay still, exhibiting no unusual behavior. The guard nearby, gun aimed at the Joker's head, was drenched in sweat, fearful of any sudden, unpredictable actions from the villain. Once the leg bandages were replaced, the nurse proceeded to change the remaining bandages. Given that the Joker had remained compliant during the thigh bandage change, the nurse's apprehension began to ease, allowing her to work with increased speed and confidence. Steel Hero, stationed at the door, maintained a vigilant watch over the Joker, unwilling to let his guard down. Even with the guard's weapon pointed just inches from the Joker's head, Steel Hero remained acutely aware of the potential danger. Just as the nurse was changing the bandages on the upper body, the Joker suddenly lifted his head and whispered in her ear, triggering a terrified scream from the already tense nurse. You've made my day." The Joker erupted into laughter upon seeing the nurse collapse in fear. Even the guard, taken aback, was momentarily stunned. By the time he aimed his weapon at the Joker, he hesitated to fire. Unlike superheroes, guards did not possess the authority to execute these supervillains without orders. Thus, the guards could only intimidate the Joker, hoping he would temper his antics. Witnessing the commotion, Steel Hero rushed into the cell, positioning himself beside the Joker. "The Joker, I caution you to behave yourself. I would not hesitate to allow you to linger in that bed a while longer." The Joker stifled his laughter. "Do you dare to touch me? Do not presume that I am unaware of the true nature of you mutants. If you were genuinely moved, you would not have come to issue me warnings. You are merely the watchdogs summoned by those so-called superheroes." With a raucous laugh, the Joker continued, causing the nurse to tremble in fear, her legs weak, losing the courage to tend to his wounds. The Steel Titan remained unfazed by the Joker's taunts. He was thoroughly content with his current existence, and it was precisely due to the assistance of Superman and others that they, the mutants, could enjoy such a life. Thus, he dismissed the Joker's base provocations entirely. "Since you refuse to comply with the change, allow me to assist you," Steel Titan declared, as he abruptly seized the bandages from the floor and, with a rough demeanor, completed the task of dressing the Joker's wounds. However, the chains remained unloosed, serving as a punishment for the Joker's insolence. Throughout the ordeal, the Joker regarded Steel Titan with the same disdain one might reserve for a corpse. Yet, Steel Titan remained indifferent to the Joker's glare. To him, the Joker posed no more threat than an ant. Upon exiting the cell, the prison guard escorted the nurse away, while Steel Titan proceeded to the monitoring room to report the situation. To his surprise, it was not Wolverine who occupied the room, but rather Professor X. In light of the recent uprising, during which Magneto had personally intervened, the professor felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as the leader of the X-Men. "The Joker is our primary focus. We must ensure that no errors arise in interactions with him," he stated. "Rest assured, Professor. I will keep a vigilant watch over the Joker and will not afford him any opportunities," Steel Titan reassured him. In addition to Steel Titan, Wolverine and Phoenix were also tasked with overseeing the Joker. Batman had issued a directive: should the Joker engage in any outrageous behavior, there would be no hesitation to act. Regardless of his reputation, given Batman's authority, the others naturally complied with his commands. The primary motivation behind this collaboration was the substantial funding Batman had allocated to the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants as compensation for this undertaking. Chapter 83. The Homebody Venom Couple Shop. Qian, the outside has not been safe lately. Do not venture out at night. If you desire anything, attempt to come out during the day. Passionate Youth. Rest assured, boss, I will remain at home diligently. You and the boss lady must also take care. Ensure that doors and windows are secured to avoid any unnecessary incidents. Those ruffians particularly enjoy robbing our Chinese supermarkets, believing us to be easy targets. Couple Shop. Do not worry. Our shops are in close proximity, and we can look out for one another. Just be cautious. Northeast Barbecue. Qian. You need not fret. We will take care of ourselves. We possess our own means of defense, and should anyone dare to intrude, I shall promptly send them to meet their maker. Due to the recent pursuit of supervillains by superheroes, numerous petty criminals and robbers have grown increasingly audacious. They often provoke superheroes, taking advantage of their battles with supervillains to engage in malevolent activities. Recently, many shops have fallen victim to theft and vandalism. The Chinese proprietors, concerned for Qian Zhilong's safety, have sent messages of worry. In light of their concern, Qian Zhilong feels a warmth in his heart. The Chinese community is truly remarkable. Even in such tumultuous times, they remain considerate of those with no blood ties. Observing Venom, who remains engrossed in his game, Qian Zhilong chooses not to explain himself. For reading one's thoughts is far simpler than verbalizing them. I advise you to play fewer games and snack less. Look at you now, like a recluse, he remarks. Venom, snatching a nearby bag of chips and stuffing them into his mouth, retorts, what is wrong with being a recluse? This is the life I desire. Eating, sleeping, and indulging in leisure is my ultimate satisfaction. If I could score a few more kills, that would be even more perfect. If you wish to venture out as a superhero to vanquish evil, I could accommodate that, allowing me to stretch my limbs as well. Truth be told, Qian Zhilong harbors such thoughts. The streets nearby have become quite chaotic, and taking on the role of an unnamed superhero to combat these thugs is indeed an enticing choice. It would allow him to dispense justice while relishing the thrill of being a superhero. All right, I concur with your idea. Let us take action tonight. Upon hearing this, Venom abruptly halts his actions, wearing an expression of shock as he gazes at Qian Zhilong. You can't be serious. Qian Zhilong maintains a solemn demeanor. I am not jesting. Given my current status as a mere bystander, it is impossible for me to witness the superheroes apprehending supervillains firsthand. Since I possess power now, if I cannot observe others in the act of justice, I might as well partake in it myself. Venom, upon hearing this, promptly grabs the controller. Just wait for me to finish this game. Observing Venom's current state, Qian Zhilong shakes his head in resignation. He begins to suspect that the Venom sitting beside him might merely be a recluse donning a Venom suit. This portrayal is entirely different from what he has learned about Venom through comics and films. Could it be that his influence has altered Venom's demeanor? Venom, if you continue like this, I fear you will become a wasteland of potential. Venom presses on with his game. Do not worry, no matter what. I shall not become a waste. He then adds, by the way, for our late-night snack, I desire skewers. Let us grill some on the rooftop. And after enjoying the skewers, we shall commence our mission. Seeing Venom in this state, Qian Zhilong can only shake his head in exasperation, proceeding to prepare the skewers in advance. With Spider-Man and Deadpool preoccupied with their own affairs, they have not sought out Qian Zhilong. So he feels no apprehension about Venom being discovered by them. After over an hour of preparation, Qian Zhilong turns to Venom. All right, stop playing. Let us eat the skewers before we set out. Venom paused the game and brought the grill over. Let's head to the rooftop. The two ascended to the rooftop, where Venom nestled beneath a makeshift canopy, striving to conceal his form from the occasional bored superhero passing by. Having recently watched videos of street vendors grilling lamb skewers in the streets of China, Venom exhibited remarkable skill in preparing the skewers. Hundreds of skewers danced in his grasp, while various seasonings were sprinkled with admirable precision. The abundance of Venom's tendrils allowed him to distribute multiple spices simultaneously, enhancing the flavor of the skewers. Observing Venom's technique, Qian Zhilong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Honestly, if you weren't a symbiote, with your skills, you could easily attract a crowd on the streets of China. You'd not only savor the local delicacies, but also become a sensation and earn a fortune. Venom flipped the skewers with a hint of resigned amusement. I have dreamed of such a life, but it remains unattainable. You should understand that we symbiotes came to this world merely seeking a place suitable for our existence. We are not so different from you humans. Once we find a suitable habitat, we too would settle down and live lives akin to ordinary people. But alas, that is a distant dream. He paused, dismissing the thought. Afterward, Venom handed a skewer of grilled meat to Qian Zhilong. Here, eat up. We need to be ready for action afterward. Qian Zhilong accepted the skewer and took a bite. The flavor was impeccable, and the texture and cooking were flawless. You should handle the cooking from now on. Your skills are on par with mine. Venom placed the grilled skewers on a pre-prepared cooling rack, eager to bring down their temperature. As for cooking, let's not. You know I can't tolerate the heat. Standing in front of a hot grill makes me uncomfortable. Once the skewers cooled, Venom devoured nearly 200 of them, while Qian Zhilong managed to consume fewer than 10, leaving only a pile of sticks on the ground. Consider yourself fortunate that I'm not short on cash. Anyone with lesser means couldn't afford your appetite. Venom, satiated, licked his sharp teeth. Rest assured, if you need money, I can assist you in acquiring substantial cash through the simplest and most direct means. Qian Zhilong understood that Venom would never take the risk of robbing a bank. The quickest way to wealth was through underworld dealings. Venom had previously mentioned a desire to rob robbers, reclaiming the stolen money for himself. Thus not truly robbing from the innocent. Chapter 84. The first day as a superhero, Qian Zhilong returned to his room, donned his dark attire reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty's secret police, and placed his mask on before standing in front of the mirror to ensure he had made no mistakes. He then departed through the window, feeling that his method of leaving home was now akin to that of Spider-Man. As Qian Zhilong emerged with the intention of becoming a superhero, Venom merely guided him to a secluded corner. The subsequent actions were entirely at Qian Zhilong's discretion, with Venom serving solely as an auxiliary presence within him. Only when Qian Zhilong faced genuine peril would Venom intervene. It was now past 2 o'clock in the morning, and apart from a few inebriated individuals and addicts, the streets were devoid of ordinary citizens. Given that this area fell under the jurisdiction of Iron Man, the number of such individuals was considerably lower than in other locales. At that moment, a group of oblivious addicts approached Qian Zhilong, exuding an overpowering stench, their eyes glazed and bodies swaying, yet still clutching knives. Hey, Asian, hand over all your money, one of them demanded, But before he could finish his sentence, Qian Zhilong delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying several meters away. Qian Zhilong had moderated his strength, for the foul odor emanating from them was nearly unbearable. He felt as though he might regurgitate the skewers he had consumed earlier. The remaining addicts, witnessing their companion being propelled away, remained oblivious, still dazed like zombies. One among them, perhaps insufficiently intoxicated or possessing a flicker of awareness, suddenly realized that Qian Zhilong was not someone they could afford to provoke and attempted to flee. However, after merely 2 steps, he tripped over his own feet and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The 4 or 5 others seemed to grasp something of the situation. Yet their bodies betrayed them, rendering them incapable of escape. Seeing their pathetic state, Qian Zhilong could hardly be bothered, as they posed no threat to him. He simply circumvented the group and continued on his way. Those addicts, watching Qian Zhilong's retreating figure, slumped to the ground, with some so startled that they soiled themselves. Logically, these individuals should not be present here. During his nightly excursions while bonded to the Black Cat, he had never encountered such figures. Where had they come from? How had they suddenly materialized? Qian Zhilong observed the addicts still indulging in their vices on the street. They must have come from elsewhere. Yet there was no cause for concern. With Stark Industry security measures, it wouldn't be long before these individuals were cleared away. After approximately half an hour, Qian Zhilong arrived near Chinatown. The area was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight, and the surrounding shops had boarded up their windows and doors. Upon witnessing this scene, a slight smile crept across Qian Zhilong's lips, a true hallmark of American culture, boarded windows and doors on the streets where vagrants lingered. Indeed a striking tableau. Qian Zhilong had anticipated that his arrival in this superhero comic universe would bring about some changes, yet it seemed he had been overly optimistic. As he strolled down the street, he suddenly noticed several shadowy figures lurking not far away, engaging in furtive activities. Qian Zhilong did not wish to act rashly. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, eager to discern their intentions. He observed several dark figures approaching a sedan, who, with remarkable swiftness, elevated the vehicle and deftly extracted an array of tools to remove its tires. Could it be true? In this world of superheroes, there still existed individuals brazen enough to steal razor-sharp rims? Was it indeed as the online joke suggested? Every time a new set of razor rims appeared domestically, a car would mysteriously lose its tires in America. Nevertheless, Qian Zhilong could not remain indifferent to such misdeeds, although it might seem trivial. If one aspired to be a superhero, one must start from these seemingly minor issues. Stop right there, Qian Zhilong shouted, startling the tire thieves. One of them even fumbled and dropped his tool, which clattered noisily to the ground. The band of petty thieves turned to the source of the voice, where they beheld an oddly dressed figure standing at a distance. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. One of them warned, as they gathered together and advanced toward Qian Zhilong. As they approached, Qian Zhilong felt an inexplicable thrill. In truth, there was no need to eliminate such minor criminals. Doing so would only invite unnecessary complications. Even superheroes do not possess the authority to execute petty thieves outright. Observing their unrepentant demeanor, Qian Zhilong did not hold back. He stepped aside and picked up a few stones from beneath a roadside tree. He understood that, with his current strength, the stones he hurled would possess a force comparable to bullets, if not greater, rendering them sufficient to deal with the minor criminals. After all, it was his first day as a superhero. He could not commence his journey with bloodshed. Upon recognizing the projectiles in Qian Zhilong's possession, the thieves scoffed derisively. However, before they could react further, one of their companions clutched his right leg, letting out a pained wail. Before the remaining thieves could comprehend the situation, another one collapsed, grasping his other leg and howling in agony. Even the slowest among them realized that their 2 comrades had fallen victim to this individual's prowess. Consider this your final warning. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Qian Zhilong declared. Witnessing their companions writhing in pain, the remaining thieves lost their resolve to fight. They hastily discarded their tools, abandoning their injured allies as they fled in terror. As he watched them retreat in disarray, Qian Zhilong approached the 2 injured individuals. It seems your companions are of little worth. Abandoning you to face your fate is quite callous. He continued, next time, I hope you choose your friends more wisely. With that, Qian Zhilong rummaged through one of the petty thieves' belongings and retrieved a mobile phone to report the incident to the authorities. Chapter 85. Black Adam seizes the business. Why are you calling the police? Those 2 would merely serve as nourishment for me. Sending them to prison would be a waste of space. It's likely that such inconsequential petty thieves wouldn't even be incarcerated, but rather released immediately. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong pondered that there might indeed be some truth to this. Currently, superheroes were fervently pursuing supervillains, with both renowned and obscure criminals being confined in prisons. The formidable and infamous supervillains were incarcerated in Arkham Asylum and high-security facilities, while those posing minimal threat found themselves in regular prisons. The current state of prisons could be described as overcrowded, with the tightly secured facilities across continents nearing capacity. In comparison, these petty criminals were insignificant. Even if the police apprehended them, they would likely be detained for only a few days before being released. Although Qian Zhilong grasped this reality, being on his first day as a superhero, he was reluctant to break his moral code. There's no rush. Just because I can't feast today doesn't mean tomorrow will be the same. After all, it's my inaugural day as a superhero. And I must not compromise my principles. Unless faced with an exceptionally powerful adversary, we may resort to lethal force. In such a case, your head belongs to you, while the money on him is rightfully mine. That seems fair, doesn't it? Venom, satisfied with this rationale, agreed. Then let it be as you say. However, upon further reflection, Qian Zhilong felt something was amiss. He was here to be a superhero, not to engage in sharing spoils. Yet, he dismissed these thoughts for the moment, deciding to patrol the area tonight to assess its safety. If it proved secure, he could explore other locales the following evening. Having ventured only a short distance, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance, indicating that the authorities had likely responded to his previous call. In truth, the police in this superhero world were remarkably swift in their response. They consistently arrived promptly to handle the aftermath once superheroes had dealt with supervillains. The role of the police in this realm was peculiar. Rarely seen during minor incidents, they became remarkably proactive when it came to addressing significant matters, especially those involving high-profile supervillains. As Qian Zhilong continued onward, he reached an intersection that marked the boundary between areas managed by Stark Industries and ordinary neighborhoods. The region overseen by Stark Industries boasted exorbitant rent and property prices, accessible only to those with substantial means. Conversely, across the boundary, the cost of living was a mere fraction, less than 1/13, of that in the Stark Industries domain. The shops owned by several Chinese entrepreneurs were situated in the ordinary area. Upon crossing the intersection, I noticed a significant increase in the number of homeless individuals and drug addicts in the vicinity. However, these individuals only dared to venture out at night to rummage through refuse. During the day, they would not dare to approach Chinatown. The Chinese community within Chinatown is remarkably united. Although there may be occasional discord among themselves, they set aside personal grievances when faced with external threats. After all, matters concerning one's own household can be discussed openly, but outsiders attempting to create disturbances here would find it utterly impossible. Moreover, the proprietors of the Chinese supermarkets are well equipped with heavy weaponry, ready to defend themselves should danger arise. Despite believing Chinatown to be relatively safe, just as Long was about to depart, the distinct sound of Harley motorcycles echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhilong swiftly concealed himself once more to observe. He witnessed a procession of a dozen Harley motorcycles approaching, manned by a group of muscular men adorned with clown makeup. Recognizing the presence of the clown gang, Qian Zhilong immediately deduced that they had come with nefarious intentions. He was well aware of their identities. They were core members of the clown gang, collectively known as the Violent Clowns. This group consisted of the most formidable individuals within the gang, responsible for overseeing the ordinary clowns and serving as bodyguards during critical moments. With the recent capture of the gang leader, these violent clowns had resumed their reign of chaos. Upon witnessing these individuals, Qian Zhilong felt a surge of exhilaration. For the previous adversaries had proven to be rather inept. Rumor had it that these violent clowns had been administered a certain substance that enhanced their strength. While they were only slightly stronger than the average person, they posed a far greater threat than the previous addicts and petty criminals he had encountered. Just as Qian Zhilong prepared to make his move, a dark figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The impact released a massive cloud of dust, toppling even the violent clowns. Some of the less fortunate members met a gruesome fate beneath the weight of the shadowy figure. Observing from the sidelines, Qian Zhilong quietly inquired, "Did you not sense the impending danger?" "I truly did not perceive any threat from this individual," replied Venom, expressing his curiosity about the identity of the shadowy figure. "There are only a handful of superheroes capable of flight, and none among them don a black suit and cape." As the smoke gradually dissipated, Qian Zhilong discerned the figure's attire, particularly the prominent lightning bolt emblazoned on its chest. Goodness, how could Black Adam be here? This cannot be a mere coincidence. If the portrayal of Black Adam aligns with the comic book lore, then his power is undeniably formidable. Although Black Adam may not rival Superman, he certainly surpasses Shazam by a considerable margin. As the smoke dissipated, Black Adam swiftly took action, dispatching over 20 frenzied clowns in an instant. This scene left Qian Zhilong, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly astounded. Black Adam's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the clowns were subdued, their limbs rendered useless. To prevent them from disturbing the peace, he even took the considerate step of rendering them unconscious. With the targets neutralized, Black Adam began to tally the numbers. "Black Adam, why have you used up my bounty?" Shazam exclaimed, hovering in the air, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Black Adam, who was still on the ground, casually dealing with the incapacitated clowns. There was a hint of a sob in Shazam's voice as he spoke. Chapter 86, Spirits and Meatballs. Without even glancing at Shazam, Black Adam confirmed the count and brushed off the dust from his hands. This was promised to me by Superman. Since he summoned me to assist, he must provide me with a reward. If you have any grievances, take them up with Superman. There's no need for you to holler at me here. With that, Black Adam dismissed Shazam, swiftly pulling out his phone to dial a number. Upon realizing that this was sanctioned by Superman, Shazam quietly flew away. Qian Zhilong was completely unprepared for Black Adam's sudden arrival. He had previously taken the time to research Black Adam's records, but found no mention of him. However, observing Black Adam's demeanor, it seemed he was in dire need of funds. Was he leading a life akin to that of an ordinary person? In truth, many superheroes in this world share a similar fate. Initially, when they first don their capes, they are fervent about saving the world and combating crime. Yet, as time passes, they often grow weary of such a life, opting instead for a lifestyle that suits them better. Wolverine, for instance, stands as a quintessential example. He not only enjoys wealth but is also surrounded by beauty and boasts a vast fan base. Conversely, numerous supervillains once deemed their ambition to conquer the world and eradicate humanity a grand goal. However, as time wore on, they found it rather ludicrous. Thus, many supervillains have retired from their villainous pursuits, choosing instead to live as ordinary individuals. Black Adam is likely one of those who have been living an ordinary life. Had he not been invited, he probably would not have appeared here. Qian Zhilong had initially hoped that Shazam's sudden arrival could lead to a confrontation with Black Adam, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Wherever he existed, the notion of a superhero versus supervillain showdown, or even internal conflicts among superheroes, was rendered impossible. Since Black Adam showed no inclination to leave, Qian Zhilong dared not make a move. No one truly understood the nature of this world's Black Adam. If he were a ruthless individual, stepping out would be tantamount to courting death. Qian Zhilong certainly did not wish to encounter such a formidable opponent on his very first day as a superhero. Moreover, the commotion stirred by Black Adam had indeed attracted the attention of nearby shopkeepers and residents. Some of the bolder onlookers had already begun to capture the moment on their phones. Black Adam exhibited no malice towards those capturing his image. He simply donned his black hood, obscuring his face to the greatest extent possible to avoid revealing his identity. Which superhero is this? I have never encountered him before. Hush. Speak softly. Do not alert him. Have you not noticed that he has covered his face? Clearly, he wishes to keep his identity concealed. Quickly, shut the window. Though the murmurs of the two individuals were exceedingly quiet, Black Adam's hearing far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern their conversation with clarity. Numerous onlookers, upon witnessing Black Adam donning his hood, comprehended that they could no longer continue filming. Otherwise, they might jeopardize their very lives. In an environment teeming with superheroes and supervillains, the common folk are acutely aware that both parties despise having their identities unveiled. As soon as Black Adam covered his face, the spectators retracted their phones and closed the windows, daring not to gaze any longer. They feared inciting his wrath. If he were a superhero, there might be leniency. But if he were a potential supervillain, the consequences could be dire for their families. At that moment, a truck approached from a distance and halted before Black Adam. A slightly portly Caucasian emerged from it, inquiring, "Are you the one who called me about acquiring the Harley motorcycles?" Black Adam nodded, gesturing towards the scattered bikes. "How much can these fetch?" The portly man frowned upon recognizing the Harley motorcycles belonging to the Joker's gang, stating, "You must understand that acquiring these vehicles carries certain risks." "What sort of people are the Joker's gang? You should already be aware of their reputation." The portly man refrained from elaborating further, yet Qian Zhilong grasped his implication. It was not that he lacked the courage to accept the deal. Rather, he aimed to acquire the 20 or so Harley motorcycles at a meager price. Since Black Adam had managed to contact him, it was evident that he was not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not dare to negotiate with Black Adam. "Meatball, have you forgotten what Batman mentioned to us before we came here?" From his concealed vantage point, Qian Zhilong instantly recognized the name, understanding the identity of the individual before him. Subsequently, another figure, a black man adorned with a cowboy hat and denim jacket, descended from the vehicle. Upon observing his attire, Qian Zhilong immediately identified him as the Phantom. To be honest, initially, I found the Phantom's teleportation ability impressive. However, upon learning that it involved relocating his skeleton first, I deemed the skill rather trivial. If he encounters a formidable opponent who anticipates his position, it would be tantamount to exposing his vulnerability directly to them, akin to a scene from a movie where a saber-toothed tiger extracts a spine. Nevertheless, it seems that these two have also adopted a semblance of ordinary life. "Mr. Adam, we harbor no intentions of extortion. However, The threat posed by the Joker's gang is indeed considerable. The recovery of these vehicles will necessitate costs for repairs and the removal of any traces left by the Joker's gang before they can be sold. Thus, the acquisition price we offer is naturally lower than the standard recycling rate. If you can accept our terms, we shall proceed. If not, I can reach out to others on your behalf. The Phantom spoke with courtesy, keen to avoid any conflict with Black Adam, ensuring clarity in the matter. You may determine the price at your discretion. Black Adam understood well that items from the Joker's gang, when offered to ordinary individuals, would elicit reluctance, even at a reduced price, for fear of retaliatory actions from the Joker's men. Upon hearing this, the Phantom smiled. Meatball, load all these goods onto the truck. Meatball said nothing further, effortlessly lifting a Harley and tossing it onto the vehicle. The Phantom frowned at this. Be gentle. This bike is already troublesome to handle. And if you damage any parts further, it will fetch an even lower price. With a smile, the Phantom turned to Black Adam. Mr. Adam, since you are taking so many Harleys at once, you have spared me considerable trouble. Therefore, I offer you 2,000 for each Harley. What do you think? Qian Zhilong thought the Phantom was indeed audacious, attempting to acquire a Harley for only 2,000, 3,000, or else leave the motorcycles. Black Adam's tone was devoid of emotion. Chapter 87. A minor conflict between Shazam and Black Adam, faced with Black Adam's impassive expression. The Phantom could not help but break into a light sweat. He understood that, given Black Adam's power, should the latter truly decide to act, his chances of survival would be negligible. However, the price of 3,000 was indeed somewhat excessive. Currently, a second-hand Harley could only fetch around 6,000, and that was during favorable market conditions. Typically, they hovered around 5,000. After all, a new Harley ranges between 8,000 and 15,000. The Phantom swallowed hard and forced a smile. Mr. Adam, it is not that we are unwilling to offer this price, but should we acquire at such a rate, our profit margin would be exceedingly slim. I can offer you a maximum of 2,100. How does that sound? 2,800. Black Adam, still expressionless, stated another price. Qian Zhilong never anticipated witnessing a negotiation between Black Adam and the Phantom John. Such scenes were inconceivable in both film and comic narratives. Subsequently, the Phantom and Black Adam engaged in further discussions, ultimately settling on a price of 2,500 per unit. To preempt any further price fluctuations, the Phantom immediately produced the cash. During this time, Meatball had loaded all the Harleys onto the truck. After completing the transaction, the Phantom dared not linger, promptly getting into the vehicle and patting Meatball's belly. Let us move quickly. After the Phantom and Meatball departed, the police arrived on the scene. They produced a scanner to verify the identity of the Manic Joker and confirm the bounty, promptly issuing the reward to Black Adam. Typically, the disbursement of bounties does not occur with such alacrity. However, recently, in an effort to encourage superheroes to swiftly apprehend all the nefarious villains, the reward system has undergone modifications. Once the identity of the adversary is confirmed and they are thoroughly subdued, the bounty will be immediately credited. It is precisely due to this decision that superheroes have been operating with remarkable alacrity. Even individuals who are not particularly villainous but possess higher bounties have been captured to exchange for rewards. As for those petty criminals with bounties of just a few dollars, the superheroes hardly have the time to attend to them. For instance, a villain like Poison Ivy has a mere bounty of $15. Even Batman would not concern himself with her, for the tips he leaves while dining at a restaurant or enjoying a drink at a bar far exceed that amount. After the arriving police officers settled all expenses for Black Adam, they unceremoniously tossed the rampaging Jokers into the transport vehicle. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Black Adam, one of the officers remarked. Black Adam nodded at the credited amount, replying, the effort is truly yours. With that, he ascended into the air without further delay. Once both Black Adam and the police had departed, tranquility settled back over the street. The drunken individuals and addicts that had previously lingered nearby had vanished, leaving one to wonder where they had gone. Shall we continue this pursuit? Money Zhilong lamented. What more is there to pursue? Let's head back, he replied. Meanwhile, Shazam, who had left some time ago, found himself increasingly uncomfortable and perturbed. Why should I let that scoundrel Black Adam take my bounty target? No. I must secure at least half of the reward. That would be fair. With this determination, Shazam promptly turned around and soared back towards the direction of Black Adam, who was en route to the Justice League. Due to his unique status, Superman had not provided Black Adam with the exclusive communication device that every hero in the Justice League possessed. Thus, after completing each bounty task, Black Adam had to return to the Justice League to accept his next assignment. On his way to the Justice League headquarters, Black Adam serendipitously encountered Shazam, who had turned back in search of him. Upon seeing Shazam's return, Black Adam quickly discerned the latter's intentions. Black Adam, Shazam shouted. unable to contain his fury as he charged towards the one who had encroached upon his territory. In the face of Shazam's sudden assault, Black Adam remained remarkably composed, sidestepping at the very moment Shazam lunged. The enraged Shazam, having missed his target, became even more incensed. If you possess the skill, do not evade. Let us engage in a true contest. Shazam, after all, was still a child, and his words carried a childlike innocence. In response to Shazam's challenge, Black Adam merely shrugged, an action that only served to further ignite Shazam's fury. Since joining the Justice League, no one had dared to treat him with such nonchalance. And this apparent indifference only stoked the flames of Shazam's anger. Black Adam. This action rendered Shazam utterly irrational, prompting him to launch a frenzied barrage of attacks against Black Adam. Although their confrontation lacked the grandeur of Superman's battles, it swiftly captured the attention of several other superheroes. Those lacking sufficient power and unwilling to become embroiled in the conflict promptly reported the situation to the Justice League headquarters. Despite Shazam's relentless assault, Black Adam regarded him with indifference, effortlessly evading each strike. Enough, Shazam, he declared. There is no purpose in continuing this fight, no matter how fiercely you strike. The outcome remains unchanged. Your current abilities pale in comparison to my own, for your youth inhibits your mastery of the powers of the gods. Until you fully command that strength, you stand no chance against me. At this moment, Shazam was breathless, his prior fury having clouded his judgment. Resorting to brute force devoid of strategy, his grasp of divine abilities had dwindled to mere reliance on strength and speed, neglecting other forms of attack and tactics. This method of combat was one Black Adam found trivial, as he had no desire to quibble with a child, had he faced an opponent of equal might. Shazam would have surely sustained grave injuries. Do not underestimate me. I am no less formidable than you. Black Adam, shaking his head in exasperation at Shazam's demeanor, chose to ignore him and soared directly towards the Justice League headquarters. Just as Shazam prepared to chase after him, he was halted by a familiar voice. Shazam, enough. At the sound of this voice, Shazam turned slowly, his gaze falling upon Superman, who stood behind him. You were far too impulsive just now. Had Adam been more serious, you would already be in a hospital bed. I will not interfere excessively with your efforts to assist other superheroes, but I absolutely oppose your attempt to tackle the bounty alone. Do not forget the grave mistake you made last time, which nearly endangered many superheroes. Chapter 88. A bowl of noodles and memories. This admonition stirred within Shazam a troubling recollection. 2 years prior, in a moment of reckless mischief, he had introduced a peculiar laughing gas developed by the Joker into the Justice League headquarters. At the time, Shazam found the substance amusing, believing that inhaling just a small amount would induce ludicrous hallucinations, distorting faces into comical shapes. What Shazam failed to realize was that the reason the gas had such an effect on him was due to his divine protection, which shielded him from its influence. Finding the substance delightful, he distributed the laughing gas to several less powerful superheroes and staff members. However, these individuals lacked any divine protection. And while they initially found the distortions amusing, the true effects of the gas soon began to manifest among these ordinary people. The once comical transformation of faces into round and elongated shapes gradually morphed into something terrifying, leading those under the influence of nitrous oxide to perceive one another as monstrous beings that must be eradicated to restore their former ridiculous appearances. This chaos instigated the most significant upheaval since the inception of the Justice League. Fortunately, Superman and Batman arrived just in time to subdue those affected by the gas, although the incident resulted in the tragic loss of several ordinary staff members. Following this occurrence, Shazam became acutely aware of the magnitude of his misjudgment and willingly took on the responsibility of caring for the injured, compensating them and the families of the deceased with his earnings. Subsequently, Superman issued a strict prohibition against Shazam acting independently or procuring any dubious items. However, as many superheroes found themselves unable to contend with particularly formidable villains, they began seeking external assistance. Shazam, being the most available and powerful member of the Justice League, received the most invitations. With each invitation, Shazam's earnings increased, prompting him to indulge in purchasing bizarre items and even undertaking bounty missions. Although Superman refrained from issuing a ban upon learning of this, he invited Black Adam to help prevent a recurrence of the prior incident. Unexpectedly, on Black Adam's first day, a conflict arose between him and Shazam, something Superman had not anticipated. You may recall the circumstances. The Justice League headquarters is currently home to many superheroes. And to avert a repeat of the previous turmoil, I must enlist Black Adam's assistance. For now, you should remain compliant and focus on your games. Now, let us return to the Justice League. Upon hearing Superman's words, Shazam sighed dejectedly and obediently followed in his wake. As Qian Zhilong entered his home, he was greeted by a nauseatingly sweet voice, sending chills down his spine. It was late, and he urgently needed to sleep. At that moment, he had no desire to deal with the inebriated female Deadpool who had arrived at such an hour. Just by her voice, he could tell she was thoroughly intoxicated, reeking of alcohol, and the thought of cleaning up after her if she were to vomit was particularly off-putting. Can I just let her in? With no other option, Qian Zhilong reluctantly opened the door, finding the scene just as he had imagined. The female Deadpool was clutching a bottle of sake, completely inebriated and leaning against the doorframe. Her appearance disheveled and filthy. Couldn't you have gone home to change? He remarked, grimacing at the unpleasant odor, although the sight of her in such a state was exasperating. He could not simply leave her there. Thus, he hoisted her up and took her to the elevator, making their way downstairs. Downstairs lay the female Deadpool's residence. Although they had known each other for some time, this was Qian Zhilong's first visit to her home. After all, her abode was not a place one could easily enter. It could very well jeopardize one's safety. Fortunately, the door is equipped with an automatic recognition function that, upon scanning the woman's identity, opens effortlessly. As the door swung open, Qian Zhilong braced himself for the anticipated chaos of a cluttered living space and the overwhelming stench that would accompany it. This was his initial impression of the Deadpool's abode, filthy and disorderly. However, to his astonishment, the room was immaculate, perhaps excessively so. The living area contained only a sofa, a coffee table, and a large-screen television beside a gaming console. Qian Zhilong gently placed the female Deadpool on the sofa and took the sake from her hands. Remember this for next time. Avoid this dreadful domestic brew. If you wish to indulge, opt for the superior Maotai produced in China, which far surpasses this swill. Despite her inebriated state, the woman absorbed his words. Don't worry, darling. Next time I'll definitely choose the Maotai. But right now, I'm famished. Could you whip up something to eat? With a resigned shake of his head, Qian Zhilong made his way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered that the majority of its contents consisted of convenience foods. Fortunately, he found some pasta and ground meat, which allowed him to prepare a delightful Italian meat sauce pasta. Given the simplicity of the task, he quickly set a plate of the dish on the dining table. Here you go. Eat up. Once you're done, it's time for bed. The female Deadpool gazed at the bowl of pasta before her, a smile gracing her lips. Do you remember, darling? This was what you made for me the first time we met. Her words triggered a memory for Qian Zhilong. Recalling the day he moved into the apartment and, out of courtesy, visited each household. When he arrived at her door and found her absent, he left a small gift at the entrance. That evening, unexpectedly, she sought him out. Her attire had thrilled him, as he was quite fond of her quirky persona. Thus, when she appeared, he invited her in for a meal. At that time, his pantry was bare, so he prepared her a bowl of Italian meat sauce pasta. She had relished it, and their conversation flowed effortlessly, leading to her frequent visits thereafter. As their acquaintance deepened, her manner of addressing him evolved from Qian to friend, and eventually to affectionate terms such as darling and baby. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but he ultimately acquiesced to her whims, allowing her the freedom to call him as she pleased. Chapter 89. A connection with Taoism. The female Deadpool expertly wielded her chopsticks, lifting her mask halfway. Oh, the familiar taste. I've made this dish at home before, yet I can never replicate this flavor. Each individual possesses a unique mastery of technique and timing, which inevitably leads to variations in taste. As Qian Zhilong tidied up in the kitchen, he overheard her remark and promptly responded, all tidied up for you. In his usual fashion of self-love, Qian Zhilong turned around only to be confronted by a woman holding 2 desert eagles aimed directly at him. This startling scene left him momentarily taken aback. Have you truly had too much to drink today? Have you become so foolish as to not distinguish friend from foe? How dare you point a gun at me? In the past, Qian Zhilong would not have possessed such confidence, but circumstances had changed. He now bore venom within him. His body was enhanced, and having faced death once before, he felt utterly unperturbed. Get down. Upon hearing the female Deadpool's command, Qian Zhilong suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly dropped to the ground. The sound of gunfire erupted bang, 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 followed by a few more shots, as bullets pierced through the kitchen wall. Outside, there were sounds of something collapsing. All done, declared the female Deadpool as she holstered her weapon. Hearing her words, Qian Zhilong stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Next time you decide to fire your weapon, please give me a heads up. I thought you were too intoxicated to discern ally from adversary. Remember what I told you before? Excessive sake can impair your judgment. Drinking too much brings no benefits. The female Deadpool, savoring her plate of spaghetti, smiled slyly. Darling, I could never bring myself to harm you. Less than a minute later, security personnel from the apartment rushed to the scene, knocking on the Deadpool's door. Having finished her meal, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and stood up to answer. Upon opening the door, she found 3 security officers standing at her threshold. Miss Deadpool, we apologize for interrupting your rest. They did not harm you, did they? Those scoundrels could not possibly injure me. However, do make haste in disposing of their bodies. I do not wish to awaken to such sights tomorrow morning. The security personnel immediately stood at attention and saluted. Rest assured, Miss Deadpool, We will clean this area swiftly. And we will also ensure that your damaged wall is fully repaired. These security officers were well-versed in such procedures. Ever since the female Deadpool had moved into the building, they had encountered similar situations almost daily. Consequently, they were immensely grateful to her, and due to their considerable workload, their salaries were among the highest for security personnel at Stark Industries apartments. While typical security guards and other Stark properties earned just over $3,000 a month, these officers comfortably made $12,000. This figure did not account for bonuses and substantial allowances, which could elevate their earnings to $18,000. Should such unexpected incidents occur at night, they would also receive additional overtime pay, typically around $500. Let them escort you back. You will be safer with them around. Qian Zhilong glanced at the three security officers. No need. I can take the elevator myself. Exiting the Deadpool's residence, he was met with the sight of 4 or 5 assassins sprawled across the floor, all having met their demise in a similar manner, each with a bullet to the head. Qian Zhilong had never anticipated the formidable prowess of the female Deadpool in this world. Even without a clear target, she could effortlessly deliver a fatal shot. Although he voiced his concerns, he still had 2 security personnel escort him to his doorstep for added safety. Once Qian Zhilong entered his abode, the guards secured the door before departing. Those entrusted with security at Stark Industries, while appearing to be ordinary individuals, were predominantly lesser-known, yet capable superheroes. In addition to these heroes, there were also mutants whose abilities were not particularly remarkable. Stark Industries opted to employ such individuals primarily to mitigate any potential societal threats, and because their capabilities surpassed those of the average citizen. Consequently, they could handle criminal activities without necessitating police intervention, effectively resolving issues with ease. This unique security arrangement not only elevated the property values of the apartments managed by Stark Industries, but also augmented Iron Man's earnings. Upon returning home, Qian Zhilong was already fatigued. Venom, amuse yourself. I shall take my rest, he declared as he made his way to his room. Venom detached himself from Qian Zhilong and settled back onto the couch in the living room to continue playing the game. Just as Qian Zhilong reached the threshold, he paused and called out, Venom, should we not acquire some of these firearms for self-defense? Venom responded with disdain, what purpose do those serve? They are useless against petty thieves and ineffective against those with any real strength. Purchasing such items would only squander your money without yielding any benefit. Instead of wasting funds on those ineffectual weapons, it would be far more practical to buy me some food. Contemplating Venom's words, Qian Zhilong realized the validity of the sentiment. At present, he could easily pick up a stone from the roadside and utilize it as a projectile, rendering firearms unnecessary. With this thought, he succumbed to sleep, but soon felt a peculiar lightness in his body, and in an instant, he found himself within a Taoist temple. Have I ascended to immortality? He mused aloud. Not yet. My disciple, a familiar voice replied. Startled, Qian Zhilong scanned his surroundings, observing as the environment gradually became vivid and tangible. He soon discovered that he had once again returned to Wuzhuang Temple, standing before the Grand Hall, where the white-clad elder awaited him. Taoist, how did I end up here? Qian Zhilong inquired. The elder, beaming with delight, responded, It appears you are indeed destined to connect with our Taoist teachings. Despite the vast distance, you have managed to reach this place in a spiritual form, which signifies your remarkable suitability for cultivation. Today marks the first lesson for our novice disciples. Originally intended to be routine, yet your presence is an unexpected boon. However, your current strength is far too feeble to endure for long. It would be wise to return and rest adequately. With that, the elder waved his hand, and Qian Zhilong felt a sudden heaviness, jolting him awake to find that dawn had arrived. Chapter 90. A powerful soul at this moment in Hua country. The elder in white robes sat before the statue of the Taoist ancestor, slowly opening his eyes. What a pity, he remarked. Such a promising talent is not one of our own. Just then, the elder in yellow approached him. Master brother, what troubles you? Why the sudden lament? The elder in white stroked his beard thoughtfully. Do you recall that young man who departed through the portal last time? The elder in yellow nodded. Of course. He was exceptionally gifted, though he is not from Hua country. Why inquire about him now? The little fellow returned to our Taoist temple through his spirit, but alas, his spirit is far too weak. I feared for his safety, so I advised him to leave, the elder in white explained. The elder in yellow was taken aback. Master brother, you cannot be jesting. That is a journey of thousands of miles. The elder in white remained composed. Have you ever known me to jest? Seeing the serious expression on his master's face, the elder in yellow realized the gravity of the situation. Everything said was indeed true. If he possesses such talent, perhaps we should communicate with the higher authorities and bring him back directly. The elder in white shook his head. When the time is right, he will come to us. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of New York, Dr. Strange suddenly sensed a powerful soul returning from Hua country to America. However, this overwhelming sensation dissipated upon entering American territory. Despite immediately dispatching his own spirit to search, he found no trace. Doctor Strange was all too familiar with such sensations. He had experienced something similar when struck by the Ancient One. Yet, after attaining the status of Sorcerer Supreme, he had never felt it again until today, indicating that someone akin to him had manifested in America. Juan, if you hear this, come to me at once. Juan, who was enjoying a leisurely afternoon in the library with music playing and snacks in hand, was taken aback by Doctor Strange's summons. Truth be told, since they had arrived at the sanctum, the doctor seldom sought him out, as their lifestyles and social circles were vastly different. Aside from necessary interactions, they were typically occupied with their own affairs. Though filled with curiosity, Wong swiftly made his way to Doctor Strange's chamber. Doctor, what brings you to summon me so suddenly? Wong sensed that the doctor's urgency implied a matter of great importance, though he remained unaware of its nature. I just felt a powerful soul that flew from Hua country to America, only to vanish abruptly. You must understand, I have been in search of a suitable successor. And this sudden appearance of a formidable soul may very well be the ideal candidate, Doctor Strange revealed. Wong was astonished. If Doctor Strange were aging or had other reasons to seek a successor, it would be understandable. Yet, at present, the doctor was at the pinnacle of his power and capabilities, leaving no apparent reason to search for the next heir. Doctor, even though you sense that formidable presence, I would advise against pursuing it. You are still quite strong, and the Ancient One would not wish for you to relinquish your current position to another. Doctor Strange, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. Wong, I do not intend to abdicate just yet. As you are aware, the Supreme Sorcerer requires a successor to be nurtured, and my time in this role is limited. Therefore, I must find a suitable heir, and the powerful soul I just sensed is indeed the most fitting candidate. I do not wish to repeat the mistakes of the Ancient One. Had my own strength been sufficient at that time, perhaps the Ancient One would not have. Doctor Strange refrained from continuing on that topic, yet Wong understood the guilt that weighed upon him regarding the Ancient One. Following the events surrounding the Ancient One, Doctor Strange had been thoroughly preparing himself. In fact, he had been searching for an appropriate successor to cultivate for quite some time, but despite his efforts, he had yet to find a suitable individual. Now that he had finally encountered a fitting candidate, he was loath to let the opportunity slip away. Since you have expressed your intent so clearly, I will assist you in your search, though my hopes are not high, Wong replied. You are aware that the Taoist practitioners in Huagua possess considerable power, some even wield formidable strength without relying on gems. If they wish to conceal someone, it would be a trivial task, even across vast distances. Doctor Strange was well aware of the Taoist capabilities. During his previous interactions with them, he discovered that they could employ talismans and various tools to effortlessly unleash complex spells, and through the manipulation of talismans and symbols, they could enhance the potency of those spells. Upon leaving Huagua, the Taoists gifted Doctor Strange with books on talismans and symbols as a memento of their friendly exchange. Upon his return, Doctor Strange diligently dedicated himself to the study of these talismans and symbols, yet despite his efforts, he encountered no breakthroughs. It appeared as though these symbols were shielded by some inexplicable force, no matter what methods he employed. These talismans became nothing more than ordinary scraps of paper in his hands, utterly devoid of efficacy. Initially, Doctor Strange believed that his lack of mastery in his own cultivation hindered his ability to decipher the secrets of the talismans and symbols. However, he later realized that to wield these artifacts, one must possess the bloodline of the Yanhuang descendants. If the bloodline is impure or not of Yanhuang descent, it is utterly unusable. Doctor Strange initially presumed that the bloodline of the Yanhuang descendants was akin to the bloodlines of Western nations. Yet through historical study, he discerned that the Yanhuang descendants refer specifically to the lineage of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, great sovereigns of the Huaxia people, endowed with immense power, which lies dormant within their bloodline, awaiting activation to unleash its formidable strength. Thus, Doctor Strange has since harbored a singular notion: the next supreme sorcerer must possess the bloodline of the Yanhuang descendants. In this manner, one could harness the arcane arts of Taoism alongside the formidable powers of the supreme mage. The fusion of these two forces would undoubtedly give rise to an even more potent supreme mage. At that moment, seated upon his bed, Qian Zhilong felt as though the preceding events were both dreamlike and yet distinctly real. He was utterly perplexed as to why he would dream such a thing. Could it be that he possessed some latent talent for Taoist sorcery? If so, the prospect of becoming a purple-robed celestial master in the future seemed an enticing possibility. Chapter 91. The True Prison. In the subsequent days, Qian Zhilong embraced the life of a superhero, patrolling the streets. Each day presented him with encounters involving petty thieves and robbers. While he seldom faced significant peril, it was nevertheless quite gratifying to dispense justice upon these nefarious individuals. In stark contrast to Qian Zhilong's leisurely patrols, the Justice League headquarters remained in a perpetual state of readiness. With the increasing apprehension of supervillains, The super prison and Arkham Asylum had become focal points of concern. Even the White House was now under close scrutiny, since the president issued the order. Thor had been active in the vicinity, ensuring that he could swiftly capture Loki at a moment's notice. Superman, you ought to take a break. You have been tirelessly working for 5 consecutive days. If this continues, your body will surely falter, urged one of his comrades. Superman, massaging his temples as he surveyed the multitude of monitors, replied, I cannot afford to sleep. Should an emergency arise, I must be prepared to respond. Iron Man, standing beside him, offered a cup of coffee. You must rest. With Batman and me around, there is no need for concern. Superman took a sip from the cup. Very well. Even if I were to forego sleep for a month, my resilience would allow me to endure without significant consequences. What of the other superheroes? Rest assured, they are all lying in wait as per your directives, ready to spring into action at any moment. Recently, Superman, Iron Man, Batman, and the other superheroes had been executing their plans discreetly. On the surface, they were all engaged in delivering supervillains to the super prison and Arkham Asylum. However, unbeknownst to many, the truly formidable supervillains had been transported by Doctor Strange through a portal to a subterranean prison within Superman's Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic. In an effort to contain the most heinous supervillains, Superman had entrusted Iron Man with the renovation of the lowest level of the fortress. Iron Man, living up to expectations, had ingeniously combined Kryptonian technology with his own innovations to construct a solitary prison capable of housing nearly 1,000 inmates. Despite acquiring considerable knowledge of Kryptonian technology during this endeavor, Iron Man refrained from utilizing any of it afterward, out of respect for Superman. He understood that for humanity to thrive sustainably, it could not take shortcuts. All technological advancements must be approached incrementally, ensuring a solid foundation for progress, thus allowing humanity to journey far in the realm of scientific exploration. Within the confines of the White House, Mystique has assumed the role of a personal bodyguard to the president, vigilantly monitoring his every move, ever watchful for any deviation from his usual behavior. To facilitate the swift detection of any changes in the president, Thor entrusted Mystique with a small fragment, no larger than a fingernail. He informed her that this shard would react if Loki were in the vicinity. However, after accompanying the president for 3 to 4 days, the fragment remained inert, offering no indication of Loki's presence. Mystique felt that perhaps her proximity to the president was insufficient. She endeavored to remain as close as possible to him. Yet the shard still failed to respond. On one particular day, however, Mystique was startled to discover that the fragment had indeed reacted, albeit only fleetingly. As it emitted a glow, she observed the president accompanied by a throng of bodyguards and several high-ranking members of Congress heading towards the office. Among this group, Mystique was certain that one of them was Loki, but the crowd consisted of both men and women, making it impossible for her to ascertain his exact identity. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Loki could alter his appearance and gender at will, rendering her abilities insufficient to capture him. Having sensed Loki's presence, Mystique could not afford to delay in reporting the situation. Yet, as a bodyguard, exiting the White House was an impossibility. The only individual with the freedom to leave was a janitor responsible for disposing of the trash. Mystique discreetly retreated to the restroom, avoiding surveillance cameras, and found a secluded corner where she transformed into a janitor, retrieving a cleaning cart from the storage room and preparing to categorize and dispose of the collected refuse. Even the trash faced scrutiny upon leaving the White House. It would be inspected and scanned. Once cleared, the refuse would not be discarded in an external bin, but rather transported to a waste processing facility outside the White House, where it would undergo a second round of inspection to prevent any sensitive documents or items from being inadvertently discarded. Fortunately, this area was not affected by the White House's signal jammers, allowing her to transmit information. Mystique retrieved her mobile phone and swiftly composed a pre-prepared message, sending it without delay. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Justice League, Batman was intently monitoring the surveillance footage of the cell housing the Joker. In the monitoring room of Arkham Asylum, Thor and Wolverine sat together, having developed a strong camaraderie through their shared interests in physical fitness, drinking, and smoking. Thor eagerly invited Wolverine to sample his latest brew, crafted exclusively for him by a professional brewmaster. The alcohol content surpassed that of typical beers on the market, and its flavor was exceptionally delightful. Without hesitation, Thor seized the bottle, popped it open, and took a hearty swig. Upon first sip, a rich aroma of malt envelopes the senses, followed by a hint of alcohol. The overall flavor of this exquisite brew is truly remarkable. Wolverine, with a grin on his face, expresses his enjoyment. If you like it, feel free to come by my place for more. I'll have a few cases sent home for you to savor. Despite their shared passion for fine spirits, both individuals recognize the importance of moderation. And after sampling this singular bottle, they refrain from further indulgence. Although the beer boasts a high alcohol content, it is of little consequence to a seasoned drinker like Thor. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere shared by Thor and Wolverine in the monitoring room, Batman's presence exudes a palpable heaviness. Once he immerses himself in his work, Batman's demeanor and the surrounding atmosphere shift dramatically, prompting even Iron Man and Superman to consciously distance themselves from him during his serious moments. Chapter 92. The beaten Nightcrawler. Just as Superman reclined, his phone chimed with an urgent notification, a sound reserved for emergencies. Instantly alert, he reached for his device. Upon discovering that Mystique had located Loki, all traces of drowsiness vanished. Without hesitation, Superman dialed a number, and Thor, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Wolverine in the monitoring room, answered promptly. Hello. I received word of Loki's presence in the White House. The previously jovial Thor's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness upon hearing the news. Wolverine, who had been enjoying a cigar and wearing a smile, immediately sensed the weight of the situation reflected in Thor's visage. All right, I'll head back immediately. Thor stood and patted Wolverine on the shoulder. We shall continue this another time. Wolverine offered Thor a cigar for the road, which Thor graciously accepted, tucking it into his waist pouch. Within a minute of Thor's departure, the Flash arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, Patrolman Qian Zhilong found himself in high spirits. The area had seen no disturbances lately, with even petty thieves conspicuously absent. Perhaps the emergence of Black Adam had instilled a sense of security in the vicinity. Even the addicts dared not wander openly, opting instead to hide in alleys, avoiding the gaze of superheroes. It seems you're in quite the good mood today, remarked Qian Zhilong, a slight smile gracing his lips. Naturally, he replied. For a superhero, witnessing a tranquil area devoid of crime is the greatest reward. Venom, overhearing Qian Zhilong's boastful tone, interjected with a hint of disdain. Oh please. This territory falls under Spider-Man's jurisdiction. What does it have to do with you? Qian Zhilong waved a dismissive hand. That's not entirely accurate. Spider-Man ensures safety here during the day. Once night falls, the responsibility shifts to me. The current peace of the night can be attributed to my presence, after all. Faced with Qian Zhilong's current exuberant yet shameless remarks, Venom found himself at a loss for words and could only remain silent. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Venom's lack of response prompted a frown from Qian Zhilong. Don't remain silent. It's rather dull to have just the two of us on this street at night without a conversation. You should focus on your patrol. Perhaps an unexpected event will occur soon that could fulfill your dream of being a superhero. Upon hearing Venom's words, Qian Zhilong's face lit up with excitement. Do you sense something? Let me see where the danger lies. With that, he grasped the hilt of his sword, striking a pose as if ready to draw it at any moment. Seeing Qian Zhilong's reaction, Venom helplessly extended a portion of himself outward. Qian, could we perhaps temper our enthusiasm a bit? Although the streets are relatively empty tonight, your behavior may seem rather unusual to others. Qian Zhilong recognized that he had indeed been overly animated today. The past few days had been overly tranquil, and he had forgotten that this was the land of the free, America, where gunfights occurred daily. Without some form of chaos, one could hardly grasp the true essence and culture of America. Only through genuine street skirmishes and riots could one truly appreciate the reality of the nation, as opposed to the online portrayals of so-called freedom and democracy, which paled in comparison to the tangible experiences of violence and upheaval. Shut up, you blind fool. Mind your own business. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Zhilong immediately understood that something was amiss ahead and hurried toward the commotion. Discovering several ferocious clowns mercilessly beating a man clad in leather who lay on the ground. Recognizing the man's attire, Qian Zhilong quickly identified him as Daredevil. Truth be told, he was not surprised to see Daredevil being assaulted by these violent clowns. Daredevil's strength was, to be candid, rather limited. One could say he was merely an ordinary individual with heightened sensory abilities. While such capabilities could assist him in dealing with common criminals or robbers, they were of little use against genuinely formidable foes. Nonetheless, Daredevil steadfastly adhered to his sense of justice, emerging at night to combat evil despite his lack of physical prowess. While he may falter against powerful adversaries, he was more than capable of handling petty thieves. Enough is enough. What pleasure is there in bullying an ordinary person? If you have the guts, come and challenge me instead. Qian Zhilong could no longer bear to watch. If Daredevil continued to be beaten by the ferocious clowns, he would surely not survive the night. Despite Daredevil's limited strength, he was a commendable lawyer, and individuals like him should not be easily dispatched by these brutal clowns. The clowns, upon seeing someone step forward to halt their onslaught, expressed their displeasure. If you want to live, Scram, you have no business here today. Given Qian Zhilong's bizarre attire, the clowns were unable to discern his identity, and considering that many superheroes were currently apprehending supervillains, they chose to avoid provoking an opponent whose strength they could not ascertain. If you wish for me to depart, so be it. Release him, and I shall leave. Otherwise, today you shall all remain here. Several ferocious clowns gazed at the nearly lifeless Daredevil sprawled on the ground, unwilling to relent. Within the ranks of the clown gang exists an unwritten rule. Whoever manages to slay a superhero, whether individually or as a team, shall receive a substantial bounty and elevate their status within the gang. Faced with such an opportunity for advancement, these frenzied clowns had no intention of giving up. However, these raving clowns markedly differed from their more ordinary counterparts. While they exhibited a greater degree of insanity, it did not imply a lack of reason. The frenzied clowns scrutinized Qian Zhilong, eager to discern his true strength. Should he prove inadequate, they contemplated disposing of him alongside Daredevil. Observing their reluctance to respond, Qian Zhilong surmised their intentions. Since you have chosen to remain, then let it be so. As he spoke, Qian Zhilong reached into his pocket and extracted several coins, arcade tokens that, in his hands, transformed into bullets. With one token, he struck a pose reminiscent of the Cannon Sister, a gesture he had long desired to execute but previously lacked the requisite power. Now, however, the circumstances were entirely different. Chapter 93. The opportunity, snatched away. Oh no. We must leave immediately. Do not linger here. As Qian Zhilong prepared to act, Venom's urgent warning resonated, prompting him to suddenly retreat into a nearby alley to conceal himself. Just as he slipped into the shadows, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Damn it. Must it always be this way? Is it so difficult to combat crime? Qian Zhilong lamented inwardly, as his aspiration of becoming a true superhero was once again thwarted. If this continued, he would forever be denied the chance to realize his ambitions. After all, by virtue of his abilities, one like him would not be worthy of the title superhero without accomplishing something monumental. Daredevil, for instance, merely needed to act beyond his capabilities to earn such a designation. Yet Qian Zhilong's situation was different. His strength had increased, bolstered by Venom's presence. However, each time he attempted to confront formidable adversaries, others invariably intervened. Previously, Black Adam had interrupted him. This time, Qian Zhilong was determined to discover who had once again sabotaged his endeavors. In preparation for his superhero aspirations, he also gathered various gadgets and a portable medical kit, ensuring he was equipped to assess threats and aid the injured. Among the various items, there is a small prop, a folding periscope, which Qian Zhilong personally commissioned and assembled. Though it is compact, it serves as an ideal tool for observing the surroundings around corners. Despite having the means to acquire more advanced equipment, Qian Zhilong opted against it. While high-tech devices are indeed convenient, it is often the most rudimentary tools that prove to be the most reliable in extreme environments or when advanced technology is constrained. Through the periscope, Qian Zhilong once again glimpsed that shadowy figure. What the? Why is this Black Adam fellow here again? How impoverished must Black Adam be? Wherever the rampaging Joker appears, his presence is inevitable. However, the rampaging Jokers were no match for Black Adam, who swiftly dispatched them all. Black Adam then turned his gaze toward the nearly lifeless Nightwing, furrowing his brow. I presume this individual falls under your purview? Upon saying this, Black Adam directed his attention to Qian Zhilong's position. Qian Zhilong had anticipated this. Given Black Adam's strength, he must have noticed his presence long ago. Yet, his focus remained solely on the rampaging Jokers, seemingly indifferent to Qian Zhilong. Recognizing that further concealment was futile, Qian Zhilong stepped out from the shadows. Upon seeing Qian Zhilong's attire, Black Adam initially frowned but did not inquire further. This person is now your responsibility. He is gravely injured, and if not treated promptly, he may lose his life. However, rest assured, I shall testify that he was mortally wounded by these rampaging Jokers and succumbed despite your best efforts, absolving you of any blame. Hearing Black Adam's words, Qian Zhilong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Nightwing. To be honest, he was perplexed as to why the once vibrant hero found himself in such dire straits. However, now is not the time for contemplation. Nightwing's vital signs were rapidly declining, and if this continued, he might indeed perish here. Qian Zhilong retrieved the mobile phone issued by the Justice League to every official superhero from Nightwing's person and dialed the emergency number. While making the call, he also sent his location, hoping that the specialized personnel tasked with rescuing superheroes would arrive swiftly. Upon receiving the call, the Superhero Rescue Center mobilized its emergency medical team without delay. This is the guiding principle of the Superhero Rescue Center. Upon receiving a call for assistance from any designated superhero, emergency personnel will set out immediately, regardless of the severity of the injuries. Even without a specific location provided, they can ascertain the whereabouts of the distressed superhero through the phone's positioning. The swift responder for these urgent rescues is Quicksilver. Although his speed may not rival that of the Flash, it is more than adequate for aiding superheroes in need. After all, assigning a task of this nature to someone of the Flash's caliber would indeed be a misallocation of resources. During the period of waiting, Black Adam silently stood there. Qian Zhilong, unfamiliar with the character of Black Adam and knowing little of his personality, did not attempt to engage in conversation. Instead, he promptly retrieved a medical kit he carried and began administering basic treatment to Daredevil, ensuring that he would at least remain alive. Qian Zhilong was unconcerned about leaving fingerprints on the medical supplies, as he had worn gloves throughout the preparation of these items. He extracted a syringe of morphine from the kit and injected it into Daredevil's body. Upon approaching Daredevil, Qian Zhilong noticed that, despite being on the brink of death, he still retained consciousness. Having endured a brutal beating from a horde of frenzied clowns, Daredevil must have been in considerable pain, and morphine was indeed the most suitable remedy to alleviate it. After the injection, Daredevil's suffering was noticeably eased. "Thank you," he said, observing the pain etched on Daredevil's face. Qian Zhilong replied calmly, "Rest assured, I have already sent out a distress signal. It won't be long before help arrives. Now is not the time for gratitude. Conserving your strength is paramount." Daredevil, glancing at Qian Zhilong, who was clad in a flying fish suit and wearing a mask, gave a slight nod. Noticing that Daredevil was stable, Qian Zhilong then stood up, only to find that Black Adam had been watching his every move. "Thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, Daredevil would likely have perished," Black Adam stated. "You need not thank me. Had you not appeared in time, he would indeed have died," Qian Zhilong replied. "However, your attire is rather unique. It must belong to the Hua nation. I am somewhat acquainted with the superheroes of Hua, yet I have never encountered you before. Are you a newly minted superhero from Hua?" Qian Zhilong was taken aback by Black Adam's unexpected verbosity. Just as he was about to respond, Black Adam gestured for him to refrain from elaborating, saying, "There is no need for such discussion. I am merely curious." Chapter 94. The uprising begins upon hearing Black Adam's words. Qian Zhilong wore a smile, though internally he was not letting Black Adam off the hook. "What are you pretending for? Had it not been for my inability to contend with you, I would have challenged you." Within less than 3 minutes, Quicksilver swiftly arrived at the scene. To be honest, Qian Zhilong was somewhat astonished by Quicksilver's presence, as he had not anticipated him working here. However, it made sense considering that this world also had the Flash, rendering Quicksilver's role somewhat redundant. Quicksilver was not surprised to see Black Adam, but he did regard Qian Zhilong with mild curiosity. "Did you just become a superhero?" he asked directly. "Indeed, I have just recently donned the mantle of a superhero. I was patrolling when I chanced upon the injured Daredevil. Thankfully, both Black Adam and I intervened, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control." Quicksilver crouched down to examine Daredevil, discovering that he had already received a morphine injection, which had preserved his life. Fortunately, timely medical intervention was administered to him, allowing him to cling to life. As long as the helicopter arrived shortly for his rescue, it was unlikely that any serious harm would come to him. The half-conscious Daredevil, upon hearing that he would be fine, felt a weight lifted from his heart. He realized that without the timely assistance of Black Adam and the unknown superhero beside him, he might have perished today. Originally, he had come to conduct an investigation as per orders, only to unexpectedly encounter the rampaging Joker, who had inflicted severe injuries before he could even retaliate. After confirming Daredevil's safety, Quicksilver promptly seized the phone and dialed a series of numbers. The call rang only once before being answered. "Injured. Daredevil assailant. Rampaging Joker injury severity. Level rescue information. Rescuer Black Adam," after mentioning Black Adam's name. Quicksilver glanced at Qian Zhilong, urging him to reveal his superhero alias. Jinui. In truth, since Qian Zhilong began his journey as a superhero, he had been pondering a fitting name for himself but had yet to devise one. Since the opportunity arose today, he deemed this name most appropriate. Rescuers, Black Adam and Jinui. Once all was reported, the helicopter arrived at the scene, and 2 medical personnel descended to lift Daredevil onto a stretcher and board him onto the helicopter, which then departed. Meanwhile, the police had yet to arrive. And compared to the speed of the Superhero Rescue Center, the police response was considerably slower. From the moment Qian Zhilong made the call to Quicksilver and the helicopter's arrival, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. After watching Quicksilver and Daredevil leave, Qian Zhilong had no intention of lingering. "Well then, Black Adam, I bid you farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Black Adam merely nodded silently, offering no further words. "Seriously, is that all you can do?" Qian Zhilong could only grumble silently about Black Adam's demeanor, not daring to express his frustration outwardly. After walking a considerable distance, he let out a resigned sigh. "Alas, it seems my status as an ordinary bystander renders me incapable of becoming a true superhero. It always unfolds this way. Whenever I face a slightly formidable adversary, someone invariably intervenes. The last time it was Wonder Woman and Cheetah, and even now with the rampaging Joker. Had Black Adam not intervened, I am certain Shazam would have made an appearance to complicate matters. Why is it so arduous to be a superhero?" Venom consoled him from within, saying, "There will always be opportunities." Just as he finished speaking, the very addicts who had previously robbed Qian Zhilong reappeared before him, brandishing knives. Frustrated and in no mood to deal with these scoundrels, Qian Zhilong attempted to bypass them and head home. However, these persistent fiends seemed determined, relentlessly pursuing him. Faced with their unyielding antics, Qian Zhilong decided to show no mercy this time, swiftly dispatching them with a few well-placed punches and kicks. After all, when it comes to dealing with these ordinary individuals, Qian Zhilong hardly needs to expend much effort. A few casual moves could easily dispatch them, simultaneously serving as a warm-up exercise before sleep. However, with each step he takes, the atmosphere around him becomes increasingly unsettling. The once relatively open streets are now lined with a multitude of vagrants and addicts, all wielding steel pipes and various other weapons. Their unwavering gaze is fixated on Qian Zhilong, which fills him with discomfort. What is happening? Have recent patrols disturbed their rest, prompting them to conspire against him? Yet, he has merely been on patrol, and upon encountering them, he has not acted with hostility. Could this be a gang conflict? As Qian Zhilong contemplates this, the few addicts he had previously incapacitated come charging back at him. Observing their battered forms stumbling towards him, seeking revenge, he quickly realizes that the situation is not as simple as he had presumed. Just as these addicts begin their assault, the onlookers, vagrants and addicts alike, gradually encircle him. At that moment, Qian Zhilong notices the expressions on their faces, recognizing the fierce glint in their eyes paired with a disturbingly familiar smile. This smile is all too well known to him. It is the signature grin of a clown. Suddenly, an inkling of understanding dawns upon Qian Zhilong, though it remains merely a conjecture. Nonetheless, his immediate priority is to extricate himself from this predicament. Although these vagrants and addicts exhibit menacing glares and eerie smiles, their essence remains unchanged. They are still physically frail and incapable of posing a genuine threat to him. Seizing an opportunity, Qian Zhilong charges through the encirclement with brute force, sending one of the vagrants hurtling several meters away. Once free from their grasp, he swiftly vacates the area. He had hoped that upon leaving, conditions would improve. Yet the further he advances, the more frenzied the vagrants and addicts become, as they begin to vandalize parked cars and businesses lacking proper safeguards. This scene resembles the onset of a zombie film or a chaotic purge of humanity. Fortunately, these vagrants are unarmed, relying solely on makeshift weapons like wooden sticks and steel pipes to wreak havoc on their surroundings. Witnessing this chaos, Qian Zhilong does not hesitate, making a beeline for Chinatown, hoping the local business owners are safe. Chapter 95. Unity among the Chinese community. As Qian Zhilong arrives in Chinatown, he is taken aback by the sight before him. All the male proprietors have armed themselves with various firearms, gathering in the streets to establish a defensive line at all entrances of Chinatown using vehicles, trash bins, and other makeshift barricades. Meanwhile, the female proprietors maintain watch from rooftops, armed with sniper rifles, ever vigilant against encroaching addicts and vagrants. This rudimentary defense proves to be effective in providing a measure of protection. In an effort to foster unity among the community, an unknown individual crafted several red flags from cloth, which, upon sighting, instilled a sense of hope in the onlookers. The crowd surged into the streets, fervently participating in the defense of Chinatown. Witnessing this scene, Qian Zhilong felt a profound sense of gratification. It is imperative for the Chinese populace abroad to unite. Only through solidarity can they safeguard themselves against oppression. The current spectacle serves as a testament to their remarkable cohesion in foreign lands. As the Chinese residents of Chinatown confronted the encroaching homeless and addicts, nearby inhabitants hastily drove over, armed and ready to join the fray. They all recognized that this street represented the very essence of their community. Should it fall to those vagrants and degenerates, it would embolden not only them but also others, regardless of race, to encroach upon their territory. To avert such a dire eventuality, the Chinese naturally banded together to resist. Yet, even in the face of such formidable opposition, the homeless and addicts recklessly charged forth. The women stationed on the rooftops were not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing an impending breach of their defenses, they swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, a bullet pierced the arm of a homeless man attempting to breach the first line of defense. The first shot was followed by another. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the Chinese defenders initiated an assault on the encroaching vagrants and addicts. In contrast to their foreign counterparts, who might take a life without hesitation, the shopkeepers of Chinatown exhibited a degree of restraint. They aimed for the arms and legs of the homeless and addicts, rendering them incapacitated without delivering a fatal blow. However, Qian Zhilong perceived this leniency as a grave misjudgment. While the homeless might not retaliate, the addicts were entrenched in their depravity. Failing to eliminate them entirely could invite vengeance once they recovered. Even if they appeared to be under some form of influence now, it was uncertain whether they retained awareness. If they did, it would imply that they would remember today's events and seek retribution in the future. He urged all Chinese business owners, stating that while they could afford to show mercy towards the homeless, the same could not be said for the addicts. They must be dealt with decisively to prevent future retaliation. Dressed in the attire of the Imperial Guard, Qian Zhilong easily infiltrated Chinatown and vocally relayed his message. Those shopkeepers within earshot agreed with his reasoning, promptly seizing their radios to inform other defenders throughout the area. Upon receiving this intelligence, all the Chinese proprietors recognized the wisdom of his advice, rather than harboring a potential threat that could jeopardize their safety and that of their families. It was far wiser to eliminate it on the spot and preempt any future peril. Primarily, distinguishing between drug addicts and the homeless is rather straightforward. Most homeless individuals appear disheveled, their clothing soiled and malodorous. They frequently congregate near Chinatowns, rendering them familiar to the local business owners. In contrast, drug addicts tend to present themselves with a semblance of cleanliness, albeit their unsteady gait, a staggering walk often betraying their condition, with many appearing emaciated or haggard. Furthermore, Chinese proprietors have installed large searchlights on their rooftops, allowing for easy differentiation between addicts and the homeless. Some owners, resolute and decisive, immediately open fire upon recognizing an addict they previously targeted. The sound of gunfire echoes, and the wounded addicts are swiftly dealt with by the owners. Meanwhile, chaos begins to erupt in streets beyond the Chinatown, mirroring the solidarity found within the Latino community. The Latinos, in contrast to the Chinese, employ even more ruthless measures against those threatening them, resorting to gunfire without hesitation, leaving no chance for survival. Their deep-seated animosity towards white individuals further fuels their merciless actions. At this juncture, the police station has descended into pandemonium. Upon receiving emergency calls, officers rush to the scene, only to be met with a frenzied mob of homeless individuals and addicts who assault police vehicles with sticks and block their paths with their bodies. As the police cars become immobilized, the mob escalates their violence, smashing windows with iron rods and wooden clubs. Inside the vehicles, the officers tremble in fear, responding with gunfire. However, the shots fail to intimidate. Instead, they incite the mob's fervor, prompting maniacal laughter as they continue their rampage. Ultimately, the limited ammunition proves insufficient. As the windows shatter, the addicts and homeless individuals, driven by madness, drag the officers from their cars and beat them to death. Simultaneously, similar incidents unfold across various regions in America. When the police seek assistance from superheroes, they find all communication lines severed, rendering them unable to reach out for help. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Justice League is abuzz with a multitude of powerful superheroes, including the typically reclusive professor, who is present this time. Clearly, the apprehension of supervillains must have yielded significant success. Otherwise, Superman would not have summoned them all. I doubt it is merely a routine gathering. There must be something of great importance to announce. The assembled superheroes, much like ordinary individuals, engage in discussions regarding the purpose of their convergence. Notably, upon arrival, they discover that core figures such as Superman, Iron Man, and Batman are conspicuously absent. Chapter 96, The Mysterious Message. As the superheroes below engage in fervent discussions, Superman entered through the side door accompanied by Batman and Iron Man. The moment the trio made their entrance, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of superheroes present. After all, these three individuals stood as the most formidable representatives of their respective factions. Superman epitomized those endowed with innate extraordinary abilities, while Iron Man and Batman symbolized the pinnacle of technological prowess. Superman took his place at the head of the gathering and addressed the assembled heroes, stating that the majority had arrived, and thus he would elucidate the entire situation. Subsequently, he divulged the president's secret decree, along with the underlying conspiracies, to all present. The revelation left the superheroes utterly astounded, as they had never fathomed that the president's orders could be fabricated. Superman's audacity to disclose this information stemmed from the confirmation he received from Thor, which emboldened him to bring the matter to light. Following the message from Mystique, Thor had hastened to the Justice League headquarters. However, due to Thor's unique status, he could not directly enter the White House. His presence would inevitably alert Loki, who was concealed within its confines. Should Loki catch sight of Thor, he would undoubtedly realize that his scheme had been uncovered. To avoid alarming the adversary, Thor remained in the shadows, meticulously observing the situation. Fortunately, his patience bore fruit, as he confirmed that Loki had indeed been lurking within the White House, constantly altering his identity. Given Loki's inherent ability to deceive, regardless of whom he transformed into or where he manifested, the inhabitants of the White House perceived him as an integral part of their environment, including the lofty president, who would not suspect anything amiss regarding Loki's presence. It was precisely this talent that allowed Loki to thrive in such perilous surroundings with an air of ease. What shall we do next, Superman? Should we continue to apprehend the remaining supervillains, or await the Joker's implementation of his plan? One individual inquired, prompting a wave of questions from others who harbored similar uncertainties. The superheroes present possessed considerable power, and the supervillains they sought to capture were no less formidable. Should these villains unite in rebellion, even their combined strength would struggle to subdue the opposition. While Superman convened the meeting, widespread riots erupted across various states. The tumultuous crowds now comprised not only the homeless and addicts but also gang members and a few less powerful supervillains who had infiltrated the chaos. Seizing the opportunity presented by the upheaval, they engaged in looting, vandalism, and arson, leaving numerous luxury stores stripped bare. Initially, their intent was mere theft, however. An inexplicable influence soon escalated their actions to murder. The items they had previously seized were left abandoned, ignored by all. Although Qian Zhilong did not achieve superhero status through his fight against crime, aiding his compatriots by transporting ammunition provided him with a profound sense of accomplishment. After delivering the final batch of ammunition, the owner of the Northeast barbecue restaurant handed him a chilled bottle of cola, saying, "Brother, sit down and rest for a while. Even two adults struggle to move these ammunition boxes, yet you can carry several at once. You possess remarkable strength and attire. You must aspire to be a superhero, right?" Upon uttering these words, the barbecue owner immediately captured the attention of others engaged in casual conversation nearby. "Brother, do you truly wish to become a superhero? If so, could you sign your name for us in advance? It would be difficult to seek your autograph once you gain fame," one of them suggested. "Indeed, we are all compatriots. If you could sign for us now, we might profit from it when you become famous." Qian Zhilong chuckled as he accepted the cola from the owner. "We are all compatriots. A signature is no trouble at all. Should I truly become a renowned superhero, it will undoubtedly be in the vicinity of Chinatown, much like Spider-Man. However, I am curious about how you all learned of this situation ahead of time and began fortifying the entrance to the street." At this inquiry, several owners began to realize the gravity of the situation. "Did you not inform me?" one asked. "No, you told me," another exclaimed, pulling out their phone to display the message they had received, which indeed originated from another business owner. The surrounding proprietors revealed they had all received similar messages from various owners. Yet each of those who had sent messages insisted they had not disseminated such information and were unaware of any significant events about to transpire. The Northeast barbecue owner sensed something amiss and quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie to inquire about the source of this information. "Oldley, are you out of your mind? Wasn't this message sent by you?" "Yes, Oldley, the message I received was from you as well." With this confirmation, the barbecue owner realized that someone had exploited their identities to send messages to various Chinese business owners, and even ordinary Chinese citizens had received these notifications. To clarify that he was not the sender of this message, the Northeast owner disclosed the entire situation to everyone. Upon learning this, the group was left in utter shock. However, when they attempted to check their messages for confirmation, they discovered that the text had vanished. "What the hell? Where did the message go?" one owner exclaimed, prompting the others to quickly check their phones, only to find the prior alert regarding defense had disappeared. Qian Zhilong, witnessing the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the message, concluded that only two entities could execute such a feat, the government or Stark Industries. If it were Stark Industries engaging in such actions, the likelihood would be exceedingly low. There would be no advantage for them, and it might even alienate a segment of potential consumers. However, if the government were to undertake such measures, the benefits for the state would be substantial. The current president is an ardent white supremacist, adhering to the belief in white superiority and prioritization, considering all other racial groups as unworthy of being regarded as human. Chapter 97. We must not intervene at this moment. Qian Zhilong suddenly had an epiphany. "This is bad. We have been ensnared." As these words escaped his lips, the surrounding business owners looked at him in bewilderment. "Brother, what is wrong? How have we been ambushed?" A few astute proprietors started to grasp the implications. "He is correct. We have indeed been manipulated, possibly by the government." One individual connected the dots, and soon others comprehended the situation. "Damn it, I knew there wasn't a decent soul among the Americans." Even those who were slow to react began to understand. Their current actions were tantamount to inciting a riot, providing the government with justification to deploy forces for suppression, leading to an uncontrollable scenario. Even if the embassy intervened, resolution would be impossible. What shall we do now? Should we retreat home for defense? After all, American law stipulates that if someone intrudes into a private residence without the owner's consent, a counteraction is permissible. One of the owners smacked the back of another's head. "Are you foolish? With so many addicts, vagrants, and gang members around, do you think a few of us can handle them?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the struck individual understood that returning home would spell certain doom. A household would consist of at most 5 or 6 members, including children. Faced with these deranged vagrants and addicts, even with firearms, resistance would be challenging. Most of the weapons they possessed were semi-automatic, while they could unite against an external threat. Facing a large group individually rendered their arsenal inadequate. "I should have purchased more weapons earlier. With a sufficient supply, we wouldn't be so passive. Enough of this talk. Quickly inform your wives and children to secure their weapons and stay indoors, avoiding exposure. If what this brother has said is accurate, at least they can hide at home. And government agents will not storm in for a crackdown. We men may perish, but we must ensure our wives and children are not dragged into this." The barbecue restaurant owner spoke with righteous fervor, and the other proprietors nodded in agreement, promptly retrieving their phones to contact their families. However, upon attempting to use their devices, They discovered that the entire area was devoid of signal, rendering communication impossible. The owner of the barbecue restaurant in northeast China took out a walkie-talkie and declared, "Everyone, listen closely. Send your wives and children home immediately. They must not be involved in this matter. We may be set up." Upon hearing this, the others quickly sprang into action, instructing the woman with the sniper rifle upstairs to return home and safeguard the children, ensuring they remained out of sight. Meanwhile, some elderly relatives at home, upon learning of this plan, stepped forward to take the places of their daughters or daughters-in-law. Among them were several retired soldiers. One elderly man donned his military uniform from years past, adorning himself with medals as he stood before a mirror, having his granddaughter assist with his attire. His granddaughter asked, "Grandpa, is there anything amiss with my outfit?" With tears welling in her eyes, she replied, "Grandpa, everything is perfect. You still look as handsome and spirited as ever." The veteran, brimming with vitality, declared, "I did not allow these brutes to cross that line in the past, and I shall not permit it today." Afterward, he picked up the rifle beside him, saying, "My dear granddaughter, I entrust the family to you." She held back her tears, assuring him, "Grandpa, rest assured. Nothing will happen as long as I am home." Nodding in agreement, the veteran stepped out, joining the fight to protect Chinatown. Meanwhile, at the Justice League headquarters, Black Widow rushed into the conference room in a flurry. Aware that this matter could not be discussed in front of so many people, she approached Iron Man and relayed the unfolding events outside. Iron Man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you certain this is true?" Black Widow nodded affirmatively. "It is confirmed." Observing from the side, Superman noticed that Black Widow had not sought him out, but had gone directly to Iron Man. He used his super hearing to grasp the entire situation. Just as Iron Man was about to rise, Superman placed a hand on his shoulder to restrain him. Confused, Iron Man looked at Superman, who slowly shook his head and gestured towards an adjacent room. Understanding the unspoken message, Iron Man stood and moved to the side room while Superman remained seated, lowering his voice. "Batman, maintain order here. There's a situation outside that requires my and Iron Man's immediate attention." Batman nodded slightly, betraying no emotion. As Superman and Iron Man rose, they caught the attention of some other superheroes, but no one paid it much mind, given that Batman was still present. Upon entering the small conference room, Black Widow closed the door firmly. Iron Man, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Superman, what is your meaning? Do you not wish to intervene in this matter?" Superman, with a serious expression, replied, "Iron Man, I understand your concerns, but do not forget that we previously signed a non-interference treaty with the government. This treaty clearly states that unless the perpetrator is a supervillain or there is proof of supervillainy, we superheroes have no right to intervene. Such matters must be left to the military and police. At this point, it is unclear who is responsible, so we cannot intervene. If one were to intervene recklessly, the consequences would be well understood." Iron Man bellowed in fury, "Shall we simply stand idly by? We are the superheroes in the hearts of the people. If we do not act now, we will lose their trust." Superman, gazing at the furious Iron Man, replied, "Calm yourself. Captain America will handle this matter. It is not our place." Upon hearing Superman's words, Iron Man recalled that Captain America symbolized the military and the nation. The mere presence of Captain America in the tumultuous areas would instill hope in the beleaguered American citizens. "I trust that the authorities have already dispatched him to address the situation. We need only await news. Should it be confirmed that this incident involves nefarious villains, there will surely be an opportunity for us to intervene. Do not be anxious." Though Iron Man felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to heed Superman's counsel. Chapter 98. The true plan. At this moment, within Arkham Asylum, the Joker sat on his bed, fiddling with an object reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube. Recently, thanks to the special medication provided by Loki, his injuries had healed, but to deceive others, he still wrapped himself in bandages. This, however, did not hinder his normal activities. Since each time the Joker had his bandages changed, it was done by a nurse transformed by Loki, his rapid recovery had gone unnoticed. Although Loki's performance as the nurse had been somewhat excessive during the last change, fortunately, Steel Man had not detected anything amiss. "Huh. I imagine it is quite lively outside now." A meticulously dressed white male in a suit emerged from the shadows of the cell corner. "Indeed. It is far more animated than we anticipated. However, while your plan is flawless, it lacks significance. The president of your nation has similar intentions. He seeks to use this opportunity to eliminate a large segment of the lower class and incoming immigrants." Upon hearing this, the Joker's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "Ha! Splendid. Absolutely splendid. This is the outcome I desired. Earlier, I asked you to record the president's every word and action. Did you accomplish that?" Loki retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. "Everything you requested is on this device. Take a look for yourself." The Joker eagerly snatched the phone to view the videos. And upon seeing the content, his grin widened once more. The commands issued by the president were all influenced by laughing gas to prevent the plan from failing. The dosage of laughing gas had not been excessive, yet sufficient to sway the mind of an ordinary individual like the president, with Loki providing cover. Any inappropriate orders given by the president would go unnoticed. How intriguing. Even more so than I anticipated. It appears your earlier assertion was correct. I underestimated you, Mask. However, I also understand that for the mask to truly fulfill its potential, your presence is essential. Without you, even the most perfect mask would be incapable of issuing many unreasonable commands. The Joker observed numerous irrational commands in the video, noting that following the president's decree, there were individuals who opposed it. Yet, upon Loki's emergence, those who initially resisted began to acquiesce, such as Loki's power. The Joker understood that aligning himself with Loki would mean submitting to his whims, but he was not one to be easily manipulated. As the chaos escalated, the special police were deployed to restore order. However, the controlled vagrants and addicts disregarded these officers, launching attacks without hesitation. Prior to their arrival, the officers had been given the order to fire without reservation. Thus, when confronted by the advancing homeless and addicts, they immediately opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously as numerous rioters fell to the ground. It was expected that the gunfire would deter the addicts and vagrants, but to the officers' astonishment, instead of retreating, the chaos intensified. Faced with these frenzied assailants, even the special police found themselves outmatched. In the moments they reloaded their weapons, they were swiftly overwhelmed. The officers believed their gunfire would instill fear, yet without heavy weaponry, they were unprepared for the assailants' utter disregard for life, even in the face of death. Their comrades' demise did not deter their reckless charge. Some quick-thinking officers, witnessing their companions fall with no hope of rescue, hastily retreated to escape encirclement. Unfortunately, the inexperienced newcomers became mere casualties of the rioters. To survive, the officers sought refuge within the territories established by the Mexicans or African Americans. Yet these groups had no intention of offering assistance. Historically, the officers had often suppressed the Mexicans and African Americans, thus witnessing their plight. These communities were disinclined to extend a helping hand, instead observing as the rioters consumed the officers bit by bit, particularly in the areas controlled by African Americans. The sight of officers being overrun was met with cheers and gunfire. The African Americans harbored a deep-seated animosity towards whites. Seeing them in distress without delivering a final blow was already an act of mercy. Requesting their aid was a futile endeavor, as many in the African American community wished for the total demise of all whites. In contrast to the turmoil rampant in other neighborhoods, the Chinese district remained relatively unscathed. The number of vagrants and addicts was minimal, and most Chinese residents steered clear of drugs. Unlike the neighborhoods of African Americans and Mexicans, which had to defend against external rioters while contending with their own frenzied kin, the Chinese area was markedly more composed. "Mommy, will the soldier uncles come to save us?" A little girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old, nestled in her mother's arms, innocently posed the question that lingered in her heart. A mother cradles her young daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Were this in China, she would need not ponder, they would undoubtedly be rescued. And the men of her household would not confront the assailants with weapons in hand. Yet here, in America, not only would they not receive aid from the military, but they might also face lethal force from them. "Sweetheart, it's all right. When you wake from your nap, everything will be better," she reassures her child. Though uncertainty looms over whether they will survive the night, the streets outside are anything but tranquil. Though the number of addicts and homeless individuals in this Chinese enclave is relatively sparse, when an attack is initiated, their presence becomes alarmingly significant. Gunfire erupts intermittently throughout the neighborhood, a grim reminder that a defensive line is under siege. To prevent a breach, some business owners take to their pickups, patrolling nearby, rushing to provide support wherever needed to safeguard their perimeter. Meanwhile, the staff at the Chinese embassy are fraught with anxiety. They have never encountered such a dire situation. Even during previous riots, there were always superheroes to intervene. Hours have passed since the chaos began, yet no superheroes have arrived. And the dispatched special police and military presence is scant. Chapter 99. The Smash Snack Shop Brother, what is your strength like? To be honest, my capabilities are quite respectable. You witnessed my power just now, and that was merely a fraction of my true potential. If I were to unleash my full force, I could manage everything here. What are your thoughts? If you wish for this area to regain its safety, I can clear out those assailants outside in one fell swoop. However, I cannot guarantee that others will not follow. After all, my abilities are ultimately limited. This is not an exaggeration on Qian Zhilong's part. He indeed possesses such strength. And should he commit fully, these ineffectual thugs would stand no chance against him. The other business owners, upon hearing this, are visibly excited. "Brother, is this truly the case?" Qian Zhilong nods earnestly. A compatriot does not deceive another. I assure you that all I have said is true. In truth, he had already contemplated the idea of cleansing the surrounding area to ensure the safety of his fellow countrymen. In the past, He would never have dared to boast so boldly, but today is different, even if these owners remained silent. Qian Zhilong was prepared to seize an opportune moment to eliminate the threats in their vicinity. Brother, enough. I cannot allow you to take that risk. Our current task is to defend the Chinese enclave, preventing these assailants from breaching our defenses, while also ensuring the military does not mistake us for terrorists. The owner of the Northeast barbecue shop speaks nonchalantly, aware of American tendencies. Merely witnessing the unfolding scene could lead to the perception of a riot, irrespective of the truth. As everyone is now aware of the mindset of the American government, any favorable interpretation proves futile. The other proprietors, upon hearing the owner of the Northeast barbecue restaurant, found his reasoning quite compelling. Although Qian Zhilong donned a flying fish suit and a mask, the tone of his voice and certain mannerisms revealed that he was likely quite young, perhaps still a child. As a true man from the Northeast, how could one allow a child to venture into danger? Suddenly, amidst their casual conversation, a series of gunshots erupted from the street to their right. The continuous sound of gunfire instilled an immediate sense of tension among the crowd, for such sustained firing indicated an assault by a significant number of assailants. Otherwise, the gunfire would not have been so relentless. The owner of the Northeast barbecue restaurant swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie. "Oldly, how are things on your end? Respond quickly." His tone was laced with urgency, his grip on his weapon tightening instinctively. What could have happened to Oldly? Hurry and reply. The proprietors from other establishments also hurriedly inquired. Yet, there was no response from the other end, only the incessant sound of gunfire. "We cannot wait any longer. We must proceed immediately. They may be facing a danger they cannot handle," Qian Zhilong said, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the barbecue restaurant owner. "Leave this matter to me." The owner of the barbecue restaurant handed the walkie-talkie to Qian Zhilong. "If you encounter any insurmountable issues, contact us promptly." Qian Zhilong nodded as he took the walkie-talkie. "Rest assured, if there are any casualties, I will notify you at once." After acquiring the walkie-talkie, everyone witnessed Qian Zhilong rushing towards another street with astonishing speed. Regaining his composure, the owner of the Northeast barbecue restaurant also seized the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, do not panic. We have a Chinese superhero among us, and he is already on his way. Trust that Oldly and the others will remain safe." As soon as he spoke, the walkie-talkie buzzed incessantly with inquiries about the identity of the superhero, but the owner of the barbecue restaurant was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at those nearby. What would their reaction be if I revealed that his name is Genie Wei? The others exchanged glances. They might think we are jesting. Perhaps it is best to be straightforward. If we remain silent, it feels as though we are concealing something. The owner of the barbecue restaurant conceded this logic. Thus, he disclosed Qian Zhilong's heroic title. Upon hearing it, the walkie-talkie fell into an immediate silence. "Old Wu, you cannot be serious. How could he possibly be called Genie Wei?" "Indeed, Old Wu, this is hardly a time for jest." Meanwhile, en route to the target, Qian Zhilong heard the conversation and picked up the walkie-talkie. "What Boss Wu said is correct. I am indeed Genie Wei." The crowd, hearing a foreign voice acknowledge this title, confirmed that Boss Wu had not deceived them. When Qian Zhilong arrived at the Western District, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. The defenses of the Western sector had been breached, and all the Chinese shop owners had retreated to the second floor, armed and ready to fire upon the marauding thugs below. Witnessing this chaos, Qian Zhilong immediately seized the walkie-talkie, declaring, "The Western defenses have been compromised. The rioters have infiltrated. The shop owners here have retreated to the second floor to establish a defensive line. I intend to eliminate these intruders. You must urgently send reinforcements to rebuild our defenses." The Chinese proprietors stationed at other defense points, upon hearing this news, were not overly shocked. They had long warned that those thugs posed a latent threat previously. They had maintained a mutual non-aggression, but now they had become their most formidable adversary. There was no time for lamentation. They swiftly gathered the remaining materials to assist the Western District, knowing that if it fell, their own position would be untenable. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they loaded all unused supplies onto pickup trucks and headed towards the Western sector. As Qian Zhilong watched the rioters vandalizing the shops, his heart ached profoundly. After all, these establishments were where he regularly purchased snacks and seasonings. "I will annihilate them. How dare they vandalize my favorite snack shop?" Before Qian Zhilong could unleash his fury, the venom within him could no longer contain its wrath. "Kill them all. I shall use their corpses to honor my beloved snack shop. Only then can my heart's hatred be assuaged." With effortless resolve, Qian Zhilong uprooted a parking meter from the roadside. "Rest assured, I know precisely what to do without your prompting." Chapter 100. Qian Zhilong strikes. Grasping the parking meter, Qian Zhilong weighed it in his hand, confirmed its heft, and aimed it at a nearby thug, hurling it with precision. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the meter slicing through the air, it struck the intended target, sending the thug soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. This spectacle caught the attention of the Chinese shop owners on the second floor, who turned to see the source of the flying meteor. At that moment, Qian Zhilong noticed the figure clad in a dark uniform standing nearby. He called out to those on the rooftop, "Do not panic. I am here to rescue you. If you have a walkie-talkie, immediately report your safety to the others. They are quite worried about you." Upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, a man stationed on the second floor hurriedly searched for a walkie-talkie, only to realize it was not among his belongings. The others glanced around and similarly found no trace of the communication device. Recalling too late that they had neglected to bring it during their retreat, a grievous oversight indeed. Seeing their silence, Qian Zhilong surmised they must have lost the walkie-talkie. He shook his head in exasperation. "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." After Qian Zhilong finished his words, he saw several assailants rush directly towards him. Unfazed by their approach, he dispatched them effortlessly with a few well-placed punches and kicks. To prevent them from rising again, he incapacitated their legs, rendering them prone on the ground, thus slowing their movements. Yet, despite their shattered legs, these assailants continued to crawl forward, desperately attempting to launch another attack against him. Observing their tenacity, Qian Zhilong was immediately reminded of the zombies depicted in films. Their demeanor resembled that of the undead, seemingly devoid of pain, even with their legs broken. Their eyes remained filled with a frenzied bloodlust. Perhaps due to their suffering, the smiles at the corners of their mouths appeared increasingly sinister. "Do not hold back. If you wish to survive, take a bullet to the head. Otherwise, your ammunition will surely run out," Qian Zhilong commanded, all the while continuing to retrieve timers from the roadside. This time, he refrained from throwing the meter like a spear, as its area of effect was too limited. While effective against a single target, it was less than ideal for multiple foes. Rather than discarding the meter itself, it was the coins within that he sought. For in Qian Zhilong's capable hands, they transformed from mere coins into formidable ammunition. As he prepared his arsenal, a few reckless individuals brandishing weapons charged at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the coins at them. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air filled the space as the coins pierced through their bodies, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Witnessing the swift downfall of the attackers, a faint smile crept across Qian Zhilong's lips. "Why do I sense a thrill within you that seems out of place? Is this the true essence of who you are?" he mused, continuing to gather the coins. "Understand that my allegiance lies solely with my compatriots. The lives of others hold no significance for me. Moreover, they currently pose a threat to my people, which amplifies my resolve to show no mercy. As for the thrill I feel, it may stem from my disdain for these individuals. I acknowledge that among them are a few commendable souls, yet the majority are societal misfits. They contribute nothing to the advancement of our nation and instead serve as a source of instability. Besides them, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards other groups. And now that I have embarked on this path of violence, I shall not hesitate to address them as well." At that moment, Venom, having absorbed Qian Zhilong's words, sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiating from him, pure and untainted by guilt or trepidation. "Your actions no longer align with those of a superhero." Qian Zhilong grasped the coin in his hand and hurled it once more at the assailants. "I may not be a superhero, but I can certainly embody the spirit of my homeland," he exclaimed, laughter erupting from his lips as he unleashed a barrage of coins, akin to a storm of bullets, upon the group of thugs. Given the near-silenced nature of Qian's method of attack, which paled in comparison to the firearms wielded by the local Chinese bosses, his actions went largely unnoticed despite the numerous assailants he felled. Even when a few of the thugs recognized his presence, Qian offered them no opportunity to retaliate, swiftly dispatching them with a coin that pierced through their bodies. As a result of Qian's intervention, the pressure on the Chinese boss stationed on the second floor significantly diminished, and the rioters vandalizing the shop soon realized something was amiss. However, it was too late. Qian had amassed a sufficient supply of coins, which were soon to be transformed into projectiles that would pierce through the thugs. Just as Qian prepared to strike again, a flash of red zipped past him. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Qian halted his actions, understanding that with Spider-Man in the fray, his intervention was no longer necessary. With remarkable decisiveness, Spider-Man joined the battle, his web striking the thugs squarely in the face, rendering them incapacitated. The sudden appearance of Spider-Man shifted the focus of the previously aggressive rioters, who had been vandalizing the shops. Typically, these thugs felt a measure of fear when confronted by Spider-Man, avoiding direct conflict. Yet, in this instance, not only did they exhibit no trepidation, but the glint in their eyes suggested an unnerving excitement at the sight of him. Armed with clubs and grinning with bloodthirsty delight, they launched a coordinated assault on Spider-Man. Undeterred by their aggression, Spider-Man maintained his composure, skillfully dispatching the nearest assailants with his webs before propelling himself into the air, where he deftly regained his footing to counterattack. Chapter 101. The deployment of the troops. Observing Spider-Man's flawless aerial maneuvers filled Qian Zhilong with envy. Truly, the little spider possessed remarkable agility. It was precisely this nimbleness that allowed him to navigate through the onslaught of thugs unscathed. Meanwhile, The Chinese boss on the second floor breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Spider-Man's arrival. At last, we are secure, as long as Spider-Man is here. We are momentarily out of danger. After uttering these words, Lally immediately began searching for the walkie-talkie. Relieved to find it merely dropped at the rooftop entrance and not forgotten below. In contrast to Lao Li's fortune, the other Chinese individuals were not as lucky. After all, not everyone possessed a walkie-talkie, and those few who did had inadvertently left theirs behind when evacuating to the second floor. Consequently, Lao Li was the sole individual in the entire Western District still in possession of a walkie-talkie. Upon receiving the walkie-talkie, Lao Li immediately commenced communication with other Chinese proprietors to report the current situation. Greetings, everyone. This is Lao Li. We find ourselves in a remarkably secure position here. Although our defenses have been breached, 2 superheroes have arrived just in time, and fortunately, we have suffered no casualties. Meanwhile, many Chinese individuals were anxiously concerned about the conditions in the Western District. Upon hearing Lao Li's message, their apprehension began to dissipate. Lao Li, it is a relief to hear that you are unharmed. We were truly frightened when we could not reach you. We did send a superhero to assist you, but we only dispatched one. Who was the other? Lao Li cast a glance at Spider-Man, who was engaged in combat, and the curious Jean Yiwei standing nearby. The other is Spider-Man. Currently, Spider-Man was entangled with the assailants, yet he managed these adversaries with admirable ease. Upon hearing of Spider-Man's arrival, the owner of the Northeastern barbecue shop immediately recognized their newfound safety. The proprietors of the Chinese establishments understood, well, that while other superheroes might be unreliable, Spider-Man was among the most trustworthy. Qian, are you certain you do not wish to take cover? Qian Zhilong shrugged. There is no need. Once Spider-Man arrives, he will see me. Hiding now would be futile. Eventually, we would meet anyway, and today presents a fitting opportunity. Enough of this spectacle. We must take action. With that, Qian Zhilong seized a coin once more and hurled it at the assailants. Observing this gesture, Spider-Man, midair, could not help but give Qian a thumbs up. In return, Qian acknowledged Spider-Man with a similar gesture. Though they exchanged no words, each understood the other's sentiment. However, despite Spider-Man's agility, the number of assailants continued to swell. This time, it was not only the African Americans but also some Mexicans and gang members mingling among them. The weaponry wielded by these gang members was significantly more formidable than that of the average thug. Upon spotting Spider-Man, they wasted no time in opening fire. With a cacophony of gunfire echoing, Spider-Man's nimbleness allowed him to evade the incoming bullets effortlessly, aided by his spider sense. Observing the gunfire from their vantage point on the second floor, the Chinese owners swiftly armed themselves to retaliate. They did not want Spider-Man to sustain injuries while aiding them. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the gunman promptly. Fortunately, these owners regularly practiced at shooting ranges, and their marksmanship proved commendable. Each took aim and swiftly dispatched their targets. With the gunman neutralized, Spider-Man's resolve strengthened. Qian Zhilong recognized that if the situation continued to deteriorate, the gathering assailants would only multiply, jeopardizing not just the west side, but potentially other areas as well. However, the sheer volume of adversaries quickly depleted Spider-Man's web shooters, leaving him no choice but to engage in close-quarters combat with the thugs. Due to the absence of the web-slinging enhancements, Spider-Man's agility in confronting these thugs was markedly diminished compared to before. Fortunately, Qian Zhilong remained at a distance, providing support by skillfully using coins to eliminate threats targeting Spider-Man. Similarly, the Chinese proprietor stationed on the second floor lent his assistance. Although they refrained from shooting the thugs surrounding Spider-Man, they left no distant target unscathed, striving to prevent the thugs from gathering further. As Qian Zhilong dealt with the thugs, the Chinese proprietor, along with others who had rushed to the scene, converged, bringing with them an abundance of supplies intended for constructing a defensive line. Their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing the carnage inflicted upon the thugs and the devastation of the shops. Despite their shock at the unfolding scene, they remained resolute in their purpose, promptly directing a nearby delivery truck to the intersection to block the road. Fortunately, during the skirmish with the thugs, none had fallen in the middle of the street. Otherwise, the sight would have been excessively gruesome. The driver of the delivery truck exhibited remarkable bravery and precision, skillfully maneuvering to avoid the bodies and executing a drift that perfectly positioned the truck at the entrance. Other Chinese proprietors, witnessing this display, hastened to fill the gaps using refrigerators and washing machines delivered earlier. They then bound and welded additional materials to fortify the newly established defensive line. Soon, the breached barricade was restored. Nevertheless, the vigilant Chinese proprietors stationed there remained on high alert. In stark contrast to the relative calm of Chinatown, other neighborhoods, particularly the African American community, were engulfed in chaos. This area had been among the first to witness military intervention, as a substantial contingent of armed soldiers advanced toward the community, indiscriminately firing upon any thugs they encountered. As the American soldiers subdued the thugs, The loudspeakers in their vehicles broadcast warnings. Attention all residents, please secure your doors, stay away from windows, and do not open your doors to anyone to avoid unnecessary harm. The military is currently suppressing these terrorists. There is no cause for alarm. This message played repeatedly, ensuring that genuine American citizens would not fall victim to friendly fire. All who heard the announcement complied with military directives, retreating from doors and windows, arming themselves, and seeking refuge in basements or windowless rooms to safeguard themselves from the mayhem. Chapter 102. The Joker escapes just as the Chinese proprietors completed the fortification of their defensive line. Spider-Man successfully dispatched the remaining thugs. One of the proprietors approached Spider-Man. Expressing gratitude, "Thank you for your assistance, Spider-Man." The hero humbly replied, "As the guardian of this city, it is my duty to help." Meanwhile, several proprietors who were closer to Qian Zhilong quickly gathered around him, saying, "Thanks, brother." Qian Zhilong responded warmly, "We are all family here." There is no need for such formality. A boss, upon hearing Qian Zhilong's words, wore a smile, remarking that it was indeed more comfortable dealing with one's own kind. As Qian Zhilong engaged in casual conversation with these Chinese entrepreneurs, Spider-Man made his entrance. Upon seeing Spider-Man, the entrepreneurs, displaying their astuteness, promptly took their leave. "Brother, whenever this matter passes, you are always welcome here." After the departure of the entrepreneurs, Spider-Man, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Is this our first encounter? Are you a new superhero?" "Indeed, I have just recently become a superhero, a member of the Imperial Guard. I never anticipated that my debut as a superhero would involve fighting alongside Spider-Man. It is truly an honor." Since Qian Zhilong utilized a voice modulator, he was completely unconcerned about being recognized by Spider-Man. "It is equally my privilege to collaborate with a newcomer possessing a sense of justice. However, I cannot linger here, for there are other places that require my attention. You must understand, this situation is not as straightforward as it appears." With that, Spider-Man swiftly departed. Although Spider-Man's web shooters had run dry, his acrobatic skills still allowed him to navigate the rooftops with ease. Watching Spider-Man's retreating figure, Qian Zhilong began to ponder deeply over the words Spider-Man had spoken. As Qian Zhilong's gaze fell upon a corpse on the ground, he instantly grasped the meaning behind Spider-Man's statement. The chaos surrounding him had escalated dramatically. However, the rioters consisted solely of addicts, homeless individuals, and gang members, with no sign of the Joker's crew. Logically, in such a tumultuous scene, members of the Joker's gang would be conspicuously absent. The absence of the Joker's crew among the chaos indicated that this matter was undoubtedly more complex than it seemed. Meanwhile, within Arkham Asylum, the Hulk, Thor, Superman, and Batman had descended to the lowest level. As they stood before the Joker's cell, the Hulk, displaying no patience for the guard's delay, forcefully kicked open the 30-centimeter thick cell door. The door crashed heavily against the wall of the cell. Fortunately, the Joker's bed was positioned further inside. Had it been near the entrance, this formidable door, while not lethal, would have severely injured him once more. "Hulk, perhaps you could consider our possession of the key before resorting to such violence next time. Repairing this door will be quite a hassle," Batman remarked, feeling powerless against the Hulk's impulsiveness. Upon hearing Batman's words, the Hulk sheepishly scratched his head and stepped aside. Superman and Thor entered the cell first. Discovering the Joker reclining leisurely on his bed, seemingly unconcerned about the earlier events. "Joker, let us discuss whether this matter pertains to you." The Joker, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube, sat up. "As you can see, I have remained in this cell. I have not ventured anywhere. Anything occurring outside bears no relation to me. If you seek my assistance with external affairs, you have come to the wrong individual." Thor gazed at the Joker, stating, "I am aware that this matter does not stem from you. However, it must be connected to my brother." Upon hearing Thor's words, the Joker scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, "You are that fellow's brother." This revelation confirmed Thor's suspicions. Loki had not only interacted with the Joker but likely maintained frequent contact, for otherwise, the Joker would not possess such knowledge. Thor understood all too well that Loki harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. It was evident that Loki would never divulge his fraternal ties to someone he hardly knew. There was no doubt left. The Joker was not the orchestrator of this mischief. It was Loki at play. Clearly, Arkham Asylum was not as secure as it appeared. Upon Thor's pronouncement, Superman and Batman grasped the implication. Despite the Joker's confinement, Loki had indeed been in contact with him. They recalled the nurse who had administered his medication and the guard who had delivered his meals. Confronted with Loki's capricious ability to alter his appearance and manipulate minds, it posed a formidable challenge. It was not merely the ordinary guards or mutants who were at risk. Even superheroes might find themselves defenseless against such sorcery. After all, Loki wielded divine power, rendering his transformations and illusions exceedingly difficult to discern, even for Superman. With that, Thor approached the Joker, raising his mighty hammer. Before anyone could react, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. The scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Superman, poised to intervene, was a fraction too late when the lightning struck the Joker's visage. The anticipated sight of the Joker's demise did not materialize. Instead, a mask slipped away from his face. As the mask fell, they realized that the individual seated on the bed, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube, was not the Joker, but a mere member of his gang. How could this be? Batman could scarcely believe that the figure before him was not the Joker, but an ordinary member of the Joker's crew. In a fit of rage, Batman stormed over to the gang member, seizing him and demanding, "Where's the Joker?" The disguised gang member merely responded with a sinister grin. Sensing something amiss, Batman hurled the imposter into the corner, wrapping his cape around himself and Thor for protection. With a deafening explosion, the gang member was obliterated on the spot. Fortunately, Batman had acted swiftly, shielding them from the splatter of blood with his cape. Thor turned to Batman, who had protected him, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Superman, displaying remarkable reflexes, had also recognized the danger and swiftly retreated to safety outside the door. Batman shook his cape and reassured, "It's nothing." He then approached the remains of the gang member, crouching down to search the body, and indeed found an envelope tucked away in the deceased's pocket. The envelope bore a message written in lipstick, "To my dearest Batman," accompanied by a heart. Frowning at the envelope, Batman opened it, only to discover a large portrait of the Joker's grotesque face within. Chapter 103. The nation-stained Superman approached Batman and beheld the envelope along with its contents, unmistakably the hallmark of the Joker. The recent explosion had also alerted Wolverine in the monitoring room, as well as Storm and Colossus who were patrolling the corridors. Given the proximity of the Joker's cell to Wolverine's monitoring station, he hastened to the scene without delay. Upon entering the cell, Wolverine surveyed the surroundings and immediately recognized the lifeless body of a Joker henchman in the corner, realizing that the true Joker had once again orchestrated a successful escape. How could this be possible? I have been monitoring the surveillance daily, never witnessing anyone other than the nurse exiting the premises. Most importantly, Storm and Colossus had maintained a nearly continuous patrol of this cell. How could such a breach occur? Why? Why has he managed to slip away again? Superman placed a reassuring hand on Wolverine's shoulder. "Wolverine, there is no need for such agitation. This incident is not your fault. I am aware of your unwavering diligence. But you must consider that your adversary is allied with a deity." Wolverine was taken aback by Superman's words. At that moment, Colossus and Storm arrived at the cell door. And upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they too came to the grim realization that the Joker had escaped. This cannot be. During my patrols, I always peered through the small window, and he was clearly seated on his bed, fiddling with that cube. Even when the nurse departed, I ensured that the female guard conducted a thorough search of her. How could he have evaded capture? Colossus struggled to comprehend the situation. The Joker had seemingly vanished right under their noses without alerting anyone. Had it not been for Superman's arrival, Colossus would have remained oblivious to the Joker's escape. Thor, observing the group's distress, stepped forward to elucidate Loki's capabilities to those present. Upon hearing Thor's explanation, Wolverine and the others began to grasp the nature of the entity accompanying the Joker. Thus, I assert that you need not blame yourselves. When faced with an individual of divine power, even I could be deceived. This was a truth that Superman reluctantly acknowledged. Loki's skill in disguise and manipulation was indeed formidable. He could surreptitiously introduce a member of the Joker's gang and just as stealthily escort the Joker away. If this facility had not been heavily fortified, such feats might be conceivable. Yet with the presence of additional mutants and stringent checks by the guards, the failure to detect any anomalies only underscored Loki's might. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, states began dispatching military forces to quell the uprising. To prevent the details of this incident from leaking, the military employed a powerful disruption device developed by Stark Industries. Once activated, this device rendered all electronic products within a 5-kilometer radius inoperative. Those affected found themselves unable to power on their devices, and even if they managed to start them, normal functionality was rendered impossible. With the soldier suppression, the rioters were swiftly dispersed. Even though a few fearless individuals wished to fight to the bitter end, they were swiftly executed by the soldiers before they could even make a move. All the military personnel had received orders prior to their deployment, indicating that there was no need to leave any of these rioters alive. They could simply open fire. Most of these American soldiers were white, adhering to a doctrine of white supremacy, showing no mercy when eliminating those of Asian and African descent. Some even bore expressions of exhilaration on their faces. At this moment, in the Chinese district, Qian Zhilong was assisting in clearing the corpses from the ground. In a moment, I will move these bodies to an isolated corner. You see if you can manage to consume them, he said. The venom within Qian Zhilong, upon hearing his words, could not help but swallow. I have been waiting for you to say that. Do not worry, I will find an opportunity to devour them all. The venom was pleasantly surprised to have the chance for a banquet today. Qian Zhilong discarded all the bodies into an old, dilapidated truck. After a brief count, He estimated that he had cleared around 60 or 70 corpses, and this was merely the quantity he had managed alone. If one were to include the efforts of the other Chinese proprietors, the total would exceed 100. Once the bodies were cleared, the Chinese owner produced a wrench and opened a nearby fire hydrant, washing the street to eliminate the residual blood and other remnants as thoroughly as possible. After all, it was still summer, and if these substances lingered too long in the open, they would inevitably emit a foul stench. At this juncture, the owner of the Northeast barbecue shop arrived, noting that after dawn, many of the rioters had retreated, and those remaining posed no significant threat. "Brother, thank you for your hard work. I arranged for a few restaurants to prepare breakfast for everyone," he said, handing boxes of food to Qian Zhilong. He then urged others to come quickly to receive their meals, for many had been on guard throughout the night and were indeed quite hungry. Although the atmosphere was not conducive to dining, one could still eat within the confines of a room, provided it was out of sight. Qian Zhilong accepted a box of food, saying, "Thank you." The Northeast barbecue shop owner smiled, replying, "What are you thanking us for? We ought to be grateful to you. Without your efforts, the West Side would have been lost." With the dawn breaking, many rioters had withdrawn, allowing them a moment to breathe easier. The owner continued distributing the boxes of food, encouraging everyone to come forth and collect their meals. After eating, they would hold their positions a little longer. And once the military arrived, they would be comparatively more at ease. Meanwhile, within the premises of the Chinese embassy, staff members, utilizing a specialized communication device provided by their country, finally established contact with the internal authorities of China, promptly reporting the situation to the higher echelons. Upon learning of the circumstances, the Chinese leadership immediately reached out to the American government, urging them to ensure the safety of the Chinese nationals. Should they fail to guarantee their safety, China expressed its willingness to dispatch personnel personally. The senior officials in America, upon hearing the news, felt a chill run down their spines. For some time, there had been no significant conflict between America and China, especially after China acquired the Sentinel armor, which had further heightened America's wariness. Observing China's resolute stance, America assured that no harm would come to the Chinese citizens residing in the States. Although America boasted formidable superheroes, China possessed certain capabilities unknown to them. Not to mention, the practitioners of Taoism alone were enough to give America a run for their money. Chapter 104, Laughing Gas. As the military was in the process of clearing out the rioters, they suddenly received orders from above. No harm was to be inflicted upon the Chinese community in Chinatown. Once this command was issued, the American troops understood the gravity of the situation. While dealing with the rioters, they took great care to avoid injuring any Chinese individuals. After having breakfast, everyone resumed their duties, returning to their posts while remaining vigilant for any potential assaults on the defensive lines. Perhaps it was due to the daylight that the effects of the drugs had worn off for the rioters. Those attempting to breach the lines were few, and most appeared in a dazed state. The rioters who retained some semblance of awareness either retreated to the sidewalks or moved towards the African-American community. They likely realized the gravity of their actions from the previous night. If they did not leave now, they would have no chance to escape once the military or police arrived. Even those who regained their senses and wished to flee found their bodies uncooperative. Having consumed a significant amount of drugs and sustained injuries, their movements were painfully slow. Those who had indulged excessively were rendered nearly incapacitated, struggling to move even an inch. From a vantage point, a Chinese business owner observed this scene and immediately reported the situation. Meanwhile, the superheroes at the Justice League headquarters learned of the news as dawn broke. However, most of the superheroes displayed little emotion, for they understood that upon joining the Justice League, they had signed a contract with the government. This contract stipulated that in the event of widespread riots, unless there was a clear indication of supervillain involvement, they were strictly prohibited from intervening. The less powerful superheroes, even if they attempted to intervene, could only manage minor conflicts and lacked the ability to affect the larger situation. What can we do? We find ourselves powerless. Even Superman and Iron Man are at a loss. These matters are beyond our jurisdiction. Having chosen to sign the contract, we have implicitly endorsed the government's stance. Now, it would be wise to reach out to our family and friends, advising them to stay indoors, as this situation will likely resolve itself soon. Upon hearing this, the others agreed, promptly taking out their Justice League phones to message their loved ones. The superheroes present typically carried 2 phones, one designated for Justice League communications and the other for personal use. Last night, amidst such significant events, the absence of notifications on personal mobile devices serves as compelling evidence that the signals have been deliberately suppressed. Communicating with the outside world via ordinary mobile phones is evidently impossible. At this juncture, however, the devices issued by the Justice League function without hindrance. The exclusive communication method employed by the Justice League relies on a dedicated satellite signal provided by Stark himself, thus remaining impervious to interference. Having escaped from Arkham Asylum, The Joker returned to the dilapidated castle of the amusement park. Surrounded by the familiarity of his environment, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort envelop him. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "The essence of this place brings me unparalleled solace." The Joker's sanctuaries are numerous, to evade detection by superheroes. He has established hideouts throughout the entirety of America. The most optimal locations for concealment are typically abandoned amusement parks, and if such a park boasts a castle, it becomes his favored refuge. In the absence of a castle, he would settle for the largest edifice available as his stronghold. Although he may not frequent these hideouts often, they are vigilantly guarded by his deranged minions and members of the Joker's gang. Seated upon his throne, the Joker cast his gaze towards Loki, who had transformed into a frenzied version of himself. "What do you think of my proposal? Does it evoke an unprecedented joy within you?" Upon hearing this, Loki reverted to his original form and sat across from the Joker. "Your proposition is quite intriguing, granting me a joy I have never experienced before. Yet, I find myself more captivated by the laughing gas you have developed. It is truly fascinating." At this, the Joker's lips curled into a sly smile as he applauded, prompting a frenzied minion to bring forth a box and place it upon the table before Loki. This laughing gas is the most basic version, possessing a low addictive potential. An ordinary individual would not be adversely affected after inhaling it 45 times. However, those with a history of substance abuse or currently using drugs will find themselves significantly influenced after merely one inhalation. Their susceptibility to addiction increases rapidly, unleashing the malevolence within and driving them into a frenzied state. To ensure the smooth execution of my plans, I have administered a specially concocted variant of laughing gas to them, which is far more potent. After inhalation, individuals not only descend into madness but also lose their faculties and sense of pain, transforming into ruthless machines driven solely by the compulsion to kill. Nonetheless, deploying such substances on ordinary individuals would be a gross misallocation of resources. I have similarly utilized this enhanced laughing gas on those nefarious villains. Concealed within them is a simple timing mechanism for the gas, and it will not be long before you witness a most spectacular uprising. Ha ha ha. Upon learning this information, Loki was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the Joker's actions. Despite having closely monitored the Joker during this period, he had seen no signs of such machinations. Loki now recognized that the Joker was far more intricate than he appeared, though mad. He was equally adept in the art of strategy. The last time he transformed into the Hulk to rob a bank, Loki began to suspect that this was a farce orchestrated by the Joker. However, at this moment, these were merely Loki's speculations, and he could not ascertain the truth. "Ah, my dear, welcome back from your confinement." While Loki pondered when the Joker had executed these deeds, he was suddenly aware of someone arriving to celebrate the Joker. Turning around, he beheld Harley Quinn, cradling a cake, accompanied by a group of individuals unfamiliar to Loki, who were evidently not part of the Joker's crew. Upon noticing Harley's arrival, the Joker promptly rose and approached her to accept the cake. The instant he took the cake, an explosion erupted, causing the entire confection to detonate. Loki, utilizing his divine powers, deftly shielded himself from the flying cream and cake. Alas, the Joker was not so fortunate, as he was left with cake smeared all over his face. Chapter 105. The arrival of the army. At this moment, the streets were rife with trepidation. No one dared to venture outside, with all retreating into their homes and drawing their curtains to avoid detection by the American military. As the troops dealt with the unruly mobs, they disposed of the bodies in the back of a vehicle. Some soldiers discovered small canisters on the bodies of the rioters, not much larger than a lipstick, yet nearly every rioter possessed one. Upon this discovery, several soldiers reported the findings, and the senior officials commanding the operation recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing the canisters. They understood that this was a deliberate arrangement by higher authorities. Yet leaving such an obvious clue was ill-advised. Continue to eliminate the rioters. As for the items found on them, pretend you did not see them. The soldiers exchanged glances and stood at attention. Yes, sir. They were reluctant to meddle further, and since their superiors had issued such orders, they complied without question. Meanwhile, in Chinatown, Qian Zhilong was directing his compatriots to reinforce some defensive structures along the streets. As noon approached, there had been no sign of military or police presence in the vicinity of Chinatown. To prevent another assault by the rioters that evening, they needed to bolster the storefronts along the street for protection. "Brother, you must be tired. Sit down and have a drink." As he spoke, Boss Wu handed Qian Zhilong a chilled bottle of cola. "Thank you," Qian Zhilong replied. Boss Wu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities between us. This reinforcement work owes much to you. Without your efforts, we could not have fortified so many shops even after a morning of labor. To be honest, witnessing this scene makes me yearn for home. However, with my business here, returning to my homeland seems a daunting prospect." Boss Wu's words echoed the sentiments of many Chinese business owners. After experiencing the turmoil, Numerous individuals wished to return home, but felt apprehensive. Their ancestral businesses and years of hard work had established a firm foundation here, and while returning home might offer greater safety, they were uncertain if they could recreate such substantial enterprises. Many overseas Chinese share a common sentiment. It is not that they do not wish to return home, but rather that they find themselves unable to do so. Not everyone possesses the audacity to forsake wealth and status, embarking on a journey back without hesitation. This is precisely why, despite the chaos abroad, many Chinese remain unable to return home. After experiencing these events, Boss Wu believes that Chinese individuals in America will only grow more united. More importantly, I have faith that our country will not abandon us. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are correct. The country will not neglect us." Old Wu. A contingent of American soldiers has arrived at the eastern intersection, demanding that we withdraw our defenses. They assert that they will eradicate the rioters in this area and restore us to normalcy in the shortest possible time. What do you think we should do? Should we comply or resist? As one of the leaders of the Chinese community, Old Wu found himself deep in thought regarding this dilemma. Consult with Old Wang, Old He, and Fatty regarding their opinions. If they also agree to withdraw, then we shall proceed with that course. Soon, the boss from upstairs began reaching out to the remaining leaders of the Chinese community. They serve as representatives. And during significant events, a vote is conducted before a final decision is made by a select few. After a few minutes, the Chinese boss returned. Old Wu. They have decided against withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Old Wu slapped his forehead, troubled by the predicament. To be frank, he did not wish to confront the American soldiers. During his youth, Old Wu had spent some time in the American military as a cook, gaining intimate knowledge of their operational style. Brother, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Unable to come to a decision himself, Old Wu turned to Qian Zhilong, who pondered for a moment before responding. I believe we should not withdraw our defenses, as it remains uncertain whether rioters will continue their attacks on the Chinese community tonight. Withdrawing now could leave us vulnerable to harm later. Treat the American assurances as mere empty promises. Do not expect them to fulfill their pledges. Inform them that we will consider withdrawal only if they can guarantee the surrounding area as safety. Otherwise, we shall remain steadfast. Old Wu recognized the validity of this reasoning. Let us proceed as this brother suggests. The boss concurred, understanding that if the American soldiers could indeed eliminate the nearby rioters, withdrawing the defenses would be acceptable. However, if they failed to accomplish this, the defenses must remain intact. Quickly, the remaining leaders conveyed the consensus of the Chinese community to the American soldiers. The Americans frowned upon hearing this but refrained from retorting. Orders had already been issued from above, strictly forbidding any gunfire directed at the Chinese within the community. Though the American soldiers felt discontent, there were no better alternatives available. If they dared to open fire on the Chinese, it would prompt their government to intervene, leaving them in dire straits. Furthermore, the American soldiers are acutely aware that at a critical juncture, they can be easily sacrificed, serving merely as scapegoats to appease the ire of China. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, these soldiers, albeit reluctantly, began to quell the surrounding mob. Observing this shift, the commander of the Eastern District promptly relayed the situation to Old Wu. Upon learning of these developments, Old Wu finally exhaled in relief. As long as there was a defensive line, he believed that no calamity would befall them that night. We must find a way to transport these bodies out. Leaving them here for an extended period is untenable, Old Wu remarked, gazing at the pile of corpses in the vehicle. The only way out is through the southern route, where a defensive line has been established that can be opened to facilitate an exit. Qian Zhilong nodded in agreement. Very well, I will take charge of this matter. You should remain here. I cannot guarantee your safety if anything goes awry outside. Old Wu understood the truth in Qian Zhilong's words. As an ordinary individual, accompanying him could not only prove unhelpful but might also become a liability. Brother, I entrust this task to you.